The Awakening the Fortress. Jingyu sat in the reading area of the library. A hefty tome titled A Brief History of the Guiyuan Star, from Awakening to Fortress lay before him. Furrowing his brow, he turned to the first page. 100 years ago, 99 mysterious towers appeared across the globe, heralding the dawn of the awakening for human civilization. The enigmatic towers brought forth a prophecy. In 2 years, monstrous beasts, strange creatures, and even demons would manifest upon the Guiyuan Star. In the second month of the inaugural year of the awakening, all nations of the Guiyuan Star united to form a world federal government, marking an unprecedented solidarity among humanity, and initiated the Divine Fortress Project. Humans began to enter the towers to undertake trials. Due to their inexperience, the first cohort suffered devastating losses, with only 1 in 10 returning successfully. An increasing number of humans acquired extraordinary powers, earning the title of Guardians. Simultaneously, the time until the emergence of the monsters drew ever closer. In the first month of the 3rd year of the awakening, malevolent beasts emerged, and the human coalition engaged them with firearms, barely staving off the onslaught. In the second month of the same year, a more formidable beast appeared, and the Guardians commenced their participation. In the 3rd month of that year, in the 38th year of the awakening, the number of aberrant beasts surged, and humanity lost most of its territory beyond the fortress. Upon finishing the last page, Jingyu let out a profound sigh and slowly closed the book. He could hardly fathom that he had traversed into such a world, a desolate wasteland. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. In his previous life, Jingyu was an archer, having reached the pinnacle of his sport, representing his nation multiple times at the Olympics. His innate talent, coupled with relentless dedication, enabled him to secure a Grand Slam of gold medals in various competitions before the age of 25, placing him at the apex of his field. After retiring, he enjoyed a life of ease, opening an archery training center, where his status as an Olympic champion garnered significant success, allowing him to amass considerable wealth. With newfound affluence, Jingyu did not succumb to decadence. He devoted himself to teaching students and traveled extensively during his leisure. A trip to the grasslands introduced him to a new sport, horseback riding, learned from the local herders. Thus, he discovered a new passion, mounted archery. It soon became evident that he possessed extraordinary talent in this discipline, achieving remarkable results within a few years, ultimately triumphing in a nomadic hunting competition held on the grasslands. Some seasoned herders remarked that his skills in mounted archery rivaled those of the elite Mongolian cavalry of ancient times, bestowing upon him the title of Zibi. Jingyu believed his life would unfold in this manner until an unexpected plane crash allowed him to experience the sensation of death. However, the anguish was fleeting when he opened his eyes once more. He found himself in a realm called Guiyuan Star. The civilization on Guiyuan Star was akin to that of Earth, yet the former boasted greater expanse and a more favorable environment, with technology slightly inferior to Earth's and the absence of nuclear weaponry. If there were not so many perilous creatures lurking outside the fortress, he would indeed feel that this place is more suitable for life than Earth. Unfortunately, for him at present, neither the treacherous wilderness nor the strictly governed fortress offers him a haven. The mere thought of his current predicament fills Jingyu with an overwhelming sense of despair. After exiting the library, he wandered about in a daze. The gazes of the passing students were laden with peculiar scrutiny, a mix of sympathy and estrangement. Is that the one? I heard his father killed many people and was executed by the gendarmerie a few days ago. Indeed, that's him. How unfortunate. To encounter a vengeful spirit while out hunting. The gendarmerie is ruthless. I heard that vengeful spirits can actually be exorcised, yet they chose to physically eliminate the host as well. Sure. Do you wish to court danger by speaking ill of the gendarmerie here? His father was merely a black iron-level hunter, not a significant figure, so it's no surprise that high-ranking guardians wouldn't intervene. That's true. The surrounding chatter weighed heavily on Jingyu's heart. Although he bore no emotional connection to this world's father, a sense of desolation inevitably welled within him. In summary, the days spent on Guiyuan Star have been thoroughly disheartening. To trace the roots of these events, one must go back to before his transmigration. The original owner of this body was also named Jingyu, 17 years of age, and a student at the Guardian Academy. His father was a black iron-level hunter, a status that afforded their family a modest 30-square-meter dwelling in the fortress's urban area, along with a sufficient daily food supply, and granted the original owner eligibility to study at the Guardian Academy. Initially, life for the three of them was relatively content, marked by tranquility save for the father's weekly hunting excursions outside the fortress. However, calamity struck just a week ago. Upon returning from a hunting trip, the father suddenly lost his sanity, transforming into a bloodthirsty and brutal fiend, with the unfortunate mother being the first victim of his wrath. Subsequently, the father proceeded to slaughter several unsuspecting neighbors in quick succession. Even the arriving sheriff was not spared. 2 peace officers were killed, and 1 sheriff was gravely injured. When the original owner returned home, he was met with the harrowing sight of his father in custody and his mother's tragic demise. The law enforcement agency swiftly concluded their investigation, declaring that his father had been possessed by a vengeful spirit, which accounted for his inhumane actions. This revelation inflicted a profound psychological blow on the original owner, who, after a few days of dazed disorientation, received notification from the authorities. His father and the possessing spirit had been executed together. This notification became the final straw that broke the camel's back, leading the original owner to a complete mental breakdown. It was at this moment that Jing Yu's soul entered this body, absorbing the original owner's memories while simultaneously perceiving the extinguishment of the original owner's spirit. Truth be told, upon assuming this body, Jing Yu found himself teetering on the brink of mental collapse. His former life was one of comfort and ease, but suddenly, the script of his existence had changed dramatically, a transformation that would be difficult for anyone to accept. Fortunately, he possessed a temperament that adapted to circumstances, and after a few days of introspection, he gradually came to terms with this new reality. However, accepting reality also entailed confronting the myriad issues left behind by the original owner of this life. Although it was true that the original owner's father had succumbed to madness induced by vengeful spirits, resulting in the tragic loss of lives, those were still precious lives that had been extinguished. Particularly, several neighbors who had lost loved ones had, to some extent, redirected their animosity towards Jing Yu. It could be said that Jing Yu had been treading on thin ice these past few days, venturing out with utmost caution, enduring the piercing glares of those around him while remaining vigilant against potential assaults. If it were merely this, it might have been bearable, but through the original owner's memories, he discovered that the fortress was hardly a realm of tranquility and fairness. Under military control, order had long since ceased to exist while the surface appeared calm. It was rife with various forms of oppression and violence, where death had become a commonplace occurrence. Previously, he had the protection of his father, but now he was utterly alone, and it seemed that survival would prove even more arduous. Contemplating this, a shroud of gloom enveloped Jing Yu's heart. The reason he had ventured to the Academy Library today was to seek methods to alter his current circumstances. In a world such as this, the only path to a better existence lay in becoming a trialist. Fortunately, the original owner was a student at the Guardian Academy and possessed the qualifications to participate in trials. This realization brought him some solace, but he soon unearthed a new dilemma. He still required 1 more year of study, a year that was crucial. Trialists could not attain extraordinary powers until they activated their trial insignia. Consequently, to enhance the efficiency of trial participation, the federal government established a Guardian Academy within each fortress to train and cultivate competent warriors for the trials. The curriculum primarily focused on the mastery of various cold weapons, firearms, and hand-to-hand combat, among other disciplines. Moreover, after decades of exploration, humanity had distilled certain experiences. Although each trial world was randomly generated, many shared similar backgrounds. Broadly categorized, these could include magic, supernatural abilities, celestial arts, and Taoist techniques. Entering any given world afforded the opportunity to acquire various extraordinary powers. While the backgrounds of these worlds differed and the tasks were diverse, many experiential lessons from previous missions could be mutually beneficial. Although the knowledge gleaned from these predecessors could not directly assist trialists in completing their tasks, it would prevent them from feeling lost and disoriented upon entering the trial realm. Indeed, without such knowledge, entering the trial realm would be akin to a blind man grasping at an elephant, often leading to feelings of helplessness. This final year was essentially devoted to absorbing such invaluable insights. Pondering this, Jingyu found himself wavering. The trials were perilous, with an exceedingly high mortality rate. To perish within due to a lack of experience would be a tragic waste. Yet, he quickly resolved himself with a determined slap to his thigh. Having already faced death once, what is there to fear? Moreover, as a traveler who has ventured into a realm endowed with extraordinary powers, why linger in trepidation and overthink? The pursuit of transcendent strength should be a path marked by unwavering resolve. Having made up his mind, Jingyu cast aside any hesitation yet. He was not a reckless individual. Acknowledging the wisdom of understanding oneself and one's adversary, he resolved to gather information regarding the trial tower. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Regrettably, while the library housed a plethora of historical accounts pertaining to the planet of origin, it contained not a single scrap of information related to the trial tower. Chapter 2. Early application for trials. Upon exiting the library, Jingyu made his way to the Academy's training center, preparing for his daily combat training. Although he had not received any information regarding the trial tower, it was still essential to assess his current physical condition. After an afternoon of rigorous training, Jingyu felt the advantages of his new physique. In his previous life, he had engaged in horseback riding and archery, boasting commendable physical fitness. However, in comparison, his current body exhibited even more remarkable capabilities. Though only 17 years of age and not yet fully developed, his strength and explosive power surpassed that of his former self. Prior to acquiring extraordinary strength, such physical attributes were already considered quite impressive. From this perspective, the original owner of this body was indeed a diligent individual. Moreover, the various training regimens he had undergone were seamlessly inherited, significantly boosting Jingyu's confidence. After the training session concluded, he disregarded the peculiar gazes of his peers, changed his clothes, and returned home. Unbeknownst to him, his actions throughout the day had sparked considerable astonishment among many classmates. Previously, Jingyu had been somewhat introverted and self-deprecating, typically training alone in silence during classes. However, today marked a stark departure from his norm. He exhibited an eagerness for various training exercises, proactively engaged in sparring with classmates, and displayed a fierce, aggressive style, with movements that were bold and expansive. Once he departed, a few classmates quickly fell into discussion. Could it be that his father's situation has enlightened him? Perhaps. Yet I heard that his father's issues have cast a negative shadow, and it seems the Academy is considering expelling Jingyu. That seems a tad unfair. After all, it was the vengeful spirit's doing. Such occurrences are not uncommon. And besides, in the lower districts, people perish from hunger daily without anyone mentioning the adverse effects. Shoo. That seems to be the stance of the gendarmerie. You'd best keep your mouth shut if you value your life. Upon dragging his fatigued body back home, Jingyu retrieved a piece of dry bread and some desiccated sweet potatoes from the cupboard, his dinner. Despite their unpretentious appearance, these provisions were considered quite decent within the fortress. After painstakingly swallowing his meager meal, he was just about to rest when a sudden knock echoed through the room. Jingyu was puzzled. Who could possibly be visiting him at such an hour? Upon opening the door, he found a man clad in a gray uniform standing before him. The man was of short stature, no taller than 1.6 meters, making him distinctly shorter than Jingyu. With an arrogant demeanor, his eyes brimmed with contempt as he curtly inquired, "Are you Jingyu?" "Yes." Jingyu nodded, sensing the hostility emanating from the man. As anticipated, the short man wasted no time and stated bluntly, "I am from the Housing Allocation Office, responsible for this area. I have come to inform you that the office intends to reclaim this property. You have 3 days to vacate, otherwise I will be compelled to send individuals to forcibly evict you." "What?" Jingyu stood in stunned silence, swiftly delving into the memories of the original owner. This was not right. The house had been acquired by the original owner's father through the exchange of supplies, making it a private property. How could it be claimed back so easily? "You must be mistaken. This house was purchased by my father, and the documentation is still at home." Jingyu retreated into the house, locating the property ownership documents as per his recollections, and presented them to the short man before him. However, the man barely glanced at the papers, sneering coldly, "This document is of no consequence. I possess the complete housing records for the entire West District, which clearly indicate that this house was initially a temporary residence provided to your father by the resettlement agency. Now that your father has passed, we are entitled to reclaim it. Jingyu inhaled deeply, glancing at the documents in his hand before raising his gaze to the short man. Sensing a palpable air of conspiracy, despite his foreboding, he could not suppress his hope and asked, "Are you certain that the information you hold is accurate?" A blatant mockery danced across the man's features as he replied, "Of course." He then handed Jingyu a contract stamped with the insignia of the military police, which explicitly stated that as a reward for the original owner's father becoming a hunter, the resettlement agency had unconditionally rented the house to him for residence, emphasizing that it was solely for his occupancy. Should he no longer be present, the property must be returned. The words were inscribed in black and white, unequivocally clear. Yet, the original owner had grown up within these very walls, while this pristine, glossy document bore ink that glimmered as if freshly dried. Was there no attempt at subterfuge? This was outright plunder. Anger surged within Jingyu's chest. You have 3 days to vacate this place. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The short man sneered as he cast aside his final words and turned to leave. Jingyu watched the man depart, a heavy weight settling in his heart, the frustration within him simmering without respite. Was this truly the essence of the saying, "When the wall falls, the crowd pushes"? He had not anticipated losing even his sole refuge within the fortress so swiftly. Although the 30-square-meter house was modest, within the fortress, it represented a precious resource. In the squalid, chaotic lower district, over half the population lacked proper housing, forced to huddle in filthy corners, living in makeshift tents, enduring lives devoid of adequate clothing and sustenance, while hunger and disease relentlessly claimed the lives of the impoverished. If Jingyu were to lose this house, he would inevitably be relegated to the lower district. The mere thought of its turmoil and filth sent a chill coursing through him. No. He must devise a solution to this predicament. Jingyu understood that opposing the resettlement agency would be futile. After all, one's arms cannot outmatch a thigh. Behind the resettlement agency loomed the military police, a formidable force wielding ruthless methods. As an ordinary citizen, even if he were to be wronged, it was unlikely that anyone would advocate for him. He silently closed the door, suppressing his agitation, and began to contemplate his course of action. The fortress has sheltered the lives of ordinary individuals, yet it has simultaneously transformed into a prison that confines them, particularly Fortress 72, where the military's ruthless regime instills fear in the hearts of all. Jingyu has grown utterly disenchanted with this place. He yearns to break free from its confines and seek a tranquil sanctuary anew. However, the prerequisite for such a quest is to become an extraordinary being. Recalling the tales his father once shared, Jingyu resolutely decided that even without this final year of study, he must participate in the trial. Failure is not an option. With his goal firmly established, his spirits lightened. The following day, he arose at dawn and returned to the academy to seek out his training instructor. "Are you saying you wish to apply for the trial early?" The instructor, a balding man in his 40s with a seemingly honest visage, was notoriously stringent with his students. "Yes," Jingyu affirmed, having already inquired about the process. An early application necessitated a request to the academy. Yet, the academy is also under the military's influence, and he was uncertain whether he would receive approval, being merely a minor figure. The bald instructor scrutinized Jingyu for a considerable time before a slight smile broke upon his face. "Very well, I shall submit a report shortly. You must understand that such matters require the approval of the gendarmerie. However, rest assured, while it is uncommon to apply for an early trial, the gendarmerie is supportive of such endeavors, and your application should be approved swiftly." "Thank you," Jingyu responded. "You may head to the training grounds now. Once there is news regarding your application, I will inform you. Since you aim to participate in the trial early, it is imperative to dedicate time to your training. A robust physique and combat prowess are essential for succeeding in the trial." Jingyu nodded in gratitude once more and departed the instructor's office. However, as he made his way to the training grounds, his doubts intensified. The bald instructor seemed to possess foreknowledge of his intention to apply for the early trial. While feigning concern for his training, the insincerity of his smile lingered in Jingyu's mind. A heaviness settled in his heart. Recent experiences made him feel as though an unseen force was orchestrating these events. Was it a case of the walls collapsing and the crowd pushing him? Or was there something else at play? Upon arriving at the training grounds, Jingyu commenced a new day of training. Regardless of the instructor's sincerity, his words held merit. A strong physique would aid him in the trial. Time passed swiftly, and by afternoon, the bald instructor approached Jingyu with a grin. Your application has been approved by the gendarmerie. You may participate in the trial in 2 days. That was quick, Jingyu exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, the instructor smiled. Pausing thoughtfully before continuing, however, this trial will be different. Different how? Jingyu queried, lifting his gaze to meet the instructor's, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The bald instructor elucidated, as you know, trials are generally divided into individual and team modes. This time, you are assigned to a multiplayer team mode, which will undoubtedly present a greater challenge. However, the rewards will also be more substantial. Jingyu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, and then inquired, Is it not possible for me to request an individual trial? This question darkened the expression of the bald mentor, who replied in a solemn tone, No. If you wish to participate in the trial ahead of schedule, you must join this team trial. Upon witnessing the mentor's demeanor, Jingyu's heart suddenly sank. The bald mentor continued, The team trial will be beneficial for you, especially considering that you have missed a year of trial knowledge acquisition. Participating in the team trial can help compensate for this deficiency. Furthermore, I have already submitted your application to the gendarmerie. Should you change your mind now? It may offend the commander of the gendarmerie, and once you are placed on the blacklist, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate within the fortress. Author's note: the initial 3 chapters received considerable criticism for containing numerous flaws, which have now been amended. Of course, this does not affect the development of the main storyline, but if there are any discrepancies in the information, please point them out, and I will make the necessary adjustments. Creating as a newcomer is challenging, so I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 3. Talent. Jingyu took a deep breath and nodded. All right, I agree to join the team trial. Upon hearing his acceptance, the bald mentor nodded in response. Continue your training for the next 2 days. Personnel from the gendarmerie will come to escort you to the trial tower thereafter. With that, he turned and departed from the training ground. Jingyu watched the mentor leave, and his silhouette reminded him of the official from the placement office he encountered yesterday. The resemblance between the two was striking. Shaking his head, Jingyu dismissed the chaotic thoughts. Having decided to participate in the trial, it was futile to dwell on personal or team matters. His focus now was to prepare diligently for the impending trial. At day's end, Jingyu returned home, ignoring the hostile gazes of the neighbors, and pushed the door open. The fortress maintained strict control over housing, prohibiting any private transactions. Consequently, once he entered the trial world, his residence would undoubtedly be reclaimed by the placement office. His only recourse was to salvage whatever valuables he could. However, after surveying the room, a bitter smile emerged on his face. There was hardly anything of worth left. Fortunately, the placement office would not come to reclaim the house for another 3 days, granting him a temporary refuge. In the ensuing 2 days, Jingyu immersed himself in training, both to refine his skills and to familiarize himself with the techniques he had recently acquired. Through rigorous practice, he gradually grasped the essence of his current abilities. On the day of the trial, he awoke early and jogged to the academy. Upon entering, he immediately spotted military trucks stationed within the premises. In the current fortress, vehicles were tightly regulated, with only the military permitted to possess them. Clearly, these trucks were designated for transporting students participating in the trial. A contingent of over 20 fully armed soldiers stood guard nearby, exuding an air of cold menace. Jingyu was astonished to see that the number of students participating in the trial exceeded his expectations, totaling nearly 50. The sight left him taken aback. Such a multitude entering the same trial. How expansive must this trial world be? Although he had not completed the knowledge courses of his final year, he had gleaned much about the trial mechanics through hearsay. When selecting trial tasks, one could apply individually or as a group. However, applying for an individual trial did not guarantee exclusivity in the trial world, as numerous trial towers existed. Concurrently, various trial towers could have many applicants, resulting in a random number of participants entering the trial world. Sometimes the numbers were high, sometimes low. Ultimately, The difficulty of the tasks within the trial world varied with the number of participants. Instances of 50 individuals applying for the trial simultaneously were exceedingly rare. This indicated that the difficulty of the upcoming trial was likely to be significant, with a correspondingly high mortality rate, yet equally. The rewards for successfully completing the trial would be substantial. Upon his arrival, Jingyu was assigned to a line of soldiers, where a lieutenant colonel was delivering a briefing. After an extensive discourse, the essence of his message distilled into 2 key points. First, obedience to the captain's commands once they entered the trial world. Second, the opportunity to join the military upon successful completion of the trials. As the briefing concluded, the lieutenant colonel waved his hand, urging them loudly, "All right. Now that we have the complete roster, let's not waste any more time. Board the vehicles and depart." 50 students participating in the trials formed a queue and boarded the trucks, setting off towards the trial tower amidst the envious gazes of their peers. In the jostling rear compartment, Jingyu quietly observed his fellow travelers, noting the anxious expressions etched on their faces. This revelation surprisingly alleviated his own unease. It seemed that even with a year's worth of knowledge, confidence remained elusive. Soon enough, after passing through 2 checkpoints, they finally reached their destination. As they disembarked, the scenery transformed dramatically. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere of the academy, this environment exuded a stark and chilling severity. A towering spire loomed before Jingyu, and he was struck by an overwhelming sense of supernatural power. This was Jingyu's first opportunity to scrutinize the marvel up close. And both the grandeur of the tower itself and the formidable aura enveloping it made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. This was not an endeavor achievable by mere mortals. Even with memories spanning 2 worlds, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the trial tower's supreme might. Surrounding the trial tower were numerous fully armed soldiers, many of whom radiated an imposing presence. They were extraordinary military guardians. The rigorous security made the trial tower seem almost like a military stronghold. While it may have appeared to be a private property, it was merely the military's control over the outer perimeter that lent it such an air. The military, relying on their formidable might, conducted registries of those participating in the trials within the fortress. Those unwilling to submit to military oversight faced suppression or even persecution. Conversely, those compliant with military regulations could freely access the trial tower by submitting a portion of their trial points each month. Trial points served as currency within the tower, enabling exchanges for a myriad of unexpected items. At that moment, the plaza before the trial tower was bustling with a multitude of individuals, predominantly solitary trial seekers, some operating alone while others formed teams. Clad in an array of peculiar armors and uniforms, they emanated an aura of distinctiveness. With a mocking demeanor, they scrutinized the newcomers, occasionally exchanging jests with one another, seemingly wagering on the number of participants who would perish in the forthcoming trials. Jingyu silently followed the line to the base of the trial tower. Before the trials commenced, the tower would activate the identities of the participants. Upon identity activation, they would be eligible to partake in the novice trials, entering the trial world to receive the trial emblem, thus officially embarking on the path to transcendence. The term novice refers to individuals participating in the trials for the first time. Upon successfully completing their initial trial, novices officially ascend to the rank of Iron Tier trialists. Jingyu followed the group and arrived at the steps leading to the Tower of Trials. After standing quietly for a moment, a radiant light enveloped everyone on the steps, and an imposing voice resonated in their ears. Citizen number 72, Jingyu, your identity as a novice trialist has been activated. Please select a trial mode. Jingyu took a deep breath, hesitating to make an immediate choice, instead observing his surroundings. His companions were gesturing towards the air, indicating they had already made their selections. After a moment of contemplation, Jingyu opted for the team mode. Once his choice was confirmed, the luminous screen displayed a message. Name, Jingyu. Trial method, team, confirmed. Unchangeable. Trial mode selection completed, proceeding to scan the novice's information and generate a personal information panel. As a warm light enveloped his body, the voice returned shortly thereafter. Scanning complete, generating personal information panel. Name, Jingyu. Race, mortal. Trial level, novice. General skills, Proficiency in cold weapons, beginner. Proficiency in firearms, beginner. Horsemanship, advanced. Archery, advanced. Skill levels range from novice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster. Talent, marksman, golden tier. Storage space, 1 cubic meter, novice. Other information, not activated. With a sigh of relief, Jingyu gazed at his information panel, finally receiving some encouraging news. The specialized skills he had honed throughout his previous life had surprisingly transferred to this world. The trial tower possessed the remarkable ability to manifest personal capabilities in an informational format. Jingyu glanced around and noticed that everyone was preoccupied with their own displays, none paying him any heed. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, each individual could only view their own information panel. Moving to a less crowded area, he opened his panel to examine his skills. Proficiencies in cold weapons and firearms were part of the Academy's curriculum, eliciting no real surprise. However, upon discovering his advanced skills in horsemanship and archery, a surge of excitement stirred within him. Undoubtedly, these two skills would serve him well. Yet, what thrilled him the most was the marksman talent. Upon reading the skill's description, even his already composed demeanor was shaken by profound astonishment. Marksman possesses extraordinary remote weapon handling and learning abilities, coupled with unparalleled agility, vision, and insight. Using all ranged weapons, range increases by 30, accuracy increases by 30, and power increases by 30. Such a formidable talent. The direct representation of these capabilities sent a wave of exhilaration through Jingyu. Having indulged in numerous online games, he felt not only unperturbed by such descriptions, but also an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Author's note: the initial 3 chapters have garnered considerable criticism for their excessive flaws, prompting revisions. Should any discrepancies in the plot arise subsequently, please bring them to my attention, and I shall amend them gradually. Creating as a newcomer is no easy feat. I kindly ask for your understanding and patience. Chapter 4. The conspiracy behind the trials. At this moment, the new trial participants on the steps had nearly completed their selections. A countdown timer appeared on the trial information panel. In 1 hour, all participants would enter the trial world and commence their tasks. Furthermore, it was mandated that all trial participants remain within a 200-meter radius of the trial tower, as any deviation would be deemed an attempt to flee, resulting in immediate annihilation by the tower itself. Upon seeing this regulation, the participants hesitated to wander and settled quietly near the steps, awaiting their entry into the trial world. For these neophytes, an unfamiliar and perilous realm awaited them, one rife with violence and death, yet also brimming with extraordinary powers. As everyone anxiously awaited, a young man ascended to the top of the steps, turning to gaze down at the new trial participants, his eyes filled with a scrutinizing intensity. His gaze was piercing, and he donned an exquisitely crafted military uniform, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Standing beside him was a major from the gendarmerie, who had shed his usual stern demeanor to humbly stand behind the young man. Jingyu was inwardly astonished. What was the identity of this young man that commanded such respect from a major of the gendarmerie? Just as the crowd's curiosity swelled, the young man spoke, dispelling their doubts. I am Lin Rue, a participant in this team trial, and I shall be your captain. A majority of the trial participants erupted in applause, their expressions and reactions indicating prior knowledge of this announcement. The remaining individuals appeared somewhat bewildered. As Jingyu pondered Lin Rue's identity, a voice nearby broke through the confusion. Lin Rue? With the surname Lin, could he be the second son of the gendarmerie commander? This revelation sent a ripple of shock through those unaware of the implications. The son of the gendarmerie commander? Goodness, he is a significant figure. The realization that he was their captain instilled a sense of confidence. Surely this trial would be a near certainty for success. Indeed, I've heard that those with military connections possess information unattainable by ordinary individuals, drastically increasing their chances of success in the trials. Excitement surged among the crowd, their eyes alight with fervor as they gazed up at Lin Rue. For the vast majority of the populace in Fortress 72, the commander of the gendarmerie's son was undoubtedly a personage of immense stature. Although Fortress 72 was ostensibly governed by the council, the true power lay within the military, which was divided into 2 factions, the gendarmerie and the defense forces. The defense forces constituted the military's backbone, boasting the largest number of soldiers, weaponry, and extraordinary guardians, tasked with safeguarding the fortress walls against the onslaught of monstrous beasts. The responsibilities of the gendarmerie encompass the maintenance of stability, public order, and security within the fortress, as well as patrolling and the distribution of supplies. Departments such as the Public Security Bureau and the Resettlement Bureau, which wield significant power, fall directly under the gendarmerie's jurisdiction. Consequently, for the inhabitants of the fortress, the gendarmerie instills a greater sense of dread than the defense forces. The presence of such influential figures participating in the trials evokes a feeling of pride among the common folk. As one individual remarked earlier, those like Lin Rue, who hail from prestigious backgrounds, are backed by numerous elite trial participants who possess unparalleled resources and experience. Although no one can acquire extraordinary powers before officially entering the trial tower, the offspring of the elite have already gained an advantage from the outset, possessing powerful items and weapons permitted by the rules of the trial tower. In summary, the privileged class indeed finds it easier to succeed in the trials, which explains the excitement surrounding them. Having such a strong ally facilitates the completion of trial tasks. However, Jingyu harbored an unsettling feeling. As the military has consistently adhered to management practices that would never permit so many ordinary individuals to succeed in the trials, as it would undermine their control. While perusing historical documents, he subtly uncovered this truth. The military deliberately regulates the number of extraordinary beings, employing various means to recruit gifted trial participants into their ranks. Even those who do not align with military factions, whether they are extraordinary beings eager to challenge the trials or hunters venturing into the wilderness to slay beasts, remain under strict military supervision. The military only allows newcomers to partake in the trials once they have ensured an absolute superiority in force. The Guardian Academy serves as a tool for the military to control the number of trial participants, as the rules of the trial tower impose no restrictions on the identities of those who may enter. Anyone, even the elderly who struggle to walk, may enter the trial realm. Nevertheless, the military at Fortress Number 72 exercises control over the area surrounding the trial tower through force, requiring all who wish to enter the tower to pass through military checkpoints. Additionally, a regulation mandates that only those who enroll in the Guardian Academy and complete their studies are eligible to participate in the trials. The option to apply in advance for trial participation is a recent development introduced just a few years ago. As Jingyu gazed up at Lin Rue, who stood on the steps with an expression of indifference, a foreboding sensation welled up within him. The gendarmerie acts as a blade wielded by the military to control the fortress. They would never dig their own graves, suggesting that this trial likely harbors undisclosed conspiracies. Just as his worries began to intensify, a faint, cold snort echoed nearby. Turning to investigate, he spotted a stout individual of similar age. The chubby figure glared coldly at Lin Rue from the steps, his eyes flashing with intense anger and hatred. Sensing Jingyu's gaze, he turned to meet his eyes, and they both recognized the mutual suspicion. The stout individual first signaled to his two companions beside him, then exchanged a knowing glance with Jingyu before turning to walk together to a nearby corner. Jingyu glanced around, observing that everyone was engrossed in discussion, oblivious to his presence, and thus decided to approach. Noticing Jingyu's arrival, the stout individual whispered, "It seems you are also aware that this trial is a scheme orchestrated by the gendarmerie department?" Jingyu's heart stirred. This had merely been his recent conjecture. Yet the tone of the stout man suggested he possessed far greater insight. Consequently, he discreetly lowered his eyelids, adopting an expression of profound secrecy. Observing this demeanor, the stout man became convinced that this youth, like himself, had discerned the underlying conspiracy of the trial and was likely aligned with their interests. With a sense of relief, he could not help but remark, "I never anticipated that Lin Yuan Kue would invest so heavily in training his son. Humph. No wonder my application for this trial went so smoothly. Initially, I thought the military was expanding, but now it is clear that we are merely stepping stones for Lin Rue." Jingyu did not respond immediately, instead smiling as he surveyed the surroundings. While his mind raced with thoughts, Lin Yuan Kue, training his son, these two pieces of information rapidly led him to grasp a wealth of knowledge. Realizing that his silence was becoming inappropriate, he ambiguously added, "Indeed, it is tragic that we have become cannon fodder." One of the stout man's companions, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by cannon fodder and stepping stones?" It appeared that ignorance of the truth was not limited to himself. Jingyu adopted a contemplative expression, directing his gaze elsewhere, knowing that the stout man would elucidate the matter. As anticipated, the stout man, laden with resentment, began. "I had heard that many scions of the military elite resorted to such tactics, but I never expected to encounter it ourselves." He paused, casting a glance at Jingyu, who remained inscrutable, and continued, "The difficulty of entering the trial realm is generally determined by the number of participants. The greater the number, the more challenging it becomes. And correspondingly, the rewards improve. However, if a significant number of trial participants perish, the trial tower will intervene in various ways to assist the surviving participants, thereby effectively lowering the difficulty, making it easier for those who remain to succeed in the trial and ultimately secure substantial rewards." This is a conclusion drawn by some advanced trial participants. The stout man's words caused the faces of his two companions to blanch. For having lived in the fortress for so long, they were no fools and quickly grasped the bloody slaughter concealed beneath this revelation. A tall, thin individual trembled as he asked, "Are you implying that once we enter the trial world, we will be killed by Lin Rue and his cohorts?" The stout man shook his head, saying, "Not necessarily. In the ordinary mode, attacking trial participants incurs penalties, but they possess numerous means to undermine us." The tall, thin individual, with a face devoid of hope, lamented, "Isn't the gendarmerie department far too corrupt? If the trial's difficulty involves over 50 participants, and if a significant portion suffers casualties, those who ultimately complete the trial will receive rewards far superior to those of a solo trial. Truly, they are merciless." Having said that, he forcefully struck the stone railing beside him with his hand. At this moment, Jingyu comprehended the sinister plot behind this trial and felt an overwhelming sense of the world's utter corruption. He cast a glance at the three plump individuals and inquired, "Do you not fear that I, a stranger, might report your words? As far as I know, defaming high-ranking military officials is punishable by law." The three of them were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, before the stout one grinned and replied, "Do as you please. I have already lost all hope for this trial. Among these 50 individuals, at least half are elites cultivated by the military police department, acting as Lin Rue's henchmen. Even if we manage to accomplish our tasks once we enter the trial world, we cannot escape the sabotage they will undoubtedly orchestrate from behind the scenes. You may report me now if you wish. It would be preferable to end my life now than to live in constant fear once we enter the trial world." The stout fellow assumed a defiant demeanor, as if daring Jingyu to act. Jingyu responded with a smile, "I was merely jesting. Currently, all 50 of us have chosen the trial mode, and there is no turning back. The only course of action remaining is to exert our utmost efforts to complete the trial once we enter the trial world and become extraordinary beings." Chapter 5. World of Warcraft. After a brief encounter with the stout man and his companions, Jingyu discerned that the rotund fellow harbored a lack of trust towards him. The only reason he had engaged in conversation was likely due to ulterior motives. Although they were strangers, they found themselves united against the formidable forces of Lin Rue, akin to grasshoppers tethered to the same string. Each additional individual privy to the truth would bolster their strength once they entered the trial world. In essence, their relationships were symbiotic, aimed at evading the devastating blows from Lin Rue's faction. Once Jingyu departed from the stout man, he observed him conversing with several others. Soon, the trial commenced its countdown. "Buzz. The trial begins. All newcomers, please prepare yourselves." The tower resonated with a thunderous voice, signaling the imminent start of the trial. All stood erect, their faces a tapestry of excitement, apprehension, and tension. Lin Rue's team had also completed their assembly. As a radiant light emerged, all participants in the trial were enveloped within it and subsequently vanished from their location. All felt a sudden darkness envelop them. And then consciousness slipped away. When Jingyu regained awareness, he found himself in a vast, snow-laden realm. His group stood within a valley, surrounded by steep cliffs adorned with freshly fallen snow. The ground beneath their feet also blanketed in ice and snow. Their attire had transformed, as they now donned uniform armor. suggesting they had arrived in a medieval-like kingdom. They were situated in a training ground for new recruits, surrounded by an array of weaponry, archery targets, and armored steeds, with numerous soldiers engaged in training. In the distance, towering fortress walls indicated they were within a kingdom nestled amidst the snowy mountains. As Jingyu pondered this bewildering situation, a notification sound suddenly echoed beside him. He glanced down to find a diamond-shaped object resembling a wristwatch had materialized on his wrist. Entering the trial world. Activating the trial emblem. The trial participant can view personal information and task details through the trial emblem. Additional functions of the trial emblem will be activated as the participant's level increases. The group opened the trial emblem's task information, revealing a translucent screen before them. Trial world. Azeroth. Mode. Large-scale joint team trial. Difficulty level. Novice. Time context. 6 years since the opening of the Dark Portal. The formation of the Alliance of Lordaeron, the Horde's northern advance, and the onset of the Second War. Main tasks. 1. Survive the war and attain at least the rank of Sergeant. 2. Slay a minimum of 50 orcs. Task completion rewards 3,000 trial points. Failure results in a deduction of 1,000 points. If points are insufficient, the participant will be eradicated. Side tasks, not triggered. Worldview unlocked. 0. This trial is a large-scale joint team trial, with participants hailing from multiple trial towers. The act of vanquishing foes yields an array of rewards, including experience requisite for advancement, weaponry, and tomes of skill. Upon perusing the mission details, astonishment swept through the crowd. It was a rare occurrence to engage in a large-scale team trial involving multiple trial towers. To think we are to partake in a grand conflict, this is truly daunting. How could it be so? I had presumed our team of 51 was already considerable, yet there are participants from other fortresses. Which raises the question of how many individuals are involved in total. Uncertain of the exact number, I can only surmise that our prospects are grim. Large-scale warfare trials are notorious for their high mortality rates. The expressions on everyone's faces reflected this disheartening reality. Even Lin Rue, usually brimming with confidence, appeared troubled. What was initially thought to be a team trial exclusive to Fortress 72 had morphed into a coalition of several fortresses. This unexpected turn disrupted his prior plans. As the collective mood soured, Jingyu struggled to maintain his composure, fighting the urge to exclaim in excitement. The words Azeroth, the Dark Portal, Lordaeron, the Alliance, and the Horde resonated deeply within him. As a seasoned World of Warcraft player, he was not merely familiar with the game. He had a profound understanding of its intricacies. Suppressing his exhilaration, he scrutinized the task information and began to contemplate the implications. The mission data indicated that the trialists found themselves in the 6th year following the opening of the Dark Portal, heralding the onset of the Second War against the Orcs. Although this period precedes the first expansion of the game, as a devoted lore enthusiast, he was well acquainted with this historical backdrop. 6 years post-Dark Portal, the Orcs had seized control of the entire southern region of the Eastern Kingdoms, embarking on a northern campaign against the 7 human nations under the leadership of Warchief Orgrim Doomhammer. The Horde adeptly employed a strategy of high mobility, feigning an attack on Airy Peak before pressing northward to assault Quel'Thalas. Following fruitless efforts, they skillfully maneuvered to launch a surprise attack on the Alliance's capital, Lordaeron. Orgrim Doomhammer was a rare orc who utilized strategy and understood the value of alliances, even managing to sway a human kingdom. The orcs he commanded inflicted significant damage upon the Alliance during the Second War. The kingdom of Stormwind fell. The Bronze-Eared dwarves and gnomes were relegated to the confines of their capitals. Ironforge and Gnomeregan, Princedale and Proudmoore of Koltyr has perished in battle. The kingdom of Alterac betrayed the Alliance and sought peace with the orcs. Anduin Lothar, the leader of the human coalition, met his demise just as victory seemed within grasp. In summary, the Alliance paid a heavy toll to secure this victory, and throughout this conflict, numerous heroic figures emerged from both factions, leaving a lasting legacy that players would cherish for generations to come. Jingyu was uncertain about the advantages that the memories in his mind could bring him. He realized he needed to ascertain the current state of the war before contemplating his own potential actions. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompted by the surrounding environment that evoked a sense of familiarity. The snow-capped mountains in the kingdom, Such scenes seemed to point to but one place, Alterac. The human nation that had betrayed the Alliance. Could it be that he was indeed a part of Alterac? The notion was utterly disheartening. Jing Yu fervently wished his suspicion were unfounded, yet his spirits sank once more. An officer of medium stature, clad in chainmail, approached the trialists. New recruits, I am Rod, the garrison officer of the recruit training camp. Your training has concluded, and you are now officially warriors of the kingdom of Alterac. As his words echoed, a faint glow enveloped each trialist, flickering momentarily before a warm sensation filled their bodies, brimming with newfound strength. You have officially entered your character role. Unlocking faction and profession information. At the prompt of the trial emblem, the group opened their information panels. Indeed, each individual now possessed 2 additional pieces of information. Faction, Lordaeron Alliance Kingdom of Alterac. Profession, Warrior LV. 1. Skills, Battle Shout, Heroic Strike. Beneath the profession, a note appeared. The warrior is a foundational profession. Beyond this, trialists may acquire other foundational professions through side quests or interactions with the world's indigenous inhabitants, and may even advance to elite or legendary professions. Jingyu was taken aback. This setup was evidently distinct from a game. However, he quickly recollected that this was a tangible world, where professional designations need not adhere to rigid gaming conventions. This reflection led him to recall the scene of Khadgar wielding magic from 3 schools simultaneously. A moment that had enviously captivated countless mage players. He pondered whether he might have the opportunity to learn magic. Oh, right. He possessed the marksman talent, which should allow him to learn the hunter profession. But what elite profession was associated with hunters? As Jing Yu indulged in these musings, Rod's voice snapped him back to reality. A repugnant horde of green-skinned monsters has approached from the southern continent. They will be our forthcoming adversaries. As warriors of Alterac, you must demonstrate your loyalty to the king through your actions. Upon hearing these words, the trialists instinctively straightened their postures, regardless of their true intentions towards the king. They were compelled to present a positive demeanor at that moment. In their coursework, it had been emphasized that endearing oneself to the indigenous populace of the trial world was a shortcut to success, while not an absolute rule. It certainly applied in most circumstances. Lin Rue quietly murmured to those beside him, "Everyone, refrain from complicating matters. Let us observe how this fellow intends to direct us." As he spoke, Lin Rue instinctively scanned the faces of those trialists who were likely to serve as fodder in their plans. Originally, these individuals were meant to be stepping stones for his ascent. However, at present, the execution of this plan has become quite challenging. According to the descriptions within the task information, this trial not only spans a considerable scale, but also extends over a significant duration. Moreover, there are contenders from other fortresses keeping a watchful eye, complicating the feasibility of the initial strategy. Contemplating this, Lin Rue's expression darkened. He harbored a profound disdain for unexpected circumstances that spiraled out of control. At this moment, Jingyu was entirely preoccupied with Lin Rue's contempt for their group. His attention fixated on Rod, finding the latter's words utterly ludicrous. Loyalty. How could Orion Pyranod even dare to speak of loyalty? Alterac, once a staunch supporter of the Azeroth Empire, this land now languishes under the rule of a cowardly and timid man. The current king of Alterac, Orion Pyranod, epitomizes humanity's disgrace. In his pursuit of power and out of fear of the Orcish might, he chose to betray his own kind, facilitating the ambush of Lordaeron by providing access routes to Orgrim Doomhammer, resulting in the demise of countless soldiers in this catastrophe. To pledge allegiance to such a king is, without a doubt, to dig one's own grave. After the Orcish defeat, Orion Pyranod ultimately faced the reckoning of the Alliance, with territories divided and nobility permanently exiled. Though Jingyu was aware of Alterac's impending choices in the forthcoming conflict, he also recognized that he could not prevent these events from unfolding, nor did he intend to. He pondered internally what he might gain from this situation. Chapter 6, Formation Commander Rod continued to address the recruits. The illustrious King Pyrino of Germany had made a promise. In future wars, if civilians were to achieve merit in battle, they would be bestowed the honorific title of knight. The challengers exchanged glances, perplexed by the notion of knighthood. What significance did such a title hold? Their singular desire was to complete the trials, reap their rewards, and ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary. As for those trifling titles, they held no allure whatsoever. However, Lin Rui felt a stirring of interest. He was curious about the honor of knighthood and thus inquired, "Might I ask, Commander Rod, what advantages does the title of knight bestow upon us?" Rod regarded Lin Rui with an air of haughty pride and replied, "The title of knight is not merely an honorific. It serves as a gateway into the noble class. For you commoners, this is a rare opportunity for elevation." The other challengers scoffed, dismissing his words with disdain. Who cared for such trivialities? They intended to complete their tasks and depart from this realm. Those so-called titles or noble identities bore no practical significance. What they were unaware of, however, was that the title of knight indeed held considerable importance, as it was one of the essential prerequisites for advancing to the legendary profession of paladin. Rod continued, "There are currently 110 recruits among you, and I shall divide you into 3 teams, appointing a captain for each." Upon hearing this, the challengers from Fortress 72 were momentarily taken aback. They were aware of having 51 in their ranks, yet here stood a total of 110. As they surveyed their surroundings, they discovered an abundance of unfamiliar faces bearing the trial insignia. These newcomers, too, regarded the members of Fortress 72 with curiosity. It appeared that challengers from 2 fortresses had been allocated to this area, with the opposing faction numbering 59, slightly more than those from Fortress 72. The challengers from the 2 fortresses exchanged glances, yet none seemed inclined to engage in conversation. Given that each fortress on the Yuan Star was self-governing, relations were predominantly competitive, and thus no amicable interactions occurred. At that moment, Rod's voice broke the tension. "I will select 3 of you to serve as squad leaders. Will you vote among yourselves? Or shall I make the selections?" As soon as Rod's words were uttered, a challenger beside Lin Rui eagerly proclaimed, "We choose Lin Rui as our captain." His declaration resonated with many from Fortress 72. "Indeed, we choose Lin Rui. Only he can lead us." The overwhelming majority began to advocate for Lin Rui, compelling even the plump individuals to raise their arms in support. The united front of Fortress 72 astonished the challengers from the other fortress, all eyes fixated on Lin Rui, who stood at the center of the adulation, his expression one of serene composure, devoid of any hint of pride. Rod displayed a look of gratification as he addressed Lin Rui. "Excellent. It appears that you are an outstanding warrior who has earned the trust of many." Lin Rui straightened his posture and earnestly replied, "I have merely endeavored to complete my training." Rod nodded in acknowledgement. "Then I appoint you as the captain of the first squad. I hope you will fulfill your future responsibilities with excellence." As Rod's words resonated, Lin Rui felt a surge of energy coursing through his body once more. Upon inspecting his personal information panel, he discovered that his warrior profession level had ascended to LV2, and a new skill had been added to his repertoire. Charge enhances one's speed, allowing for a rapid advance towards the enemy. Acquiring skills requires seeking out the appropriate profession trainers or learning from higher-tier professionals. Lin Rui's heart swelled with joy. Though he maintained a composed exterior as he solemnly stated to Rod, "I will remain loyal to your leadership, Commander Rod." Being the son of a commander, he understood the importance of pledging loyalty at the right moment. Rod, visibly pleased, nodded once more and inquired, "Do you have a suitable candidate for the second captain?" Meanwhile, within another fortress, the 59 trial participants began to nominate their captain. The outcome was somewhat surprising, as they chose 2 individuals, a man named Monk and a woman named Emma. Monk was robustly built, his demeanor exuding a sinister coldness. When his gaze fell upon Emma, a malevolent glimmer flickered in his eyes. Jing Yu observed this keenly, discerning that the trial participants in this fortress were also lacking in unity. Emma, on the other hand, exhibited remarkable composure, remaining silent as she stood with pursed lips. In truth, her supporters were few, numbering less than 10, yet each bore a resolute expression, indicating their steadfast belief in Emma. Rod surveyed the 2 candidates and their respective supporters, pausing thoughtfully before pointing to Monk. "You shall be the captain of the second squad." He then addressed Emma, "And you will lead the third squad." Naturally, neither expressed dissent. Following their appointments, both individuals experienced a rise in their professional levels. With the selection of the 3 captains finalized, the allocation of team members commenced. During this process, Rod refrained from intervening. allowing all participants the freedom to choose their preferred squads. Ultimately, regardless of their inclinations, all 51 trial participants from Fortress Number 72 joined Lin Rue's first squad. Monk's second squad garnered nearly 50 members, while the third squad, led by Emma, comprised only 9 individuals. Observing the scant numbers in the third squad, Rod remained unperturbed. His expression consistently calm, as if this outcome was precisely what he desired. He scanned the assembly and pronounced, "Since the third squad has the fewest members, it shall be designated as the Scout Squad." Upon hearing this, Emma and her companions visibly paled, for the title of Scout was synonymous with perilous duties, often navigating the treacherous battlefield. In contrast, Monk and his group wore expressions of schadenfreude. Had Rod not been present, they might have already begun to mock Emma. It appears that the conflict between the two individuals runs deep. Lin Rue, naturally, had no intention of intervening in their grievances. He reiterated to all his subordinates the importance of avoiding trouble, instructing them to follow his commands in all actions, particularly emphasizing the prohibition against engaging with the indigenous people independently. Lin Rue believed that although the plan to use expendable forces could not be implemented at present, he had already secured a strategic advantage. He could now proceed methodically, leveraging his team as strengths to seek advancement opportunities in the future. According to the task S indications, a war against the orcs was imminent. While the exact nature of the orcs remained unclear, it was evident that they would not be easily dealt with. Moreover, the task required the elimination of 50 orcs, which would undoubtedly pose the most challenging aspect of this trial. Utilizing the influence of the indigenous people represented a shortcut through the trial. He had already established a preliminary friendship with Commander Rod, and the next step was to leverage Rod's position within the fortress to acquire more resources. Rumors suggested that orcs had appeared in the southern Hillsbrad foothills, and the fortress commander intended to dispatch a reconnaissance squad to that area. This task was likely to be assigned to them. Rod approached Emma, fixing her with an unwavering gaze and stating, "You will accept this mission, won't you, Captain Emma?" Emma, tall and slender with chestnut hair, exuded an aura of grace clad in her fitted armor. However, under Rod's pressure, she reluctantly replied, "Yes, Commander." Rod nodded approvingly, "Excellent." Upon hearing the mention of the Hillsbrad foothills, Jing Yu was stirred, and he quickly realized that his opportunity had arrived. "Report." Everyone paused, and Rod, visibly displeased, inquired, "What is it, rookie?" "Commander, I wish to join the third squad as a scout. For the king's honor," Jing Yu declared, stepping forward with an air of righteousness, as though he were prepared to sacrifice himself for the king's cause. Lin Rue's expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated that, barely after issuing his orders, a participant from Fortress 72 would violate them by contacting the indigenous commander independently. Most concerning was that this individual sought to leave the first squad and elude his control. Captain Emma of the third squad frowned, not pleased by the prospect of an additional member. On the contrary, she felt a sense of distrust toward this newcomer from another fortress who had audaciously requested to join. She even suspected Jing Yu might be there to gather intelligence. Emma was instinctively reluctant to introduce a potential disruptor into her team, but the decision was evidently beyond her authority. She could only wait for Commander Rod to make a pronouncement. After a moment of contemplation, Rod nodded. "Very well, I consent to your joining the scout squad." Jing Yu breathed a sigh of relief and, amidst the astonished gazes of the others, departed from the first squad to join the now 10-member third scout squad. In the eyes of the others, this squad was regarded as an unappreciated unit, destined to play the role of expendable forces. Upon joining the scout team, Jing Yu offered a gentle smile and a nod to the captain, Emma, in an attempt to convey his amicability. However, Emma, seemingly indifferent, did not reciprocate and turned away with a stoic expression. Jing Yu furrowed his brow, realizing that his impulsive request to join might have provoked her disdain. Yet, upon reflection, he could comprehend her sentiment. Introducing a stranger into a close-knit team would naturally arouse suspicion in anyone. He felt no anger, but instead pondered quietly. "Do you think I seek merely a refuge? No, in truth, I am in search of an escape. Remaining in Alterac may offer safety, yet it equally complicates the task of slaying orcs and could even lead to purging for betraying the alliance." Jing Yu inherently possessed a spirit of adventure, yearning for extraordinary power. And the revelation that this so-called trial world was a familiar gaming realm only solidified his resolve. Chapter 7. Reconnaissance and Scout Missions with the formation of 3 new squads of recruits. They were next required to report to the fortress and officially join the ranks of the Alterac army. Led by Rod, they departed from the recruit training base and, upon exiting the valley that housed the training grounds, arrived at a formidable castle fortress. The kingdom of Alterac is composed of numerous strongholds that safeguard all the routes through the Alterac Mountains. The mountain paths that traverse north and south connect the Hillsbrad foothills with the northern kingdom of Lordaeron, marking it as a crucial strategic location. A few soldiers languidly guarded the fortress entrance, seemingly indifferent to Rod and his companion's arrival, continuing to recline against the walls while yawning. Rod, however, paid them no mind, adopting an air of nonchalance as he guided the recruits into the stronghold. After exchanging a few pleasantries with an officer, he left the recruits in the capable hands of their new commander. I am Jeff, the commander of Wasteland Fortress. From this moment on, you shall serve as soldiers here. You have all proven yourselves as competent warriors, yet complacency is not an option. Only through rigorous training can you grow stronger. Familiarize yourselves with your surroundings, and I will assign you your tasks shortly, Jeff declared. Upon concluding his address, he instructed an aide to escort the recruits on a tour of the entire Westwind Fortress, allowing them to acclimate to their new environment. Subsequently, Jeff assigned the 1st and 2nd squads their training and patrol duties. Trigger daily side quest. Complete daily training and patrol tasks. Reward, 30 experience, 60 trial points. The recruits from both squads were pleasantly surprised by the simplicity of the tasks at hand. Although the rewards were modest, they were guaranteed daily. To advance to level 2, they required 100 experience points, and by diligently fulfilling their training and patrol responsibilities each day, they could achieve this milestone within 4 days. Furthermore, training within the fortress would facilitate quicker acclimatization with their commanders and senior vocational trainers, thereby unlocking greater resources and professional skills. Everyone was content. The prospect of gaining power without the necessity of engaging in combat was undeniably appealing. Eventually, Jeff turned his attention to the 3rd squad, addressing Emma directly. According to intelligence reports, there appear to be signs of orc activity near the Hillsbrad foothills. Your mission is to investigate this matter thoroughly and return with as much detailed information as possible. Should you manage to capture an orc, I shall commend you before the king. Trigger side quest. Scout orc intelligence and report sufficient information to the Alliance commander. Reward, 100 experience, 500 trial points. Specific rewards will be determined by the significance of the information retrieved. Upon reviewing the information on the task board, the expressions of the 3rd squad members shifted dramatically. The rewards were indeed substantial, yet the corresponding danger and difficulty appeared considerable. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd squads could not suppress their expressions of schadenfreude. Jeff continued, stating, given that you have only undergone warrior training, I permit you to seek out Lieutenant Morgan of the Scout Battalion to learn the skills of reconnaissance. Consult with the stable manager to acquire horsemanship and procure a set of equipment and a warhorse from the quartermaster. Upon hearing this, Emma and her companions appeared somewhat relieved, while the members of the other 2 squads donned expressions of dismay. Only Jingyu remained composed throughout, for he understood the trajectory of the unfolding narrative, thus discerning much from Jeff's arrangements. It was evident that King Ali Din Paranold of Alterac had no intention of fully committing to the war. He allocated substantial military forces to safeguard the fortress while dispatching merely a scout team for intelligence gathering. According to the stipulations of the 7 Kingdoms Council, he should have mobilized troops to join the Allied forces to intercept the advancing orcs at Hillsbrad foothills. However, he refrained from doing so, clearly harboring alternative intentions. Moreover, the commander seemed to contemplate having the scouts capture an orc, suggesting that King Ali Din Paranold was already contemplating negotiations. Jingyu felt a growing unease. Based on the information at hand, it appeared that the 7 Kingdoms Council had concluded and the alliance had been formed. Presumably, Anduin Lothar had now assumed the mantle of commander of the coalition. Yet, the most crucial piece of information remained elusive. At what stage had the war's situation progressed? He was entirely in the dark. The fortress's officials were evidently concealing this information. Even if he were to inquire, they likely would remain tight-lipped. Or perhaps they were simply unaware themselves. Very well, prepare everything and set off. After issuing his commands, Jeff retreated to his quarters. A young girl from the third squad, pale-faced, turned to Emma for assistance, saying, "Sister Emma, what shall we do?" The expressions of those around her were grave, clearly reluctant to undertake this perilous mission. However, Emma remained clear-headed. "We are here to participate in the trial. We must not fear combat with the enemy. Moreover, the rewards for this task are substantial, and we must see it through." Upon hearing this, the squad members exchanged glances and nodded decisively, while Emma and her team deliberated the task. Jingyu had already arrived at the scout camp and sought out the scout training officer, Lieutenant Morgan. "Commander Jeff has issued orders to impart scouting skills to 10 new recruits. But I am quite concerned about how many of you will return," considering Morgan said, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he regarded Jingyu. Jingyu frowned. "Considering what?" Morgan shrugged. "Nothing of consequence. The fortress has dispatched several scout teams in recent days, yet none have returned. I suspect they either deserted or fell prey to those legendary orcs." "Damn it," Jingyu cursed inwardly, realizing this task would not be straightforward. Alterac, as a nation, was thoroughly rotten from top to bottom. Given the dire circumstances, their sole focus remained on fortifying the city. King Oridin Prinard evidently harbored his own intentions, sacrificing the lives of scouts to silence several other kings, ensuring they recognized that Alterac had also contributed to this war effort. Lieutenant Morgan from the scout camp imparted scout techniques to you, granting you the foundational class of scout. Alongside acquiring the scout profession, Morgan imparted 3 scout skills. Skills acquired: camouflage, detection, ambush. Judging by these skills, the scout profession presumably corresponds to the thief class within the game. Jingyu hesitated momentarily, then inquired of Lieutenant Morgan, "Sir, will the army of Alterac join this war?" Upon hearing this, Morgan revealed a barely perceptible smirk. Our king is a benevolent man. He would not desire his elite soldiers to perish in a conflict that holds no significance for him." Jingyu was taken aback, casting a deep glance at the scout lieutenant. Realizing that Oridin Prinard was not well regarded in Alterac, nodding, he prepared to bid farewell to Lieutenant Morgan. However, Morgan added, "Young scout, as a token of appreciation for your willingness to converse with me, I can teach you 2 additional skills, but they must remain a secret." With that, he winked at Jingyu. Skills acquired: poisoning, knockout. Jingyu was momentarily stunned. Had he triggered some hidden reward, or inadvertently gained Morgan's favor? Suppressing his excitement, he replied, "Thank you for your generosity, Lieutenant." Jingyu already possessed advanced equestrian skills, and initially saw no need to learn further. Yet after contemplation, he approached the stable master. The stable master was a rugged, silent giant without a name. When Jingyu approached, he uttered not a word and directly taught him equestrian skills. The stable master imparted Azerothian riding techniques to you, enhancing your advanced riding skills to master level, doubling your riding speed, horsemanship abilities, and affinity with mountable beasts. Wow, how fortunate that he had come. Jingyu felt a wealth of specialized riding techniques flooding his mind, encompassing not only warhorses, but also the riding methods for various exotic beasts. Now, his personal information panel had been significantly enriched. Name: Jingyu. Race: human. Class: Level 1 Warrior, Level 1 Scout. Warrior skills: Heroic Strike, Battle Cry. Scout skills: Camouflage, Detection, Ambush, Knockout, Poisoning. General skills: Proficiency in melee weapons, Beginner. Proficiency in firearms, Beginner. Equestrian skills: Master, Archery, Advanced. Skill levels range from Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master to Grandmaster. Talent: Sharpshooter. Storage space: 1 cubic meter. Novice. After mastering the skills and selecting a warhorse from the stables, the final step was to acquire equipment. With the command of the officer, Jingyu enjoyed considerable privileges at the quartermaster's office. One may obtain a set of lightweight leather armor, a longsword, a dagger, a range of ranged weapons, and several healing bandages. These items are of standard quality, typical of the equipment issued to ordinary soldiers. Yet the healing bandages hold significant importance, and Jingyu has no qualms about acquiring additional supplies. After selecting the other items, he gazes at the standard longbow and the dwarven firearm displayed on the rack, finding himself in a quandary. As a modern individual, he instinctively perceives firearms as possessing greater power. However, this is not a world governed by technology, so he ponders the futility of his dilemma. Ultimately, Jingyu opts for the longbow, for he possesses advanced archery skills and is quite familiar with its use. Once all preparations are complete, Jingyu feels that something is still amiss. Thus, he seeks out a chef in the military supply kitchen to learn the basics of cooking. As a seasoned player, he understands that food crafted using culinary skills in this realm serves purposes beyond mere sustenance. It can restore stamina and temporarily enhance certain attributes. With everything in readiness, Jingyu intends to depart the military supply camp. However, upon turning around, he unexpectedly collides with Emma and the other members of the scout team. It appears they have completed their skill training and are now ready to collect their gear. The members of the scout team exhibit expressions of surprise upon noticing the longbow strapped to Jingyu's back. It is indeed rare for someone to select such a weapon. Though this trial world lacks advanced technology, it does feature firearms such as the dwarven gun, making bows and arrows seem significantly inferior in prestige and lethality. Jingyu perceives the skepticism reflected in their eyes, but chooses not to engage in explanations. With a slight nod, he passes by the group and exits the area. Emma casts a lingering glance at his retreating figure, remaining silent as she continues guiding her team in selecting their equipment. Chapter 8. Orc Scout Team. The equipment for every member of the scout team was swiftly assembled. Apart from Jingyu, who wielded a bow, the others were armed with firearms. Some with long rifles and others with short flintlock guns. At this moment, Commander Jeff reappeared, urging them to hasten their departure for the reconnaissance mission without further ado. The scout team, having just received their new gear and lacking any opportunity to practice, found themselves hastily expelled from the fortress, only to hear the mocking laughter of the first and second teams behind them. A simmering anger brewed within Emma. She could not comprehend why they were being unfairly targeted by their superior when they had done nothing wrong. However, despite her frustration, the mission must proceed. She managed her emotions, unfurling a map that had just been handed to her by the quartermaster, a privilege reserved solely for the team leader. Jingyu approached Emma, peering over the map alongside her. She did not object. After all, they were all trialists without any enmity between them, and they would need to fight side by side in the forthcoming task. Thus, they gathered together to deliberate. The hills of Hillsbrad lay to the south of Alterac Valley, accessible via two routes, east and west. The objective was clear, and the only remaining question was how to proceed. Should they choose one route or split into two? Emma did not dwell on the decision for long. Given their collective unfamiliarity with this world, dividing their forces would only heighten their peril. Hence, she resolved that they would act in unison, opting for the shorter eastern route. Once the team had readied their equipment, they mounted their horses and set forth towards their goal. They cautiously navigated the snow-laden mountain path, the sound of hooves crunching through the thick snow resonating in the stillness. The descent was treacherous, and with their rudimentary riding skills, their pace was slow. They meandered for nearly 3 hours until the surrounding snow began to diminish, revealing pale earth beneath, and as the ground hardened, they quickened their speed. In contrast to the others, who rode with trepidation, Jingyu appeared remarkably at ease. He hardly needed to grasp the reins, maneuvering effortlessly in the saddle with just his legs, yet he feigned a lack of skill to avoid drawing attention. Nevertheless, his relaxed demeanor did not escape Emma's notice. He remained unhurriedly positioned in the center of the group, clearly accommodating the others. In astonishment, she remarked to Jingyu, "Your riding skills are exceptional. Does your fortress offer equestrian training?" Jingyu offered no elaborate explanation, merely nodding slightly. Emma chose not to pursue the matter further and continued leading the group onward. After nearly 4 more hours of travel, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. In stark contrast to the ice-clad summit, the scenery here was vibrant and refreshing. Lush trees, a verdant plain carpeted with grass, distant forests, rivers, and blossoms. Such breathtaking beauty was a sight rarely seen within the confines of the fortress. The mood among the group had significantly improved. The youngest girl in their midst paused to pluck a few flowers from the roadside, adorning her head with them. Captain Emma did not intervene but gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, while the other team members wore smiles of their own. Observing this scene, Jingyu felt perplexed. The trial participants of this fortress appeared far more humane compared to the frigid atmosphere of Fortress 72. However, it seemed that the 9 of them harbored animosity towards Monk and his faction, as Monk's eyes were filled with a murderous intent when he looked at them. "We hail from the civilian district of Fortress 38. Which fortress do you belong to?" Emma, seemingly shedding her wariness, initiated a conversation with Jingyu. He was momentarily taken aback. Fortress 38, the civilian district. Why was there a need to emphasize their origins from the civilian district? Emma seemed to perceive his thoughts and continued. "Fortress 38 is divided into noble and civilian districts, and we come from the slums within the civilian district." "Slums?" Jingyu echoed, astonished. "Indeed, slums. Yet the lords from the noble district refuse to acknowledge their existence, often referring to us as rabble or vagrants." A realization dawned upon Jingyu. He understood the implications behind Emma's words. Each fortress, after severing connections, had adopted a system of self-governance, inevitably leading to chaotic management. It appeared that Fortress 38 was even harsher than his own Fortress 72, having established a feudal-like aristocracy, revealing the extent of madness among its rulers. "I am from Fortress 72, he exclaimed. "So, does that mean Monk's second squad is comprised of nobles?" Emma nodded and replied emphatically, "Indeed, Monk is a noble, a true noble." Jingyu remarked with a smirk, "If there are nobles, then there must also be slaves." His intention was jest, but he soon realized the potential insensitivity of his words. Particularly since Emma was an adversary of Monk, she might misconstrue his comment as mockery, implying that her group were mere slaves. However, Emma did not dwell on it. She merely smiled and, with a teasing tone, stated, "There are no nominal slaves, merely a change in terminology, such as loyal subjects." This revelation astonished Jingyu, laden with implications that left him momentarily speechless. Emma chose not to pursue the topic further and countered, "It seems you, too, are isolated. Do you have grievances with the others from Fortress 72? Jingyu hesitated before responding. "You noticed?" "Of course. Otherwise, how would you have applied to join us alone? Especially when those people haven't uttered a single word?" Jingyu offered a resigned smile. "You are right. It appears we are both unwelcome in our respective fortresses." After a brief exchange, their bond had strengthened, and the other members of the team no longer wore expressions of indifference. The flower-picking girl even smiled at Jingyu, filling him with warmth, a rare sensation amidst the persecution he had endured since his arrival. The group continued onward, traversing through a thicket before emerging into a vast expanse of open fields. It was farmland, dotted with farms and grazing cows. Such a bountiful landscape. It appeared that the inhabitants here lived a life of comfort. Several team members gazed in astonishment at the flourishing crops, engaging in lively discussions. Emma consulted her map and surveyed the surroundings, then addressed the group. "Let us venture forth. This should be the outskirts of Terran Mill, with the town itself to the northeast." Perhaps due to the tranquil environment, the group let down their guard, their steps light as they approached the farm. However, Jingyu remained vigilant. He was far too familiar with Terran Mill. Though it was a small town, it held considerable notoriety within the game, with numerous quests and instances tied to it. While this town had been spared from the Orc invasion during the war, it would ultimately fall to the Scourge, becoming a stronghold for the Forsaken. Yet, that was merely a narrative within the game. Now, they were in a tangible world. And Jingyu could not assure that orcs were not lurking ahead. He instinctively gripped his dagger, ready to retaliate should enemies appear. Nevertheless, upon entering the farm, nothing transpired. Not even the farmer showed up. The entire farm exuded an eerie silence, and the team members discovered that both the barn and the house were devoid of life. A few cows grazed nearby, occasionally lifting their heads, showing no reaction to the presence of the unfamiliar intruders. The youngest girl innocently inquired, "How strange. Is there no one here? Have they perhaps gone somewhere?" Emma shook her head cautiously, warning everyone, "Draw your weapons, stay alert. I sense something amiss." Her words heightened the group's vigilance, and they unsheathed their swords, standing guard with utmost caution. At that moment, an unusual sound echoed from a distant livestock shed. Startled, Emma signaled for silence, casting a glance at a tall male teammate, and the two of them stealthily approached the shed. Jingyu's expression turned grave. His sharpshooter talent heightened his senses to an extreme degree, and he detected a whiff of danger in the air. He slowly readied his longbow, nocking an arrow. His gaze fixed warily on the livestock shed. Just as Emma and her companion drew near, the wooden wall of the shed suddenly erupted, and a massive throwing axe hurtled forth, aimed directly at the male teammate. "Watch out!" Emma cried in alarm, urgently warning the man beside her. The male teammate spotted the incoming axe, but his reflexes were too slow to evade it. Whoosh! The flying axe carved through the air, striking him and tearing through his upper body, leaving a gaping wound before he could even utter a cry, collapsing heavily to the ground. "Zhang Tong!" Emma stared in disbelief as her teammate fell, pain echoing in her voice as she called out his name. Death had arrived with such suddenness that the remaining team members were left in shock, with a young female member emitting a terrified scream. "Be careful," Jingyu warned loudly, drawing his longbow to its full tension. With a sharp twang, an arrow sliced through the air, piercing the opening of the livestock pen. A sickening sound followed as the arrow penetrated flesh, eliciting a roar of agony from within the shed, a sound laced with fury that was clearly beyond human capacity. Indeed, in the next moment, a massive hole was smashed into the livestock pen as a gigantic green figure burst forth, wielding a colossal axe. This enormous creature, standing well over 2 meters tall, were features reminiscent of a human, yet they were rugged and menacing. A pair of sharp tusks jutted from its mouth, and its body was a mass of robust muscles, radiating a terrifying aura. Jingyu recognized it as a green-skinned orc that had consumed the blood of demons. Although he could not comprehend the creature's utterances, it was evident that it was enraged. "Geo Kosh!" An arrow was embedded in the orc's chest, which it yanked out with little regard for the blood streaming from the wound, roaring as it charged towards Emma, who stood closest to it. Chapter 9. The shooting Emma faced the terrifying creature rushing towards her with unwavering composure, drawing her longsword to confront it. The strength of the orc warrior surpassed that of a human soldier, yet its speed was not as agile. As a level 2 warrior and level 1 scout, Emma possessed superior skills and extensive combat experience compared to her peers. Instead of engaging the orc in a direct confrontation, she relied on her nimbleness, darting and weaving to strike at the orc's lower body with her longsword. The green-skinned orc roared in fury, but found itself unable to counter Emma's agile assaults. Observing this, the other members of the team breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, they had been intimidated by the orc's fearsome presence just moments ago. However, it was now evident that the disparity in strength between humans and orcs was not insurmountable. Unbeknownst to them, Emma was in a predicament. The orc's tough hide rendered her longsword's attack power inadequate, making it difficult to inflict significant damage. Despite several sneak attacks, she had only managed to leave a few shallow wounds, far less impressive than the arrow shot by Jingyu earlier. Jingyu quickly discerned Emma's plight and drew a sharp arrow, aiming at the frenzied orc. The orc, sensing a threat, let out another roar, seemingly calling for reinforcements. In the dense jungle at the edge of Loch Kahata Farm, a beastly howl echoed in response, followed by the sudden appearance of a massive saddle wolf charging towards Emma. "Damn it, the Warsong clan." Jingyu cursed under his breath, surprised to encounter this infamous orc clan so soon after his arrival. The Warsong clan was one of the most formidable among all orc tribes, renowned for their ferocity in battle and among the earliest to have imbibed the blood of demons. Their leader, Gromhelhal, was a war fanatic with an insatiable thirst for conflict. What made the Warsong clan particularly fearsome was their possession of the rare cavalry among orc tribes, the Wolf Riders. The swift and mobile wolf cavalry were the nemesis of all human soldiers, their strength and endurance rivaling that of war horses, yet they boasted greater agility and aggression. Jingyu acted decisively, realizing he could not allow the orc to mount the saddle wolf. He swiftly redirected his arrow towards the galloping beast, and with a twang of the bowstring, the arrow struck true. However, the saddle wolf's defenses were astonishing. The arrow struck the saddle straps, cushioned by its thick fur, causing minimal harm as it continued its relentless charge towards Emma. "What are you waiting for? Fire your firearms." Seeing the scout team descend into chaos, Jingyu shouted, snapping them out of their stupor. The others quickly shouldered their dwarven firearms, preparing to load and fire. Some aimed at the orc, while others targeted the saddle wolf. With a series of sharp gunfire, blood blossomed from both the orc and the saddle wolf. Undeterred by the pain, the saddle wolf pressed onward, its bond with the orc deepening. In moments of danger for its master, it activated its protective instincts. At this moment, the orc began to exhibit a ferocious side. The blood of demons, combined with the innate talents of his race, ignited within him the primal fury characteristic of orcs. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed the renowned battle cry of the horde, Loktar Ogre. His physique swelled dramatically, and his speed and strength surged. Jingyu felt an involuntary rush of adrenaline, as if he were transported to the battlefield of Aoshang within a game world. He swiftly drew another arrow, pulling his standard longbow to a full moon before releasing it with a gentle flick of his finger. The bowstring sang a resonant note, and the arrow whistled sharply as it shot forth, striking true at the vital point of the wolf mouth. It pierced through the creature's right eye socket and into its skull. The wolf's powerful charge faltered, and after a final, mournful howl, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Kill the wolf mount, experience 50. Jingyu noted that his professional experience had surged by half. Indeed, slaying foes was the fastest route to level up. Simultaneously, several teammates who had participated in the wolf's demise also gained experience, albeit less, between 10 to 20 points, based on their inflicted damage. After vanquishing the wolf, Jingyu did not forget Emma, who was still embroiled in a fierce struggle. The green-skinned orc had fully succumbed to his berserk state, enveloped in a faint crimson aura. His eyes a blazing red. The massive axe in his hands swung with ferocious intent, his speed and strength markedly amplified. Emma was left with little choice but to evade, narrowly dodging a potentially lethal strike that could have cleaved her in two. She gasped for breath, her stamina severely depleted, while the orc grew ever more formidable. Meanwhile, several teammates raised their dwarven rifles and unleashed another volley of shots. However, the frenzied orc seemed impervious to pain, becoming increasingly mad with each penetrating bullet. With a surge of might, he lunged toward Emma. At that moment, Emma was barely holding her ground, unable to evade the orc's desperate attack. Suddenly, a series of swift, slicing sounds pierced the air as 3 arrows whizzed past Emma's head, embedding themselves in the orc's hulking form, with the final arrow piercing through his neck. With a final roar of Laktuk, the orc collapsed, lifeless. Kill the orc foot soldier, gain experience 50. The experience bar filled instantly, and Jingyu realized he could choose which profession to upgrade. Without hesitation, he allocated the experience to the scout profession, as he discerned that the enhancement of agility through the sharpshooter talent would benefit the scout class most significantly. Upon advancing to level 2, the scout's agility, along with his body's responsiveness and coordination, saw a notable improvement, although the increase in strength was negligible, nearly unworthy of mention. Once the orc fell, silence enveloped the surroundings, and the immediate threat appeared to have dissipated. The group remained vigilant, cautiously surveying the area until they confirmed all danger had passed, allowing them to finally relax. Emma and her companions gazed sorrowfully at their teammate, who had moments ago been vibrant and full of life, now reduced to a shattered corpse. Jingyu, suppressing the discomfort of his first kill, approached the orc's lifeless body to commence the task of looting. Given the striking resemblance of this world to the game, it seemed only natural that a piece or two of equipment might be obtained. He was not disappointed from the orc's remains. He retrieved a one-handed axe and a pair of leather shorts. Orc battle axe, quality, excellent, attributes, enhanced attack, normal tier. Leather shorts, quality, excellent, attributes, normal defense, enhanced agility. Although the axe was classified as a one-handed weapon for orcs, it appeared excessively large for a human. Jingyu found it unappealing, surmising that only a shield warrior would be inclined to wield such a tool. After examining the orc's corpse, he proceeded to the direwolf's remains. Unfortunately, the direwolf yielded nothing. The trial emblem signaled that without the requisite skinning skills, the body could not be processed. Jingyu donned the leather shorts, feeling a notable increase in his bodily coordination, and grasped the battle axe to test its weight. It was too cumbersome. While the axe was manageable for an orc, it necessitated 2 hands for him, likely due to his low level and insufficient strength. At this stage, it seemed that only a dedicated warrior class could make effective use of it. After a moment of contemplation, Jingyu resolved to bestow the axe upon Emma and her group. After all, he could not utilize the weapon himself, and it would serve as a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, he had firmly decided against returning to Alterac, should he part ways. It might cause complications for Emma and her companions. Offering the battle axe would also serve to alleviate his feelings of guilt. With this thought in mind, he approached Emma, who, along with the others, stood mournfully beside their fallen comrade, their expressions heavy with grief, oblivious to anything else. It was only when she noticed the weapon being presented to her that Emma reacted. She looked up at Jingyu, searching his face for insights. The recent battle had unfolded rapidly and briefly, yet it did not diminish the significance of Jingyu's contributions. Emma understood well that without Jingyu's intervention, their small team might have suffered far greater losses, and even she might not have survived. Recalling the image of this young man, calm and composed as he loosed arrow after arrow, she felt that all her prior training had been mere pretense. "Thank you," Emma sincerely expressed, refraining from taking the equipment. Jingyu smiled. "No need for gratitude. We are teammates, are we not?" Emma regarded him thoughtfully, then pondered aloud. "You are right. We are teammates. However, you were the one who felled that orc. We would have no objections if you were to keep this equipment for yourself." Despite her upbringing in a chaotic slum, Emma was a person of strong principles, which perhaps accounted for the respect she garnered from her fellow team members. However, in such a world, excessive principles merely become a burden. Jingyu smiled gently and asserted, "Take it. Without your presence, I could not have so effortlessly resolved these matters. This is merely an equipment of little significance. Even if you have no use for it, others may find it essential, for we are bound to encounter even greater dangers ahead." Emma's eyes flickered, and at last, she relinquished her insistence, accepting the orc war axe. "Thank you." Chapter 10 Side Quest. Ignoring the chaos around him, Jingyu waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the livestock barn, eager to uncover the truth of the farm's unsettling events. He aimed to help Emma and the others regain their composure after the loss of their comrade. As he cautiously stepped into the barn, he was met with a harrowing sight. A horse lay open and gutted, and on the ground, the lifeless body of a man, presumably the farm's owner, with a broken neck, signifying his demise. Aside from some grains and hay, nothing else remained. Initially intent on leaving, Jingyu hesitated as he gazed at the corpse. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and dragged the body outside. Outside, the young female scout, still reeling from their recent tragedy, sorrowfully inquired, "Sister Emma, what shall we do next?" The expressions of the other team members mirrored her grief, having just descended the mountain. The loss of a fellow warrior cast a shadow over their spirits. Emma understood the critical nature of morale in such dire moments and resolved not to succumb to despair. Regaining her composure, she surveyed their surroundings and gestured towards a distant hillside. "Let us lay Zhang Tong to rest here. The scenery is beautiful, and it would serve as a fitting final resting place." Seeing their leader maintain her resolute demeanor seemed to revive their spirits. They rallied around Emma's decision and set to work. Two robust members of the team began to dig a grave, while the others tended to the remains of their fallen comrade. Upon witnessing Jingyu dragging another corpse, the diggers instinctively expanded their efforts, creating an additional grave. Meanwhile, as the others busied themselves, Emma focused intently on the corpse of the orc, deep in thought. Ultimately, with a determined resolve, she brandished her sword and, to the astonishment of her companions, severed the orc's head, wrapping the substantial head in cloth. She stowed it away in her storage space. Jingyu discerned her intention. Emma meant to bring the orc's head back to the fortress as evidence of their reconnaissance mission to present to the commander. Given the recent trials, Emma proved to be an admirable leader, brave, composed, and decisive. If she could complete the trial and return to the real world, she would undoubtedly emerge as an exceptional, extraordinary being. Before long, two makeshift graves were prepared. They buried their comrade with a simple ceremony, followed by placing the farm owner's body in the other grave. At that moment, the trial emblem suddenly emitted a notification. Side quest triggered. The farm owner's last wish. The farm owner's last wish. Deliver the news of the farm owner's death to his wife, Martha, who resides at the church in Tarlamere town. Quest rewards: 50 experience points, 100 trial points, and Martha's gratitude. The announcement from the trial emblem invigorated the team, as the entire scouting party received this quest, promising rewards upon successful completion. Without delay, after laying their fallen comrade to rest, the scout team remounted and commenced their journey towards the town of Taranmeal. However, the original cohort of 10 had now dwindled to 9. Along the way, the scouts encountered numerous farmers laboring in the fields, who regarded them with curious glances, seemingly perplexed by the presence of soldiers in their midst. Clearly, the locals remained oblivious to the impending war, and the orc they had previously encountered was merely a straggler, inadvertently wandering into this area. Upon entering the town, they found the streets bustling with activity. Merchants hawked freshly picked fruits, farmers' wives chatted while hanging laundry, and children frolicked around flower beds. The tranquil scene contrasted starkly with the recent carnage the scouts had endured, evoking a sense of reluctance to disturb this serene environment. After inquiring with a farmer's wife for directions to the church, the group hastened onward. The scout team appeared out of place amidst the town's harmony, their presence swiftly attracting the attention of the mayor, who had been waiting for them outside the church. "Gentlemen, your appearance has startled the townsfolk. Forgive my impertinence, but what has transpired?" The mayor, a dapper man with a small mustache and a top hat, bowed slightly to Emma, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. Whether it was the mayor's disdainful demeanor or the lingering fury over their fallen comrade, Emma remained silent. With a decisive motion, she hurled the severed head of the orc at the mayor's feet. The grotesque trophy rolled ominously, prompting gasps from the onlookers, who began to retreat in fear. The mayor, stricken with terror, trembled and leaned heavily on his cane, stammering, "Heavens, what manner of beast is this? Honorable captain, may I inquire about the events that have transpired?" Emma replied coldly, "It is an orc. It appeared at the eastern farm and murdered the proprietor. We are here to warn you. To prevent further casualties, it would be prudent to take precautions, as such creatures may manifest again." A kind-hearted individual, Emma wished to shield this peaceful town from the ravages of war, and thus felt compelled to elaborate, hoping to instill a sense of vigilance among the townsfolk to avert further bloodshed. The mayor, visibly shaken by the news, gaped in disbelief. "Goodness, the rumors are true. Monsters are indeed advancing from the south. How dreadful. Oh, there is only the Hart farm to the east. Poor Martha. We must summon her at once. These brave warriors bear news that will shatter her heart. May the light preserve her." The scout team exchanged glances, amused by the mayor's incessant chatter. Nevertheless, they felt a sense of relief at having swiftly located their objective. Shortly thereafter, a farmer's wife emerged from the church, and upon hearing the news of her husband's demise, she collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by grief. Emma and her companions gazed at the heartbroken woman, only able to shake their heads in sorrow. They had just lost a comrade. Mission accomplished, rewards obtained. 50 experience, 100 trial points, Martha's gratitude. The so-called gift from Martha turned out to be a ring. One for each member of the scout team. Martha's ring, quality, ordinary, agility 1. Despite its average quality, the attributes were commendable, enhancing the capabilities of each member of the scout team. After completing the task, Emma intended to depart, but the mayor suddenly grasped her arm. "Brave scout leader, your earlier words urged us to remain vigilant, yet Tarren Mill has always been peaceful, never having encountered war. We are uncertain about the measures to take. Could you assist us?" Emma was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her cautionary remark would lead to such unwanted complications. She contemplated declining, as the entire scout team was burdened with reconnaissance duties, having already received news of orc sightings and possessing an orc's head as evidence. The reconnaissance mission was effectively complete, and Emma believed they could return to the fortress to report, especially with significant rewards awaiting them. However, Jingyu felt a stirring in his heart, stepped forward, and gently tugged at Emma's hand, whispering, "Agree to help him." Emma paused, glancing at Jingyu in confusion, then at the eager faces of the townsfolk surrounding them, and reluctantly nodded, saying, "Very well." The trial emblem emitted another notification sound. Triggered side quest, Tarren Mill's defensive measures. The residents of Tarren Mill face the risk of orc attacks. Assist Tarren Mill in entering a state of emergency preparedness, enabling the townsfolk to possess a degree of self-defense capability. Mission rewards, 200 experience points, 500 trial points, the mayor's gratitude. What bountiful rewards! The team members all received the mission, their spirits lifted by the generous incentives. However, many were puzzled by the task's description, as the information provided was scant and failed to clarify the criteria for mission completion. Jingyu felt a surge of excitement. He believed he had finally grasped some of the rules of the trial world. By actively interacting with the indigenous inhabitants of this realm, one could enhance the probability of triggering side quests. Had he not buried the farmer's body earlier, he would not have activated the farmer's last wish quest. Likewise, had Emma not uttered that cautionary remark to the mayor, this side quest, Taryn Mill's emergency measures, might not have materialized at all. These missions were obtained through proactive communication. In stark contrast to Jingyu's relaxed demeanor, Emma felt a headache brewing. She furrowed her brow as she surveyed the task details, then quietly inquired, "How are we to execute this mission? After all, it was you who urged me to accept it. Do not fret. We do not need to equip the townsfolk with formidable combat skills. We merely need to enhance their awareness, teaching them how to evade the orcs." Emma appeared perplexed, pondering how to accomplish that. Jingyu sighed, and the look of silent reproach in his eyes filled Emma with a profound sense of shame. Chapter 11. Nobility. Jingyu summoned all the members of the scout team and the town mayor, commencing the allocation of tasks. The tasks were rather straightforward, encapsulated in 3 primary points. Firstly, to escort the farmers residing on the outskirts back to the town. Secondly, to assemble all able-bodied young men in the town, where members of the scout team would provide them with basic weapon training. Thirdly, to instill a sense of vigilance among the townspeople, organizing sentinels and patrols, ensuring that any unusual occurrences were reported immediately. Is it really that simple? Emma hesitated, uncertain whether such objectives could be accomplished. Of course, we shall do our utmost. Jingyu replied. Since there are no specific requirements on how far we must progress in this task, it indicates that the assessment lies in our capacity to exert maximum effort. Does it not? Emma paused, then nodded earnestly, convinced by his words. Similarly, the others were persuaded. Faced with the prospect of generous rewards, the scout members' sense of duty was ignited, and under Jingyu's leadership, they swiftly assumed their designated roles. Although Talamir had never experienced war, the town's warehouse still harbored some weapons, which the mayor distributed among the young men. The townsfolk held a deep respect for the soldiers, and with the mayor's presence, they dutifully began their training. The once tranquil Talamir town was, for a rare moment, enveloped in a palpable tension. Jingyu opted not to involve himself in any tasks, instead leisurely wandering through the town. Although he did not uncover any opportunities to trigger the mission, he cherished a fleeting moment of tranquility. As night fell, the scout team remained in the town, with the mayor arranging for them to stay at the only inn available. The townspeople's hospitality was evident, yet the day's tragic events had dampened their spirits, leading to a muted atmosphere devoid of festivities. They simply prepared a bountiful meal for the team before departing. Jingyu appeared at ease, sipping the fruit wine brewed by the locals while sampling various dishes, selecting a few delightful flavors to store in the trial emblem's spatial compartment. Observing his actions, the others soon followed suit, filling their own storage spaces with food. After a day of camaraderie, Jingyu had grown familiar with the team. Apart from the captain Emma, the youngest member, a flower-picking girl named Suko, was only 16, even younger than Jingyu. Emma seemed reluctant to explain why such a minor was brought into the trial tower. So Jingyu refrained from probing further, though he sensed a subtle oppression from Fortress 38 towards the common folk. At that moment, a boisterous man approached Jingyu, his face flushed, evidently having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. He raised his cup and cheerfully toasted Jingyu, clapping him on the shoulder. "Young brother, we owe you our gratitude for your efforts during the day. Otherwise, we would have been in peril." The other team members exchanged complex glances with Jingyu, falling into a contemplative silence. Jingyu chuckled nonchalantly, jesting, "There's no need for such formality. After all, we are all in the same boat." The crowd paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. They did not mind having a formidable teammate, but they were averse to arrogance. Clearly, Jingyu's self-deprecating humor endeared him to everyone. Emma watched the scene with a smile. These individuals had endured the oppression of the aristocracy at the fortress, and here they finally experienced a modicum of goodwill. The burly man clearly took a liking to Jingyu, laughing heartily while repeatedly clapping him on the shoulder. Fortunately, Jingyu's physical condition had improved significantly. Otherwise, those hearty slaps might have dislocated his arm. "I am Ma Hong, and I am 42 years old," the burly man suddenly remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Jingyu was taken aback. The man named Ma Hong was bearded and dark-skinned, looking rather unkempt. Jingyu had assumed he merely appeared older than his years, thinking he must be no more than 30, only to discover he was actually much older. Curiosity piqued. He noted the oddity of Emma's group. The youngest was merely 16, while the eldest was a surprising 42, and this was Ma Hong's first venture into the trial tower. Sensing Jingyu's astonishment, Ma Hong took a swig of his drink and inquired, "You must be wondering why, at my age, I still choose to participate in the trials." Observing Ma Hong's demeanor, Emma and others fell silent, sighing collectively. Some closed their eyes in contemplation, while others began to drink in solitude. Jingyu raised his glass to clink with Ma Hong's, downing the contents before fixing his gaze on him, adopting an attentive posture. In Fortress 38, only the aristocrats are permitted to enter the trial tower. We stumbled upon this opportunity by sheer chance. Surprisingly, my occupation is that of a scavenger, and I have never studied anything regarding the trial tower before being thrust into it. Ma Hong's voice brimmed with self-mockery as he took a hearty gulp of his drink, his complexion reddening further. Those damned aristocrats possess formidable powers. Instead of hunting the beasts outside, they oppress the common folk. This wretched world. Participating in the trials can be fatal. When their kind perishes in numbers, they resort to abducting common women and forcing them to bear children. Jingyu was momentarily stunned, gazing at the agitated Ma Hong while surveying the expressions of those around him. He had not anticipated that Fortress 38 was so utterly absurd. Although he had not heard any specific accounts from them, the fragments of conversation revealed much. Aristocrats, slums, scavengers, oppression, abduction, forced reproduction. These bloody terms painted a vivid picture of the grim reality there. Jingyu sighed inwardly. He had thought Fortress 72 was rife with injustice and deceit. A thoroughly rotten place, but compared to Fortress 38, it seemed to be a veritable paradise. "All right, old Ma, you've had enough to drink." Just as Ma Hong was about to continue, a teammate stepped in, unable to bear the conversation any longer. Who would have thought that Ma Hong would abruptly shake him off, glaring with fiery red eyes and exclaiming, "Why won't you let me speak? It is not I who engages in such acts, but those ravenous nobles who devour without leaving a bone. They're the ones who should feel ashamed." Jingyu pulled Ma Hong back into his seat and, with curiosity, inquired, "You have yet to tell me the reason for your participation in the trial tower." Upon hearing this question, Ma Hong's fervor instantly diminished. The excitement he had just displayed faded away, and he fell silent, burying himself in his drink. Jingyu, puzzled, glanced at the others. Yet, their faces mirrored a similar despondence, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The atmosphere once again turned somber, and Jingyu discerned that they bore an unspeakable burden. Thus, he refrained from further probing, refilling his cup and raising it towards everyone, proclaiming, "To hell with the nobles. Let not those repugnant creatures spoil our revelry. Come, let us drink to our heart's content. Indeed, to hell with the nobles. Let us drink. Cheers." Jingyu's words reignited the merriment within the tavern, momentarily casting aside their troubles as they indulged in hearty libations. Ima embraced the young girl Susie, her gaze toward Jingyu filled with complexity. This young man was not much older than Susie, yet he spoke and acted with remarkable composure, especially with his terrifying archery skills, which belied his status as a novice in the trials. A night of revelry ensued. The following day, upon rising, they resumed their tasks. The scout team had but one remaining duty, training the militia in weaponry usage. The training consumed an entire day, but by its conclusion, the militia had grasped the basics of wielding arms, at least managing not to injure those around them. Subsequently, the scout team arranged patrol locations and established several watchposts around the town, thereby nearing the completion of their mission. Ima approached the mayor to present the fruits of their labor from the past 2 days. Mission accomplished, reward received, 300 experience, 700 trial points. Jingyu allocated 200 experience to the scouts, elevating their rank to level 3, while the remaining 100 experience was bestowed upon the warriors, who ascended to level 2. Others followed suit, distributing their experience points to upgrade both professions. Upon completion, all members had reached level 2. With only Ima and Jingyu having one profession at level 3, Ima as a level 3 warrior, and Jingyu as a level 3 scout. Just as everyone rejoiced, the mayor continued, As a token of my gratitude, I, in my capacity as mayor, present each of you with a weapon. You may choose freely from the storeroom." This announcement delighted the scout team even further, for they understood the significance of possessing a quality weapon in battle. The rewards from the task would undoubtedly surpass the standard equipment distributed by the supply officer. Upon entering the storeroom, they began selecting their arms, and to everyone's astonishment, a considerable quantity of weapons remained even after distribution to the townsfolk. The mayor elucidated, these armaments were left behind by the army of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. Given the strategic accessibility of Terran Mill, the esteemed marshal deemed it prudent to stockpile a cache of weapons here for logistical support in times of conflict. Emma, perplexed, inquired, "But won't you face repercussions for distributing the weapons?" The mayor, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I am a lord. I hold dominion over all matters pertaining to this town." The assembly exchanged glances, reflecting upon the malevolence of the aristocracy. Shortly thereafter, the group completed their selections. Gazing contentedly at their newly acquired weapons, Jingyu felt a sense of disappointment as he had not discovered a bow superior to the one he possessed. Ultimately settling on a dagger, Ling Monkey's military dagger of excellent quality, attributes, enhanced agility, armor-piercing enhancement. Once everyone was equipped with their weapons, they lingered no longer. After bidding farewell to the mayor, they mounted their steeds and departed from Terran Mill. Chapter 12. The Dwarven Dutton. After the scout team departed from Terran Mill, they arrived at a crossroads. To the north lay the road back to Alterac, while the east led to Dunhold Keep. Without a moment's hesitation, Emma and the others unanimously chose to head north to deliver their mission to the west keep of Alterac. However, at that moment, Jingyu's horse came to a halt. He gazed at Emma and her companions, hesitating to speak. Throughout their day together, trust had blossomed among them. He could have quietly slipped away, but after some contemplation, he resolved to lay his cards on the table. Noticing Jingyu's reluctance to move, the other team members paused, gazing at him in confusion. Only Emma sensed something amiss and tentatively inquired, "Aren't you planning to return?" Jingyu nodded. The young girl, Suko, eagerly questioned, "Why?" Having already developed a fondness for Jingyu. Her expression shifted upon hearing that he did not wish to go back. The others mirrored her bewilderment. Taking a deep breath, Jingyu slowly articulated, "I refuse to cower within that castle. From the moment I entered this world, it became evident to me that the Alterac army is devoid of spirit, merely a collection of individuals content with their stagnant positions. They do not merit our sacrifice." One scout could not contain his retort, "But we are not sacrificing ourselves for them. We are participating in a trial." "Indeed, we are in a trial," Jingyu concurred. "Which is precisely why we should select a more suitable battleground. The people of Alterac are only interested in defending their walls, neglecting any pursuit of battle. Such complacency will hinder our progress in becoming stronger. I refuse to squander our precious time there." His earnest explanation seemed to provide a fitting rationale. Upon hearing this, Emma and the others exchanged glances, and Mahong scoffed, "So you are a war maniac as well?" Jingyu shook his head with a smile and countered, "Is it not advantageous to be a war maniac in a world like ours?" Mahong clenched his teeth and retorted angrily, "Humph. The war maniacs I have encountered are merely bullies of their own kind. I wonder which category you fall into?" "Enough. After all, Jingyu has aided us," Emma interjected, turning to Jingyu and adding, "It seems we are destined to part ways. Although I do not fully comprehend your intentions, I wish you well and hope you achieve your desires." Jingyu fell silent for a moment before reminding them, "Our trial task may seem straightforward, yet to fulfill it, we must engage in battle. If we miss the pivotal conflicts, it will become exceedingly difficult to complete it later." Emma listened intently, understanding that Jingyu's intentions were well-meaning. "I understand, but I believe that in war, an individual's strength is ultimately limited. Therefore, I still wish to return to the castle." Seeing that Emma had not grasped his true meaning, Jingyu opted to say no more. He could hardly reveal his knowledge of the storyline to her. However, considering that everyone had fought side by side the previous day, I felt compelled to reiterate, the kingdom of Alterac is not a favorable land. If the opportunity arises, it is best to depart swiftly. Upon hearing these words, the group exchanged perplexed glances, struggling to comprehend why Jingyu would utter such a statement. As if he possessed profound knowledge of Alterac, Jingyu continued to address Emma, saying, "Upon your return, simply report the truth, claim that I feared the orcs and fled as a coward." With that, Jingyu had done all he could. The remaining matters were left to fate. He was no saint, devoid of aspirations to save the world. His singular goal was to amass sufficient strength in this realm. He waved farewell to the group. "May you all succeed in your trials. May our paths cross again." With that, he turned his steed eastward and galloped away, vanishing over the horizon in mere moments, a speed that left everyone astounded. One team member incredulously inquired, "Such swiftness. What level of horsemanship does he possess?" Emma sighed. "Let it be. We should not dwell on such matters. Let us return to the fortress." The young girl, Susie, wore a sorrowful expression as she anxiously questioned, "How shall we report Jingyu's departure? Should we truly relay his words?" Emma had regained her usual composure. Glancing in the direction Jingyu had vanished, she replied, "Yes, report the truth. Otherwise, we may find ourselves entangled in the consequences." Some team members seemed reluctant to proceed in this manner. "Captain, Jingyu has aided us. If we report truthfully, he may be hunted down. Perhaps we could help conceal his actions." Others nodded in agreement, having formed bonds during their time together, all wishing to assist Jingyu in this regard. However, Emma remained resolute. "No, we shall report him as a deserter. I, too, am curious to see how the commander will respond to a coward." Why? The group was bewildered. If a nation does not address the issue of deserters, it is unlikely to engage in warfare. After Jingyu parted ways with the scout team, he raced eastward, covering nearly 60 kilometers in just 1 hour. A castle gradually emerged on the horizon. It was Dunholt Castle. Yet, Jingyu had no intentions of approaching it, for he was merely a solitary scout detached from his unit, and entering would surely invite scrutiny. Although Dunholt Castle did not belong to the Kingdom of Alterac, it was still a member of the Alliance. If the commander there were to discover his identity, he would undoubtedly be imprisoned. Thus, without hesitation, Jingyu pressed on, continuing his swift journey eastward. As he passed the main road in front of Dunholt Castle, he encountered no one, not even the soldiers who should have been patrolling the area. The castle gates were firmly shut, and he could only make out the silhouettes of soldiers atop the distant watchtowers. It appeared that the inhabitants were already aware of the orc invasion, adopting a strategy of fortification and evacuation, an effective measure against the scattered orc marauders. However, upon reaching a dense thicket on the eastern outskirts of Dunholt Castle, Jingyu abruptly reined in his steed, bringing the galloping horse to an instant halt. He keenly observed the underbrush deep within the woods beside the road, his acute hearing alerting him to the unusual stirrings, likely the presence of orcs. As humans typically shy away from thickets overrun with brambles and thorns, orcs are a race devoid of leadership awareness, resistant to command, and driven by a desire for freedom. Even a formidable chieftain like Orgrim Dewhammer cannot fully control all of them. During their march northward, many orcs have strayed from the main force, wandering into the wilderness or into villages with scant human defenses. These insubordinate orcs have wrought catastrophic havoc upon human nations, as their targets often consist of ordinary civilians. Just like the unfortunate farmer on the outskirts of Terran Mill, who could find himself with his neck suddenly broken or even cleaved in two by an unexpected orc attack, such gruesome scenes are bound to become increasingly common. Jingyu cautiously withdrew an arrow, its tip gleaming with a greenish luminescence, having been coated with poison sourced from the warehouses of Terran Mill. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled, and a stout figure clumsily emerged. "Damn those green-skinned orcs," he muttered, recalling the troubles they had caused Old Dutton. "Next time, I shall aim for their backsides and let these wretched creatures experience the true might of a dwarven firearm." This grumbling figure stood just over 1.2 meters tall, but his build was remarkably sturdy, with a thick beard cascading down to his chest. The firearm slung across his back was clearly not standard issue from the military quartermaster. Upon spotting Jingyu in the distance, the dwarf exclaimed with surprise, "Hey, human. It appears Old Dutton is quite fortunate." Jingyu sheathed his arrow, dismounted, and, intrigued by the disheveled dwarf, inquired, "A member of the Hammerfury clan? What brings you here?" Upon hearing this question, the bearded dwarf's expression shifted to one of fury as he bellowed, "A band of accursed green-skinned orcs invaded the hinterlands, but they were driven back by the Griffin Knights. I merely lost my way in the skies. Oh damn it, my griffin is dying." "Human, I need you to assist me." The dwarf, somewhat incoherent, turned and dashed back into the bushes. Triggering side quest, Old Dutton's Companion. Old Dutton's Companion. Aid in healing the Hammer Fury Dwarf Dutton's mount, the Griffin Talarel. Quest reward, 50 experience, 100 trial points, friendship with Old Dutton. Jingyu immediately followed suit. As he navigated through the thicket, he beheld a fierce creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, its wings now in a state of near collapse. The griffin bore a gaping wound on its wing, and its limbs were marred by numerous injuries, coupled with the impact from a high-speed fall. Who could tell what internal damage it had sustained? Jingyu retrieved a healing bandage from his storage space and began to tend to the griffin's wounds. Although he was uncertain of its efficacy, earning the friendship of a Hammer Fury dwarf was a worthy endeavor. You mentioned that Sinterlin has been besieged by orc invaders. How many are there? Jingyu inquired while tending to his wounds. I cannot ascertain their exact number, but they are numerous. However, they are no match for the Griffin Knights. We shall vanquish them with our might. Dutton's voice dripped with disdain, revealing his deep-seated animosity towards the orcs. Jingyu discreetly employed a reconnaissance skill on the stout, bearded dwarf. Dutton, a hammerer dwarf, class. Warrior level 10, Ranger level 20, Elite class. Griffin Knight level 1. Upon noting the Ranger class, Jingyu felt a spark of intrigue. It appeared to be closely related to the hunter profession. Numerous dwarven rangers thrived in regions such as Dunmorrow, the Wetlands, and the Eagle's Nest Mountains. Resembling hunters in many ways, armed with firearms and accompanied by their battle companions as they roamed the wilderness, hunting various ferocious beasts. In the realm of the game, the legendary hunter, Hemet Nezingwary, who pervaded nearly every expansion, was indeed a dwarf. As for the Griffin Knight elite class, Jingyu dismissed it outright. It was evidently ill-suited for him. Chapter 13. The Ranger, Quest completed, Rewards, Experience 50, Trial Points 100, Dwarven Dutton's Affection 1. The healing bandages in Jingyu's hands exhibited astonishing restorative effects, akin to a miracle within the game. They revived the nearly lifeless griffin. Though still frail, it was no longer in mortal peril. Oh, great Dwarven King, you are indeed an extraordinary being, rivaling even the priest of the church. Dutton joyfully waved his stout arms, exclaiming in praise. Jingyu believed that had Dutton been a tad taller, he might have patted him on the shoulder. Your steed possesses remarkable vitality. I merely rendered a trifling contribution, Jingyu humbly remarked. Hey, dwarves do not favor the overly sentimental. You have earned my friendship. What do they call you? Human? Jingyu. He replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Very well, Jingyu. Where are you headed? Dutton inquired, pulling a flask from his backpack and taking hearty swigs. Jingyu understood that the crux of the matter was at hand, donning a resolute expression as he declared, My friend perished during the orc invasion, so upon hearing of the plight in Sinterlin, I hastened here without delay. I seek vengeance for my fallen kin. Dutton's beard bristled with surprise as he belched, scrutinizing Jingyu. I never expected a human from the mountains to retain such fervor. It is indeed surprising. However, you appear too frail. Even clad in armor, you would not possess the strength to best the weakest of orc infantry. Dutton's words astonished Jingyu. He had never introduced himself. Yet this dwarf discerned his origins with uncanny accuracy. I am a ranger, endowed with unparalleled senses. The scent of snow clings to you. It is rather evident. Is it not? Dutton nonchalantly explained, seemingly perceiving Jingyu's bewilderment. Jingyu nodded. It appeared that these indigenous high-level practitioners possessed their own means of detection. Dwarven, sir. I killed an orc yesterday, and the scent of its blood still lingers upon me. Did you not catch a whiff? Well, it is clear you possess commendable archery skills, and the absence of a related hunter profession is indeed surprising. However, regrettably, the ranger class is specific to dwarves, and I cannot impart it to you. Dutton seemed to sense Jingyu's intent, initially expressing regret but soon furrowing his brow in contemplation. Jingyu felt a pang of disappointment. Yet Dutton's demeanor suggested there might still be hope, so he remained silent, waiting patiently. After a moment, old Dutton spoke. Though you cannot become a ranger, I can still share some techniques with you. That would be most welcome, Dwarven sir. Jingyu eagerly accepted, not having anticipated that such a simple task could lead to new skills. Dwarven Dutton imparts ranger techniques to you. You have learned the skills: Mountain Guardian, aiming, and your basic firearm proficiency has advanced to intermediate. Mountain Guardian. When you find yourself in mountainous terrain, your mobility is enhanced, reducing the hindrances posed by the landscape, while also augmenting your stamina and agility. Aiming. Depending on your level, your vision and the range of ranged weapons are improved. Jingyu felt a surge of joy within. Both of these skills were passive and remarkably effective. Moreover, his proficiency with firearms had unexpectedly leveled up, indicating that the dwarf's mastery of firearms was indeed commendable. He was increasingly fond of this gradual process of becoming stronger. Dwarf sir, what are your next intentions? Is there any way I might assist you? Jingyu was not one to take advantage and leave without a trace. Adhering to the principle of reaping benefits where possible, he inquired with genuine concern. At this moment, Dutton the dwarf had already stowed away his flask, but produced a pipe, indulging in a couple of puffs. I should return to Eagle's Nest Mountain to engage in battle. Yet I cannot abandon my companions. I cannot leave just yet, as it requires some time for it to regain its flight. Damn it. If only those feeble high elves could dispatch another battalion, the situation would not be so dire. Jingyu paused, keenly sensing the crucial information within his words. Are you suggesting that the high elves have joined the fray? Has Lady Aurelia arrived? Indeed, she has. Human, you seem to be quite well informed, even aware of that legendary lady. However, aside from her, the other high elves are nothing but a bunch of weaklings, including their king. Dutton did not disguise his disdain for the high elves. Jingyu, feeling a surge of urgency, asked, do you know where Aurelia Windrunner's Ranger squad is currently stationed? Dutton did not directly respond. Instead, he regarded Jingyu with a serious expression and countered, young man, you don't harbor aspirations of becoming a ranger, do you? Caught in the act, the human scout chuckled sheepishly. Dutton, however, showed no intent to mock and continued, well, you are not suited to be a pathfinder. But a ranger indeed fits you well. However, that is an elite profession, and to my knowledge, the Windrunner family rarely imparts ranger skills to other races. A flicker of doubt arose in Jingyu's heart. Was it possible that, during this time, Nathanos, the first human ranger, had yet to emerge? Dutton's next words dispelled his uncertainty. I heard that a human previously earned the favor of the Windrunner family, becoming the first human ranger in a millennium. But, at this juncture, Dutton paused, taking a deep draw from his pipe. Jingyu felt an overwhelming urge to grasp his collar and compel him to complete his thought. But what? Dutton met his gaze, saying, you are too weak. Your foundational class level is too low. Even if the Windrunner sisters were willing to impart ranger skills to you, you would not be able to learn them. Jingyu's expression fell, a rare flush of shame gracing his features. Go forth and engage in battle, slay more enemies, and it will hasten your growth. Aurelia Windrunner currently accompanies the commander of the Alliance, Anduin Lothar. However, her Farstrider troops have already joined the battle in Syntheral. You may hone your skills on the battlefield. Your merits will grant you the rewards you seek. Dutton the dwarf tapped the remaining ashes in his pipe, his words laden with counsel and caution. Jingyu nodded, realizing the path that lay ahead of him. Very well, then, good Sir Dwarf, I have resolved to join this war. But could you impart a bit more intelligence regarding the movements of the orcs? After bidding farewell to Dutton, Jingyu continued his swift journey eastward, his destination being the eastern edge of the Hillsbrad foothills, known as the Wall of Saladin. This formidable wall was constructed by the Earthy Empire to stave off the threat of the Troll Empire, standing as the longest and largest fortification in Azeroth. It loomed like an insurmountable chasm, separating the Hillsbrad foothills from the Earthy Highlands. However, with the collapse of the Troll Empire, the strategic significance of the Wall of Saladin gradually faded. Following the disintegration of the Earthy Empire, humanity began to forget the wall's former grandeur, regarding it merely as a relic of the Earthy Empire. Yet, with the resurgence of the Orcish invasion, the populace recalled the wall's importance, prompting the human alliance to recommission this fortification. Alas, due to years of neglect, the Wall of Saladin had fallen into disrepair, with numerous sections crumbled, necessitating extensive renovations for it to serve its purpose once more. Jingyu did not intend to labor as a worker. He merely sought to admire this historical monument of Azeroth and perhaps uncover a chance to trigger a side quest. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events. A sudden plume of smoke brought Jingyu's swift pace to a halt. In the distance, he discerned the devastation of farmland and barns, with flames engulfing a nearby human village. Jingyu tethered his steed in a concealed thicket and stealthily approached the burning settlement. Upon entering the village, he discovered that the orcs responsible for the destruction had not departed. Instead, they had established a camp nearby. Yet, their numbers were few, totaling only 4 orcs, who sat around a campfire, roasting a goat, clearly a stray from the village. The orcs emitted a cacophony of grumbling, their expressions rife with displeasure at their surroundings. Jingyu narrowed his eyes, concealing himself within the underbrush, patiently awaiting his opportunity. Before long, the goat was nearly done, releasing an enticing aroma. The orcs, evidently famished, eagerly began to snatch at the food, as the small goat was insufficient to satiate their hunger. Their desperation led them to abandon tribal honor, engaging in a brawl over the roasted prize. The moment had arrived. Jingyu's gaze sharpened, oblivious to the imminent danger. The quarreling orcs continued their brutal struggle for the delectable goat. Before long, the most diminutive among them was the first to succumb. Retreating to the sidelines with a bruised visage, his eyes brimming with fury. Moments later, the remaining 3 also reached a conclusion, with the eldest and most robust orc emerging victorious. After vanquishing the last 2, he threw back his head and let out a thunderous roar. According to the customs of the tribe, only after the victor has feasted can the vanquished partake in the food. The triumphant orc, brimming with pride, tore into the juiciest portion of the goat, devouring it with gusto. Meanwhile, the 3 defeated orcs sat disheartened at a distance, silently observing the elder indulge in his meal. Just then, a sharp twang pierced the air, the sound of a bowstring snapping. Before they could react, a swift arrow soared over the head of one defeated orc, piercing the elder's throat with deadly precision. The arrow entered from one side and exited from the other, revealing a glistening green tip. The elder orc's body froze in shock, still clutching a roasted leg of lamb, his expression a mix of disbelief and horror. Chapter 14. Slaying the foe. The resilience of the orc's vitality is formidable. The aged orc, despite having his throat pierced, did not collapse immediately. He emitted a series of rasping gasps, his eyes filled with an insatiable longing for sustenance. Kazruk, Kazug. The remaining 3 orcs were taken aback by the sudden assault. 2 of them swiftly grasped the weapon strewn upon the ground, immediately searching for the source of the arrows. Meanwhile, the youngest orc, whether driven by hunger or fueled by resentment after witnessing the elder's downfall, did not prioritize seeking the enemy. Instead, he advanced and snatched the roasted leg of lamb from the elder's grasp, delivering a heavy kick to the elder's head before ravenously devouring the meat. The unfortunate elder, already clinging to life, succumbed to the young orc's brutal act and departed to join the ancestral spirits. The 2 orc foot soldiers quickly discerned the location of Jingyu, roaring as they charged forward. Unfazed, Jingyu loosed a second arrow, the projectile slicing through the air with a piercing wail. The targeted orc raised his axe in an attempt to block, but he was a moment too late. The arrow was too swift. Just as he elevated his arm halfway, the arrow found its mark, piercing through him. The orc, displaying ferocity, yanked the arrow from his body and continued to lift his axe, charging towards his adversary. However, the paralyzing poison on the arrow began to take effect, weighing down his steps and dulling his reflexes. Jingyu released another arrow, and this time the orc was devoid of the ability to evade, watching helplessly as the lethal projectile approached. With a dull thud, the second orc was struck through the skull, collapsing in the path of his charge. At that moment, the third orc had already reached a short distance away. Aware of the potency of the enemy's arrows, he hurled his massive axe, which soared through the air in a gleaming arc towards Jingyu. Jingyu swiftly executed a roll to evade the attack, and as he turned, the third orc lunged towards him. The orc brandished another axe in his left hand, and a glimmer of exhilaration flashed in his eyes upon seeing the diminutive human before him. In the orc's perception, humans were generally weak, relying solely on bizarre magic and sharp arrows to seize victory in battle. However, just as he prepared to cleave the despicable ambusher in 2, the human suddenly revealed a peculiar smile and vanished into thin air. The orc was struck with bewilderment, once again facing the mysterious magic of humanity. What he did not realize was that this ambusher was not only adept at archery, but also a scout and a warrior. Jingyu concealed himself in the shadows, silently maneuvering behind the orc. This marked his first use of the scout skill, stealth. Though a rudimentary cloaking ability, it successfully deceived the inexperienced orc foot soldier under the cover of the tree shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, as the orc remained oblivious, Jingyu drew forth his dagger. Like a wraith, he leaped onto the orc's back, swiftly employing his superior quality dagger to slice open its throat, executing the scout skill backstab. A jet of blood gushed forth. Having struck true, Jingyu did not linger. With a deft twist of his dagger, the sturdy hilt came crashing down upon the orc's temple. The scout skill, bludgeon, was executed flawlessly. The orc, with its throat cut, could emit no sound. The paralysis-inducing poison, coupled with the disorienting blow to its temple, rendered its towering form precariously unsteady. Another foe eliminated. Only one remained. Jingyu withdrew his standard longbow, aiming at the final youthful orc. However, the scene before him caused him to pause in bewilderment. The young orc was still gnawing on a piece of mutton, seemingly oblivious to the fate that had befallen its companions, perhaps starved for days. Jingyu found the absurdity amusing. Had this creature truly not eaten in days? Yet, he had no intention of sparing it. With a swift release, the arrow pierced the young orc's calf, interrupting its meal. Only then did the orc lift its head, momentarily stunned by the sight of its fallen comrades. Nevertheless, displaying a surprising tenacity, it refused to remove the arrow lodged in its leg and charged towards Jingyu. In a bemused manner, Jingyu shot an arrow through its throat, extinguishing its life. With the battle concluded, he began to survey the battlefield. The orcs were rather impoverished, yielding no useful equipment, indeed. Even less than the solitary wolf rider encountered at Terran Mill. However, the true reward of this encounter lay in the combat experience gained. Jingyu recognized that this combination of ranged archery and close-quarters combat was particularly suited to his style. This marked his inaugural experience of face-to-face combat, and the spattering blood failed to repulse him. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Could it be that a penchant for killing resided within him? He suppressed the tumultuous emotions. In such a world, a fear of blood would only hasten one's demise. He chose not to dwell on his psychological conflicts, but instead began to allocate the experience he had just acquired. The 4 orcs had granted him 400 experience points. Advancing to level 4 as a scout required 500 points, while advancing to level 3 as a warrior needed 300. Having completed a side quest at Terran Mill, he had 50 experience points remaining, and assisting the dwarf Dutton had provided another 50 points. This, combined with the 400 points, brought his total to exactly 500, sufficient to elevate his scout class to level 4. The talent sharpshooter significantly enhanced Jingyu's agility attribute. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to proceed with upgrading his scout profession. Upon acquiring 2 new skills, his personal profession panel became even more robust. Name: Jingyu. Race: human. Class: level 2 warrior. Level 4 scout. Class skills: warrior, heroic strike, battle cry, charge, scout, camouflage, detection, stealth, bludgeon. Poisoning. General skills: mastery of cold weapons, beginner, firearms mastery, intermediate, equestrianism, master, archery, advanced, mountain guardian. Targeting. Mountain guardian and targeting are passive skills and cannot be upgraded. Talent: sharpshooter, storage space, 1 cubic meter, novice, other information, not activated. The skirmish has indeed solidified Jingyu's forthcoming strategy. He no longer feels the urgency to hasten his journey. According to the information provided by the dwarf Dutton, a portion of the tribal forces traversed the base southwest of the wetlands by fleet, landing on the shores west of the Hillsbrad foothills. Meanwhile, another contingent is currently crossing the Solder Bridge, a vital artery connecting the northern and southern territories. Aside from the dwarven stronghold of Ironforge and the gnomish capital of Gnomerigan, virtually all lands south of the Solder Bridge have fallen under the tribe's dominion. Recognizing the fortifications of these 2 bastions, Orgrim Doomhammer chose not to launch a direct assault. Instead, he opted for a siege strategy. He understood that the true objective lay in the northern human kingdom of Lordaeron, the mightiest among the 7 nations, serving as the spiritual beacon for all humanity. Capturing Lordaeron would ensure victory in this conflict. Orgrim's plan was mirrored in the thoughts of the Alliance commander, Anduin Lothar. Consequently, the main forces of the human coalition began to fortify their positions throughout the Hillsbrad foothills, transforming the Wall of Sorfang from a natural barrier into a stronghold. Now flanked by Orcish forces on both its eastern and western fronts, Jingyu comprehended the overall trajectory of the war. Many significant events from his memory had yet to unfold, granting him ample time. Given this, there was no necessity to engage directly on the battlefield. Instead, he seized this opportunity to diligently enhance his abilities, laying a robust foundation for his involvement in the forthcoming pivotal events. Thus, he embarked on his journey of leveling up. Meanwhile, the scouting party returned to the western fort of Alterac. The intelligence and Orcish trophy that Emma brought back caught the keen interest of the garrison commander, Jeff, who promptly escorted her to meet King Oridan Prynord. The reconnaissance mission had been executed commendably, resulting in substantial rewards for the scouts. Surprisingly, Jeff exhibited indifference towards Jingyu's desertion, treating it as a trivial matter. Emma couldn't help but recall Jingyu's words as he departed. Pondering whether they could truly accomplish their trial tasks in such a nation, she began to contemplate the future arrangements for the scouting team. Wondering if they too should depart from this insular and ignorant stronghold, much like Jingyu. However, Commander Jeff did not assign any new reconnaissance tasks, leaving the scouting team to engage in routine patrols and training within the fort. Emma found no opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, the second squad, led by Monk, sought to create trouble for them upon their return. Although the scouting party was outnumbered, their prowess surpassed that of their rivals, and with Emma enjoying the commander's favor, the second squad's attempts were thwarted, resulting in reprimands from Jeff. After several of the instigators were punished and confined, Monk harbored deeper resentment but dared not instigate further conflict. For the time being, the scouting party had established their foothold within the fort. Meanwhile, Lin Rue, a trialist from Fort 72, felt a twinge of anxiety regarding Jingyu's desertion. Previously, he held no particular impression of Jingyu, until the latter voluntarily withdrew from the first squad and chose to join the scout team, which piqued his vigilance. Upon receiving information about him, his countenance darkened. He surmised that Jingyu must have uncovered something significant to make such a choice. The rotund man, who had only briefly interacted with Jingyu, shared in this anxiety, struggling to comprehend his decision. In his understanding, actively offending the natives in the trial world was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, especially during a time of war. To become a deserter, even amidst an atmosphere thick with peril, resorting to such a means to escape one's predicament seemed unfathomable. Chapter 15. The Trolls in the Eastern Expanse of Earthy Highlands. A cadre of orc wolf riders was galloping with great urgency towards a human settlement in the northeastern part of Arthi. This town had recently succumbed to the might of the Horde, becoming a strategic stronghold for them. Among this battalion of wolf riders were 5 orcs, accompanied by 2 fearsome forest trolls. Orgrim Dewhammer, a legendary warrior and a master strategist, had forged an alliance with the indigenous Amani trolls of the southern jungles prior to launching his northern campaign. The Amani trolls represented the most formidable faction among the various tribes of forest trolls, and Orgrim's ability to secure their loyalty stemmed from their shared animosity towards a common foe, the humans. The ruler of the Amani trolls, Zul'jin, remained imprisoned by the kingdom of Lordaeron, and when the trolls learned of the Orcish intent to assault the human kingdoms to the north, they promptly allied themselves with the orcs. This collaboration significantly bolstered the Horde's forces. However, since the onset of hostilities, the orcs and trolls had fought separately, making the sight of trolls riding alongside orc-wolf cavalry quite peculiar. As the wolf rider unit traversed a narrow woodland area, the lead captain suddenly altered his demeanor, tightening his legs around his steed. The wolf, comprehending its master's intent, leapt several meters ahead. Yet, the rider trailing behind was not as quick to react. By the time he realized the danger, his wolf had already stepped onto the spot where the captain had leaped. With a resounding snap, a bear trap sprung from the ground, ensnaring the wolf's foreleg. The creature let out a mournful howl and collapsed, casting its orc rider to the ground. The remaining orc-wolf riders reacted swiftly, pulling on their reins and scattering to the sides. However, the 2 trolls lacked such equestrian finesse. The sudden upheaval sent them tumbling from their mounts in a state of panic. It was a trap. The captain of the cavalry pivoted his mount, casting an icy glare at the bear trap. The orc who had been thrown from his wolf, though uninjured, found himself in a most embarrassing predicament, which ignited his fury. He drew his weapon and let out a furious roar. At that moment, a shrill arrow sliced through the air, reaching him in an instant. The unfortunate orc fell silent as the arrow pierced his throat. The abrupt assault plunged the Wolf Rider unit into a brief state of chaos. Nevertheless, the Wolf Rider captain quickly regained his composure. Enemy attack, he bellowed, drawing a hefty battle blade and charging towards the direction of the arrows, with several other orc riders following in his wake. Concealed within the thicket, the assailant was none other than Jingyu. This marked his sixth ambush on orc units, and the success of his previous strikes had instilled a sense of overconfidence in him. However, upon noticing the captain wielding a long knife, he was taken aback. The trial insignia had relayed detection information, revealing that this was a signal only an elite template of the indigenous populace would exhibit. The Plunderer, level 15 Wolf Cavalry Captain. Elite is a distinguished member among the elite of the Wolf Cavalry. Through days of relentless hunting, Jingyu has discerned that only those of the elite template yield information. As the formidable Wolf Cavalry approached with alarming speed, Jingyu realized the imminent peril he faced. He swiftly assessed the situation, recognizing that a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Thus, he activated his camouflage skill and stealthily retreated to a nearby flank, simultaneously casting a pungent powder to obscure his scent, fully aware that the wolves possessed an acute sense of smell. Once the Plunderer and his orc wolf riders entered the thicket, they scoured the area in vain, thwarted by the unusual scent that masked the presence of the assailant. Frustrated, the Plunderer refused to concede defeat and pressed deeper into the jungle, convinced that the enemy had merely fled. The simplistic thought process of the orcs led them to believe that they could easily catch up, given their mounts. Meanwhile, one orc cavalryman and two trolls remained stationary, and on the ground lay the unfortunate soul with a pierced throat. A shadowy figure stealthily approached them. With a swift movement, Jingyu leapt from the shadows, swiftly closing in on the back of the orc cavalryman, and with a chilling precision, he slit its throat with his icy blade. Immediately after, he executed a charge skill, arriving before one of the trolls with a terrifying speed that left it no time to react, resulting in a fatal thrust to its heart. At that moment, the only other troll still alive reacted sluggishly. It was not a ranged attacker, but a troll warrior, significantly slower than Jingyu. By the time it grasped the situation, Jingyu had already executed a double kill. Enraged, the troll warrior lunged at Jingyu, while three wolves began their assault. Faced with the encirclement of four adversaries, Jingyu dared not linger. He swiftly rifled through the troll's corpse and fled in another direction, intent on avoiding a confrontation with the orc cavalryman. The commotion had alerted the Plunderer, who was still searching for enemies in the jungle. He hurried back with his subordinates, but Jingyu had already distanced himself. In the midst of his escape, he even found the leisure to turn back and release an arrow, striking down a relentless pursuing wolf. Upon entering another stretch of the jungle, Jingyu activated his camouflage skill once more. This time, he chose not to engage and retreated into the distance, while the Plunderer's furious roars echoed behind him. After ensuring he was out of danger, Jingyu retrieved the spoils he had acquired from the troll's body. Hunter's hunting bow, quality excellent, enhanced attack, enhanced range, enhanced penetration. A weapon of exceptional quality with 3 advantageous attributes, truly splendid. Jingyu marveled at the longbow, relieved that his recent venture had not been in vain. Over the past 2 days, he had traversed between the Arthi Highlands and the Hills Rad foothills, specifically targeting isolated orcs or small groups of no more than 6. To date, he had slain over 30 orcs, successfully completing his basic task. Although he had slain numerous orcs, the spoils of war he had collected were scant, with this longbow in his possession representing the entirety of his rewards over the past few days. Moreover, his professional rank had seen considerable advancement. While he had yet to encounter any side quests, the experience garnered from hunting orcs was substantial. His scout profession had risen to level 8, while his warrior class had ascended to level 4, marking a significant enhancement in his capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have managed to escape effortlessly from the grasp of the marauders. It seemed imperative for him to pursue orc soldiers of higher ranks or those possessing elite templates in the future. Gazing at the longbow in his hands, Jingyu began to contemplate the feasibility of annihilating the wolf cavalry squad. The prowess of the marauders was undeniable, and with their wolves at their side, achieving a decisive strike would prove challenging. However, he would have no qualms if he were to encounter a lone marauder. The complication arose from the presence of several swift-moving wolf cavalrymen accompanying them, and then there was the ogre warrior. Alas, how could he have overlooked that? Jingyu smacked his thigh in realization. The emergence of the ogre reminded him of a matter he had neglected. The reason the Amani aligned with the Horde was due to Orgrim Doomhammer's promise to assist in rescuing their leader, Zul'jin, an event that was likely unfolding at this very moment. If memory served him correctly, Commander Zul'jin should currently be imprisoned in a dungeon near Dunhold Keep, where the guards were not particularly formidable. Jingyu began to deliberate within himself whether he should involve himself in this affair. Reporting this intelligence to the Alliance's higher echelons would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. However, he was acutely aware of the war's overall trajectory. Should he intervene to thwart Orgrim's rescue of Zul'jin, the future course of the war might shift dramatically, nullifying his advantage of being well-versed in the narrative, thereby rendering his previous plans futile. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reached a resolution. He would not obstruct the occurrence of this event. Yet he could not remain entirely passive. With his decision made, he sprang into action, first locating his warhorse hidden deep within the jungle, then galloping toward the direction in which the wolf cavalry squad was advancing. The pace of the wolf cavalry squad was swift, yet Jingyu, with his mastery of horsemanship, was swifter still. He soon caught up with them, adeptly following their trail to their destination, aided by his exceptional vision. From a distance, he observed the tribal army ahead. A human settlement had once stood there, now overtaken by the Horde, with a vast number of orc soldiers dispersed throughout the town and the surrounding plains. This was not the entirety of the Horde's forces, merely a faction belonging to the most loyal orc clans serving Orgrim. The other clans had already been dispatched to various battlefronts. Jingyu dared not approach too closely, for Orgrim was a legendary warrior, and in a realm brimming with extraordinary powers and magic, he could not ascertain whether he would be detected. Nevertheless, thanks to the keen sight bestowed by his formidable talents, he was able to observe the situation surrounding the outskirts of the town. This settlement was destined to be known as Hammerfall, named in honor of Orgrim Doomhammer's arrival. As he had anticipated, the wolf cavalry squad had scarcely entered the town when the sound of a horn echoed through the settlement, signaling the assembly of the tribal forces. Chapter 16. Legendary hero having acquired the desired information, Jingyu did not linger any longer. Before the tribal army set forth, he departed ahead of them. This time, he was not aimlessly wandering, but was heading towards the capital of the 7 human kingdoms, Lordaeron. Although he had no intention of thwarting the tribal army's plan to rescue the troll commander Zul'jin, he sought to extract some advantage from the situation. Jingyu estimated the time, found a place to rest, and retrieve provisions from his storage space. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he deliberately soiled his clothing to create a disheveled appearance before mounting his steed and galloping westward. Crossing the Wall of Sorrow, he arrived at the Hillsbrad foothills. After a day of relentless travel, Jingyu finally reached the foot of Alterac Mountain before dusk. He did not ascend the mountain. The kingdom of Alterac was of no use to him. His objective lay with the Alliance forces further west, where the might of the Alliance was stationed. As night fell, Jingyu spotted a patrol of human cavalry. A sigh of relief escaped him. Days of solitary combat had kept his nerves taut, and now he was finally among comrades. The patrolling cavalry quickly noticed Jingyu, their vigilance heightened as they swiftly surrounded him, weapons drawn. Upon recognizing him as a human clad in the iconic armor of Alterac, they relaxed. The cavalry captain, brow furrowed, inquired, "Scout, where are you in such haste?" Jingyu did not respond to the question, but, breathless, implored the captain, quickly, "Take me to your commander. I possess vital intelligence." During wartime, a piece of crucial information can sway the tides of battle. Upon hearing the words vital intelligence, the captain's expression tightened. After a brief inquiry, he wasted no time and led Jingyu toward the army's encampment. Upon entering the military camp, Jingyu was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of discipline and valor. The orderly tents, the patrols of soldiers moving about, and the vigilant sentinels at their posts all spoke of a formidable force. Curiosity piqued within him. Who was the commander of this army? After traversing numerous layers of guards, they arrived at the command tent. The captain entered to report, and Jingyu waited outside for a moment before being granted an audience with the commander. Steeling himself, he parted the tent flap, expecting to find only the commander inside. To his surprise, he discovered 7 or 8 individuals gathered around a sand table, seemingly engaged in deliberation. His entrance captured their attention, and they all turned to face him. "Scout, my cavalry captain informs me that you possess significant intelligence. Pray, share what information could interrupt our strategizing for tomorrow's operation." The speaker was a robust human general clad in gleaming armor, his deep, resonant voice exuding the authority of one accustomed to power. Jingyu instinctively cast a glance at the crowd. To his surprise, in addition to humans, there were also dwarves and gnomes, all of whom stood atop chairs to reach a height comparable to that of an average human, nearly causing him to fail to recognize them upon entering. Jingyu refrained from responding immediately and instead turned to the human general, cautiously inquiring, "I beg your pardon, Commander. Might you kindly disclose your identity?" The human general nodded, displaying no signs of anger, and replied coolly, "I am Darnassus Torben, the Lord of Tidespire. Now, may I inquire about the intelligence you have gathered?" Jingyu instinctively swallowed hard, taken aback to discover the identity of the man before him. Darnassus Torben, the Lord of Tidespire, one of the leaders of the 7 kingdoms of humanity, would, in future times, accomplish even greater feats beyond his current standing. He was one of the 5 legendary heroes who traversed the Dark Portal, the commander of the Son of Lothar in the Delanor Expeditionary Force, and the commander of the Honor Hold in Hellfire Peninsula. Of course, esteemed Lord Torben, I am but a scout and have been gathering intelligence in the Arthi Highlands and the Hillsbrad foothills these past few days. This morning, upon learning the identity of the man before him, Jingyu wasted no time in reporting the information he had acquired in detail. However, he refrained from revealing his conclusions outright and instead synthesized the information regarding the troll's appearance and the direction of the tribal army's movement for analysis. The individuals present were not foolish. They would surely deduce the tribe's intentions from this intelligence. As anticipated, upon the conclusion of his report, the expressions of those within the tent shifted dramatically. A hot-tempered dwarven commander slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed to Darnassus Torben, "Damn it. Those orcs intend to rescue the troll warlord Zul'jin. Lord Torben, we must thwart their plans." Yet, Darnassus Torben remained calm, furrowing his brow as he replied, considering the timing. "It is likely already too late. By the time this scout acquired the intelligence, the tribal forces had already departed. The garrison at Dunhold will not be able to hold out for long. By the time we muster our troops, the tribe will have likely rescued Zul'jin." Jingyu then feigned a look of regret, saying, "I apologize, Lord Torben. I should have arrived sooner, but the tribe's scouts discovered me. I barely managed to escape to come here. I assure you, I truly did my utmost." "No, Scout, your efforts have been more than commendable. You have demonstrated both courage and intelligence, far surpassing the capabilities of all my other scouts. I am gratified to know that there are warriors like you among humanity. Enough with the flattery. It would be far more practical to distribute some rewards." Jingyu suppressed his inner excitement and replied with an effort to maintain a steady tone. "It is my duty, Lord Torben." At that moment, a woman with a cold demeanor abruptly interjected, interrupting their conversation. "Enough with the accolades for now. We should prioritize how to respond to this impending attack. Lord Torben, I propose we immediately assemble a cavalry force to thwart those repugnant orcs." The lady possessed a slender figure and fair complexion. From a rear or side view, she could easily be mistaken for a youthful maiden. Yet, the wrinkles etched upon her visage and her mane of silver hair betrayed her true age. Remarkably, this woman, who appeared to be at least 50, exhibited movements that were devoid of any senescent sluggishness, displaying instead an extraordinary agility and competence. Jingyu, drenched in a sudden chill, found himself completely disregarding the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly, inwardly muttering countless expletives towards this disruptive matron. Upon concluding his mental tirade, he abruptly realized a pressing question. Who was this elderly woman? The interrupted Darnassus Torben did not express ire. Addressing the elderly woman before him, he said, "I apologize, Lady Shayer, but my cavalry forces are insufficient. Even if we were to rush to the aid of Dunhold, we would likely be of no assistance. Thus, I do not intend to provide support. Sheo. So it was her. Jingyu swallowed hard, recognizing her identity. She was none other than the leader and founder of the Stormwind Assassins, Pasonia Sheo. The Stormwind Assassins were the predecessors of the intelligence agency, and she had a more renowned grandson named Matthias Sheo. Jingyu instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had inadvertently encountered not one, but two legendary heroes in this very place. Unbeknownst to him, within this tent, there might still be other legendary figures present. Those who could collaborate with Darnaz Torben and Pasonia Sheo in strategizing for war were undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. Jingyu felt akin to a lamb that had unwittingly wandered into a den of lions, trembling with trepidation. Fortunately, this little lamb had caught the admiration of the lions. Though no direct words were spoken, many gazes upon him bore a hint of appreciation, including that of Pasonia Sheo, the legendary assassin. Are we to remain idle while we are fully aware of this unfolding situation? Pasonia Sheo was evidently incensed by Torben's decision. Certainly not. To allow our enemies to assault our allies while we do nothing would be a treacherous act. Darnaz Torben replied coldly, while ordinary cavalry may not reach Dunhold in time. You can, Lady Sheo. Chapter 17. Enhancement of Power. Pasonia Sheo narrowed her eyes. What is your plan? Since the objective of Orgrim Dewhammer is to rescue Zul'jin, we might consider an alternative approach to thwart him, perhaps by leaving him a corpse. As soon as Darnaz Torben's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the tent. If you can reach Dunhold Castle ahead of time and secretly execute Zul'jin, perhaps the tribe will abandon their plans for attack upon witnessing his lifeless form. At that moment, a white-bearded man clad in robes stood up, adding, Dunhold Castle lies within the domain of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. The city of Hillsbrad has no authority to interfere in their affairs. To avoid any disputes, it is best that this assassination remains confidential. A flicker of cold, murderous intent flashed in Pasonia Sheo's gaze. I fully comprehend, Lord Tolben, you are a sagacious leader. This matter does not concern Hillsbrad. Leave it to the assassins of Stormwind. My kin and I can scarcely contain our thirst for vengeance. Jingyu stood by, momentarily stunned. Could this truly be permitted? Witnessing Pasonia Sheo's exhilaration, it seemed Zul'jin was indeed doomed. However, if Zul'jin were to perish, would the tribe still march northward to assault Quel'Thalas? In the entirety of the Eastern Kingdom, the individuals who harbored the deepest animosity towards the orcs were undoubtedly the refugees of Stormwind. Following the fall of Stormwind, Anduin Lothar led Prince Varian Wrynn and hundreds of thousands of refugees northward in search of sanctuary, even though they were treated with favor by Lordaeron. The reality of their dependent existence remained unchanged. Perhaps this very experience forged Varian Wrynn into the king he would later become. In light of the current circumstances, the citizens of Stormwind had lost far more than any other human nation. Their enmity with the orcs was profoundly personal. It was no wonder that Pasonia Sheo bore such intense hostility towards them. May you achieve swift victory, Lady Sheo. I shall provide you and your forces with the finest steeds of Hillsbrad. Darnaz Torben entrusted this crucial mission to Pasonia Sheo, promptly instructing his guards to prepare the horses. After bowing to those present, the elderly Sheo vanished into thin air. Truly, a legendary assassin, her ability to blend into the shadows was nothing short of extraordinary. Jingyu gazed enviously at the spot where she had disappeared, pondering when he might attain such a level of prowess. Once Pasonia Sheo had departed, Darnaz Torben turned to Jingyu and remarked, Well then, it is time to reward our brave scouts. Upon hearing this, Jingyu was filled with exuberance. Immediately praising Torben in his heart, an employer who does not delay wages and provides timely remuneration is indeed worthy of respect. Brave young man. I regret that I can only impart to you the experiences of a warrior, yet for a scout traversing the battlefield, a warrior's strength shall benefit you greatly. As he spoke, Darnaz Torben drew his sword and rested it upon Jingyu's shoulder, the solemnity of the gesture making him feel like a true hero. A warrior is a warrior, after all. Jingyu naturally did not mind. The wisdom imparted by a legendary fighter would surely be invaluable. The intelligence mission regarding the orcs has been completed, earning you 8,000 experience points and 5,000 trial points. You have gained the favor of the legendary hero Darnaz Torben, who has decided to impart his warrior skills to you. You have learned the light sword technique of Tidal City, acquired the warrior skill execution, and your melee weapon proficiency has advanced to intermediate. Your warrior class has risen to level 5, level 6, level 7. Unlike the experience gained from defeating foes, Jingyu felt a powerful warmth surging from the sword on his shoulder, pouring into his being. The trial emblem resonated with the sound of upgrades. When his warrior class reached level 10, the experience halted at 99, followed by the voice of the trial emblem, warrior class has reached level 10. Unlocking the class bottleneck trial, Jingyu understood that level 10 marked a crucial juncture. To continue advancing, a profound comprehension of the warrior's path was required. It appeared he would need to hunt orcs in the wilderness, as only through real combat could he deepen his understanding. However, Darnas Torben's teachings had not ceased. Receiving the legendary warrior's experience infusion, proceeding through the class bottleneck trial, Jingyu was filled with delight. Truly, Sir Darnas Torben, you are a remarkable individual. Warrior class has risen to level 11. Warrior class. At last, Jingyu's warrior class reached level 15. He experienced a metamorphosis. His muscle strength and physical attributes were significantly enhanced, with a marked increase in both strength and endurance. Most importantly, he gained insights into the warrior's path. As Darnas Torben imparted his skills, he consciously taught Jingyu the most suitable combat techniques, particularly the light sword technique of Tidal City. The term light sword refers to one-handed swords, short swords, and daggers, ideal for a scout. Jingyu clenched his fists, feeling the vigorous energy coursing through him, excitement radiating from his being. He had not anticipated such a smooth execution of his plan, effortlessly reaping such substantial rewards. He had underestimated the significance of the intelligence he brought forth. Indeed, familiarity with the narrative is the most potent advantage. Darnas Torben retracted his sword, regaining his authoritative demeanor, and addressed Jingyu with a tone of earnest counsel. Scout, do not be deceived by the power that comes with your class level. The key to becoming a legendary hero lies in finding the path that suits you best. I wish you to always maintain your courage and steadfast conviction. Jingyu had earned the admiration of all present, intriguing them with the audacity of a young scout who, despite his low level, dared to venture into the heart of battle. Jingyu bowed respectfully to King Torben and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed King Torben, I shall spare no effort in safeguarding the dignity of humanity. Darnas Torben nodded and replied, Well done, Scout. You have earned your just reward. Go find a place to rest and have something to eat. My guards will assist you. We need to discuss our next battle plan. But you must leave this place for now. Jingyu was acutely aware of his unworthiness to remain among such esteemed figures, despite having returned with reliable intelligence. He remained merely a lowly soldier in their eyes. Fortunately, he had obtained what he desired. He bowed to the assembly within the tent. Thank you for your generosity. I take my leave now. As he stepped out of the tent, night had fallen, and the camp was filled with patrolling soldiers. They seemed to recognize Jingyu's identity and showed respect for the brave scout who had ventured deep behind enemy lines to gather intelligence. The stars twinkled above, seemingly observing the events unfolding below. Under the shroud of night, the hills of Hillsbrad appeared particularly serene, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Rather than resting, Jingyu made his way to a secluded hillside to reflect on his day's achievements. Breathing deeply, he gazed at his personal information panel, feeling a sense of well-being he had never experienced before. Name, Jingyu. Race, mortal. Class, warrior level 15, scout level 8. Class skills, warrior, heroic strike, battle cry, execute. Scout stealth, detection. General skills, light swordsmanship of Riverflow City, mastery of cold weapons, intermediate. Talent, sharpshooter, storage space, 1 cubic meter, novice, other information, not activated. The efforts of the past few days had finally borne fruit. He now possessed sufficient strength to engage in more significant events. In high spirits, the scout retrieved a skewer of roasted meat from his storage space and leisurely squatted on the hillside to eat. The days of travel had left him somewhat fatigued, and this was the perfect opportunity to rest and rejuvenate his spirit and strength. The patrolling soldiers passing by did not disturb him, for they recognized that this scout had received commendation from the commander and enjoyed a modicum of privilege within the camp. However, among the patrolling soldiers were a few unique individuals. Unlike the others, They did not completely disregard Jingyu's actions, but instead stared at him intently. Not at the roasted meat in his hand, but at the trial emblem on his wrist. Jingyu keenly sensed their gaze and followed their line of sight. Indeed, these individuals bore trial emblems as well. They were fellow trial participants, for only those who shared the experience could perceive one another's trial emblems. The question remained, from which fortress did these trial participants hail? Chapter 18. An invitation from the assassins of Stormwind. Jingyu discovered that the number of trial participants in the army of Stormwind was not insignificantly greater than that of Alterac. Given this situation, the number of individuals participating in this joint team trial was likely to far exceed previous estimates. Alterac alone had trial participants from 2 fortresses, totaling 110 individuals, while the scale of Stormwind's forces surpassed that of Alterac, suggesting that the number of trial participants here could be even higher. However, Jingyu was disinclined to concern himself with these individuals. His current plans were progressing smoothly and should not be disrupted by extraneous matters, particularly since these individuals were merely ordinary soldiers of low rank, incapable of aiding him. In fact, becoming too entangled with them could potentially hinder his own progress. After casting a fleeting glance at a few of them, Jingyu turned away, preparing to leave. Yet, his indifference did not extend to the trial participants of Stormwind, who were keenly aware of his presence. Unbeknownst to Jingyu, his appearance had already astonished the trial participants of Stormwind. Upon entering the trial realm, they had noticed the esteemed figures led by Donna's Tolbane, who were frequently seen entering and exiting the command tent. They understood that gaining the favor of high-ranking indigenous individuals could greatly benefit their trials. Thus, they employed various means to draw closer to these prominent figures, even going so far as to volunteer for patrol teams, repetitively engaging in monotonous patrol tasks in hopes of winning the favor of a notable leader. However, after several days, none had succeeded. The trial participants were not chosen ones in this realm. Their status was no different from that of other indigenous soldiers. After a few days, they finally resigned themselves to their duties, passing the time with meager daily task rewards while eagerly anticipating the onset of war. However, on this very night, a scout from an unknown origin, under the command of the cavalry patrol leader, entered the tent. Not only did he receive an audience with the army's commander, but it was rumored that he also garnered significant accolades. This revelation left the trial participants of Stormwind utterly astonished, each eager to discover the identity of this individual who had achieved what many of them had long sought yet never attained. Naturally, their primary aim was to seize the opportunity to glean some intelligence from Jingyu. However, they were met with disappointment, as this trial participant evidently wished to avoid contact. Upon noticing their watchful gazes, he attempted to turn and leave. At that moment, one of the Stormwind trial participants could no longer restrain himself. A patrol participant glanced around cautiously, discreetly breaking away from the group, and approached Jingyu with trepidation. "Brother, my name is Chunbo, from Fortress 8. Which fortress do you hail from?" This trial participant, Chunbo, exuded a familiarity, greeting Jingyu while casting furtive glances around, clearly apprehensive of being detected by the commanding officer for his current actions. Jingyu could not help but smile at the furtive demeanor of the fellow before him. Chunbai seemed to realize that his appearance was rather peculiar, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. "I am Jingyu, from Fortress 72. It is a pleasure to meet you." Jingyu refrained from outright rejecting Chunbai's goodwill. As fellow challengers sharing the same objective, there was no need to cultivate an awkward relationship. Thus, he paused and greeted the other. Noticing Jingyu's demeanor had softened, Chunbai's spirits lifted immediately. He spoke candidly. "Brother Jingyu, I have some connections in Fortress 8. My father is a commander in the defense forces. If we happen to meet again, be it in the real world or the trial world, just ask, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." Though Chunbai's words seemed somewhat perplexing, Jingyu understood the intent behind them. He smiled and inquired, "What do you wish to obtain from me?" Chunbai chuckled. "Information, specifically regarding those influential figures, or rather, how one might capture their attention." Jingyu shook his head in resignation. He genuinely liked Chunbai and appreciated his forthright manner of communication. However, he could not provide the help Chunbai sought. "I'm afraid I am merely a scout who inadvertently obtained a crucial piece of intelligence that earned me an audience with the commander, but I no longer possess such information." Chunbai's expression dimmed. He had not harbored high hopes for this matter, approaching it with a spirit of chance. Although he received no surprise, he felt little regret. He clasped his fists in salute to Jingyu and smiled. No worries. I was just taking a shot in the dark. But what I said still stands. If we meet again, we can have a proper conversation. And perhaps we may even become friends. Jingyu felt a surge of goodwill towards Chenbai. He seemed far more sincere than the likes of Lin Rui. Devoid of any obnoxious, domineering aura, Jingyu thought that if Chenbai's introduction of himself were indeed true, then regardless of his ulterior motives for approaching him, this individual was worthy of friendship. Just as Jingyu contemplated saying something further to Chenbai, he was interrupted by another voice. Hey, little scout. Would you like to join us on this mission? Pasonia Shawl had appeared nearby, riding a magnificent steed and draped in a deep blue cloak characteristic of Stormwind. This legendary female assassin was accompanied by a dozen knights clad in similar attire, who, cloaked by the night, blended seamlessly into the shadows. Had it not been for Jingyu's exceptional talents, it would have been difficult to discern that there were figures atop those steeds. It seemed these shadowy individuals were indeed members of the Stormwind Assassins Guild. Miss Shawl, are you inviting me to partake in this operation? Do you believe I am capable of handling this task? Jingyu queried, entirely taken aback by Pasonia Shawl's unexpected proposition. This is not a question that a daring scout would dare to pose, for an exceptional assassin fears no challenge. Our time is limited. I shall grant you a mere 10 seconds to contemplate, Miss Shaw remarked, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Jingyu was not provoked by her taunt, though he yearned to clarify that he was not an assassin. After a brief 2 seconds of mental deliberation, he nodded in agreement. Your invitation is the highest compliment to me, Miss Shaw. It is an honor to serve you. Upon finishing his statement, he let out a sharp whistle. And in the next instant, the steed that had accompanied him for 3 days galloped towards him from the direction of the stable. Jingyu's casual display of horsemanship left those around him in utter astonishment. His equestrian skills were indeed remarkable. A glint of admiration flickered in Miss Shaw's eyes. It was no wonder this young scout could uncover such vital intelligence. He was certainly no ordinary individual. Jingyu waved at the stunned Chenbai and then mounted his horse. Joining the ranks of the Stormwind City Assassin Guild, Miss Shaw gestured, and a dozen assassin knights, shrouded by the night, vanished into the darkness like phantoms. Chenbai swallowed hard, feeling as though his understanding of reality had been completely overturned. Reflecting on his experiences of the past few days, he realized he had been living in a fool's paradise, laboring through monotonous patrols for mere experience points and enduring the incessant scoldings and insults from his superiors. Look at what others are engaged in. Delving into enemy territory, gathering intelligence, assassinating enemy leaders. Truly, comparison breeds despair. What constitutes a genuine trialist? Undoubtedly, individuals like Jingyu are the answer. Chenbai stood despondently on the hillside, feeling as though he had lost his fighting spirit. Hey, rookie, why are you dawdling here instead of patrolling? Do you wish to be confined? You damned fool. Chapter 19, Elite Profession, Assassin after a night of hurried travel. Jingyu felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, his spirit soared with exhilaration. He understood that he was partaking in a momentous event, one in which he would confront the illustrious heroes etched into the annals of Azeroth's history. This mission was starkly different from his previous solitary hunts of isolated orcs, for it heralded a pivotal occurrence that would shape the course of history. I never anticipated that there still existed soldiers like you in Alterac. I thought that place had long succumbed to decay under the reign of the despicable King Aiden. Lady Shore appeared beside Jingyu silently, her interest impalpable. Yet her disdain for Alterac and its monarch was unmistakable. Indeed, there are still some soldiers and officers in Alterac willing to fight, but they are bound by orders that prevent them from acting, Jingyu acknowledged, albeit feeling compelled to defend his homeland, as he was perceived to be one of Alterac's soldiers. Speaking against his country at that moment would invite scorn. However, Lady Shore seemed unconvinced by his words. Then what is your situation? Why do you remain on the battlefield? And after acquiring such vital intelligence, why did you not return to Alterac to report, but instead come to the forces at Hillsbrad? Jingyu opened his mouth, intending to fabricate an excuse, but after a moment's hesitation, he spoke truthfully. In truth, I am, in a strict sense, a deserter. After completing my mission, I failed to return to the fortress. My superior is likely contemplating bringing me back for trial. Jingyu was acutely aware that his unauthorized departure from the ranks posed a significant risk. While he knew that Alterac would betray the Alliance in the future, it remained one of the 7 nations of the Alliance at present. Should King Aiden resolve to punish him, he could indeed find himself in dire straits. The best course of action was to seek protection from another faction, to become affiliated with an organization, or to earn the favor of a legendary figure. Given Aiden's cowardly nature, he would never dare offend powerful forces over a mere scout. Thus, seizing upon Lady Shore's inquiry, he took the opportunity to share his predicament. He painted himself as a common soldier, driven by righteous indignation after witnessing orcs slaughtering innocents. He portrayed himself as a defiant figure who would disregard military orders to remain on the front lines and fight against the orcs. Of course, the essence of his narrative held a kernel of truth. Jingyu was well aware that such a portrayal would surely win the favor of this legendary female assassin, a citizen of Stormwind and one of humanity's most fervent haters of orcs. Indeed, after listening to Jingyu's account, Lady Shore's gaze shifted, and she declared, No, Scout. You are not a deserter. You are a hero of the human alliance. You infiltrated enemy lines and obtained crucial intelligence. This is the act of a hero. The cowardly kingdom of Alterac cannot judge you. Jingyu silently commended himself. With your auspicious words, madam, I hope King Oriden will reconsider his accusations against me in light of this accomplishment. Lady Shaw's lips curled into a subtle smile, as though she had discerned Jingyu's thoughts, but chose not to reveal them. She remarked, In truth, the profession of a scout does not suit you. It is a role meant for reconnaissance and military service. I can see that adventure and combat flow through your veins. You are more suited to confront the enemy and embrace the thrill of battle. Jingyu's heart stirred. He sensed the allure of a mission and its rewards. Madam, are you suggesting? If you perform exceptionally well in this operation, I shall grant you certain rewards. Lady Shaw paused, suitable for you. Triggering elite mission, the trial of the legendary assassin. In the upcoming operation, strive to earn the approval of Passonia Shaw through your outstanding performance. Mission rewards. 1,000 experience points, advancement to the elite profession, assassin. Jingyu had not anticipated that, while his long-cherished ranger vocation remained elusive, he would instead find himself on the threshold of the assassin profession. Yet, what must he do to meet the mission standards? Passonia Shaw, this legendary female assassin, possessed a notoriously eccentric character. It was under her stern tutelage that Matthias Shaw had risen to become the renowned leader of the 7th Bureau of Military Intelligence, a master assassin of great repute. With such a grandmother, one could only wonder if it was a blessing or a curse. Jingyu understood that earning the recognition of this legendary assassin would not be an easy feat. He would need to give his utmost in the battles to come. Though Jingyu comprehended the overarching tide of war, he remained ignorant of its intricate details. He knew that Orgrim Doomhammer had dispatched forces to rescue Zul'jin. Yet the specifics of the operation eluded him. Consequently, he made an error in this regard. When the Stormwind Assassins Guild approached Dunhold Castle, the battle had already commenced. Fiery flames illuminated the night sky, and the cacophony of human shouts intertwined with the roars of orcs. It was evident that the war at Dunhold had begun, and the assassin profession was ill-suited for direct confrontation. Damn it! How could the orc army advance so swiftly? One member of the Assassin Guild gritted his teeth, realizing their plans had been thwarted by the orcs' early arrival. What shall we do now? Must we continue the mission? Another member queried anxiously of their leader, Lady Shaw. She furrowed her brow, gazing at the distant, blazing Dunhold Castle, a flicker of regret passing through her eyes. Jingyu's spirits also waned, having just received an elite mission. It would be a great misfortune if their operation were to be aborted at this juncture. Undeterred, he scrutinized the situation ahead. Utilizing the exceptional vision granted by his sharpshooter talent, he quickly discerned something amiss. There were no signs of the orc army near Dunhold Castle, only the sounds of combat emanating from within the fortress. He understood the situation and addressed Lady Shaw. No, the Orcish army is not present here, undoubtedly. Orgrim Doomhammer harbors intentions akin to ours, sending a select elite unit to rescue Zul'jin. Upon hearing his words, Lady Shore was momentarily taken aback. From such a distance in the darkness, can you truly discern that? Jingyu nodded affirmatively. Certainly, please trust me, Lady Shore. There is no need to abort this operation. Since it is merely a small contingent, the Assassin's Guild can effectively execute their role. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lady Shore promptly commanded, dismount, and approach the castle stealthily. If it is indeed just a small unit, we shall disperse and seek suitable targets to eliminate. With that, she was the first to meld into the shadows, followed by the remaining members of the Assassin's Guild disappearing one by one. Jingyu opened his mouth, intending to elucidate his battle plan to Lady Shore, as his primary method of attack did not involve assassination. However, this legendary female assassin acted with remarkable decisiveness, vanishing before he could articulate his thoughts. Thus, he too resorted to disguise, concealing his presence as he advanced toward the castle. As Jingyu had surmised, Orgrim Dewhammer had indeed dispatched an elite unit to execute a direct assault on Dunhold Castle. He had strategically positioned the main force near the Wall of Saladin to engage the human defenders there, while the task of rescuing Zul'jin fell to a specialized orc squad. This elite orc unit moved with great swiftness, infiltrating the castle before the Stormwind assassins could arrive, slaying the unsuspecting guards atop the watchtower with sudden ferocity. Once inside the castle, they ignited a fire on the opposite side, drawing a majority of the guards toward the flames. Seizing this opportunity, the orc elite unit located the imprisoned troll commander Zul'jin and liberated him from his cell. Meanwhile, Commander Blackmore of Dunhold Castle found himself in a state of utter disarray. He was an adept leader who immediately sensed something amiss as the castle blazed. Thus, he remained vigilant, and upon hearing anomalous noises emanating from the direction of the prison, he discerned the cause of the fire. He promptly ordered the soldiers dispatched to extinguish the flames to rush to the prison, where a crucial prisoner was held. However, Blackmore was unprepared for the scene that awaited him. Upon his arrival with his troops, he discovered that the prison guards had been entirely eliminated. They were confronted head-on by the elite orc unit, which emerged, escorting the troll Zul'jin. Without further ado, both sides engaged in fierce combat. Chapter 20. The Fireblade Clan. At the outset, Blackmore felt no trepidation, for the soldiers under his command vastly outnumbered the enemy. Although the individual combat prowess of the orcs surpassed that of humans, the sheer numerical superiority of the human forces rendered any such advantage moot. However, in the blink of an eye, he realized his grave miscalculation. The fighting capability of this orc squad was utterly terrifying. Comprised of merely 20 warriors, their combat strength was astonishing. Their weapons were unlike the massive axes or hammers typical of their kin. Instead, they wielded elegantly curved longswords, radiant in silvery hue. Their combat style eschewed brute force for a display of exquisite swordsmanship and agile movements. These orcs could conjure phantoms of themselves in battle to confound their foes, employing stealth techniques reminiscent of assassins. Most fearsome of all was the searing flame that emanated from their blades, which possessed a lethal capacity to effortlessly cleave through the armor of the guards. The defenders of the castle stood no chance against them within mere moments. They suffered devastating losses, with dozens of soldiers lying lifeless in pools of blood. Yet, the orcs could not unshackle their captive, Zul'jin, from the iron chains that bound him, forcing them to delegate a few warriors to carry him, which severely hindered the elite squad's speed. Blackmore commanded the remaining soldiers to assemble at the castle gates to repulse the enemy and dispatched Captain Scarlock to rally reinforcements from the nearby encampment. Nevertheless, he still underestimated the ferocity of this orc band. Barely had Captain Scarlock departed for aid when the orcs, rallying around Zul'jin, surged forth like a tempest to the castle's entrance, leaving the guards helpless to impede their advance. Despair engulfed Blackmore. The prospect of losing his important prisoner loomed ominously, for he would inevitably face the king's wrath, potentially being stripped of his command over Dunhold. For an ambitious man who had clawed his way to such a position, this would be a monumental blow. Had Blackmore been privy to the true identity of these orcs, perhaps his anger would have been tempered. They hailed from the same clan, the Fireblade Clan. Though small in size and numbers, the Fireblade Clan held immense stature within the tribe, owing to their possession of a rare and legendary vocation, the Sword Saint, masters of exquisite swordsmanship and flame magic. The clan's fire priests could imbue their blades with the power of fire, enhancing the combat prowess of the Fireblade orcs. However, Not every member of the Fireblade clan was a sword saint. Only those who underwent the ultimate trial and donned the clan's banner were deemed true sword saints. Currently, the Fireblade clan boasted but a single sword saint, the esteemed chieftain of the clan. Among the raiding orcs, the elder warrior bearing the clan's emblem was none other than the tribe's legendary hero, the sword saint, Dal, the triple bloodblade. As a figure of legend, Dal displayed little interest in participating in such a rescue mission, the reason being that the enemy was simply too feeble. He felt that it was unnecessary for him to intervene personally. The defensive force was so feeble that the few young members of the clan could easily accomplish the task. It had taken less than half an hour since entering the castle to rescue the target, and in his eyes, the defenses here appeared as fragile as paper. Dar, the triple bloodblade, walked calmly among his troops, never taking the initiative to strike. Only when the enemy approached did he nonchalantly wield his sword, cleaving foes in two. When they reached the castle gates, not a single Fireblade orc had been lost, while at least several hundred defenders of Dunhold Castle had perished beneath their swords. Led by the Sword Saint, the Fireblade orcs exhibited truly terrifying combat prowess. As the castle gates swung open, the first orc to burst forth let out a skyward howl, an expression of release after slaughter, a gesture of contempt toward their enemies. However, as soon as its voice resonated, a silent arrow shot forth from the shadows, piercing its gaping mouth. The roar was abruptly silenced. There were archers in the jungle, the Fireblade orcs that followed, witnessing their comrade's head being shot through, immediately erupted in furious shouts. Sword Saint Dar's gaze sharpened, despite the Fireblade orcs sustaining no injuries during the assault. He had not anticipated losing a subordinate just as they were about to break free from the castle. With the Fireblade clan being sparse, each warrior was a precious resource, and no one could predict which of them might become a sword saint. Seeing a longtime comrade fall to an arrow was infuriating for Dar. Yet he managed to retain a sliver of composure, recognizing that now was not the time to seek revenge on their assailants. Ensuring the safety of the troll commander Zul'jin was paramount. There are hidden archers outside the castle. Everyone be cautious, avoid prolonged engagement, and break eastward. Although Dar yearned to plunge into the darkness to confront the assailant, he suppressed his impulse and swiftly directed his troops toward the east. Whoosh! An arrow shot out from the dark again. This time, however, it bore no fruit. With a swift swing of his sword, Sword Saint Dar cleaved the fierce arrow in twain, letting it fall to the ground. After deflecting that arrow, Dar's steely gaze scrutinized the distant jungle shrouded in darkness. From that previous shot, he discerned the archer's exceptional skill. Ordinary Fireblade warriors would not have been able to withstand such a surprise attack without prior preparation. At that moment, Lieutenant Scarlock finally arrived with a throng of human soldiers pursuing the orcs that had just emerged from the castle. Fall back. The Fireblade orcs, seeing their clan leader had shielded them from the ambush, hesitated no longer and began their retreat toward the east. Whoosh, another swift arrow. This time, it came from a different direction, indicating that the archer had changed position. Moreover, this time the target was none other than the troll commander Zul'jin. Damn it. The Sword Saint Dar had no choice but to retreat a step, once again blocking the incoming arrow, while a cold sweat broke out upon him. The assailant lurking in the shadows not only wielded arrows with lethal precision, but also possessed remarkable accuracy. The troll Zul'jin was of considerable stature, and even amidst the throng of orcs, his form was impossible to conceal. Yet, this hidden assailant, under such dim conditions, was able to swiftly seize the moment and unleash a precisely aimed shot. Had it not been for Dar's extensive battle experience and the prowess of a legendary hero, that arrow would have surely struck Zul'jin. At that moment, Commander Blackmore finally noticed the unusual happenings at the entrance, realizing that reinforcements had arrived, which lifted his spirits immensely. He and Captain Scarlock, leading the human soldiers, charged forth valiantly against the Fireblade orcs. A substantial number of human soldiers, fighting with reckless abandon, hindered the retreat of the Fireblade orcs, compelling them to turn back and defend themselves. The Sword Saint Dar remained ever vigilant against the ambusher concealed within the jungle, leaving him no time to assist his subordinates. As the situation grew dire with an increasing number of human soldiers, Dar realized that if he did not eliminate the hidden archer, they would likely pay a heavy price that day. Damn it! You hold off those insignificant soldiers. I shall deal with this ambusher. With that, the sword saint vanished in a flash, transforming into a whirlwind as he surged toward the jungle where the archer was concealed. The one hiding in the jungle was none other than Jingyu, who was no stranger to the Fireblade orcs. Upon seeing them for the first time, he immediately recognized their identity. Fireblade orcs and a sword saint. Truly a profession to aspire to. Instead of feeling apprehensive in the face of a formidable adversary, Jingyu's first thoughts were of the unique skills associated with the Sword Saint class: Wind Walk, Mirror Image, and Critical Strike. In this reality, these skills could be deemed divine, and for Jingyu, each of them held immense value. Naturally, if he could acquire all three, it would be. In Jingyu's eyes, the 20 Fireblade orcs ahead had transformed into a treasure shimmering with golden light. With the presence of a dozen elite warriors and a legendary assassin guarding him, he confidently loosed his first arrow. Jingyu already possessed extraordinary archery skills that belied his level, and now, bolstered by the strength of a level 15 warrior and the formidable weapon, Hunter's hunting bow, his initial shot yielded remarkable results, instantly slaying one of the Fireblade orcs. Although subsequent arrows did not achieve lethal results, they disrupted the retreat rhythm of the Fireblade orcs, forcing the Sword Saint to take action. Chapter 21. The might of the Sword Saint. Jingyu felt a flicker of pride witnessing a Sword Saint being pushed to such an extent. However, the next moment, his amusement faded. The elderly Sword Saint executed the Gale Step, vanishing from sight, evidently with the intent to pursue him. Damn it, he needs to act fast. Jingyu was aware that the Assassin's Guild from Stormwind was closing in on the Fireblade orcs, yet they did not launch an immediate assault, leaving him in a state of rising anxiety. He certainly did not wish to face the wrath of a Sword Saint alone. At that moment, the voice of Lady Shayer resonated in his ears. Do not panic. Enter stealth mode and conceal yourself as best as you can. He will find you, but I will remain here to assist you. A torrent of expletives surged within Jingyu. It seemed she intended for him to serve as bait. However, circumstances dictated otherwise, and he had no choice but to comply with Shayer's instructions, for this appeared to be the most prudent strategy to eliminate the Sword Saint. After all, none among them could withstand a direct confrontation with such a formidable opponent. He entered stealth mode, moving cautiously while evading any sign of anomaly in his surroundings. The Sword Saint's Gale Step also offered a semblance of invisibility, albeit diminished in efficacy when compared to that of an assassin. Thus, three cloaked figures engaged in a deadly game of cat and mouse within the area. Undoubtedly, Jingyu was the weakest of the mice, his sole objective being to disguise himself as effectively as possible, luring out the Fireblade orc Sword Saint to create an opportunity for Lady Shayer. Meanwhile, the battle at the castle gates escalated into a fierce clash. The ordinary human soldiers struggled to inflict damage upon the adeptly skilled Fireblade orcs, and they paid a heavy toll merely to stall the orcs' retreat. Blackmore observed the relentless fall of his men, despair gnawing at his heart. He found himself in a precarious situation. Should he continue urging his soldiers to charge, it would undoubtedly lead to further casualties. Even if they succeeded in recapturing Zul'jin, his culpability would be substantial. Yet, if he allowed the orcs to escape, letting such a significant prisoner slip away would also invite punishment. Commander, the castle guards have suffered too many casualties. If this continues, even if we reclaim Zul'jin, we will likely face reprimand from above, Lieutenant Scarlock remarked. Acutely aware of the dire circumstances, hoping the commander would make a swift decision. He had displayed remarkable valor in the recent skirmish, bearing a grievous wound that exposed bone, blood flowing incessantly through the gaps in his armor. Had it not been for a soldier who valiantly pulled him back, that strike would have cleaved him in two. Scarlock, resolute despite his injuries, persisted on the battlefield. Damn it, where are the reinforcements? Why have they not arrived? Blackmore's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the enemy as he let out a furious roar. Perhaps there are no reinforcements, just a passing ranger. This cannot alter the tide of battle, Lieutenant Scarlock cautiously suggested, hoping the commander would abandon the pursuit of the orcs. As things stood, the castle's guards were utterly incapable of preventing these departing orc warriors. As his words fell, a sudden eruption of blood spattered from the 4 Fireblade orcs fleeing ahead, who were bearing Zul'jin. The assassin squad had finally made their move. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a surprise attack on the orcs nearest to Zul'jin. The bodies of these assassins had scarcely emerged from the shadows when their daggers silently sliced through the throats, napes, and hearts of their foes, even without striking vital points. The wounded Fireblade orcs would soon succumb to their injuries. For the purpose of vengeance, the weapons wielded by the Stormwind assassins were coated with the most potent of poisons, ensuring that even the mightiest of orcs could not endure for long. The assassins struck decisively, retreating swiftly back into the shadows. The Fireblade orcs, locked in combat with the soldiers, immediately sensed something amiss. Turning around, they beheld the sight of 4 bloodied comrades lying lifeless on the ground, with only the troll's old Jean, shackled heavily, kneeling amidst the chaos. "Despicable humans!" roared one Fireblade orc, rallying 3 comrades to rush forward in an attempt to protect their target. However, after merely a few paces, they sensed that something was awry. Suddenly, a chilling aura of death loomed behind them, as icy daggers lunged toward the back of their heads. The clash of steel rang out as a long sword intercepted the daggers. Years of swordsmanship had endowed the Fireblade orcs with heightened acuity, and upon detecting the presence of assassins, their vigilance surged. With the assassination thwarted, both sides plunged into a melee. Once the advantage of surprise was lost, the assassins found themselves outmatched in direct combat against the Fireblade orcs. Nevertheless, their numerical superiority became evident, and upon witnessing their comrades in peril, they re-emerged to launch another ambush. After dispatching 2 more foes, they soon found themselves entangled with other incoming Fireblade orcs, igniting a fresh round of skirmishes. Blackmore and his soldiers, witnessing the reappearance of the assassins, felt a surge of morale. "Charge! Slay these green-skinned monsters and avenge our fallen comrades." The castle guards, invigorated, pressed forward, and with the assassins' assistance, they finally began to suppress the Fireblade orcs. Meanwhile, deep within the jungle, the Swordmaster Daler had heard the calls of his kin behind him and realized he had fallen into a trap designed to lure him away. Yet, retreating from the battlefield now would only invite greater peril. He had no choice but to continue hunting the treacherous ambusher. Soon, a subtle smile graced his lips. He had found his target. The scout, Jingyu, was still too inexperienced. Despite his utmost caution, a flaw had emerged, detected by Daler's keen senses. In an instant, a streak of crimson light slashed through the darkness as Daler's flaming strike approached Jingyu from behind. Aware that discovery was inevitable, Jingyu remained on high alert. While he lacked Daler's terrifying explosive power, his agility served him well. Upon sensing the imminent threat behind him, he swiftly pivoted, drawing an arrow with his left hand and a dagger with his right, positioning them defensively across his chest, while forcefully propelling himself backward. A resounding clash echoed through the air, as the dagger and arrow met the blade of the Sword Saint, barely managing to intercept it. Yet, the force emanating from the sword was terrifying. Jingyu felt as if he had been struck by a cannonball. The weapons in his hands were instantly sent flying, and a sharp pain coursed through his arms. The Sword Saint's momentum did not wane, as the blade continued its deadly arc towards Jingyu's chest. Fortunately, he had leaped backward just in time, utilizing the momentum of the incoming strike to propel himself away from the lethal blow. However, a gash was still carved into his side, blood splattering in all directions. Damn it, is this the prowess of a legendary hero? Despair welled within Jingyu as he realized he could not withstand even a single move, and it seemed the Sword Saint had not even unleashed his full power. "Kid, your aim with the bow is commendable, but your skills? Rather lacking." After Dar had revealed his target from the shadows and witnessed the injury inflicted upon his foe, a wave of anger surged within him. A mere weakling had managed to cost him a subordinate. Oblivious to the fact that several of his own had already perished at the hands of the Fireblade orcs, the furious Sword Saint gently caressed his sword, slowly advancing towards the feeble yet treacherous assailant, intent on delivering a swift execution. Jingyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose from the ground, aware that Lady Shower was nearby, seeking the opportune moment for her own strike. To distract his adversary, he posed a question. "Old man, your sword is formidable. Could it be the legendary flame blade, Sankus?" Startled, Sword Saint Dar had not anticipated that a human would know the name of his weapon. He halted his advance and demanded sharply, "How do you know?" Jingyu revealed a mysterious smile, replying, "Of course, I know, for someone has shared your information with us." Upon hearing this, a flicker of suspicion crossed Sword Saint Dar's gaze. This human might be attempting to feign knowledge to buy time. Yet, he could not resist inquiring further. Who? Jingyu cautiously moved his injured arm and responded, "You should already know. In the tribe, who else would want you dead if not Gul'dan?" Sword Saint Dar faltered for a moment, and in that instant, he nearly believed the words of this human scout. "Are you implying that Gul'dan is the traitor? That he has betrayed our intelligence?" Chuckling softly, he added, "You underestimate Gul'dan. He is no mere traitor. His ambitions extend far beyond your imagination." Chapter 22. Ambush and counter-ambush. Jingyu discerned that his words had taken effect. The venerable sword saint before him was now engulfed in doubt. He was not merely engaging in theatrics. Indeed, Gul'dan's existence constituted a significant vulnerability for the Horde. Some revered him, while others vehemently opposed him. In any case, all information regarding Gul'dan was a sensitive topic among the Horde's elite. Gul'dan, the chieftain of the Shadow Moon clan, was also a pawn of the Burning Legion. He orchestrated the opening of the Dark Portal, ushering the Orc tribes into the realm of Azeroth. However, he failed to fulfill his promises. The Orcs not only failed to discover a sanctuary, but also found themselves embroiled in conflict with the human kingdoms. This plunged the Horde into an interminable war, leading to the demise of countless Orcs in a conflict devoid of glory. Many high-ranking officials within the Horde began to question Gul'dan's true intentions, as various signs indicated he had deceived them all, and his actions had severely compromised the Horde. The Sword Saint Dar, known for valuing honor above life itself, had long harbored discontent towards Gul'dan, a man of deceitful words. Thus, after the conclusion of the First War and Gul'dan's subsequent capture, he advised the newly appointed war chief, Orgrim Doohammer, to execute him. However, the war chief cited insufficient forces as a rationale for allowing Gul'dan to remain in the conflict, even permitting him to re-establish a clan army. This decision further incensed the aging sword saint. "You seem to possess a wealth of information," Dar declared. "I have decided against killing you. Instead, I shall take you back for thorough interrogation until you divulge everything you know about Gul'dan." With that, Sword Saint Dar sheathed his fiery blade, Sanxus, and reached out towards Jingyu. Jingyu feigned terror, propelling himself forward with all his might in an attempt to evade Dar's grasp. Dar smirked coldly, bending down to crush the legs of this diminutive scout. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two daggers, radiating a ghostly azure luminescence, emerged from the shadows and entwined around his neck. With a swift motion, the sharpened blades, empowered by shadowy forces, effortlessly sliced through the sword saint's thick neck. Pausania Shah seized the opportunity and finally made her move. The legendary assassin's initial strike achieved extraordinary results. Without retreating, she continued her assault with hands as swift as lightning. The two daggers, imbued with the essence of shadow, erupted in a dazzling purple light, leaving deep, bone-exposing gashes upon the target's neck, chest, shoulders, and ribs. Jingyu felt as though he were witnessing multiple Pausania Shahs encircling the sword saint, unleashing a torrent of attacks. In a mere second, the sword saint was riddled with wounds, resembling a shattered watermelon, blood gushing forth as he succumbed to the relentless barrage and knelt down. Jingyu, unable to savor the breathtaking spectacle, quickly leapt backward and activated his camouflage to distance himself from the battlefield. The sword saint finally reacted, letting out a furious roar as he struggled to rise, gripping the fiery blade on his back, an overwhelming heat emanating from his very being. Ms. Shore abruptly ceased her assault, a shadowy step carrying her several meters away, coldly observing the old sword saint. Dar, the triple bloodblade, had indeed aged. In the instant of attack, he was momentarily taken aback before contemplating a counterstrike. He resembled an old lion freshly awakened, exuding an unmatched aura. Yet his labored breaths and dimmed gaze betrayed his decline. The wounds upon his body were darkening, evidently the result of Ms. Shore's weapon, which not only infused with shadowy power, but also wielded a potent venom. In this moment, the legendary figure who had traversed Draenor revealed a hint of mortality. Swiftly, the distant Jingyu seized the opportunity, loosing an arrow toward the aged Dar. To slay a legendary hero with his own hands would undoubtedly yield substantial experience rewards. However, such aspirations were ultimately futile. The dying sword saint swung his sword, deflecting the arrow aside. Do you think this will be your means to vanquish me? Despicable ambusher. The sword saint of the Fireblade clan shall not fall easily. With that declaration, he expelled a foul, blackish blood. The toxin had spread, leaving grayish patterns upon his visage. Yet, within his eyes flickered a fierce determination, an unwillingness to succumb to death. A faint aura of vitality lingered around him, seemingly dulling the poison coursing through his body, even rejuvenating his spirit. Jingyu furrowed his brow, pondering the sword saint's intentions. Miss Passonia sure appeared to sense something amiss, loudly warning, "Be cautious. Something is awry." No sooner had the words left her lips than the sword saint's form twisted abruptly, and three identical figures emerged simultaneously, charging towards Jingyu and Passonia, sure alike. Cursed be it, the mirror technique. Jingyu felt a surge of trepidation. Truly, the sword saint's mirror images were indistinguishable from his true self. Unlike those common Fireblade orcs whose illusions were mere afterimages. Yet, which of the three was the real one? Rather than fleeing with disguise, Jingyu remained composed and aimed an arrow at the advancing mirror image, seeking to ascertain if it was indeed the true body that approached him. Though the mirror images appeared formidable, they lacked tangible offensive power. Their purpose lay solely in deceiving adversaries upon the battlefield. His hopes were soon dashed as the arrow was severed by the mirror's sword, which continued its rapid advance. "Damn it, I wasn't he the one who just attacked you? Why are you fixating on me?" Jingyu lamented, finding himself in tears at the sword saint's blatant disregard for chivalry, specifically targeting him, a mere novice. Without hesitation, he activated his disguise skill, hoping to meld into the shadows and evade this lethal ambush. Miss Shore, having cast two throwing knives to dispel the mirror images, quickly realized that the sword saint's true target was Jingyu. She activated her shadow step, racing to position herself before him. She deftly parried the strike from the entity with a pair of daggers, but the anticipated overwhelming force failed to materialize. The entity's assault was merely a shade stronger than that of the ordinary Fireblade orcs. The legendary assassin, with remarkable reflexes, instantly sensed a trickery at hand. Caution. To the right rear. Simultaneously, Jingyu also discerned the anomaly and raised a loud alarm. A ferocious killing intent emerged from the rear flank of the assassin. As the sword master Dar, the triple blood blade, leapt forth from the shadows, his flame blade aimed viciously at the back of her head. At that moment, a rare expression of shock crossed the face of the seasoned legendary assassin. Both she and Jingyu had fallen into a trap. None of the three illusions were the entity, and the illusion charging at Jingyu was capable of deflecting the incoming arrows due to the swordmaster's mastery of illusion techniques, which enabled an otherwise non-threatening apparition to wield a fraction of the entity's might. While conjuring the illusions, the entity activated the Gale Step, retreating into the shadows to quietly seek an opportunity. Just as Lady Shore released her shadow step to aid Jingyu in fending off the assault, the swordmaster seized this moment to corner the assassin, pushing her into a dire predicament. Jingyu's heart raced uncontrollably, thinking, what a hypocritical old scoundrel. How dare he accuse us of being despicable ambushers while he engages in such tactics? Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain in his arm, he drew back his longbow, preparing to lend support to the assassin, yet he knew deep down that he might be too late. At this moment, even the formidable Passonia sure had lost her composure. As an assassin, she lacked the robust physique and sturdy armor. Confronted with the swordmaster's lethal counterattack, evasion seemed impossible, leaving only a path to certain death. Damn it! Jingyu realized that if Passonia Shore perished, his own survival was bleak. Without a moment's hesitation, he loosed the arrow in his grasp, aimed directly at the swordmaster's vital points. The flame blade came crashing down. At the critical juncture, a radiant shield manifested around the legendary assassin's form. It was a magical shield conjured by a mage. The caster seemed aware that a single layer of the shield would be inadequate to withstand the swordmaster's onslaught, thus layering multiple shields in an instant. Shields of purple, blue, and red, formed from various elements, enveloped Lady Shore securely. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, even the reinforced magical shields could not wholly absorb the swordmaster's fiery assault. The searing flame blade shattered several layers of the magical barrier, ultimately breaching through. However, the magical shields had served their purpose, affording Lady Shore precious moments. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she swiftly pivoted, crossing her daggers to guard her vital points. With a clang, the legendary assassin was sent flying, crashing heavily against a tree, the trunk, as thick as a bowl, splintering upon impact. The slender assassin skidded several meters along the ground before coming to a halt. After sending Passoni ashore hurtling away, the swordmaster swiftly turned to sever the incoming arrow. Yet, this arrow flew faster and truer than he had anticipated. As he turned around, the arrow had already reached his chest. He could only exert himself to evade to the side, yet he was still pierced in the abdomen. Chapter 23. The fall of the legendary swordmaster. During the zenith of his prowess, the swordmaster Dar, known as the Triple Bloodblade, stood as the mightiest warrior of the tribe. Yet, as age crept upon him, many forgot the ferocity he once possessed. However, a few formidable individuals on the continent of Azeroth were fortunate enough to witness his resurgence. The lion awakened anew. Severely wounded and on the brink of death from a legendary assassin's ambush, poisoned yet undeterred, he executed a flawless combination of mirror image and feline swiftness, nearly achieving a counterattack. Such combat prowess attests to his indomitable spirit and resilience. The old swordmaster was beset by numerous wounds, blood streaming from his body, an arrow protruding from his abdomen, yet his aura intensified, and his fierce gaze swept across his adversaries. Following the release of the arrow, Jingyu immediately employed a disguise and vanished into the shadows. The legendary female assassin, too, had disappeared, leaving only a toppled tree and the chaos wrought by their encounter. The old swordmaster had no time to seek out the two who had retreated into the shadows, his icy gaze fixated upon the unexpected intruder who had thwarted his counterattack. 100 meters away stood a man draped in a mage's robe, his white hair framing an aged visage, his physique appearing somewhat frail. Yet, contrary to the wisdom and murkiness typically associated with old age, his eyes radiated the buoyancy and vigor of youth. With a fierce roar, the old swordmaster surged toward the elderly mage, his speed rendering him nearly invisible. Meanwhile, the old mage's mind was inundated with expletives directed at Lady Shea and Jingyu. Having just saved them, little did he expect their cunning retreat into the shadows, leaving him as the target of the enraged orc swordmaster. Nevertheless, having trained under the illustrious Mediv, a prodigy of the starry realms, the old mage remained composed amidst the turmoil. He raised one hand in feigned nonchalance, a chilling force enveloping him. Instantly, transparent ice crystals materialized around him, coalescing into a large block of ice that encased his entire form. At that moment, the blade of the fiery edge, Sanxus, struck the ice block. With a resounding crash, shards of ice erupted, the seemingly fragile block surprisingly withstanding the swordmaster's full assault, nearly creating a wide gash without harming the occupant within. The mage's life-saving skill, Ice Barrier, colloquially known among players as the Fridge, proved unexpectedly effective in reality. After successfully blocking the swordmaster's lethal strike, the old mage did not linger to endure further blows. He brandished his staff, causing the surrounding ice to shatter instantaneously. The splintered ice, imbued with a biting chill, enveloped the old swordmaster's form, and with a series of cracks, his joints were swiftly besieged by frost. His hands and feet, along with the blade of the fiery edge, became ensnared in the frigid explosion, and the old swordmaster's movements began to falter. The old mage, with a flicker of movement, appeared a considerable distance away, conjuring a protective shield around himself once more. His fingertips crackled with arcane energy as a sharp, icy spike began to coalesce before him. This fluid and elegant display of sorcery showcased not only his profound mastery of magic but also his keen reflexes. The old sword saint, sensing the peril of being targeted by potent magic, unleashed a searing flame from his blade, causing the frost upon him to evaporate in a violent blaze. After breaking free from the encasing ice, he spat a mouthful of rancid blood, the pallor of death deepening upon his visage. In the next moment, the old sword saint prepared to activate his wind step, a maneuver designed to evade the magical lock and swiftly close the distance to the old mage for a lethal strike. Yet, he seemed to overlook the presence of other foes on the battlefield. A series of sharp, slicing sounds pierced the air from behind him as several arrows hurtled toward him, meticulously tracking his every motion. Jingyu, disregarding the excruciating pain in his arm, relentlessly loosed arrows in rapid succession, intent on troubling the old sword saint. Under normal circumstances, Such an assault would have been effortlessly deflected by Dao, the triple blood blade. However, in his current state, he was but a shadow of his former self. His mobility sustained solely by the demonic blood coursing through his veins and the savage prowess of the orcs. In this moment, his combat prowess was formidable. Yet his body remained exceedingly frail. The old sword saint, unwilling to squander energy on deflecting arrows, chose instead to embrace the onslaught. Allowing the arrows to pierce his flesh while he brandished his flame-wreathed blade and charged toward the old mage, hoping to take an enemy with him in his dying moments. 3 arrows punctured the old sword saint in quick succession, yet astonishingly, his movement did not falter. Jingyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. His power was ultimately insufficient, rendering him almost impotent in this clash. He dared not engage in close combat, relying solely on his bow to harass from afar, knowing a mere flick of the sword saint's hand could spell his demise. However, there remained another combatant in the fray, one who was truly a legendary force. Old fool, your end is nigh. Cease your futile struggle. Passonia Shore sprang forth from the shadows, hurling a spiked grappling hook that ensnared the old sword saint's right ankle. In an instant, the sword saint lost his balance while sprinting forward, tumbling ahead. The legendary assassin, harnessing the force of the hook, leaped onto his back like an agile monkey, 2 daggers bursting forth with violet shadow energy, plunging toward the nape of the sword saint's neck. Yet, the assassin's movements were not as swift as before, although the previous blow had not directly struck her. It had nonetheless left her arms fractured and her internal organs grievously wounded from the impact. Truly, Dao, the triple blood blade, embodied the title of Sword Saint. Sensing the lethal threat upon his back, he let out a furious roar, mustering the withering strength within to elbow the assassin fiercely. Crack! Before Lady Shore could plunge her daggers down, she was violently swept away by the force of his strike. The old sword saint rose once more, his face devoid of color, enveloped in a pallor of death. You underestimate me greatly. I have traversed the realms of Draenor for decades, never once bowing before my foes unless they tread upon my corpse. Even on the precipice of death, this aged orc retained a fierce spirit. However, as he attempted to advance and attack once more, the once formidable aura around him dissipated, rendering him akin to a mere automaton, moving solely on instinct. At that moment, the old mage finally completed his spell, conjuring a colossal ice spike the size of a tree trunk, which shot forth towards the old sword saint. With a dull thud, the sharp ice spike failed to pierce the legendary body of the sword saint, merely embedding itself a few centimeters deep. Nevertheless, the tremendous force hurled him backward, causing him to crash to the ground. Despite sustaining such a heavy blow, Darthal, the triple blood blade, did not succumb immediately, though his gaze lost its luster. He propped himself up from the ground with the aid of his bloodfire blade, casting a bloodthirsty glance at his 3 adversaries, a hint of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. Even in death, he would not yield to his enemies. This was the final dignity of a tribal warrior. Seeing this, Passonia Shore and Jingyu simultaneously exhaled in relief. It appeared that the old fellow was finally reaching his end. Yet, the 3 humans present remained vigilant, their eyes fixated on Darthal. Gradually, the expression of the old sword saint became rigid, his body ceasing its tremors. The legendary assassin and the old mage furrowed their brows, each preparing their respective actions, one brandishing a throwing knife, the other conjuring a fireball. Clearly, they sought to ascertain whether this formidable foe was truly vanquished. Emerging from the shadows, Jingyu exhibited no inclination to test the adversary, his countenance radiating relaxation and exhilaration, for he had already obtained the answer he sought. Participated in the slaying of the legendary hero Darthal. Contribution 10. Experience gained. Defeated a legendary hero at a higher level. Bonus experience awarded. First time kill of a legendary hero. Awarded skill book. Fatal strike. The sound of the trial emblem was melodious and enchanting, as if the perilous battles endured prior were but fleeting illusions. At this moment, Jingyu longed to unleash a triumphant shout, to vent the tension that had gripped him. Having narrowly escaped death, he finally received the reward he deserved. Moreover, the delete task of the assassin class should now be complete. Chapter 24, That's upon confirming the demise of the swordmaster Darthriel Bloodblade. Jingyu hastened to inspect the corpse, only to find, regrettably, that no equipment or items had dropped. seemingly due to his minimal contribution. However, the Blade of Flames, Sinks, was claimed by Passonia Shaw. Jingyu understood that he was unworthy of such a weapon and thus harbored no unrealistic hopes. As the two of them rummaged through the remains, the aged mage stood a short distance away, uttering not a word, merely observing them in silence. Meanwhile, the legendary assassin offered no gratitude for the mage's assistance. Instead, a frigid glare lingered on her countenance, suggesting a significant bias against him. Jingyu cautiously glanced at the mage's uniquely designed staff resting on his back, his mind already deducing the mage's identity. Nevertheless, he refrained from speaking, recognizing himself as merely a minor character in this unfolding drama. The atmosphere was palpable with tension, a hint of awkwardness prevailing among the three. However, the stillness was soon shattered by the distant clamor of battle. Outside the castle, the conflict raged on, and the Fireblade orcs found themselves at a disadvantage under the relentless onslaught of the castle guards and the assassin guild. Of the 20 Fireblade orcs, only 6 remained, valiantly fighting on, unaware that their esteemed swordmaster had already perished. Blackmore finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the cost had been steep, the prisoner had not been rescued, and the enemy was on the verge of annihilation, which would significantly reduce his culpability. Yet, it seemed he had celebrated too soon. Suddenly, from the eastern night, a chorus of frantic galloping and feral growls erupted. Blackmore's expression shifted. It sounded like wolves. Indeed, the next moment, a cadre of wolf cavalry emerged from the shadows, charging toward the castle guards. At the forefront was the elite cavalry of the tribe, the Raiders. The leading Raider captain appeared to be the very one Jingyu had encountered earlier. He charged into the fray, brandishing a hefty saber. Although outnumbered by the human defenders, the Raiders compensated for their numerical inferiority with unparalleled combat prowess and agility. The soldiers of Dunhold Castle, caught unawares, found their formations in utter disarray as many fell in the blink of an eye. Just as the Raiders surged into the battlefield, several more wolf riders appeared from the rear, hoisting the troll Zul'jin onto the back of a massive wolf, and began their retreat eastward. The castle guards and the Stormwind assassins, now in disarray from the Raider assault, could hardly muster an effective defensive formation, let alone pursue the abducted prisoner. Blackmore experienced an overwhelming sensation of descending from paradise into the depths of despair. He bellowed for the scant few cavalry within the castle to mount up and pursue. But confronted with the ferocity of the Raider wolf cavalry, the steeds trembled in place, paralyzed with fear. The imminent threat posed by the swift and ferocious wolf riders far eclipsed that of the Fireblade orcs, rendering the Stormwind assassins incapable of finding an opportune moment to strike. The guards once again encountered formidable adversaries, and the hard-won advantage they had previously secured was swiftly overturned with the emergence of new foes, transforming the scene into a one-sided massacre. It seemed that the human side was on the brink of collapse. In this critical moment, an arcane missile shot forth from the jungle, striking the leader of the Marauders. The diminutive arcane projectile, when faced with the Sword Saint, could only deliver a punch-like impact. However, when the target shifted to this elite Marauder captain, it resembled a cannonball, instantly piercing a gaping hole through his chest. Howl. The wolf seemed to sense its master's demise, emitting a mournful cry. The other Marauders were startled. With their captain's death, their assault rhythm began to falter, granting the humans a much-needed respite. The old mage blinked to the edge of the battlefield, swiftly casting a minor spell that felled the opposing leader, once again turning the tide of battle. Simultaneously, Jingyu's arrows appeared, striking true against the agile Marauders. And those who fell were immediately besieged and beaten to death by surrounding human soldiers. Though his arm had yet to heal, these orcs were elite, and he was determined to fight for the experience rewards. Khadgar, why do you not pursue the orcs who took Zul'jin? Lady Shaw did not join the fray. Her face was a mask of frost, her furious gaze fixed upon the old mage. Jingyu inhaled sharply. Indeed, it was him, Khadgar, a man destined for unparalleled brilliance. An apprentice of the Kirin Tor, a student of Mediv, one of the 5 heroes who traversed the Dark Portal, a founder of the Citadel, a bane to the Burning Legion, the new Guardian. As he recalled the old mage's future titles and deeds, Jingyu felt a surge of youthful fervor. However, it was best to refrain from involving himself in Khadgar's affairs at this moment, as Khadgar's reputation was rather tarnished. Although he had assisted Anduin Lothar in eliminating the fallen Guardian Medivh, Khadgar's unruly and unrestrained demeanor starkly contradicted the traditional tenets of wizardry. These traits were, in Jingyu's eyes, commendable, yet Pausanias Shah's biases against Khadgar ran deep. With a legendary assassin's task still on his shoulders, any display of camaraderie towards Khadgar might offend Lady Pausanias Shah, jeopardizing his elite mission, a consequence he could ill afford. Thus, Jingyu observed coldly, choosing not to intervene in their matters, focusing instead on hunting the orcs and enhancing his own strength. In response to Pausanias Shah's inquiry, Khadgar offered an awkward smile that belied his appearance. Please remain calm. And Shah, I will explain everything shortly, but for now, let us first deal with these enemies. Despite Khadgar appearing older than Pausanias Shah, he addressed her as Aunt Shah. However, neither the listener nor the speaker exhibited any unusual emotions. Their tones remained remarkably natural. Jingyu understood the reason behind this, for at this moment, Khadgar was merely around 20 years of age. His current appearance was a result of a peculiar spell he had encountered while battling the fallen Medivh, which had caused his body to age prematurely. Although his physique had grown frail and weakened, his intellect and thought processes retained the vigor of youth. You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or I shall not let you off as easily as last time. Pausanias Shah declared, her voice laced with indignation. The recent battle had left the legendary assassin grievously wounded, and her ability to stand and speak was a testament to her sheer will. Meanwhile, Jingyu lacked the capacity to pursue the wolf cavalry. The only one capable of thwarting the escape of Zul'Jin's wolf riders was Khadgar, who had emerged unscathed from the skirmish. With his near-legendary prowess, he could effortlessly prevent Zul'Jin's flight. Yet, he chose instead to assist the castle guards in slaying the marauders. Such a careless decision was bound to infuriate Pausanias Shah, compounded by Khadgar's previous actions, which rendered her emotions uncontrollable. Khadgar, unsettled by the assassin's murderous gaze, waved his hands in a flurry and urgently replied, "Please believe me, Lady Shah, my intentions are solely for the future of humanity." Pausanias Shah clearly did not accept his words, her tone icy as she retorted, "If you truly cared for humanity's future, you would not have allowed the traitor Garona to escape. From this perspective, you too are a traitor to your kind." This statement plunged Khadgar into silence, leaving him rooted in place, a flicker of sorrow haunting his eyes. Having overheard their exchange while continuing to eliminate foes, Jingyu could not resist glancing over, only to find the two locked in a tense standoff. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke up. Lady Shah, I believe that allowing Zul'Jin to escape may not be entirely detrimental." Pausanias Shah abruptly turned her head, her cold gaze fixated on Jingyu, astonished that this young scout would dare to speak in Khadgar's defense. Khadgar too was taken aback, his face a mask of confusion as he regarded Jingyu, seemingly eager to hear his reasoning. Under their scrutiny, Jingyu felt a twinge of anxiety, yet steadied himself and succinctly stated, "Lady Shah, Zul'Jin is not only an enemy of humanity but also a foe of the Highborn." Chapter 25, The Analysis of the Young Scout. The legendary female assassin furrowed her brow, unable to immediately comprehend the meaning of the statement. Khadgar, however, was taken aback. Could it be that Marshal Lothar's plan had been discerned by this young scout? I am well aware that the High Elves are also foes of the Trolls, but what relevance does this have to our release of Zul'Jin? Lady Shah remained with a furrowed brow, fixated on Jingyu, awaiting his elucidation. Jingyu let out a slight sigh. Pausanias Shah was indeed a highly competent leader of assassins, yet she lacked a broader strategic perspective. The Amani Trolls were now inclined to heed the leadership of Orgrim Doomhammer due to their absence of a formidable leader, and Zul'Jin's return would precisely rectify this deficiency. Jingyu endeavored to clarify further, continuing, Orgrim Doomhammer is one of the few chieftains among the orcs who employs cunning. Yet his understanding of power is still rather superficial. He naively believes that rescuing Zul'Jin would earn the loyalty of the Amani Trolls. But he is mistaken. What exactly is mistaken? Lady Shah finally relinquished her frigid demeanor, her gaze now imbued with inquiry. Jingyu replied, Zul'Jin's return will indeed evoke gratitude among the trolls towards the Horde, yet it will simultaneously undermine Orgrim Doomhammer's authority, especially with a rebellious hero like Zul'Jin. Do you truly think he would willingly submit to the commands of a leader from another race? Lady Charl appeared to grasp the situation. Staring blankly at the articulate young scout, her eyes reflecting her contemplation, Jingyu, having opened the floodgates of discourse, continued, to my knowledge. Zul'Jin's greatest hatred is not directed at humans, but at the High Elves. I have also heard that the Elven King of Quel'Thalas failed to honor his promises from years past, rejecting Marshal Lothar's request for military assistance. Only the Windrunner family was willing to aid humanity against the Orcish incursion. Therefore, Jingyu pondered for a moment before stating, if we could draw the flames of war to the northern Elven Kingdom, we could compel them to send troops, thereby alleviating much of the pressure on us humans. Pasonia Charl was utterly taken aback, her expression becoming unusually grave, her eyes brimming with questions. Khadgar swallowed lightly, unable to restrain himself from inquiring. Then how do you propose we draw the flames of war to the northern Elven Kingdom? Jingyu, oblivious to the probing nature of the question, responded nonchalantly, in the past. This would have been difficult, but now, the plan is rather straightforward. How so? In comparison to the human kingdoms, I believe the Troll General Zul'Jin would be far more inclined to attack Quel'Thalas. If we convey to him a message that Quel'Thalas is dispatching troops to support humanity, perhaps this issue could be resolved with ease. Upon hearing this, the legendary female assassin found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze towards Jingyu filled with a complex array of emotions. It has come to my attention that the Windrunner family is currently aiding the Wilehammer dwarves in Sindorii. I intended to elaborate further, however, before I could articulate my thoughts, I was abruptly interrupted by Khadgar and Pazinia Shore, who together silenced me with a sharp command. Enough. Be quiet. Upon turning, I observed that the two individuals, who had previously appeared at odds, were now gazing at me with grave expressions, their eyes rife with admonition. Pazinia Shore inhaled deeply and admonished me in a stern tone. You have spoken enough, Scout. We cannot betray our allies, do you understand? Lady Aurelia is a respected elf. Stunned, I quickly grasped their intent and sheepishly replied, my apologies, esteemed ones. My earlier remarks were mere folly. They hold no weight. After all, I am but a humble scout, and such matters are for you distinguished figures to deliberate. Your actions have influenced the thoughts of historical figures, garnering their attention and unlocking the worldview cracking reward. You have attracted the attention of the historical figure Pazinia Shore, worldview cracking at 0.03. You have attracted the attention of the historical figure Khadgar, worldview cracking at 0.06. You have participated in a battle that could alter the course of history. Worldview cracking at 0.08. Current worldview cracking 0.17. Upon reaching 1 in worldview cracking, a trial taker may access an exclusive passage into this world. Note, the worldview cracking reward is only obtainable upon completion of the trial. The proclamation from the trial emblem plunged me into a state of elation. I scarcely registered what Lady Shore and Khadgar subsequently uttered. I was astonished that a spontaneous remark could yield such a favorable outcome. The worldview cracking reward. This prospect seemed even more enticing than elite missions. However, it could only be acquired post-trial. If I were to meet an untimely demise before completing the trial, it would be a lamentable loss. I endeavored to conceal my grin and refocused on dispatching the remaining foes. Observing that the battle was drawing to a close, Pazinia Shore quietly withdrew to the sidelines, contemplating something as she watched my silhouette. Khadgar, meanwhile, was engaged in clearing the last of the enemies. Yet his furrowed brow suggested he too was preoccupied by some troubling matter, his gaze fraught with conflict. Thanks to the assistance from Khadgar and myself, the skirmish swiftly concluded. Aside from the few wolf riders who had rescued Zul'Jin, all remaining adversaries were vanquished, including 2 fell orcs and 5 marauders, along with a dozen wolf mounts. However, in comparison to the fallen sentinels of the castle, this meager victory seemed inconsequential. As I surveyed the field strewn with corpses, I silently prayed for the valiant warriors who had perished, hoping they would find solace in the Shadowlands and not succumb to becoming sustenance for the maw. After my prayers, I commenced the grim task of looting. My first target was the bodies of the fell orcs, and I eagerly began to rummage among the fallen. He truly has a profound affection for the skill, Shadow Step. Players who have experienced games like Warcraft seem to universally admire the hero known as the Blade Master. This elusive and disruptive hero, capable of stealth and striking, captivates the hearts of every player, and Jing Yu is no exception. Moreover, Shadow Step not only bestows the ability to become invisible, but also allows him to traverse the winds, enhancing his movement speed, which aligns perfectly with his current combat style. Most importantly, he has already acquired a skill of the Blade Master, Critical Strike. Coupled with Shadow Step, he can unleash an even more formidable offensive capability than the Blade Master himself. A ranged Blade Master. The mere thought is exhilarating. Regrettably, Jing Yu's aspirations did not come to fruition. After much exploration, he managed to procure only 2 usable items. A pair of exquisite boots that bolster agility and defense, 2 agility, and a finely crafted short sword that enhances armor penetration and bleeding effects. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he resolutely scoured the battlefield once more, ultimately discovering the corpse of a Fireblade orc. With renewed hope, he crouched down, and at last, a thin tome appeared in his grasp. Mirror Image. Create illusions to bewilder opponents while simultaneously dispelling minor detrimental magical effects on oneself. Ah, it's Mirror Image. Which is indeed quite commendable, though Shadow Step remains more appealing. Ideally, he would possess both. Jing Yu sighed. It was not that he was insatiably greedy, but rather, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Name: Jing Yu. Race: Mortal. Class: Warrior level 15. Scout level 10. Class skills: Warrior, Heroic Strike, Battle Roar, Execute. Scout: Camouflage, Detection. Universal skills: Critical Strike, Beginner, Mirror Image, Beginner, Light Swordsmanship of Riptide City. Talent: Sharpshooter, Storage Space, 1 cubic meter, Novice, Remaining Experience, 3,000, Other Information, Unactivated. His strength has once again been augmented. Moreover, he still has unspent experience. And the Scout class has reached its first bottleneck. To advance, he must undertake the beginner trial. However, he has an elite task awaiting submission. And once he gains the approval of Passonia Shawl, passing the beginner trial should pose no challenge, potentially even leading to the elite class, Assassin. Jing Yu eagerly anticipates cleaning up the battlefield to claim his reward. Yet, at this moment, Lady Shawl has no intention of distributing rewards. She and Khadgar have brought Jing Yu before Commander Blackmore. Chapter 26. Ranks. Commander Blackmore of Dunhold Castle wore a somber expression, fully anticipating the grim fate that awaited him: trial, imprisonment, or even execution. During the war, he had not only allowed the escape of high-ranking enemy prisoners, but had also suffered the loss of hundreds of valiant soldiers. Such a lapse would be considered a grave offense in any nation. Reflecting on the treacherous efforts that had propelled him to this position, Blackmore felt a profound sense of despair. However, when confronted by a powerful mage who had come to aid in the castle's defense, he masked his gloom and respectfully bowed to Khadgar. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed mage." Despite Blackmore's efforts to appear dignified, Khadgar discerned the turmoil within him and offered reassurance. "Do not fret, Commander Blackmore. You shall not face punishment. No castle could withstand such a sudden onslaught. Your performance has surpassed that of many distinguished generals, especially considering one of the assailants was a legendary swordmaster." Upon hearing this, Blackmore's countenance brightened, and he inquired with astonishment, "Are you referring to the leader of the Fireblade clan?" The conflict between humans and orcs had persisted for a considerable duration, and both sides were well informed about each other's elite forces. He was certainly familiar with the renowned legendary swordmaster, Darthal Tripleblood. Khadgar, a man of integrity, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. He is dead. You played a part in that victory." Blackmore was initially taken aback, but joy soon illuminated his face. "Oh, my heavens! Honorable mage. Allow me to express my utmost respect for such a powerful spellcaster." "Not at all. I merely contributed a fraction of the effort. It was Granny Shao who was the true hero of this battle. Her flawless assassination was key to slaying the Swordmaster. And let us not forget this young scout, who also played an indispensable role." Upon hearing the title Granny Shao, Blackmore glanced instinctively at the legendary female assassin standing nearby. It was no surprise he did not recognize her. Lady Shao had been rather unassuming, quietly standing to the side without introducing herself. Nevertheless, the reputation of the Stormwind Assassin Guild was well known, and the name Pania Shao resonated throughout the human kingdoms. With just the name Xiao, Blackmore immediately grasped her identity. Swiftly overlooking Khadgar's mention of the young scout, he bowed deeply to Lady Xiao, addressing her with utmost reverence. "Oh, please forgive my lack of discernment, Lady Pania Xiao. I never imagined that a legendary hero such as yourself would come to aid Dunhold Castle. I am more than willing to offer my utmost sincerity in rewarding you and your subordinates." It must be said, Blackmore was a clever man with a knack for eloquence. However, Lady Xiao possessed the keen intuition of a legendary assassin, and she clearly detected the hypocrisy emanating from the commander. With a hint of disdain, she shook her head and remarked, "We merely happen to be stationed nearby. As fellow humans, we must stand united in battle. Shall we instead aid those wretched green-skinned creatures?" Her words bore an unmistakable implication, suggesting that her previous ire towards Khadgar had not entirely dissipated. Khadgar's expression reflected resignation, for he understood that Pasani Yashal's statement was directed at him. Meanwhile, Blackmore, a man harboring his own secrets, felt a jolt at the legendary assassin's words. A cold sweat instantly forming upon his brow. As someone privy to all truths, Jingyu found amusement in observing the shifting expressions of those present, reveling in the dark pleasure of possessing their secrets. Unbeknownst to Lady Xiao, her words had startled the commander. She continued, "Commander, it was this young scout who first detected the orc movements and led us here to support this battle, although we ultimately failed to thwart the plans of the Horde. His contributions are nonetheless significant. As the commander of Dunhold Castle, shouldn't you award a soldier who has distinguished himself?" The undeniable authority in the legendary assassin's voice was palpable. Though Khadgar was unsure of Pasani Yashal's intentions, he nodded in agreement. After all, he had witnessed Jingyu's commendable performance, and any reward he received would be well-deserved. At this moment, Blackmore recalled Khadgar mentioning a scout who had excelled in battle. Realizing the connection, he hastily responded, "Of course, Lady Pasani Yashal. It is my duty to commend valiant soldiers." Upon hearing this, Lady Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Jingyu internally cursed, feeling that the cunning old woman had cleverly shifted the responsibility of granting the reward onto another. What did this imply? Was his performance deemed insufficient? Had his elite assassin career come to naught? At that juncture, Blackmore approached him with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Scout, I am immensely grateful for all you have done for Dunhold Castle. Allow me to convey the respect of the King of Lordaeron to you." Are you a soldier from Alterac?" Blackmore had assumed that the commendable scout hailed from either Stormwind, Hillsbrad, or Lordaeron, as the principal forces on the battlefield were predominantly from these three nations, with others lacking significant presence. Kultiras was a naval power guarding the islands and coastal regions, while the Kingdom of Gilneas contributed few troops stationed in the southwestern hills. The magical capital of Dalaran had dispatched mainly spellcasters. In summary, whether from Stormwind, Hillsbrad, or Lordaeron, Blackmore had the authority to bestow honors upon them. However, upon seeing the Alterac insignia on Jingyu's attire, he was momentarily taken aback. Since the convening of the Council of the Seven Kingdoms, the Human Kingdom has established a coalition army, with the other 6 nations contributing troops under the command of General Anduin Lothar. Notably, the Lord of Hillsbrad, Daneth Trollbane, has donned armor himself to serve as a frontline general. Yet, the Kingdom of Alterac has refrained from joining the fray, with King Aiden Paranold opting to sever ties with the other nations, determined to isolate his realm. Jingyu remained indifferent to these matters, responding candidly, "Indeed, my lord. I am a soldier of the Kingdom of Alterac." Blackmore was taken aback to discover that Alterac still had a scout roaming outside, who had also played a pivotal role in the defense against the orc assault on Dunhold Castle. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Why have you not returned to your kingdom?" Lady Charles interjected, somewhat impatiently, "He is a valiant soldier who chose to leave the safety of the castle to confront the orcs on the front lines, refusing to cower like a turtle. Should such a warrior not be rewarded? What nonsense about leaving voluntarily? Just call it what it is, a deserter." Blackmore's lips twitched, being a shrewd individual. He quickly grasped the true situation of the scout before him. Of course he should be rewarded. I merely sought to confirm the information, nothing more. In truth, Blackmore was not afraid of offending Alterac, but his cautious nature compelled him to ask further questions. "Very well, Scout. I am Blackmore, the Major General of Dunhold Castle. I hereby formally enlist you as a member of the Lordaeron army, and in light of your exceptional contributions, I bestow upon you the rank of captain. Please kneel to receive this honor." Jing Yu inwardly cursed but knelt on one knee, adopting a solemn expression as he accepted the commission. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He felt little enthusiasm for the rank of captain. What use was it? A mere experience reward would have sufficed. Yet, soon after, the delightful surprise of the trial emblem chimed in. "You have gained the favor of the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, receiving the rank of captain. Your rank has been elevated to captain. Trial rewards increased by 10. Jing Yu was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of joy. It turned out the rank had tangible benefits. This suggested that the higher the rank, the greater the percentage increase in trial rewards. Should he seek opportunities in this regard? Perhaps even attain the rank of general? Ideally, becoming a noble would yield even better rewards. Chapter 27. The offer from the assassins of Stormwind. Khadgar had remained in a state of contemplation until the ceremony concluded, at which point he addressed Commander Blackmore. "Very well. Commander Blackmore, you may now attend to the aftermath of the castle affairs. You shall compose the report of this battle, and subsequently, both I and Lady Shaw will affix our signatures to it." Upon hearing this, Lady Shaw furrowed her brow, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Blackmore, elated by the endorsement of two legendary heroes, felt assured that he would emerge from this encounter with no blame. Recognizing his role as a mere facilitator, he bowed with no hesitation and departed, aware of the numerous challenges awaiting his attention. Jing Yu discerned that Khadgar intended to dismiss Blackmore, clearly wishing to convey something of significance. Thus, he prepared to leave, acknowledging that as a mere scout, he lacked the standing to overhear the Grand Mage's discourse. However, Khadgar declined to allow his departure, indicating that he was welcome to stay. Upon reflection, Jing Yu recognized this as an opportunity to deepen his rapport with a pivotal character in the narrative and graciously decided to remain. "Lady Shaw, shortly after your departure, General Anduin Lothar and I arrived at the camp of Torben, where we were informed of the current operation. Once the trio had retreated to a secluded area, Khadgar elucidated his presence and intentions. It transpired that this evening, Anduin Lothar had whimsically requested Khadgar to survey the circumstances of the allied forces. With Khadgar's teleportation ability, a skill inherited from the Archmage Medivh, such convenient transportation was an opportunity to be seized. Upon General Lothar's arrival at the camp in the city of Hillsbrad, Torben relayed the intelligence acquired that night, along with details regarding the actions of the assassins of Stormwind. True to his earthy lineage, Anduin Lothar exhibited the keen wisdom and strategic insight of his ancestors. Upon absorbing the entirety of the situation, he swiftly grasped the value of Zul'jin. His thoughts mirror those Jing Yu had previously shared with the two, recognizing that allowing Zul'jin to escape would not be detrimental to the alliance. Upon returning, this troll warlord would undoubtedly become a considerable liability for Orgrim. Thus, Anduin Lothar decisively instructed Khadgar to employ his teleportation magic to thwart the assassin's mission. However, Lothar had not anticipated that the assault on the castle would be led by the Orcish Fireblade clan and their legendary Swordmaster. By the time Khadgar arrived, combat had already commenced, yet he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe from the shadows. Had it not been for Lady Shaw's perilous predicament, he would have remained inactive, hoping that the Fireblade orcs would swiftly extricate Zul'jin, thereby minimizing the bloodshed among human soldiers. Yet, Khadgar was taken aback to witness the legendary female assassin and a mere scout collaborate so effectively, cornering the esteemed sword master who had long dominated the battlefield. While factors such as Darkon's overconfidence and his advancing age contributed to his predicament, it could not diminish the undeniable synergy between the duo and the remarkable performance of the scout. Khadgar did not hesitate. It was crucial to release Zul'jin. Yet eliminating a legendary swordmaster of the Horde was equally significant. Thus, he resolutely joined the fray, and ultimately, the trio managed to vanquish Darkon Drather without peril. However, following the demise of Darkon, another predicament arose. The Fireblade orcs had been nearly eradicated by the Assassin's Guild, jeopardizing the plan to liberate Zul'jin. Khadgar found himself momentarily bewildered. While he possessed unparalleled talent in the arcane arts, this situation was beyond his expertise. Surely, he could not personally escort Zul'jin to the Horde encampment. Fortunately, the arrival of the Marauders proved advantageous, and Zul'jin was ultimately rescued. His decision to refrain from obstructing Zul'jin's escape, whilst only slaying the orcs, incited the ire of Pasania Sharl. Although Jingyu's explanation somewhat eased the legendary assassin's anger, it did not alter her perception of Khadgar. Are you suggesting that Marshal Lothar sent you to prevent us from executing Zul'jin? Is his reasoning akin to that of this little scout? Pasania Sharl appeared momentarily dazed. If Jingyu's prior assertions had merely seemed somewhat reasonable, hearing that Anduin Lothar shared the same sentiment filled her visage with incredulity. Her gaze towards the young scout more astonished than before. Indeed, I too was taken aback that a mere scout would align with the Supreme Commander. Khadgar responded to Jingyu, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Jingyu let out a nervous chuckle. It was not due to his foresight, but rather the advantage of being well-versed in the unfolding narrative. Nevertheless, to the two observers, he resembled a soldier taken aback by unexpected praise. It is a pity that a soldier of your caliber hails from a nation like Alterac. I somewhat regret assisting you in securing a position within the kingdom of Lordaeron. Yet fortunately, it is not too late. Pasania Sharl fixed her intense gaze upon Jingyu and declared, "Young scout, join the Assassin's Guild of Stormwind. We shall ultimately drive the orcs away, and the kingdom of Stormwind will be rebuilt. Should you choose to join us, I shall bestow upon you all my resources, and you will become the next leader of the Stormwind Assassins. After all, I am growing old." Khadgar was taken aback by her words. Staring at Lady Sharl in astonishment, silently reflecting on her remarkable decisiveness and generosity, Jingyu, too, was startled. He had not anticipated that this legendary assassin would suddenly seek his allegiance, let alone promise him the position of successor, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. The leader of the Stormwind Assassins, the future head of the Alliance's intelligence agency. Yet, he pondered, if he accepted, what role would Matthias Shaw assume? Would he serve as his subordinate? After a moment of internal struggle, Jingyu resolved to forego this alluring offer. He was merely a trial participant, destined to depart once the war concluded. Furthermore, he understood that Pasania Sharl would survive until the war's end. He could not attain the leadership position before then. Most importantly, he did not wish to be shackled by the narrative-esque characters. After all, this world served merely as a stepping stone for him to seize power, not his ultimate destination. Should he become too emotionally entangled with the trial world, it would only serve as a burden along his arduous journey. Granny Xiao, let's set this matter aside for now. I have something else to convey. Just as Jingyu pondered how to decline, Khadgar seemingly discerned his thoughts and spoke up. Pania Xiao cast a cold glance in his direction, but did not voice any objections, standing there with her arms crossed, her expression unmistakably indicating impatience. Jingyu regarded Khadgar with appreciation, feeling a burgeoning admiration for the legendary mage. Weary, Khadgar cleared his throat and remarked, "We must keep the purpose of tonight's operation confidential. Though it may be difficult to perceive, we must align our narratives, as the presence of two legendary powerhouses here, coupled with the elite assassin group from Stormwind, allowed Zul'jin to escape. This could very well become an excuse for those individuals to attack Marshal Lothar. Fortunately, having eliminated a Blade Master today should silence that faction." Jingyu understood precisely whom Khadgar referred to. Despite Anduin Lothar currently commanding the Alliance of the Seven Kingdoms, a position of undeniable authority, many behind the scenes were eyeing him with watchful intent. The root of this animosity lay in bloodlines. Anduin Lothar's Arthi heritage bestowed upon him a lofty status, yet simultaneously rendered him a thorn in the side of the nobility across the nations. After all, their ancestors had once bowed to the earthy lineage. Throughout his life, apart from receiving respect in Stormwind, he faced rejection and wariness from other kingdoms. His ascension to the leader of the Alliance was met with vehement opposition from various nobles, including the kings of Alterac and Gilneas. Thankfully, the staunch support of High Archbishop Alonsis Fail and Archmage Antonidas of Dalaran, coupled with the necessity for a leader possessing both prestige and capability, enabled Anduin Lothar to become the supreme commander of the Alliance's forces. However, the dissenters remained undeterred, vigilantly monitoring Lothar's every move, eager to seize any opportunity to bring him down. This hastily convened operation, born of urgency, left many matters requiring resolution. Should the opposition learn that Anduin Lothar had unilaterally allowed the human nemesis, the troll warlord Zul'jin, to escape, they would undoubtedly leverage this as a pretext to pressure the Seven Kingdoms Council to strip Lothar of his duties, even accusing him of treachery against humanity. In such a scenario, even King Tarina's Menethil of Lordaeron would be powerless to shield him. Thus, the objectives of this operation must remain undisclosed, particularly to the higher echelons of Lordaeron, the most formidable kingdom from which many fearful of Anduin Lothar hailed. Chapter 28. Advanced Elite Profession. Do I still need to remind you? Lady Shaw was evidently displeased with Khadgar's admonition. She and Anduin Lothar were both loyal citizens of Stormwind, with particular fidelity to the latter. Khadgar was acutely aware that the assassin would never harm Lothar. His remark was, in fact, directed at Jingyu. His gaze remained fixed on the young scout, revealing a hint of uncharacteristic emotion. Jingyu, on the other hand, appeared utterly bewildered. Goodness, does this fellow intend to silence me? I had no intention of staying until Khadgar consented. Could it be that he seeks to frame me? Jingyu felt a chill run down his spine under Khadgar's penetrating stare. He was certainly no match for this legendary mage. Rest assured, this lad differs from those aristocratic pests. He will not speak of it. Lady Shaw interjected with a furrowed brow. Khadgar flashed a smile at Jingyu and remarked, I did not mean that. Rather, I wish to convey that regarding your shared sentiments with Marshal Lothar, you must refrain from discussing them with others until the conclusion of the war. Jingyu was taken aback, quickly realizing the underlying implication of Khadgar's words. It seemed that Lothar indeed harbored subsequent plans. Could it be that the Horde's assault on Quel'Thalas was not solely due to Zul'jin's insistence, but rather other factors were at play? The thought sent a shiver down Jingyu's spine. It appeared that Anduin Lothar was not the paragon of virtue depicted in the original narrative. Fear not, Master Mage. I have already forgotten what was just said. Khadgar smiled warmly and then raised his hand, placing it atop the young scout's head. With a surge of magical energy, Jingyu felt a wave of clarity wash over him, alleviating the fatigue accumulated from days of relentless travel and intense combat. Legendary Mage Khadgar bestows upon you Elemental Enlightenment. Elemental Enlightenment, the initial step in the caster's fundamental awakening, establishing a bridge for communication with the elemental forces of the world, granting you the foundation to wield elemental power. After the trio meticulously analyzed the events of their recent undertaking, confirming no oversights and aligning their accounts, they felt assured. As for Blackmore, they harbored no concerns, for his knowledge was limited. Well then, I must return to report to Marshal Lothar. Young man, would you care to accompany me? I believe the Marshal would be quite eager to see you. Khadgar's demeanor towards Jingyu shifted, his eyes twinkling as he smiled. Jingyu recognized that this individual was not much older than himself. His playful demeanor was merely a manifestation of mischief. Not wishing to embarrass the legendary mage, he refrained from exposing the jest and replied with a slight nod, I apologize, Master Mage, but I still have matters to attend to here. I shall certainly seek you out when the opportunity arises. Very well, it is settled then. Khadgar, aware of Pisania Shaw's disdain for him, chose not to press his luck. After a courteous bow, he cast a teleportation spell and departed. Jingyu stood in stunned silence, watching the portal of arcane energy coalesce, his expression one of utter astonishment. The magical effect is far more resplendent than that found within the confines of the game. Meanwhile, Lady Shore watched coldly as Khadgar departed without uttering a word. Only after the portal vanished did she turn to Jingyu and declare, All right, lad, it is now time for me to fulfill my promise. Jingyu was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with joy as he gazed at the legendary female assassin, having previously entertained the notion that this old woman might renege on her word. Your performance has greatly exceeded my expectations, but Pani Ashure's brow furrowed as she paused, seemingly grappling with a dilemma. Jingyu's heart sank. Surely this old woman would not truly default on her promise. I initially believed you to be a gifted scout, but through the recent battle, I have discerned that your archery skills are even more formidable. The ranger class suits you far better. To mold you into an elite assassin would likely squander your remarkable talent for archery. Pani Ashore continued, of course. Should you insist on pursuing the path of the assassin, I shall assist you, for this is my promise to you. Upon hearing these words, Jingyu was stunned. He had not anticipated that the legendary female assassin had delayed his reward for such a reason. It appeared that this woman was not as cold and unfeeling as she seemed. He earnestly replied, "I aspire to become a powerful assassin, Lady Shore. For that, I am willing to exert 100-fold effort." Upon receiving this response, Pania Shore exhibited no surprise. She regarded Jingyu and remarked, "It is evident that your ambitions are vast, yet I must candidly state that choosing between two elite classes is exceedingly challenging. The path to legend is fraught with obstacles, demanding courage, faith, and focus. Although there are many similarities between assassins and rangers, they ultimately belong to two distinct paths. If you lack sufficient diligence and fortune, they may become hindrances to your legendary journey." Jingyu listened intently, yearning to reveal his identity as a trialist. To the natives, a trialist was akin to a chosen one endowed with a system. The concerns she expressed were not issues for him. "I believe I am a fortunate individual." Pania Shore chuckled softly. "Very well. Since you have firmly resolved to tread this path, pursue it with conviction." With that, she flipped her hands, and a pair of exquisitely crafted black daggers materialized in her grasp. The legendary female assassin reversed her grip, positioning the daggers across Jingyu's brow. Her expression serious as she stated, "The advancement ritual for elite classes is more intricate than that of ordinary classes and requires your utmost concentration and earnestness. Now, close your eyes and deeply immerse yourself in all the scout abilities you have mastered." Jingyu complied, shutting his eyes and concentrating on his scout skills. A twinge of anxiety gripped him. After all, his scout level was merely 10, and he was uncertain if he could successfully advance. However, Lady Shore appeared unfazed by this concern, gradually closing her own eyes, her daggers enveloped in a faint purple shadowy energy. As Jingyu immersed himself in the scene of repeatedly vanquishing foes with his scout skills, a peculiar, intense, and enigmatic energy began to surge around his body. Soon, this pulsating energy entered him. Elite mission. The trial of the legendary assassin, mission complete, experience gained, 1000. Class Scout LV. 10 has advanced to Assassin LV. 1. Skill Cloak has been replaced by Stealth. Learned Assassin Skills, Shadow Step, Lacerate, Shadow Strike, Dance of Shadows. Learned Universal Skills, Weakness Insight, Death Mark. Acquired Knowledge, Toxicology. Acquired Talents, Shadow Affinity, Agility. Pasonia Shaw truly lives up to her reputation as a legendary master assassin. The insights and techniques she imparted regarding the assassin class have proven immensely beneficial to Jingyu. He felt that this enhancement in power surpassed the mere elevation of a warrior class directly to level 15. Jingyu allocated all his remaining experience points to the assassin class, noting that the experience required for elite class upgrades is significantly higher than that of standard classes. Thus, reaching level 10 only allowed him to advance the assassin class to level 5. As he sensed the peculiar energy stirring within him, he realized that the elite class is merely the beginning of his journey into extraordinary power. Unlike the scout class, the assassin truly wields the forces of shadow in combat. "Very well, you are now officially an assassin." Miss Shaw, with satisfaction, sheathed her dagger and regarded Jingyu with the appreciative gaze one might reserve for a fine masterpiece. Her grandson, of similar age to the scout before her, is also a remarkably gifted assassin. And there had been a time when she contemplated passing on her legacy to him. Yet today she encountered an even more talented successor. "What have you thought about my earlier proposal?" Ms. Shaw reiterated her previous offer, clearly unwilling to relent. As the saying goes, one who receives favors finds it hard to refuse. Having just accepted her reward, Jingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of declining. He stifled the joy brought on by his substantial power increase, pondering how to refuse in a manner that wouldn't jeopardize the newfound friendship. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Pasonia Shah seemed to discern his hesitation. "Do not rush to reject my offer. Perhaps after this war concludes, you may reconsider. I am not pressuring you, but rather presenting a suggestion for you to ponder during this time." Feeling somewhat moved, Jingyu bowed deeply to the legendary female assassin and earnestly responded, "Thank you for your consideration, Miss Shaw. I will thoughtfully contemplate your suggestion." Chapter 29. Sal, what are your plans moving forward? Pasonia Shah was also preparing to depart, returning to report the battle situation to Donna's Torben. Before she left, she posed a question to Jingyu, her tone suggesting a desire for him to accompany her back to the forces in Stormwind. However, Jingyu had no intention of continuing with the Assassin's Guild. Apologetically, he replied, "Miss Shaw, I have heard that the Wanderer's army is assisting the Hammerfist dwarves in Synthral, and I wish to see it for myself." Although unexpectedly bestowed with the profession of an assassin, Jingyu's true aspiration remained that of a ranger. Thus, once his foundational strength was assured, he included the ranger profession in his forthcoming plans. It is evident you have many thoughts. Having goals is commendable. However, I must remind you to understand the virtue of moderation. Pasonia Shaw offered one last piece of advice before gracefully mounting her steed, turning away with the members of the Stormwind Assassin Guild, vanishing into the night. Jingyu shook his head, despite his internal criticisms of this seasoned woman. He held a deep respect for her. A woman of retirement age, still leading an elite force on relentless ventures, was no ordinary feat, though Stormwind lay in ruins. The refugees had not succumbed to despair. They tirelessly maintained a spirited resolve and vitality, striving to reclaim lost territory and restore the kingdom of Stormwind. Their hope endured, largely due to the exemplary leadership of legendary heroes like Anduin Lothar and Pasonia Shaw. As Jingyu watched the Stormwind assassins depart, he could not help but reflect. The refugees, reliant upon others, would ultimately reclaim their land and rebuild their home. Little did anyone foresee that their restored Stormwind would emerge as the most formidable human kingdom, the very backbone of the Alliance. At that moment, a castle guard approached, respectfully saluting Jingyu before speaking. "Greetings, Lieutenant. The commander has instructed me to escort you to your quarters. He is currently preoccupied with numerous matters and sends his apologies for not being able to attend to you personally." Jingyu's thoughts returned to the present. Blackmore truly was a commander of notable repute in the annals of Azeroth's history. His comprehensive approach certainly attracted many to serve under him. Observing the guard's deep respect, Jingyu responded graciously, "Please convey my gratitude to Commander Blackmore. He need not concern himself with my presence. I am merely a humble scout, staying for just one night before departing tomorrow. I shall not trouble you excessively." Yet the guard seemed to regard Jingyu with awe. After witnessing the lieutenant's amiable demeanor, he could not help but exclaim, "No, you are too modest. The commander stated you are the hero of tonight's battle. It is remarkable that someone so young could fight alongside legendary heroes. That was merely a stroke of fortune. My contributions were not particularly significant," Jingyu humbly explained. However, the guard paid no heed to his words and continued, "You have collectively slain a sword saint. Truly remarkable. Had it not been for you and those two legendary masters, we would undoubtedly have been the vanquished in tonight's conflict." Jingyu found the guard somewhat loquacious. As they conversed while walking, the guard led Jingyu to the front of an inn. "I apologize, Captain. Given your stature, you should have been accommodated within the barracks. However, so many lives were lost tonight, and the soldiers there are mourning their comrades. The commander feared disturbing your rest and thus arranged for you to stay in this inn, which actually offers a better environment. I hope you do not mind." "Of course not," Jingyu replied, pleased with the cleanliness and pleasant atmosphere of the inn. At that moment, a golden-haired girl of about 10 caught his eye, singing cheerfully as she busied herself within the inn. The guard called out to the girl, "Hey, Teresa, we have a distinguished guest here, a friend of the commander. Bring forth your finest food and wine to honor the captain. He is the true hero of tonight's battle." Upon hearing the name Teresa, Jingyu's eyes narrowed slightly before he quickly regained his composure. Teresa, upon hearing the guard's call, hurried over, offering Jingyu a sweet smile as she said, "Greetings, esteemed guest. Please follow me." Jingyu returned her smile, dismissing the guard before following Teresa into the inn. Teresa was courteous and adept in her duties, leading Jingyu to a spacious room before descending to fetch some food and wine to bring back. Jingyu maintained a demeanor of normalcy throughout, revealing no unusual emotions. According to his prior intentions, he had no plans to enter Dunhold Castle. Although it harbored a significant secret, he had never contemplated involving himself in such matters, as the child was still young and of little utility, and he did not wish to interfere with the growth trajectory of this future legendary figure. Yet now, Jingyu's mindset had shifted, prompted by the emergence of the Worldview reward. Previously, he had unintentionally impressed the legendary figures Passonia Shore and Khadgar with his insights on warfare, thereby initiating the progress of worldview unraveling. This revelation altered his previous thoughts. Capturing the attention of legendary historical figures was not particularly challenging for someone who understood the narrative's trajectory. However, those legendary heroes were not easily deceived. Approaching them carelessly would likely yield little trust and could even provoke suspicion from their kind. After all, the world of Azeroth was rife with various threats: old gods, demons, dragons, titans. Given that these cunning individuals were not easily swayed, a change in approach was warranted. Jing Yu's thoughts began to crystallize even before Khadgar departed. To capture the attention of legendary heroes, the most effective approach is to engage with those who are destined to become such heroes in the future. After all, these individuals are still young and susceptible to persuasion, or rather, guidance. At this juncture, there are numerous legendary figures associated with the Alliance that one could encounter. Among them is the future supreme ruler of the Alliance, Varian Rin, who is currently in the capital of Lord Darren, studying alongside the filial son Arthas and the filial daughter Jaina. As for these three, it is futile to even consider them. I am merely a scout, having risen to the rank of lieutenant. But I remain leagues away from the lofty aristocrats and lack the qualifications to enter the royal city. Jing Yu has no intention of approaching those young individuals, for there is already a remarkable target in sight. At this moment, within the illustrious Dunhold Castle, resides a well-known child. His choice to stay here tonight is not without purpose. The golden-haired girl before me, Teresa, is the key to locating this target. Esteemed Lieutenant, here is your meal. Please enjoy. Teresa politely bows as she sets down the food. Jing Yu offers her a warm smile and casually inquires, "It is quite late. Why are you not asleep?" Teresa, a bit embarrassed, responds, "Well, I have been busy until late, and the sounds of battle tonight are too loud for me to dare to sleep." Jing Yu gazes into the girl's eyes and asks, "Oh, are you afraid of the orcs?" Teresa hesitates, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Are orcs truly so fearsome? This innocent girl remains oblivious to the hidden motives of the amiable man before her. Unsure how to respond, she instinctively voices a question that has long troubled her. Jing Yu chuckles softly and replies, "To humans, orcs are indeed terrifying. They possess immense strength and are ferocious and cruel. If you ever encounter them, you must flee at the first opportunity." Upon hearing this, Teresa stands frozen, a flicker of anger crossing her face, as if she disagrees with Jing Yu's assertion and wishes to retort. However, after a moment of hesitation, she says nothing and turns to leave. Jing Yu watches her retreating figure, letting out a gentle sigh. Alas, if only he were not struggling to locate Thrall, he would not wish to provoke this young girl. Where are you hiding, future savior shaman? Chapter 30. Deception in the late hours of the night. Dunhold Castle finally returned to a state of tranquility. The aftermath of the battle was being methodically addressed, with a multitude of castle soldiers dispatched to the site of the conflict to clear the battlefield. This resulted in a noticeable relaxation of vigilance within the castle. Inside the inn's chamber, after satisfying his hunger, Jing Yu did not bother to remove his armor. Instead, he reclined upon the soft, expansive bed, closed his eyes, and for a rare moment, a hint of relaxation graced his face. Moments later, he seemed to drift into slumber. Time passed, though the duration remained unknown, when suddenly he jolted awake, springing silently from the bed and vanishing into the air. Meanwhile, the golden-haired girl, Teresa, remained awake. Carrying a light basket, she tread softly towards the entrance of the castle's military camp shelter. There stood a solitary guard, clearly familiar with Teresa, who did not impede her approach but greeted her warmly. After a brief inspection of the food in her basket, the guard permitted her entry. Teresa smiled in response and stepped through the shelter's door. Navigating a winding corridor, she arrived at a concealed room, within which a staircase led downward into the shadows. Undeterred by the dimness of the underground passage, the young girl hummed a soft melody as she descended. Below lay the greatest secret of Dunhold Castle, the ambitious endeavor of Commander Blakemore. "Teresa," a voice filled with surprise echoed from within as she had yet to reach the depths. The sound was a deep growl, reminiscent of a beast, yet articulated in clear human language. "Sal, it's me," Teresa exclaimed, hastening down the stairs to a locked door. The door, made of iron, featured only a small opening for the passage of items, resembling more a prison than a room. With a key, she unlocked the door and stepped inside. A cacophony of rattling chains erupted as a robust green figure eagerly bounded before her. Unfazed, Teresa beamed at the towering green giant and offered him the food she carried. Soon, the sounds of ravenous consumption filled the air. "Sal, slow down. Don't choke," Teresa admonished with concern. "Apologies, Teresa. I'm rather famished. I thought you wouldn't come. I had prepared myself for a night of hunger," he replied, catching his breath. "What transpired today? Why did you arrive so late?" Situated deep within the castle, they remained blissfully unaware of the occurrences above. Teresa fell silent, recalling the words of a seemingly amiable guest, lost in contemplation. Rendered speechless for a moment, the green giant, sensing her distraction, paused his meal, raising his gaze to the young girl, and cautiously inquired, "What's wrong? Teresa, have I said something wrong?" At this moment, the visage of the towering green figure finally revealed itself in its entirety. With its verdant skin, rugged features, broad mouth, and protruding tusks, it became evident that he was an orc. However, unlike the adult orcs that battled humans outside, this one was quite youthful. Were it not for his green skin and coarse visage, he would resemble a robust human. Teresa felt no fear. Instead, she gazed at the young orc with gentle eyes and softly reassured, "Sar, I am fine. It's just wait, Teresa, I seem to detect the scent of a stranger." The young orc named Sar's expression shifted dramatically, interrupting the girl. He set aside his food and focused intently on the air beside him, his gaze sharpening with alertness. "What?" Teresa was astonished. Just as she turned to look, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she lost consciousness. "Teresa," the young orc let out a low growl, his voice brimming with fury. He attempted to rush to Teresa's aid, but his hands and feet were shackled by iron chains, preventing him from reaching her. Truly, a future savior shaman, such keen awareness at such a tender age. Jingyu marveled inwardly, stepping out from the shadows, his gaze towards the green-skinned orc boy filled with admiration. He was astounded that Sar could sense his presence. His current invisibility was no mere visual deception, but a genuine concealment between reality and shadow. A feat even elite practitioners would find challenging to detect. "Who are you? What have you done to Teresa?" Sar glared fiercely at the smiling human before him, his anger palpable. "Calm down, young orc. She is unharmed, merely asleep," Jingyu explained leisurely, relishing the opportunity to toy with the future savior. "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" Sar glared at Jingyu with fierce intensity, attempting to assert his dominance. Jingyu found the situation amusing. This future chieftain of the orc tribes, destined to root his people in Kalimdor and establish the great city of Orgrimmar, now appeared so youthful and naive. Yet he possessed the potential to become a formidable warrior. "Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. Sar, I know your origins better than you do yourself. Would you like to hear about it?" His words dripped with temptation, and the young orc Sar stood stunned, gazing at the stranger, lost in thought. Jingyu shook his head and continued, "Sar is not your true name. It is a slave's name. Your true name is Gramash, given to you by your mother." "Mother? How do you know this?" Upon hearing the word mother, Sar visibly froze, his gaze fixed intently on Jingyu's eyes, as if discerning the truth of the statement. Jingyu sighed, suddenly recalling something, and he opened the skill panel for the trial emblem, releasing a detection spell. Name: Thrall, Goel. Race: Orc, Frostwolf Clan. Class: Warrior LV. 20 Scholar LV. 15. Indeed, he truly embodies the essence of a future savior. According to the Orcish lifespan, Thrall is still a child, yet his warrior class surpasses even that of Jingyu. Alongside a commendable level in scholarship, this serves as a testament to Thrall's intellect and potential to become the savior shaman. Blackmore has evidently invested great effort into nurturing Thrall. Although his intentions may not be entirely pure, he has undeniably fostered an exceptional champion for Azeroth. In this regard, his selfishness and ruthlessness may be deemed forgivable. Jingyu sat cross-legged on the ground, calmly gazing into the eyes of the young orc, and inquired, "Thrall, do you wish to learn about your origins?" Thrall glanced at the motionless Teresa on the ground, and upon confirming her safety, he slowly settled down and replied, "I care not for your intentions. But please do not harm Teresa. She is innocent and knows nothing." Jingyu, somewhat exasperated, shook his head and remarked, "My focus is on you, thrall." The young orc wore a look of confusion. In his experience, humans either gazed upon him with fear or hatred, most yearning to rid themselves of his presence. He understood his identity as an orc and the reasons for human animosity towards him. Since he could remember, Blackmore had sheltered him within a hideaway. To Thrall, the commander was a protector rather than a captor, and even the heavy iron shackles he bore were meant to placate the soldiers who feared him. Yet, this human before him exhibited neither fear nor hatred. Instead, his eyes shimmered with intrigue, evoking an inexplicable trepidation within Thrall. Jingyu continued to entice him with words. "Do you harbor hatred for these humans? They imprison and harm you. If you were to escape one day, what would you do?" Thrall resolutely shook his head. "No. The commander treats me well, as do Teresa and her family. They are good people." Jingyu scoffed. "Good people imprison you and mistreat you?" "Not mistreatment. I know those soldiers above despise me and even wish to kill me, but I do not blame them, for many orcs like myself have slain their kin. I understand their feelings. I have never contemplated revenge. Commander Blackmore saved me and educated me, imparting a wealth of knowledge. I am grateful to him. If you seek to use me to strike against the commander, you are deluding yourself." Thrall spoke fervently, revealing the success of Blackmore's tutelage. Chapter 31. The Seed in the Days of Yore. Blackmore was but a lieutenant, who during a southern patrol stumbled upon a fierce conflict among orcs. After one faction assassinated the other, they inadvertently overlooked a small orc, swaddled in a blanket. Although Blackmore was then unfamiliar with the Orcish tongue, he could discern, through their conduct, that this infant orc held a significant lineage. Thus, the ambitious and pragmatic lieutenant conceived an unparalleled scheme. At that time, the war between the orcs and Stormwind had not yet abated, with the flames of conflict yet to reach the north, where tales of orcs were but scattered whispers among the northern realms. Blackmore concealed the existence of the small orc and quietly brought him back, naming him Thrall, which translates to human slave. He arranged for his servant's family to care for the child and personally instructed him in martial skills, as well as the human language and knowledge. Blackmore deceived those around him, claiming his intent was to nurture an orc leader imbued with affection for humanity, thereby quelling the discord between the races. Teresa, the kind-hearted child of the servant family, treated Thrall as her brother, showering him with affection and care. She became the sole source of love that Thrall experienced within the confines of Dunhold Castle. The two grew up together like childhood sweethearts. Yet, beneath this seemingly harmonious facade lay Blackmore's true intentions. He sought to manipulate Thrall's identity as a cornerstone for his own quest for power. In essence, he did not wish to extinguish the flames of war. Rather, he aimed to incite them. He desired to mold Thrall into a leader of the orcs who would be subservient to him, thereby enabling him to control the Orcish tribes. This plan, seemingly far-fetched, nearly bore fruit, as even Blackmore could not have envisioned the extraordinary being that the serendipitously acquired orc child would eventually become. Jingyu, of course, would not expose Blackmore's true nature, for this was Thrall's path to redemption. His approach towards this young savior shaman was merely for his own worldview reward. However, Thrall's recent words left him momentarily bewildered. What was the meaning of this? The future savior shaman appeared to be a Stockholm Syndrome victim? Or perhaps he was inherently a saint with a predisposition to forgive all. He pondered, then, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Excellent, young orc, your demeanor astonishes me. Yet, you are mistaken. I am not Blackmore's political adversary, nor do I wish to exploit you to undermine him. My sole aim is you. Go well. Scion of the Frostwolf clan, the son of the tribal hero Durotan and Draka." Jingyu reiterated his purpose, revealing the names of Thrall's father and mother. At last, a flicker of change graced Thrall's gaze, his previous assertiveness now softened by uncertainty as he hesitantly inquired, "You are not deceiving me, are you? Do you truly believe it necessary to deceive a mere orc like me, risking the ire of a major general?" Jingyu remarked with a hint of disdain. "You must understand, I have recently participated in the slaying of a clan's sword saint." Sal's gaze sharpened. He was undoubtedly aware of the sword saint's formidable reputation, a legendary hero among the orc tribes. Yet, he found it difficult to believe that this frail human could have vanquished such a warrior. "Enough, young man. I am not here to boast of my accomplishments. There is no need to prove anything to you. Jingyu thought to himself, pondering why this fellow was so difficult. Lacking even a trace of his father's straightforwardness and recklessness. What kind of people were my father and mother? Sal finally ceased his distractions, posing a crucial question that had lingered in his heart for many years. At last, we are getting to the crux of the matter. Jingyu straightened in his seat, his expression turning solemn as he declared, "Your father was the leader of the Frost Wolf clan and a legendary warrior, known for his integrity and valor. Deeply cherished by his kin. However, this very trait made him a target in the eyes of other clan leaders." Upon hearing this, Sal clenched his fists, a serious expression settling upon his face. Jingyu regarded him for a moment before continuing, "To elucidate the circumstances surrounding your parents, we must begin with this war. Are you willing to listen?" "I wish to hear." Sal nodded emphatically. A smile graced Jingyu's lips. At last, he had caught the fish. He then succinctly recounted the opening of the Dark Portal and the first war between humans and orcs. Truth be told, the knowledge Jingyu possessed was even more detailed than that of Gul'dan, the puppeteer behind the scenes. However, he refrained from divulging everything to Sal, instead narrating the events from the human perspective. "Your father opposed the invasion of human lands and abhorred the malevolent deeds perpetrated by Gul'dan. Thus, he led the Frostwolf clan away from the tribes in search of an unclaimed land suitable for Orcish existence. Yet, Gul'dan had no intention of allowing Durotan to escape. He dispatched elite assassins from the Shadow Council to ambush and murder your father and mother. I suspect that it was at that moment you were discovered by Blackmore." Sal listened intently, his expression shifting from confusion to anger, eventually settling into profound sorrow. Jingyu described himself as a human scout who had fortuitously encountered Durotan and forged a friendship, elucidating the reasons behind his knowledge. "Your father once confided in me that he hoped his son would become a hero." This statement caused Sal to lift his head once more, excitement illuminating his features as he eagerly inquired, "What else did he say?" "He expressed a desire for you to become an exceptional leader, guiding the Frostwolf clan to a place where they could thrive, far removed from war and slaughter." The orc youth felt somewhat disheartened by this statement. He lingered in silence for a while, then gazed at the iron shackles binding him, lost in confusion. This marked the first occasion that Sor examined the very chains that ensnared him. Seeing that his half-truths had seemingly convinced Sor, Jingyu posed another probing question. "Sor, do you harbor hatred for the orcs? Many among them have participated in the persecution of your parents, leading to your current plight." Sor lifted his head, this time devoid of conviction, his expression one of bewilderment. "I do not know. What purpose does hatred serve? I am merely a slave, powerless to effect change." Jingyu shook his head, responding, "True, you are a slave, but that is merely a temporary predicament." Sor was taken aback. "Are you suggesting you will set me free?" Jingyu again shook his head. "No, I will not release you. The second war between orcs and humans is underway. Should you venture forth now, you would find yourself ensnared in its tumult. Then who will emerge victorious? I do not know. Perhaps all shall be deemed losers." Jingyu was aware that soon a substantial refuge would be established within Dunholt Castle, destined to become a concentration camp for the defeated orcs. Blackmore's power would escalate further, marking the inception of Sor's transformation. What Jingyu sought to accomplish was to plant a seed within Sor's heart in advance. Discoursing on Blackmore, one could not deny that he was at least a competent instructor. His teachings were remarkably effective, and to be one of his students was, in truth, a stroke of fortune. Yet Sor's expression remained perplexed. "But he is also using me, is he not?" Jingyu smiled faintly, recognizing that Sor was not entirely oblivious to the truth. "Indeed, but for now, you require his guidance. Are you suggesting that I should continue my studies?" "Absolutely. While martial prowess is valuable, knowledge is paramount. Blackmore aspires to bind you with human ideologies, compelling you to pursue a sense of loyalty and honor in service to him. However, he overlooks a critical point. Those ensnared by knowledge are often the foolish, while the wise utilize knowledge to fortify their minds and grow ever stronger." In that moment, Jingyu resembled a sagacious elder, his words plunging Sor into deep contemplation. "Sor, you are an astute orc, and I trust you can comprehend my counsel. Therefore, you must now grasp your circumstances and present yourself normally." Sor gave a slight nod. Jingyu continued to guide him gently, Your father harbors great hopes for you. A magnificent future awaits. You indeed possess such potential. Do you know why? Why? Because you are the heir of the Frostwolf clan, boasting noble and pure orc blood, while having been raised in the human kingdom, inheriting millennia of knowledge from the Azerothian humans. All of this will serve as your leverage to stir the world in the future. Is this what my father wishes? Sora's gaze gradually firmed. Jingyu shook his head. No, it is my hope, Sora. You are the chosen one. And your vision should not be confined to the Frostwolf clan alone. The entire orc tribe comprises numerous clans, both large and small, united under the tyrannical leadership of a brutal chieftain. They march forth, one after another, to engage in battles, to plunder, and to commit acts of bloodshed devoid of any semblance of honor. The orcs, in their straightforwardness, are easily swayed. Thus, they yearn for a sagacious leader, one who can bring an end to this chaos, a leader capable of restoring glory to the tribe. Chapter 32. The Eagle's Nest. Your words and actions have profoundly influenced the legendary historical figure, Thrall, who regards you as a respected elder and mentor. You have earned a 0.2 progress reward toward the unraveling of the worldview. Current worldview unraveling, 0.37. When the trial emblem conveyed its message, Jingyu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, his efforts had not been in vain. After his lengthy discourse, he initially perceived no alterations in the situation and feared his aspirations had come to naught. However, as Thrall's gaze cleared, a resolution emerged. The rewards were quite commendable, as they directly elevated the progress of the worldview unraveling by 0.2, surpassing the cumulative gains he had previously obtained from Pashtonia Shore and Khadgar. This, however, did not imply that Thrall held a superior status compared to those two. Jingyu speculated that the true reason lay in the depth of his influence on Thrall. Indeed, in the future, Thrall would embark on the path he had just described. Yet, this would only occur after countless internal struggles and external influences had guided him to discover his life's true purpose. For now, Jingyu had sown the seed in Thrall's heart, preordaining the path he should pursue in the future. Initially, Jingyu harbored concerns that his actions might alter Thrall's destiny. Yet it now seemed destined that Thrall's legendary journey would become a crucial segment of the timeline of Azeroth, unlikely to change easily. At this moment, Jingyu had quietly departed the underground shelter. Meanwhile, the young orc, Thrall, had plunged into contemplation, oblivious even to the awakening of Teresa. Thrall, what just transpired? Why did I faint? Has someone else been here? Teresa inquired, her voice tinged with fear. Though she was the child of a servant, she was neither ignorant nor naive. Thrall snapped back to reality, opening his mouth to speak, but hesitated as a flicker of worry crossed his expression. He finally replied, Teresa, you are simply exhausted. No one has come here. You need not worry. Thrall resolved to conceal Jingyu's appearance, wishing to spare this kind-hearted girl from any calamity, for he understood that his future would be fraught with challenges. Upon Jingyu's return to the inn, he indulged in a refreshing bath, washing away the fatigue of recent days, and then reclined on the soft bed. Unable to sleep, he fell into deep contemplation. Aside from his entanglement with Lin Rue, he had no lingering concerns. His forthcoming plan was to seize as much power as possible before the war concluded, thoroughly preparing himself for the trial that would lead him back to his home planet. He understood that his true adversary resided within the formidable military police of Fortress 72, a place teeming with powerful guardians, the extent of which he could not ascertain. However, he was acutely aware of one fact. He was fighting a solitary battle. The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, Jingyu rose early and, upon descending the stairs, was greeted by the breakfast Teresa had prepared. She greeted Jingyu with the same politeness as yesterday, bowing slightly. Good morning, Captain. Breakfast is ready. Please enjoy. It seemed she was utterly oblivious to the events of the previous day, for Sal had concealed them well. Faced with this kind-hearted young lady, Jingyu felt a twinge of shame, for he had rendered her unconscious the night before. Thank you, Teresa. She appeared to have forgotten his disparaging remarks about orcs. As she lowered her head and replied, No need to mention it, Captain. It is my duty. Jingyu nodded, choosing to say no more. After breakfast, he bid farewell to the young girl, and amidst her surprised gaze, mounted his horse and rode towards the northern city gate. He had already inquired and learned that upon exiting the North Gate and traversing a valley, he would reach his next destination, Shinnerland. As he departed the inn en route to the Northern Gate, Jingyu once again passed by the refuge from the previous night. The guards had increased in number, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief and anger from having recently endured battle. Peering inside, he beheld a group of soldiers mercilessly beating a tightly bound fireblade orc. Nearby, several half-dead orcs dangled from a rack, likely having suffered brutal torment before being hung there. The only fate awaiting these orcs seemed to be a slow demise, either by exposure or starvation. With unwavering resolve, Jingyu exited the castle, offering no greetings, and spurred his steed northward at a swift pace. Shinterland was the domain of the Hammerfist dwarfs, with their stronghold nestled deep within the Eagle's Nest Mountains. A fierce battle raged there. The tribal vanguard, unfamiliar with the northern terrain, had unwittingly plunged into Hammerfist territory. The orc army had recently clashed in a violent confrontation with another dwarven faction, the Copperbeards, in Dun Morrow. Consequently, upon encountering the Hammerfist dwarves, they hastily deemed them foes and charged into battle without hesitation. However, the Hammerfist dwarves were not to be trifled with. Unlike the Copperbeards, who prided themselves on crafting exquisite weapons and firearms, the Hammerfist dwarves revered brute strength and were born warriors, nurturing a strong alliance with the formidable local beasts, griffins. This camaraderie birthed an unstoppable aerial force, the Griffin Riders. Dutton, the dwarf Jingyu had encountered from the scouting party, was one such rider. The Hammerfist dwarfs, wielding warhammers, rode upon their griffins, unleashing thunderous assaults upon their enemies from the skies. The reckless orc vanguard, blinded by their fervor, faced a devastating counterattack. War Chief Orgrim Dewhammer found himself in dire straits due to the insubordination of these orc clans, but, in the interest of maintaining tribal morale, still dispatched reinforcements to the fray. As Jingyu departed Alterac, the battle in Shinnerland had commenced. Today, after a morning of relentless travel, he collided headlong with two small factions engaged in combat. Griffin Knights? Ascend. Vanquish these wretched green-skinned creatures. Thunder. Open fire. The battle cries of the barbarian hammer dwarves drowned out the roars of the orcs. On the side of the barbarian hammer dwarves, there were over a dozen dwarf warriors and gunmen, along with two griffin knights soaring in the air. In stark contrast, the orcs were clearly at a disadvantage, relying solely on their melee fighters and thus being suppressed by the dwarves. However, the orc captain leading the charge was no weakling, likely of elite stature, as he wielded two broad-bladed axes with fierce prowess, dispatching several advancing barbarian hammer dwarves in quick succession. Suddenly, a griffin knight swooped down, his warhammer trailing a streak of lightning as he aimed at the orc captain. Zug, ghoul, unfazed by the impending strike of thunder. The orc captain roared in his native tongue and hurled his massive axe. Crack! Upon impact with the orc captain, the griffin was also struck by the axe, a horrific gash appearing along its flank. The griffin let out a mournful cry, unable to sustain flight, and plummeted to the ground, crashing alongside its rider into the treetops. The fall of the griffin knight invigorated the orc ranks. Although the orc captain bore the singed marks of the lightning strike, he remained on his feet, ready to continue the fight. With another roar, he charged at the dwarves. Yet, as he took a few strides forward, an almost imperceptible chill enveloped his neck. The orc captain suddenly found it difficult to breathe, and an excruciating pain surged from the back of his neck, blood gushing forth. The once ferocious orc captain collapsed in an instant, his death instilling fear in the remaining orcs, who began to flee in panic. The dwarves, rather than seeking aid from their allies, immediately pursued the retreating enemies. Kill the Bone Crusher orc elite captain, gain experience. Jingyu did not rely on his preferred archery skills, instead embracing the combat prowess of an elite assassin. The experience was thoroughly exhilarating. In contrast to the reconnaissance-focused scouts, the assassin profession emphasized stealth and lethality, with skills geared towards delivering unexpected bursts of damage. Indeed, he could easily eliminate an orc elite captain. This was not unconnected to his sharpshooter talent. Although the trial insignia did not manifest the physical attributes of the trialist numerically, Jingyu could distinctly feel the influence of this talent. With each level up, he experienced a significant enhancement in strength. Chapter 33. The path of the assassin. After Jingyu eliminated the elite captain of the Laughing Skull clan, he refrained from revealing himself to the band of brutish hammer dwarfs. He rifled through the corpse and acquired a pair of leather gauntlets, then quietly melded into the shadows, advancing deeper into the heart of Sindorii. The conflicts between the tribes and the hammer dwarves engulfed the entirety of Sindorii, with valleys, hillsides, basins, and even mines transformed into battlegrounds. The disorganized and undisciplined orcs, upon declaring war, charged headlong into any location that might harbor foes, akin to headless flies. The multitude of clans within the tribe pursued their own interests, each with their own agendas, while they ostensibly followed the directives of their chieftain, or Grimdu Hammer, in his absence on the front lines. They would fracture into smaller units and fight independently. Though such tactics would spell doom on a conventional battlefield, in Sindorii, they ensnared the hammer dwarves in a protracted struggle. The orcs, unlike the dwarves, showed no reverence for the woodlands. Wherever these frenzied and wrathful beings roamed, chaos ensued. They recklessly ignited fires, hunted indiscriminately, attacked civilians, and razed villages, leaving Sindorii in disarray. In a bid to eradicate this mad adversary, the hammer dwarves were compelled to divide their forces, one contingent to gather civilians and another to thwart the orcs' environmental destruction. Fortunately, the arrival of the High Elf Rangers from Quel'Thalas, known as the Farstrider Brigade, significantly bolstered the beleaguered hammer dwarves. With the Rangers' reconnaissance and ambush capabilities, the hammer dwarves gradually began to reclaim their lost territories. At this juncture, an assassin from the human realms quietly entered the fray. The chaotic tactics employed by the orcs provided Jingyu with a prime opportunity to hone his skills as an assassin. Over the ensuing days, he adopted similar strategies, appearing unexpectedly, dispatching orc chieftains, and then slipping away undetected. As the saying goes, to kill a man within 10 steps, leaving no trace 1,000 miles hence. After the deed is done, one departs, concealing both merit and name. Before long, a legend began to circulate throughout Sindorii. A spectral assassin traversing the land, clandestinely eliminating the tribal elites. From elite captains to clan elders, all fell victim to his lethal precision. His movements were enigmatic, his strikes unforgiving, one swift blow, and then he would vanish without a trace. Although none knew his name, those who had witnessed his prowess dubbed him the Shadow Assassin. For he would invariably appear behind his foes, first slicing their throats with his keen dagger, then plunging a short sword into their spines. Following his grim work, he would dissolve into the shadows, eluding all sight. This dispassionate method of assassination instilled dread in his enemies while evoking reverence among his allies. Due to Jingyu's deliberate avoidance of contact with the Hammer Dwarfs and the Farstrider Brigade, speculation regarding his identity ran rampant. Some whispered that he hailed from the Ravenholt Manor, a high-ranking rogue. Others claimed he belonged to the Assassin Guild of Stormwind, a direct disciple of Pasonia Shaw. Some even claim he is a dragon in human form, killing orcs merely for amusement. Jingyu remains indifferent to the opinions of others. His current focus is on vanquishing foes, leveling up, and enhancing his prowess. The recent assassination missions have significantly deepened his understanding of the assassin's vocation, particularly his mastery of shadow powers, which has become increasingly intuitive. His assassin class has reached level 9, while his warrior class has ascended to level 20. He has completely revamped his equipment, now adorned with fine gear featuring dual enhancement prefixes, resulting in an astonishing surge in strength. In contrast, the other challengers have barely managed to elevate their warrior class to level 10. A few fortunate souls have acquired a second class, one even attracting the attention of a grand mage and fortuitously gaining the spellcaster vocation. Yet, those who revel in their newfound power remain blissfully unaware that someone has far surpassed them, even eclipsing the majority of the native elites, approaching the status of a hero. At this moment, Jingyu has set his sights on a new target, an aged orc hiding within a camp. Besides the old orc, there are 30 orc foot soldiers present. This elder does not wield the customary orc weaponry. Instead, he holds a staff crafted from beast bone, adorned with a uniquely shaped bone necklace. He is an orc shaman, a figure of significance akin to a bishop in human kingdoms, revered within the clan as a wise sage. Despite his advanced age, he remains active on the front lines of war. Beyond the orc's inherently ferocious nature, Another reason for their bravery is the shaman's ability to soothe their spirits, instilling fearlessness in soldiers and inspiring valiant charges. The old orc ambles through the camp, seemingly burdened by some concern. At that moment, a shadowy figure silently emerges behind him, a cold dagger poised at his throat. As with any typical assassination, Jingyu materializes like a wraith from the shadows, pressing against the orc's back. In the next instant, he is prepared to slice through the elder's withered, decaying skin. However, contrary to the expected panic, an evil grin spreads across the old orc's face, a dissonance to his frail appearance. Suddenly, his mouth opens, unleashing a malevolent force accompanied by a piercing shriek. Fear spell, a spell that strikes directly at the soul. He is not merely an orc shaman, but a warlock of the Shadow Council. Jingyu attempts to retreat, but it is too late. The shriek of the fear spell envelopes him, and in the next moment, he is on the verge of losing his sanity, plunging into madness for a brief period. Simultaneously, the surrounding orc-foot soldiers, previously lethargic, swiftly close and like ravenous tigers, their faces twisted in bloodthirsty grins, exuding an oppressive aura. These are no ordinary orc-foot soldiers. They are clearly the elite among the orcs. At this moment, Jingyu realizes he has fallen into a trap, meticulously laid to lure him in. Yet he found himself utterly helpless, forced to witness the enveloping shroud of terror. With a sudden crack, Jingyu's figure vanished into thin air, as though he had never existed. The ambushing elite orcs stood in stunned silence, the warlock equally bewildered. As a seasoned elder among the orcs, he was acutely aware of the phenomenon that had just transpired. It was the mirror image technique, a hallmark of the Fireblade clan. Damn it! How could a mere human assassin wield orcish combat skills? Could it be that there was a traitor among the Fireblade orcs? The warlock scanned the surroundings, desperate to locate the assassin's true form, knowing that the mirror images would not stray far from their origin. However, in the next moment, regret flooded over him. A silent arrow sliced through the air, arriving before him. The old warlock barely had time to summon his magical armor before the arrow pierced his throat. His expression turned to one of shock as his trembling hands grasped the quivering shaft, yet no sound emerged from his throat. The elite orcs erupted in furious roars, brandishing their weapons and charging toward the direction from whence the arrow had come, their reactions far superior to those of the ordinary orc infantry. Jingyu stood calmly on a hillside, casting a cold glance at the approaching elite orcs. Unperturbed, he knocked another arrow and loosed it once more. This time, his target remained the old warlock. He understood that the warlock class wielded sinister magics, and they would not be so easily vanquished. Indeed, as the second arrow flew within 2 meters of the warlock, a twisting violet energy materialized, followed by a creature resembling a dog leaping forth. It clamped its jaws around the incoming arrow, positioning itself protectively in front of the warlock. It was the warlock's demonic pet, the Fearhound. Jingyu sighed, realizing this assassination attempt had failed, and reluctantly stowed away his longbow, preparing to depart before the elite orcs reached him. Although his strength had significantly increased, he could not possibly confront dozens of elite orcs simultaneously. Just then, another arrow suddenly shot forth from the thicket on the opposite side, striking the foremost elite orc with precision. This arrow flew with remarkable swiftness, rivaling Jingyu's own skill. Taken aback, Jingyu turned his gaze toward the dense foliage, where shadows hinted at the presence of many concealed figures. The ensuing scene confirmed his suspicions. Arrows rained down from the thicket, one after another finding their marks upon the charging orcs. However, the elite orcs were not easily slain by a single arrow. As long as it did not strike a vital point, they would simply pull the shaft from their bodies and continue their advance toward the enemy. Nevertheless, the arrival of reinforcements drew a significant portion of the elite orcs away from Jingyu. Observing this scene, he furrowed his brow slightly before slipping into the shadows. Chapter 34. The Warlock and the Ranger. After Jingyu vanished into thin air, it seemed to astonish those who had come to aid in the jungle. They first emitted a peculiar sound before continuing their assault on the advancing orc elites. The reinforcements in the jungle were few in number, approximately 10 individuals. Their ability to unleash such a barrage of arrows stemmed from their profession as rangers, hailing from the traveling forces of Quel'Thalas. The High Elves not only possessed extraordinary magical talents but also mastered remarkable combat skills and exceptional archery. Jingyu, unfamiliar with the language of the High Elves, could not discern whether they were strategizing or cursing him. He had no intention of fleeing. His invisibility was merely an instinctive maneuver, for he was now a proficient assassin, and avoiding direct confrontation was a fundamental tenet of his craft. Once ensconced in the shadows, he observed the aged warlock in the distance. The old fellow appeared to be casting some sort of spell, a blood-red ray connecting him to the fearsome hound. Jingyu recognized it as the warlock's ability, Blood Pact, which could siphon the life force of a contracted demon to the host. An arrow lodged in the warlock's neck was being gradually withdrawn by some unseen force. The old warlock's countenance twisted in agony, yet simultaneously, his vitality was being restored. Jingyu furrowed his brow. The warlock's powers were insidious and malevolent. Should this old wretch recover, he would likely become an even greater adversary. He glanced back at the situation in the jungle, noting that the orc elites had charged in. Yet no battle had ensued. It seemed the rangers were beginning to retreat. Surprisingly, the orc elites did not fall back. Instead, a portion remained to guard the jungle's perimeter while others pursued into the depths. A flicker of insight crossed Jingyu's mind as he seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, he swiftly altered his course and moved rapidly towards the old warlock within the camp. As he drew closer, merely a dozen meters away, the contracted demon, the fearsome hound, began to bark furiously. Being a demonic creature, it was extremely sensitive to shadowy energies. Jingyu refrained from advancing further, instead emerging from the shadows. However, alongside him appeared three identical phantoms, who immediately bolted in opposite directions upon their manifestation. The fearsome hound did not pursue but remained to guard the old warlock. Jingyu and his images finally came to a halt, simultaneously knocking arrows, their target the warlock who was regaining his vitality. The warlock maintained a cold smirk, well aware that the illusions bore no offensive capabilities, with only one arrow being genuine among them. Enduring the excruciating pain, he siphoned life force from the contracted demon through the blood channel while simultaneously casting a spell of arcane armor, enveloping his body in fell energy. Then, the warlock coalesced the fell energy in his hands, conjuring two shadow arrows that locked onto two targets, shooting forth. Jingyu was taken aback. This warlock was no novice. In the blink of an eye, the sharp arrows and the shadow arrows of fell energy struck their targets almost simultaneously. The two illusions were dispelled by the shadow arrows, while three arrows struck the warlock's emaciated form, only to vanish thereafter. The elderly sorcerer was momentarily taken aback. All three were mere reflections. What was this human assassin plotting? Meanwhile, the fearsome hound, which was siphoning vitality from its master, suddenly grew restless. Indeed, Jingyu intended to kill, but first, he needed to eliminate this bothersome obstacle. Like a shadow, he executed a dark step and arrived at the hound's flank, where his icy dagger swiftly pierced its neck, followed by a vicious slash and a bloodletting thrust from his short sword. The shadow assassin struck again, this time directing his assault towards the contracted demon. However, rather than blood, a black mist emanated from the hound's wound, yet it was clearly suffering, emitting pitiful howls. The old sorcerer sensed the impending doom. He hastily unleashed a curse while frantically waving his arms, attempting to summon the distant orc elite soldiers. However, the arrow lodged in his throat had not yet been fully withdrawn, rendering his voice feeble. Did the old fool not realize that those warriors had no intention of rescuing him? Jingyu smiled faintly. The Shadow Council of Sorcerers had been established by Gul'dan himself. Though they wielded terrifying and malevolent powers, they were not well regarded within the Horde, and many orcs harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. This situation worsened significantly after Gul'dan's fall from grace, with many sorcerers being slain by their kin, some fleeing, while others were imprisoned and subjected to torment. At the onset of the Second War, Orgrim Doomhammer, adhering to the principle of repurposing the useless, thrust these tormented and nearly lifeless sorcerers onto the battlefield. Once feared by both friend and foe, the Shadow Council had been utterly reduced to cannon fodder. The old sorcerer could not articulate his thoughts. His gaze filled with hatred as he fixated on Jingyu. He was acutely aware of his predicament, yet he remained unwilling to concede. Sorcerers were treacherous among the orcs, rife with ambition. Their trust in Gul'dan stemmed from his promise of a path to divinity. However, upon arriving in Azeroth, they found no such path to godhood. instead becoming ensnared in the abyss of fell energy. Die. Jingyu thrust his short sword once more. The hound's body transformed into a thick vapor and vanished. With the cessation of vitality transfer, the arrow embedded in the old sorcerer's neck halted its withdrawal. The old sorcerer's face flushed crimson. His eyes filled with terror as he channeled fell energy, attempting to obliterate the assassin before him with a curse of agony. With a mere flick of Jingyu's wrist, a dark purple energy enveloped him, a protective cloak that temporarily shielded him from the caster's attacks. The shadow cloak successfully thwarted the curse of pain, allowing Jingyu to instantly teleport before the elderly sorcerer. Once confronted at close range, the aged spellcaster lost all capacity for resistance. With a swift motion, Jingyu forced the arrow, which had been partially withdrawn, back into the sorcerer's throat. The old sorcerer emitted a pained groan, and before he could regain his composure, his heart was pierced by the short sword. As the elite orc warriors retraced their steps halfway, Jingyu had already finished looting the corpses and made his escape. The orc captain, leading the elite squad, displayed little anger. After kicking the old warlock's lifeless body, he ordered his subordinates to burn it. They appeared to have no intention of pursuing Jingyu and the rangers concealed in the jungle who were raining down arrows. However, while they wished to spare their foes, the adversaries were unwilling to grant them the same mercy. Suddenly, two orcs carrying the warlock's corpse were pierced by arrows, leaving the orcs in shock. Yet, before they could react, a flurry of arrows descended upon them. The rangers, who had just retreated into the jungle, returned, enveloping the orc camp in a storm of arrows. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 elite orcs fell. Not even the most robust physique could withstand such a relentless barrage. Nevertheless, the onslaught of arrows did not persist for long. Under their captain's leadership, the orc elites charged into the jungle. This time, it seemed the rangers had no intention of retreating, continuously loosing arrows and claiming their enemies' lives. A piercing cry of an eagle echoed. As 7 or 8 griffin riders surged from above the jungle, it became evident that the ranks included not only high elf rangers but also stout hammer dwarves. Although the orc elites numbered 30, giving them a slight numerical advantage, the rangers and griffin riders held the upper hand in terms of position and strategy. Faced with the fierce arrows and aerial assaults, their counterattack appeared almost comical. Meanwhile, a stealthy assassin adept at ambush emerged behind the orc ranks, methodically harvesting lives. Within a mere 10 minutes, all the elite orcs were vanquished. "Ah, shadow assassin, at last we meet," exclaimed a boisterous hammer dwarf among the griffin riders, disregarding the battlefield and rushing to Jingyu's side with enthusiastic greetings. Jingyu stood bewildered, gazing at him. "Shadow assassin? Are you addressing me?" "Indeed. It seems you are yet unaware that your name has spread throughout Sindorii. Both the Alliance and the Horde are aware of your existence. You have gained notoriety, my friend." "Ah, quite unexpected. I merely sought to hunt orcs and hone my combat skills," Jingyu replied with a hint of resignation. "Indeed, a rare breed among humans. To be frank, I once harbored a disdain for your kind, as you were prone to infighting, shifting blame, and bickering. While outwardly appearing amicable, you are often calculating against one another. However, through this war, I have discovered that among you humans, there are indeed some commendable individuals." The affable hammer dwarf took a swig from his flask, reminding Jingyu of the first dwarf he encountered, Dutton, as they shared similar flasks and mannerisms. "Is that so?" Jingyu replied with a chuckle. "Of course, you count among them. And, well, there's another human in the jungle. He is quite remarkable as well. Much like you, a man of action rather than words. Perhaps you two may become friends." Upon hearing this, a spark ignited within Jingyu. Those individuals within the jungle are none other than high elves, skilled rangers, yet in his memory, there exists but a single human ranger. Chapter 35. The human ranger. As Jingyu was lost in thought, the rangers emerged from the jungle, led by a high elf ranger clad in chainmail, adorned with a splendid single-handed sword at his waist and a golden longbow upon his back. Upon seeing this elegant high elf for the first time, Jingyu was struck by a single word: handsome. His features were exquisitely chiseled, his physique tall and slender, with pointed ears and cascading golden hair. The armor he wore was embroidered with phoenix motifs, and the ornate phoenix bow on his back far surpassed Jing Yu's hunter's bow in magnificence. The handsome ranger captain approached Jing Yu and gracefully performed an elven salute, saying, "Greetings, I am Hagelin Mingi, a high-ranking ranger captain from the Quel'Sala's Wayfarers. It is a pleasure to meet such a brave human soldier as yourself." Jing Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was he, the future ranger general of Silvermoon City. He subtly inclined his head and replied, "I am Jing Yu. As you can see, I am an assassin." Hagelin Mingi nodded, his expression one of astonishment as he remarked, "Forgive my boldness, Sir Jing Yu, but you possess the mirror technique of the Fireblade orcs. I am not prying into your secrets. Rather, your skill is remarkable, surpassing the vast majority of Fireblade orcs and rivaling that of the Sword Saints." "It is no secret. I learned it by mere chance," Jing Yu responded. "It is evident that you are exceptionally gifted, destined to become a legendary hero." "You flatter me, Captain Hagelin Mingi. Your noble demeanor undoubtedly stems from being a prominent figure in Quel'Salas." The two suddenly began exchanging extravagant compliments, leaving those around them in bewildered silence. "Well, it seems I misjudged you. There is indeed a touch of human hypocrisy about you," interjected a short, stout dwarven knight. "Ha, please do not mind him. Lieutenant Darren is simply forthright," Hagelin Mingi replied, his expression somewhat resigned. "Of course," Jing Yu chuckled. The conversation lapsed into an awkward silence. At last, after a period of quietude, Hagelin Mingi resumed speaking. "Very well, Sir Jing Yu, your archery skills are impressive. To be frank, I have never witnessed such prowess in archery from any extraordinary individual lacking a hunter-related profession. This is even more astonishing than your mastery of the mirror technique." A hint of melancholy flickered in the High Ranger's gaze as he continued. "Ever since the Copperbeard dwarves and gnomes developed firearms, humans have become enamored with these powerful and easy-to-use weapons, leading many to abandon the bow in combat. I never anticipated encountering a human assassin who possesses such remarkable archery skills." Finally, the conversation had turned to the crux of the matter. Jing Yu silently exhaled with relief. His recent efforts had indeed captured the attention of this esteemed ranger. "Captain Hagelin Mingi, I have cherished archery since childhood. My love for this weapon is genuine and profound." As Jing Yu caressed the hunter's bow in his hands, he spoke half-truthfully. "I relish the sound of the bowstring snapping, the piercing whistle of an arrow slicing through the air, and most of all, the delightful sound of a sharp arrow penetrating an enemy." However, at this moment, he abruptly shifted his tone, and the surrounding rangers, including the dwarf Darren, turned their gazes toward him. Hagelin Mingi inquired without hesitation, "But what?" With a sigh, Jing Yu replied, "By a twist of fate, I became a scout. Although I later earned the favor of Lady Passonia Shore, who imparted the skills of an assassin to me, I have yet to discover my true path in archery." Upon hearing this, the High Elf Rangers exhibited a peculiar expression, simultaneously directing their attention to a figure behind them. This was a human, clad in armor and wielding a long bow akin to the Elven Rangers. With a thick beard and bright eyes, his demeanor bore a slight air of melancholy, reminiscent of a human poet. "You have gained the favor of Master Shore, the assassin. It seems your talent exceeds my previous estimation," Hagelin Mingi remarked, astonished that this assassin was indeed a student of Passonia Shore. "Oh, I merely had a stroke of luck." Jing Yu thought to chastise himself for mentioning Lady Shore. "By the way, shouldn't the ranger captain be encouraging me to pursue the path of archery?" At that moment, the human ranger finally spoke, stepping forward from the crowd to scrutinize Jing Yu before asking, "Do you wish to become a ranger?" This straightforward inquiry left Jing Yu momentarily speechless, as if a herd of alpacas had rushed through his mind. My goodness, this fellow is too blunt. Can he be a bit more tactful? How am I to respond? What if I express a desire and am outright rejected? To say I do not wish to is far too disingenuous, accustomed to achieving his goals through indirect means. Jing Yu hesitated for a moment before finally articulating, "I have long heard tales of the Elven Rangers and have always yearned to be one. However, I am aware that the ranger profession has traditionally been exclusive to high elves. I have never heard of a human becoming a ranger." He feigned surprise and continued, "You are human, yet don the attire of a ranger. Are you truly a ranger?" Indeed. Upon hearing this question, the human ranger's serious demeanor shifted to one of pride. He continued, My mentor is Lady Sylvanas, who taught me the combat techniques of the Windrunner family and the skills of a ranger. She's an extraordinary woman. Oh, is that so? You seem to hold her in high regard. Jingyu expressed admiration outwardly, while inwardly he derided this individual, pondering the fate of a sycophant, both joyful and sorrowful. No, it's not mere admiration, it's reverence. Without Lady Sylvanas, there would be no me as I am now, the human ranger declared passionately, a flicker of excitement breaking through his previously sullen expression. Once again, a metaphorical alpaca emerged in Jingyu's heart. He had already experienced the sycophantic demeanor of Nathanos Blightcaller within the game, and he was taken aback to find himself encountering it up close here as well. Silently cursing in his mind, he thought, who on earth wants to hear you say that? Beside him, Hagelin Brightwing scratched his head, somewhat helplessly stating, apologies. Nathanos is just like that. He has always been immensely grateful to Sylvanas, who taught him the ways of the ranger. As you know, she is a member of the Windrunner family, the sister of Lady Verisa. Although she did not participate in this war, she was a strong advocate for sending troops to support the alliance, hence dispatching her esteemed apprentice. As he spoke, the ranger captain pointed to the human ranger, introducing, "This is Nathanos Blightcaller, once the son of a farmer in Stratholme, and now he has become a ranger, the first human ranger in thousands of years." Jingyu, of course, recognized the identity of this human ranger, yet he preferred to think of him by his future title, Nathanos the Forsaken. Appropriately feigning astonishment, he extended his right hand. His voice laced with envy. How remarkable! You have endured many hardships. Gazing at Nathanos Blightcaller, who was still human at this moment, he recalled his future fate, causing any previous disdain to dissipate. Nathanos, oblivious to the inner workings of the assassin's mind, found solace in Jingyu's words. He grasped Jingyu's hand and replied, "Indeed. The path of a ranger is fraught with challenges. However, talent is equally vital. If you aspire to become a ranger, you may seek my mentor. She possesses a broad perspective and would surely be willing to guide you. I can recommend you." Before Nathanos could finish his sentence, Jingyu felt a surge of goodwill, tightening his grip in gratitude, only to be abruptly interrupted by Hagelin Brightwing. Ahem, well, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let's discuss this later. Nathanos furrowed his brow but refrained from commenting, instead exchanging a knowing glance with Jingyu before turning to rejoin the ranger contingent. Meanwhile, the Griffin riders began to assemble under Dalaran's command. Jingyu felt a flicker of confusion, noticing the tension among the group. Hagelin Brightwing turned and explained, "Before this battle commences, we received word from Lady Verisa that Orgrim Doomhammer is rallying the Horde forces in the east, while Marshal Lothar leads the Alliance troops to Hillsbrad. Thus, a great battle is imminent." The ranger captain inquired, "Will you accompany us in this endeavor?" Without hesitation, Jingyu's eyes sparkled as he affirmed, "Absolutely." Chapter 36. The Windwalkers. In recent days, Jingyu has been honing his skills in the assassin's craft while attentively monitoring the movements of the Wayfarer Rangers. His audacity to infiltrate a camp brimming with elite orcs to assassinate an orc priest stemmed from his awareness of the presence of rangers and griffin riders nearby. He had previously acquired knowledge of their plans to attack the orc encampment today. After conducting a thorough analysis, Jingyu executed his strategy. In truth, with a high-ranking ranger captain like Hagelin Mingi present, even without Jingyu, this group of orc elites could have been entirely eradicated, though with some casualties, undoubtedly. However, Jingyu's involvement prevented such losses. He timed his actions impeccably, revealing the presence of the warlock and creating an opportune moment for the ambushers. Most importantly, Jingyu showcased his unparalleled archery prowess before the rangers. Initially, he harbored concerns that his performance might be scrutinized by Hagelin Mingi. Yet, after engaging in a pleasant conversation, his apprehensions dissipated. The handsome high-ranking ranger captain lacked the typical arrogance and prejudice associated with high elves. He was amiable and enjoyed conversing. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, akin to long-lost friends meeting for the first time. "I never imagined you participated as a scout in the hunt for the Sword Saint. Such an achievement rightfully elevates you to the rank of captain," Hagelin remarked. "Captain Mingi, that was merely a coincidence. My contributions during the battle were negligible." Jingyu replied modestly. "Nonsense, Captain Jingyu. If your contributions were inconsequential, Master Shore would never have recognized you." You undoubtedly played an irreplaceable role. You flatter me. I merely did my utmost. Your contributions extend far beyond that. The demise of Dao, the triple bloodblade, not only struck a blow to the morale of the Horde, but also caused discord within the Fireblade clan. Oh, Jingyu exclaimed, taken aback. According to intelligence from the front lines, another formidable warrior of the Fireblade clan, Samuro, had deserted the Horde and vanished. Hagelin Mingi said with a hint of schadenfreude. Samuro. Jingyu was momentarily stunned, realizing who it was, Sora's future right-hand man, the Orc Bard, a genius embodying both the Sword Saint and Singer. Indeed. Samuro is the second strongest of the Fireblade clan, the heir apparent to the Sword Saint. However, he seems to disapprove of the Horde's violent ways and has consistently resisted the commands of Orgrim Doomhammer, only heeding the directives of Dao, the triple bloodblade. Yet, unexpectedly, with Dao's demise, he chose not to seek vengeance but rather to stealthily depart the Horde. Well, that could be advantageous for us, wouldn't you agree? Not necessarily. Allowing such a powerful orc to roam freely could lead to significant civilian casualties. Perhaps, Jingyu conceded with a nod. Aware that Hagelin Mingi was oblivious to Samuro's true nature, hence his concerns. In truth, in the future, Sword Saint Samuro would emerge as one of the few legendary heroes esteemed by both the Alliance and the Horde. After parting ways with his current tribe, Samuro wandered alone to the continent of Kalimdor, leading a life of seclusion. It was not until Thrall matured and guided the remaining orcs to Kalimdor that he received Samuro's assistance. Samuro aided Thrall in establishing the tribal capital, Orgrimmar, within the realm of Duroder. Throughout this process, Samuro achieved countless feats, yet upon attaining glory and renown, he relinquished honor and power to discover another talent, singing. Thus, Azeroth lost a master swordsman and gained a wandering minstrel. Hagelin Brightwing noticed that Jingyu was silent, seemingly lost in thought. So he took the initiative to speak up. It is evident that you aspire to become a ranger. Jingyu was taken aback, unable to comprehend why this ranger captain would suddenly bring up such a topic, and he looked up at him with a hint of confusion. Hagelin Brightwing continued, in truth, since Nathanos Blycollar successfully ascended to the ranks of rangers, prejudice against humans has become scarce within the Farstriders. Humans are indeed an extraordinary race. You possess the ability to learn almost everything that other races excel in, refining it to suit your own kind. Perhaps that is why humans are destined to become the masters of this continent. Jingyu replied, you speak the truth. While humanity achieves one milestone after another, the aristocrats of the High Elves remain ensnared in their self-woven lies and prejudices, unwilling to acknowledge the decline of the Elven Empire. Captain Brightwing, if I may be so bold, what is the implication of your words? In fact, he replied, I harbor no objections to humans learning and mastering the techniques of the High Elves. If the number of individuals like Nathanos Blycollar continues to grow, perhaps they could aid those in Silvermoon to shatter their illusions. Jingyu nodded subconsciously, feeling a flicker of respect for the ranger captain. Hagelin Brightwing was indeed an anomaly among the High Elves. In Jingyu's eyes, his vision and talent surpassed even that of the Elven Prince. In truth, after the departure of the Windrunner family from Silvermoon, it was he who shouldered the burdens of Quel'Thalas, becoming the ranger general and military leader tasked with safeguarding Silvermoon. Hagelin Brightwing chuckled, saying, in my view, the only flaw of humanity is your ephemeral lifespan. Of course, many races claim that you are fond of power and conflict. Yet such issues exist among other races as well. We merely conceal them more adeptly. Jingyu jested. How dull this world would be without the pursuit of power and strength. Though I am loath to admit it, your statement rings true. Hagelin Brightwing laughed heartily, and even the surrounding High Elves wore smiles, clearly entertained by the jest. Even the typically stern human ranger, Maris, wore a resigned smile. Haha, you must be an anomaly among humans. After their laughter subsided, the two continued to delve deeper into the discussion. You have already acquired an elite profession. I can see that you possess considerable talent in assassination. Should one choose to pursue an elite profession, it would undoubtedly drain one's vitality. In the context of humanity's fleeting existence, this seems rather counterproductive. Two elite professions could become a burden on your journey towards legend. To Jingyu's astonishment, Hagelin Mingi shared similar concerns as Pasonia Shar. He mused that rather than opting for a clearly defined path, one should, within the constraints of a finite life, seek out innumerable possibilities. Jingyu unveiled another of his formidable assets. Beyond his comprehension of the historical trajectory of Azeroth, he possessed a wealth of cultural and philosophical wisdom amassed over millennia on Earth. A mere excerpt from this reservoir could elevate the consciousness of this world's denizens. As anticipated, this dogmatic proclamation stirred all present. Hagelin Mingi regarded the shadow assassin with earnest appraisal, stating, "Captain Jingyu, you are indeed a remarkable human. Perhaps you ought to become a distinguished scholar rather than wielding weapons in battle." Jingyu smiled and shook his head, wittily retorting, "If those green-skinned orcs are willing to lay down their arms first, I shall recite to them a poem embodying beauty and peace before their execution." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "I believe Lady Aurelia would take a liking to you. She is the leader of the Wayfarers, a respected ranger general. If you wish to advance in the ranger profession, she would make an excellent mentor, provided you earn her approval." Hagelin Mingi, embodying the qualities of a noble gentleman, discerned Jingyu's intentions without resentment and pointed toward a potential path. Jingyu nodded and inquired, "I heard from Maris that his mentor is Lady Sylvanas of the Windrunner family. Did she not partake in this battle?" "No, the Elven King disapproved of this military expedition. Our presence here is solely due to Lady Aurelia's decision. Before our departure, she entrusted the position of Ranger General to her sister, Lady Sylvanas. After all, Silvermoon City requires protection, and only the two of them possess the capability to lead the Ranger forces." "Ah, I see," Jingyu acknowledged. "The three sisters of the Windrunner family are all legendary figures in the land of Azeroth. The elder sisters are now renowned heroes, while the youngest, Valena, is still quite young and has yet to achieve any notable feats. However, Jingyu knew that this young sister would soon embark on a remarkable journey of her own. Chapter 37. Harvesting Experience. When Jingyu followed the Ranger Battalion to Eagle's Nest Mountain, he encountered numerous small-scale skirmishes along the way. Orcs seemed to be omnipresent, appearing in groups of a dozen or as few as one or two, roving throughout the mountainous regions of Sindorii. They pillaged food supplies, sabotaged logistics, and slaughtered innocents. Such rampant malevolence epitomized the actions of the current horde. Prior to Thrall's emergence, the orcs had indeed committed no commendable deeds. Jingyu and the Rangers showed no mercy. They adopted a strategy of complete annihilation against the panicked Orcish remnants. The cold glint of daggers and the sharp flight of arrows were the weapons that struck terror into the hearts of their quarry, and none escaped the relentless pursuit of the Rangers and the Shadow Assassins. Jingyu and the Rangers pressed on until they reached the foothills of Eagle's Nest Mountain. Ahead, a fierce battle unfolded on the mid-slope, where a large contingent of orc soldiers was assaulting the heights. Compared to other locales, the scale of this conflict was significantly larger and more organized. The Grinning Skull and Bone Chewer clans were attempting to breach the defenses of the Hammerfall dwarves. Should they succeed here, they would gain access to the dwarves' stronghold. Kill. Artillery. Ready. Griffin Riders, ascend and engage. Thunder. Warriors, hold the line. Do not allow these green-skinned wretches to breach our gates. The cacophony of battle roared, echoing through the valley with the sounds of combat and the thunderous discharge of firearms and cannons. Blood and corpses littered the ground, transforming what should have been a serene forest into a hellscape. The ferocious and unrelenting orcs launched wave after wave of fearless assaults, causing the Hammerfall dwarves' defenses to gradually contract. Despite their advantageous position, the Orcish forces had deployed a significant number of shamans and Orcish assassins. Indeed, the horde possessed a cadre of assassins, trained by Gul'dan himself. Within the Shadow Council, alongside warlocks, were rogues equally adept in the arts of shadow. These wretches survived as cannon fodder, their final worth extracted by Orgrim Doomhammer, who sent them forth to assassinate enemy commanders at the cost of their own lives. Such suicidal assaults yielded surprising results, inflicting heavy losses upon the Hammerfall dwarves, with several commanders falling to the sudden onslaught of assassins. The dwarves retreated in disarray, while the orcs roared in triumph, steadily encroaching upon the lands of Eagle's Nest Mountain. Inching closer to the summit, the orcs believed they were on the verge of seizing this magnificent dwarven fortress. However, the sudden appearance of the human coalition reclaimed the hard-won gains the orcs had achieved through bloodshed. Countless arcane missiles rained down upon the orc soldiers, instantly dispatching several elite infantry captains, leaving the orcs stunned and in a state of panic as they beheld the unexpected foe. A white-haired mage materialized upon the battlefield, wielding an elongated, peculiar staff, calmly unleashing a barrage of magical assaults. At the same time, a towering human warrior, dual swords in hand, charged into the fray like a cannonball. It has been proven that whether in elite professions or ordinary vocations, mastery can transform the mundane into the extraordinary. This warrior's every strike, though seemingly commonplace, manifested unparalleled potency. Where the sword's edge passed, dismembered limbs and lifeless bodies lay strewn about. At the foot of the mountain, Jingyu, endowed with the sharpshooter, talent, and the extraordinary vision granted by Eagle Eye, instantly recognized the dual-wielding swordsman as Darnassus Torben, the lord of Tidestrider City. He couldn't help but admire him. Indeed, the legendary warrior's prowess was scarcely inferior to that of the former sword saint, Dar, the triple bloodblade. The white-haired mage was none other than Khadgar. Yet, these two were not the sole reinforcements. Behind them trailed a contingent of human soldiers and gunslingers, alongside mages from the Kirin Tor. This group of reinforcements clearly constituted an advance force. Though their numbers were few, each was an elite fighter. Faced with these formidable reinforcements, the orcs began to falter. However, the orc shamans seemed reluctant to relinquish their hard-won spoils, fervently chanting incantations. In the next moment, totems brimming with elemental power surged from the ground. As spellcasters among the orcs, shamans wielded various elemental forces. They could heal their allies with soothing waters or unleash flames, thunder, storms, and the might of the earth upon their foes. Unlike mages, shamans were also adept in close combat. The elemental forces could both directly assault enemies and enhance their weapons and armor, rendering them akin to hedgehogs crackling with arcs of electricity, deterring any who dared approach. Empowered by these elemental forces, the orc side rekindled their morale and charged once more. Yet, their counterattack was swiftly extinguished. The shaman leader was pierced through the skull by a silent arrow, his eyes wide with disbelief as he perished. A female high-elf ranger clad in green chainmail leaped forth from the reinforcements, with golden hair and a flawless figure. This strikingly composed and intellectual ranger exuded an air of calm. Even among the high elves, renowned for their beauty, her visage was among the most exquisite. Once again, Jingyu felt a wave of admiration. If he was not mistaken, this stunning ranger must be the eldest of the Windrunner sisters, Illyrio Windrunner. No wonder there were whispers in his past life proclaiming Turalyon as Azeroth's most successful man. From the moment he laid eyes on Illyria, Jingyu found this assertion undeniably true. With noble lineage, breathtaking beauty, and the prowess of a legendary ranger, she embodied the essence of both a queen and an elder sister. The death of the shaman leader utterly extinguished the orcs' fighting spirit, causing them to retreat towards the mountain base. As numerous orcs surged down the slope, they collided with the ranger contingent where Jingyu stood. Hagelin Brightwing intended to lead the ranger squad to safety, avoiding the oncoming tide of retreating orcs, only to discover that the orc soldiers had entirely lost their will to fight, fleeing in a blind panic. He deliberately cleared a path, guiding his comrades to stand aside as he began to call out and eliminate the fleeing orc soldiers. Seizing this opportunity, Jingyu harvested another wave of experience. Name: Jingyu. Race: mortal. Class: warrior. Level 20 assassin, elite. Level 10. Class skills: warrior, heroic strike, battle roar, execute. Assassin, stealth, shadow strike, rend, dance of shadows. General skills: critical strike, beginner, mirror image, intermediate, light swordsmanship of Tidal City. Talents: sharpshooter, keen, shadow affinity. Storage capacity: 1 cubic meter, novice. Remaining experience: 10,500. Other information: not activated. His personal information was updated, and his strength was steadily increasing. The assassin class had reached its first bottleneck. To continue leveling up, he needed to complete a significant assassination trial. On paper, Jingyu believed that while he may not match the prowess of Mingi, the high-level ranger, he should surpass ordinary rangers like Maris. Should he successfully attain the ranger class, his power would likely double. Let us ascend the mountain. Hagelin Mingi surveyed the battlefield and called his team to proceed toward Eagle's Nest Mountain. Jingyu took a deep breath and followed suit. As they ascended, he pondered his forthcoming plans. The appearance of legendary heroes such as Aurelia, Khadgar, and Donna's Tolbane indicated that the coalition commander, Anduin Lothar, had likely arrived with his forces. The alliance was there to support the Wilehammer dwarfs. Though the recent battle seemed fierce, it was merely an appetizer. The main forces of both the alliance and the Horde had yet to engage. However, Jingyu understood that this was part of Orgrim Doomhammer's strategy. He had gathered the Horde's army in the eastern part of the hinterlands to lure the alliance forces here, leading Lothar to believe that the Horde intended to assault Eagle's Nest Mountain. In truth, his actual objective was to march northward to attack the homelands of these rangers. The capital of the High Elves, Silvermoon City, located in Quel'Thalas. Jingyu could not divulge the entirety of this information. Instead, he contemplated how to extract the greatest benefit from this intelligence. His previous involvement in the Horde's rescue plan for Zul'jin had yielded rewards far exceeding his expectations. Thus, he anticipated that this plan would bring even greater returns. His immediate task was to convey the intentions of the Horde to the upper echelons of the Alliance, particularly to Anduin Lothar and Aurelia. The former was the commander of the Alliance and his direct superior, while the latter was crucial for acquiring the Ranger class, equally significant. The thought of facing so many legendary heroes made his heart race. Chapter 38. The young assassin at the legendary heroes assembly in the Grand Hall of the main city of the Wilehammer dwarfs. A gathering of high-ranking officials from the Alliance army encircled a sand table, deliberating over military strategies. The attendees were predominantly prominent figures from various factions. At the helm sat the coalition commander, Anduin Lothar. This once handsome man, hailed as the Lion of Azeroth, now bore a crown of white hair, with deep-set wrinkles accentuating his age and weariness. Yet, the spark in his eyes testified that he had not lost his fighting spirit. Flanking Lothar were the Lord of Ironforge, Daneth Trollbane, and the Grand Lord of the Wildhammer Dwarfs, Kurdran Wildhammer. Among the other attendees, apart from Khadgar and Pashonia Shore, the only individual whose identity and name Jingyu could ascertain was Aurelia. Nevertheless, even unfamiliar faces could be surmised by Jingyu's keen intuition. The figure clad in a purple mage's robe was likely a representative from the Kirin Tor of Dalaran. The dwarf engaged in an animated exchange with Kurdran Wildhammer was presumably a member of the Bronzebeard clan from Ironforge. And the red-haired gnome sporting goggles hailed from the technological marvel that is Nomeregan. The identity of the human general eluded Jingyu, but he surmised he was most likely a representative from one of the Seven Kingdoms, specifically Gilneas. In addition to these individuals, a youthful human clad in golden armor, exuding an air of innocence and righteousness, stood steadfastly beside Lothar. If Jingyu had not been present, this young man would undoubtedly have been the youngest in attendance. He radiated enthusiasm and vitality, diligently observing the expressions of everyone present, offering genuine smiles in return. Even Jingyu, the assassin captain seated in the corner, was not exempt from his cheerful nod. However, Jingyu astutely discerned that the young man's intentions were less about friendliness and more about ulterior motives. As he scrutinized the faces of others with the intent of locking eyes with those he wished to see, when others spoke, the youth would merely glance momentarily before lowering his eyes in contemplation. Yet, when Aurelia addressed the assembly, he would fixate on her with unabashed admiration, even bestowing a cheeky grin upon her conclusion. No wonder Turalian ultimately won the heart of a beauty. It appeared that this young man was already a cunning strategist at such a tender age. As Jingyu sat in his corner, the once heroic images he had revered had long since crumbled. A mere tactical discussion had escalated into a fierce quarrel between Prince Muradin Bronzebeard of Ironforge and Grand Lord Kurdran Wildhammer, nearly erupting into violence. Were it not for the presence of legendary heroes, the atmosphere was equally discordant among others. Trollbane chastised Gilneas for its insufficient military contribution, clearly perceiving it as mere lip service to the war effort. Throughout, the mage from the Kirin Tor remained silent, casting a glance at Khadgar that held a hint of frigid disdain. Most individuals openly and covertly condemned Illyria Windrunner, deriding the treachery of the High Elf King who had merely dispatched a contingent of far striders, rendering them ineffective on the front lines. Jingyu shook his head in dismay, feeling a pang of sorrow for Lothar, who tirelessly endeavored to maintain harmony. It was no wonder that this lion of a man appeared so aged and weary. Within the entirety of the alliance of Lordaeron, there were but a handful genuinely intent on battling the orcs. Many either exerted minimal effort or harbored ulterior motives. It dawned on Jingyu that the 5 future heroes crossing through the dark portal were present: Khadgar, Turalyon, Illyria Windrunner, Danath Trollbane, and Kurdrin Wildhammer. Perhaps it was their existence that would ultimately lead the alliance to victory. Enough. If you continue this clamor, the Horde's forces will be upon us. In that crucial moment, it was Turalyon who stepped forth, having quelled such chaotic situations for Lothar on several occasions. Jingyu regarded this steadfast young man and mused that, were it not for his mentor, Alonsis Fail, this rabble would have been the first to expel him. Of course, Turalyon was no longer merely a disciple of the High Priest. He had risen to become a paladin of the Silver Hand. As one of the first paladins, his initial emergence had left the world in awe. After the annihilation of Gul'dan's Shadow Council, Orgrim had compelled him to forge new warriors. Thus, Gul'dan harnessed souls, corpses, and necromantic powers to create the first Death Knight, Terrangor. Death Knights required neither rest nor sustenance. Their sole delight lay in harvesting souls upon the battlefield and reanimating corpses to serve as their minions. The initial Death Knights were crude and rife with flaws, yet their capacity to instill terror was undiminished. Consequently, Terrangor became a nightmare for the Alliance, causing human soldiers to lose their resolve. Even as Anduin Lothar himself rallied morale at the front lines to no avail. In that pivotal moment, the emergence of the Silver Hand proved to be the salvation. The radiant power of the light purified the reanimated corpses, granting them eternal rest. Ultimately, Terrangor was driven to retreat, and humanity was rekindled with hope. As one of the 5 original paladins, Turalyon's status was indeed unparalleled. His commanding voice finally brought silence to the room. The opposing parties exchanged glances, then fell silent. Anduin Lothar rubbed his forehead, casting an appreciative glance at Turalyon before rising to scan the assembly. Those legendary heroes, who had recently been filled with righteous indignation and engaged in heated debate, lowered their heads beneath his gaze. The lion's majesty remained unyielding. Jingyu silently admired this was Anduin Lothar. I believe our current focus should not be on defensive strategies, but rather on another matter. Anduin Lothar spoke softly, eliciting astonishment from all present. My lord Lothar, what could possibly hold more significance than the Horde's impending onslaught? A question was immediately raised. Regarding this matter, I have a professional who can provide answers. Upon saying this, the elder lion seemed to recall something and glanced towards the far corner, where a discreet figure had been observing everyone. The crowd followed Lothar's gaze, and as they discerned the identity of this individual, their confusion deepened. Khadgar and Danath Trollbane exchanged glances, clearly recognizing this person, yet their bewilderment was no less than that of the others. Only Passonia Shore was aware of the details, but she merely sat quietly in her chair, saying little. Finally, it was my turn. Jingyu took a deep breath and stood up under the scrutinizing gazes of legendary heroes. He bowed to everyone and approached the sand table, stating, Ladies and gentlemen, I possess intelligence regarding the movements of the Horde that I must report. The crowd exchanged glances, then turned to look at Anduin Lothar, clearly aware that such a situation would not arise without his directive. Anduin Lothar resumed his seat, his expression grave as he said, Lieutenant Jingyu is an exceptional scout who has previously acquired crucial intelligence, aiding the Alliance in securing a significant victory. This can be attested to by Ms. Shore, Khadgar, Trollbane, and General Blackmore of Dunhold Keep. Oh, is that so? The uninformed crowd became intrigued. Indeed, this young man once assisted me in ambushing the sword St. Darthol Triple Blood. In return, I imparted to him the skills of an assassin. Though he declined to join the Stormwind Assassins Guild, it is evident that he possesses great talent and has progressed rapidly. The first to speak was Ms. Shore, her gaze towards Jingyu filled with both jest and admiration. Trollbane and Khadgar nodded in agreement with Lothar's statement. Wow, an impressive young man. Kargith Blayfist was the first to applaud. Knowing a bit more than others, this young man had recently gained notoriety in Sindorii as the Shadow Assassin. Muradin Bronzebeard also developed a favorable impression of Jingyu, yet upon witnessing the warlord's enthusiasm, he huffed disdainfully and turned away. Irelia looked astonished, casting a deep glance at Jingyu. Others expressed varying degrees of appreciation. Only the Kirin Tor Archmage remained aloof, sitting with an air of arrogance. Jingyu had already learned his name, Kel'Thuzad. Although feigning embarrassment, he inwardly scorned this duplicitous pretender, realizing why he would later become a loathed lich. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Lieutenant Jingyu has recently acquired significant intelligence regarding the Horde in Sindorii, which is why I have invited him to this meeting. With Anduin Lothar's endorsement, the audience became earnest, eager to discern what vital information this young assassin lieutenant could convey. Quest triggered. Anduin Lothar's distress. Anduin Lothar's distress. Persuade the leaders of the Alliance with precise intelligence to alter the battle strategy. Quest rewards. 10,000 experience points, 10,000 trial points. And a promotion in rank. An epic weapon is also bestowed. Additional rewards, depending on the completion of the task, varying degrees of favor from all legendary heroes present, as well as completion of the worldview unraveling. Chapter 39. A battle of wits. The tribal army commenced a significant military deployment a week prior, orchestrated by Orgrim Doohammer, who tailored troop arrangements based on the circumstances of each clan, revealing some peculiarities in the process. Under the gaze of numerous legendary heroes, Jingyu began to report intelligence gathered over recent days around the sand table, deftly placing small flags representing the tribal forces at various locations on the map. The lesser-regarded clans, such as the Scourge, Bonesure, and Whiteclaw, were positioned on the front lines, stationed near Lake Valowen, with their troops' strength estimated at. Meanwhile, the Warsong clan, equipped with wolf riders, was stationed in the eastern plains, demonstrating high mobility capable of swiftly supporting various battlefields. The Bloodring clan was positioned near Shulveza. To enhance his persuasiveness, he articulated the troop strength and deployment clearly. Of course, he was not speaking in vain. His intelligence was indeed accurate, as he had diligently scouted while engaging in combat over the past few days. Suddenly, a human general from Gilneas raised a challenge, questioning how he could ascertain the number of tribal soldiers from such a distance while they remained within their tents. All eyes turned to Jingyu, including that of Commander Lorthemar, who evidently had not anticipated such a detailed report from the assassin captain. Nearly everyone suspected that this officer had concocted the information to exaggerate his own accomplishments. Unfazed, Jingyu continued, "It's quite simple. By observing their supply wagons, the number of campfires, and the food rations, one can derive a rough estimate." Orgrim, in his effort to maintain control over the clans, centralized all provisions within his Blackrock clan. Other clans must retrieve their sustenance daily from the Blackrock camp. I have observed an orc's daily intake, calculated the amount of food being transported, and the number of days it would last. By correlating this with the number of cooking fires and flags, I arrived at an approximate troop count. The orcs are rather crude in their march, yet they place great importance on their so-called honor. Each clan possesses its own distinctive flag and, whether on patrol or in formation, they will display these banners and shout, inadvertently revealing much crucial information. Of course, they do not perceive this as intelligence, which affords us an opportunity. The assembly gazed at the eloquent young assassin, their faces etched with astonishment, particularly the commanding generals present, all of whom bore expressions of disbelief. None in attendance were fools, while these methods might not yield precise figures. The approximate data was sufficient to alter the course of the war. Their reactions were understandable, for throughout history there had been few large-scale battles, resulting in the absence of advanced warfare techniques. Otherwise, they would not have been so thoroughly bested by the undisciplined orcs. The methods and techniques spoken of by Jingyu may not be particularly advanced or ingenious, yet they embody the invaluable experiences accumulated over millennia of warfare on Earth. In this context, they represent a formidable reduction in complexity. Alas, humanity is indeed fearsome. In the pursuit of vanquishing their foes, they spare no effort. In comparison to you, I would rather devote my life to the study of gears and springs. These words were uttered by the gnome, Elchin Lockspring, who serves as the assistant to the esteemed gnome craftsman, Mekatok, and is also the representative of gnome origin within the Alliance. Beside her, Muradin Bronzebeard and Kurdrin Wildhammer shared a rare moment of agreement, nodding in unison. However, Lady Aurelian's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, clearly captivated by the techniques and methods described by Jingyu. The other human generals, on the other hand, wore expressions of bewilderment. They wished to express that the scouts within their ranks had not mastered such strategies. Yet, after some contemplation, they chose to remain silent. For voicing their thoughts would not affirm their peaceful intentions, but rather expose the incompetence of their own scouts. Observing the lack of dissent from the assembly, Jingyu resumed his discourse. This time, no one interrupted him. They all adjusted their postures and began to listen attentively. Anju and Lothar silently exhaled, for it had been a long while since he felt such a moment of relaxation. This group, perpetually divided in opinion, had finally agreed to sit down and listen quietly to a report. What surprised him, however, was that it was not he, the commander of the alliance, who had achieved this, but rather a mere captain of assassins. The young Turalian was equally astonished, gazing at the younger assassin with admiration. Jingyu pointed to small flags bearing the names of various tribes and clans, meticulously detailing their characteristics and combat styles. This information stemmed not only from recent reconnaissance, but also from conclusions drawn from countless tasks completed in his previous life. Each piece of information he provided was substantiated by evidence and supported by other data. Therefore, all the generals listening to the report were exceedingly attentive, finding it hard to fathom that such prominent figures of the alliance would focus intently on the words of a mere assassin. From the information presented, I surmise that Orgrim Dewhammer is employing a ruse with the intent of delaying the main forces of the alliance. His true objective is likely to lead the bulk of the horde in an assault on Quel'Thalas. Jingyu not only relayed all the information but also articulated his deductions. Although this was not typically within the purview of a scout, Jingyu chose to do so nonetheless. What? This? How is this possible? Have the orcs gone mad? Abandoning Lord Darren to launch an attack on the elven capital in the far north, what could they possibly gain? To be honest, the initial reaction of all present upon hearing this conclusion was disbelief. However, the thoroughness of Jingyu's earlier information was so striking that it left them in awe. They were reluctant to accept it, yet dared not dismiss it. Especially Aurelian, who looked at the captain with a face full of terror, urgently inquiring, "Are you certain? Quel'Thalas is her homeland, where her kin and comrades reside, thus it is no wonder that this legendary huntress is in such a state of disarray." Jingyu shook his head and remarked, "I apologize, Lady Aurelia. This is merely my conjecture." A mere assassin, audacious enough to proffer such a significant conclusion in this context. If the main forces of the horde do not heed your words, but instead mount a full-scale assault on Eagle's Nest, and we neglect our defenses based on your assertion, do you comprehend the potential consequences? The silent Archmage Kel'Thuzad rose, his tone laden with skepticism. This statement served as a reminder to others present. Although the intelligence was indeed detailed, I find it difficult to believe that humans, who have long been foes of Zul'jin and have imprisoned him for countless years, would incite Orgrim to attack Quel'Thalas. Muradin Bronzebeard also stood up, voicing his doubts. Jingyu cast a sidelong glance at Kel'Thuzad, disregarding him, and instead addressed the future Dwarven king. "Prince Muradin, you are correct. Humans are indeed adversaries of the trolls. However, those who fought against Zul'jin have long since perished, leaving only the High Elves alive. For races like the trolls and elves, who possess prolonged lifespans, only the living foes can be deemed as true enemies." The weight of this statement left all present momentarily speechless. They mulled over the words, acknowledging the truth therein. The humans who once battled the trolls have faded into the annals of history. The only surviving rivals are the High Elves. At this juncture, Aurelia Windrunner's expression grew grave, for she had faced Zul'jin in combat and understood the vengeful nature of this formidable troll warlord. "Lord Lothar, if this assassin's intelligence is accurate, I believe my forces and I must depart immediately. This matter pertains to the very survival of Quel'Thalas. I must return to provide support." Commander Lothar finally broke his silence. Rising from his seat to survey the troop deployments of the horde on the map, he slowly spoke, "Lady Aurelia, do you believe the forces of the High Elves can withstand a joint assault from the orcs and trolls?" Aurelia was taken aback, asking, "What do you imply?" Anju and Lothar straightened, drawing his sword and pointing toward Quel'Thalas in the north, declaring, "This war concerns the very existence of every race. We cannot permit the horde to assault any ally." The countenance of all present changed, as they quickly grasped the implications of Lothar's words. The commander of the alliance not only endorsed Jing Yu's conclusion, but was also prepared to send troops to assist the High Elves. Chapter 40. A surge in strength. Commander Lothar. The High Elves have not joined the alliance. Should we reconsider this proposal? Gilneas, representing the Wolf General, stood up. Unable to openly oppose Anduin Lothar, and instead opted for a more subtle tone to express his concerns. This statement rendered Aurelia's countenance exceedingly grim, yet she refrained from rebutting. Her involvement in this war alongside the Farstriders lacked the authorization of the Elven King, thus Gilneas's remarks held a degree of validity. Anduin Lothar cast a cold glance at the Wolf General and spoke with an undeniable authority. I have stated that this war concerns the survival of all races on this continent. Regardless of our alliance status, we share a common enemy, the Horde. Observe the southern continent, which has succumbed entirely. No nation can remain unscathed in this conflict. Therefore, I implore you to abandon such narrow-minded and short-sighted notions. The Wolf General, chastised by the commander's admonition, turned pale and begrudgingly returned to his seat. Alongside him, Kel'Thuzad wore a similarly displeased expression. Despite his noble lineage and status as a Grand Magus of Dalaran, he had maintained an air of arrogance within the Coalition Council, only to be disregarded by a mere assassin moments ago. The narrow-minded mage shot a frosty glare at Jingyu before turning away. The remainder of the meeting transformed into a platform solely for Anduin Lothar. He methodically began outlining the next steps for the Coalition's various factions. Mirroring the events from Jingyu's memories, Turalian led a contingent of elite troops northward to assist Quel'Thalas. This young paladin commander was destined to earn renown and love in this battle. Meanwhile, the forces remaining at Eagle's Nest Mountain were tasked with eliminating the remnants of the Horde in Sindorii. As the orders were issued, Jingyu finally heard the melodious chime of the trial emblem. Task completed. Rewards acquired. 50,000 experience, 51,000 trial points. Gained favor with Alliance Commander Anduin Lothar. Awarded the Universal Talent. Weapon Master, Worldview Breakthrough 0. 1. Received favor from Daneth Trollbane. Can consult him once for insights on the way of the warrior. Worldview Breakthrough 0. 07. Earned favor from Turalian. Can inquire about Priest Advanced quest lines. Worldview Breakthrough 0. 05. Increased favor with Pasonia Shaw. Can consult her once for insights on the way of the assassin. Worldview Breakthrough 0. 02. Received recognition from Aurelia Windrunner. Can consult her for advanced clues on the ranger profession. Worldview Breakthrough 0. 03. As the series of reward notifications concluded, Jingyu's accumulated experience reached an astonishing figure. It appeared that the trial emblem had deemed his task exceptionally well executed, with the actual rewards far surpassing the base level. What delighted him even more was that the eloquent speeches during this meeting had almost granted him everything he desired. The skills and experiences of both warriors and assassins, coupled with advanced hints for the ranger and priest classes, as well as a promotion in rank and an epic weapon. If all went according to plan, the bottlenecks for the warrior and assassin classes could be immediately transcended. Moreover, the advancement for the ranger class was within reach, while the priest class could be set aside for now. Before becoming a paladin, Turalian was a priest of the Light Church, evidently. Acquiring the paladin class would not be an easy feat. Jingyu restrained his excitement, awaiting the conclusion of the meeting. Soon, Anduin Lothar announced before the meeting's end that Jingyu's rank had been elevated by 1 level, from captain to major. A multitude of dignitaries extended their congratulations to the newly appointed major assassin before departing the hall to return to their respective camps. Jingyu's rewards did not conclude there. As Pasonia Shaw approached him, presenting a dagger that emanated a purple glow. This is the reward I promised you yesterday. I must admit, I underestimated you. Not only do you possess extraordinary combat talent, but you also have the potential to become a leader. The legendary female assassin did not forget to continue her playful banter. Jingyu chuckled and shook his head, accepting the epic weapon. I prepared for this meeting all night, and I hope I have lived up to your and Marshal Lothar's expectations. Indeed, your performance has far exceeded our expectations. I find it hard to believe that such an outstanding young man hails from a place like Alterac. You flatter me. In truth, this meeting was a well-coordinated act between Anduin Lothar and Jingyu, with Pasonia Shaw serving as the liaison for both. The two had previously shared a coinciding thought regarding Zul'jin, and upon learning of this from Ms. Shaw, Lothar became intrigued by the young assassin. After receiving further intelligence from Jingyu regarding Cosmodin, they reached a consensus through the legendary female assassin's connections. Lothar arranged for Jingyu to present the intelligence and conclusions during today's meeting. Altering the previous military deployment concerning Cosmodin or dispatching forces northward to support the High Elves were both monumental decisions, especially the latter, as the High Elves had not joined the alliance, which had already caused discontent among many. Should the decision be made to support them, it would inevitably provoke opposition from these individuals. He needed Jingyu to help shoulder the pressure from the various armies of the alliance. Jingyu, of course, would not refuse a task that could earn him the friendship of the alliance's commander, and thus readily agreed. Naturally, he understood that Lothar was utilizing him. However, such opportunities were rare and fleeting. Jingyu was confident in the intelligence and conclusions he possessed, knowing that completing this task would undoubtedly yield rewards beyond his imagination. As he anticipated, his performance in this meeting captivated many. Whether friendly or hostile, this diminutive assassin left a profound impression on the assembled magnates. Jingyu caressed the dagger in his possession, thoroughly satisfied with his earlier decision. Heartseeker, epic dagger, enhanced piercing, enhanced armor penetration, enhanced bleeding, enhanced critical strike, agility 1. Stealth effect 1. This exquisite dagger was indeed commendable, allowing him to replace the long-utilized Green Gear Spirit Monkey dagger. Presently, apart from this epic quality dagger, his arsenal included a finely crafted short sword and a well-made hunter's bow. I have observed that you have reached the initial bottleneck of the assassin vocation. Allow me to impart upon you the next stage of skills. Thank you very much, Lady Shaw. I was just about to request your assistance. Spare me the pleasantries. My assistance is not a reflection of your talent, but rather a hope that you will contribute more to the alliance. Though Passonia Shaw often presented a demeanor of aloofness, she was notably kind to Jingyu, for which he felt immense gratitude towards this legendary female assassin. Under Lady Shaw's tutelage, the bottleneck was swiftly overcome, and he acquired new assassin skills, Veil and Dash. Veil utilizes shadow power to envelop nearby allies, aiding them in achieving stealth, area size based on individual strength. Dash increases movement speed and can be used while in stealth. With the bottleneck broken, Jingyu immediately elevated his assassin vocation to level 20, with over 30,000 experience points remaining. You are now a major, with the opportunity to acquire a set of gladiator gear from the Lord Darren Armory, a finely crafted set from Ironforge. It is indeed impressive, rivaling epic equipment. After delivering her final words, Passonia Shaw vanished from Jingyu's sight. He waved his hand toward the air in gratitude. Subsequently, he sought out Donna's Tormbin to inquire about the second stage of the Warrior Vocation's bottleneck trial. This legendary hero generously assisted Jingyu and imparted a warrior skill, striking. Striking does not involve striking the enemy with one's fists, but rather using blunt instruments to attack the caster's head or throat, thereby interrupting their spell casting, utilizing hands, elbows, or sword hilts, for instance. In summary, amongst those present at the meeting, Jingyu received rewards from all except Kel'Thuzad and General Greymane of Gilneas. Prince Muradin Bronzebeard gifted him a finely crafted firearm. Gnome Elchin Gearlock presented him with a pair of goggles providing Night Vision 2 and Vision 1. Khadgar, who had previously assisted him in unlocking Elemental Enlightenment, offered no additional reward this time, merely giving him 5,000 experience points. Similarly, Khadgar Hammerfist had nothing of value to bestow upon Jingyu, also granting him 5,000 experience points. When it came time for Turalian, he expressed sincere regret, as Jingyu, being an assassin, could not join the Church of the Holy Light as a priest. Thus, he could only present him with a handwritten letter, inviting him to visit the Cathedral of the Light's wish for a baptism in the light when he had the opportunity. The baptism of the Holy Light has the power to eradicate physical afflictions and, to some extent, bolster the constitution and spirit of the baptized individual. Jingyu graciously accepted this gift and expressed his gratitude. In the end, he arrived at Aurelia's Ranger encampment. Chapter 41. The Ranger profession acquired. When Jingyu arrived at the Ranger encampment, the strikingly graceful Aurelia stood perched upon a tree branch. a uniquely crafted and peculiar war bow slung across her back. The bow's prominent exterior was adorned with two curved blades, while sharp feathered spikes lined both inner edges. Additionally, each end of the bow was equipped with small, dagger-like hooks. It was evident that this bow could unleash deadly arrows from a distance and transform into a formidable weapon in close combat. Jingyu gazed at the war bow, nearly salivating. If his conjecture was correct, this must be the ancestral weapon of the Windrunner family, Sastora. As the Ranger General surveyed the horizon, she addressed Jingyu, who stood below her. I have heard of your exploits from Hagelin, Major Jing. I have never encountered a human endowed with such remarkable talents. You are truly an astonishing individual. Jingyu remained unfazed by the legendary ranger's casual demeanor, for he understood that Aurelia was preoccupied with concerns regarding the impending advance of the Horde. Should she fail to return promptly to alert the High Elf Kingdom of the invasion, the unprepared High Elves would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. You flatter me, Lady Aurelia. I seldom indulge in unwarranted praise for others, he replied. Now, let us dispense with trivialities. I am aware of your desire to become a ranger. Ordinarily, your intelligence reports would suffice to warrant my compliance with your request, but Aurelia paused abruptly, lowering her gaze to fix her piercing stare upon Jingyu. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It appeared that attaining the ranger profession would not be an effortless endeavor. I am not like my headstrong sister, who revels in defying norms and engaging in outrageous acts. I am the general of the Farstriders, the military leader of Silvermoon City. There are many things Sylvanas can accomplish that I cannot. Therefore, to earn the ranger profession from me, the information you have provided thus far is insufficient. Do you comprehend my meaning, Major Jingyu? Jingyu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Truly, Aurelia was the elder sister of the Windrunners, still seeking to extract further intelligence at this juncture. He feigned contemplation and inquired, Lady Aurelia, do you wish to obtain more information regarding the Horde's incursion into Quel'Thalas? Aurelia nodded, stating, You are an exceptionally skilled assassin, yet I place greater value on your aptitude for intelligence gathering. I am aware that you possess additional crucial information that remains unspoken. In exchange for that, I am willing to offer you the ranger profession and an epic quality hunting bow. Bingo! The ranger profession plus an epic grade hunting bow. A remarkable trade indeed. Although Jingyu's expression remained unchanged, his fingers trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, smiled, and replied, That is a most enticing proposition. What further information would you like to know? Aurelia was momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had not been certain that this astonishing human assassin could possess more intelligence, approaching the matter with a sense of cautious optimism. However, Jingyu's confident demeanor made her realize that this assassin major indeed possessed a wealth of information, and it was likely to be exactly what she sought. Everything concerning Orgrim Doomhammer and the formidable forces of the Horde. Jingyu furrowed her brow. The Alliance and the Horde had engaged in numerous battles, and both sides had thoroughly probed each other's military capabilities. What further intelligence could possibly intrigue this legendary huntress? After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively inquired, Lady Illyria, you must be aware that the Horde has several red dragons aiding them, correct? Illyria frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with this answer. Indeed, Admiral Dalen relayed this information to Marshal Lothar, and our scouts have also detected the presence of red dragons. However, they have been guarding the Horde's fleet in South Sea Town and have not ventured further inland. Jingyu shook her head and replied, No, my lady, we must remain vigilant regarding the dragons. Are you suggesting that the red dragons might assist the Horde in assaulting Quel'Thalas? That possibility cannot be dismissed. Since the red dragons were able to aid the Horde in defeating the naval fleet of Kul Tiras, they can certainly assist in the attack on Quel'Thalas. Once the dragons enter the fray, the aerial advantage of the Griffin riders will be compromised. I even question whether the Griffins would dare to take to the skies. Furthermore, as far as I know, the Dragonaw clan within the Horde possesses the ability to command flying beasts in battle once they tame the red dragons. The Alliance's forces will be in dire straits. Illyria's expression grew increasingly grave as she envisioned the flames of the dragons scorching Quel'Thalas. She gripped her weapon, the scepter of Sargeras, tightly and exclaimed, Damn it, why would the reclusive dragons aid the Horde? Jingyu exhibited a similar outrage, yet internally mused. This intelligence cannot be divulged to you. I still hope to exchange it for greater benefits. Very well, I shall regard this intelligence with seriousness, but it is not sufficient. For all of this remains speculation on your part. I require information that will assist the highborn on the battlefield. Jingyu pretended to ponder for a moment before suggesting. Perhaps you could investigate Gul'dan. Gul'dan? What can that nefarious character accomplish? He is the architect of all this calamity. Are you jesting? Illyria's countenance darkened further. Jingyu, unperturbed, continued. Indeed, Gul'dan is an evil individual. He and Orgrim are our adversaries, and it is also a fact that they are at odds with one another. In Gul'dan's eyes, Orgrim Doomhammer is a treacherous figure who usurped the throne of the war chief of the Horde. Conversely, in the eyes of most orcs, Gul'dan is the one who has led the Horde down a path of no return. Apart from those orcs thirsting for power, no one else submits to him. This is evident from the reformation of the Fell Horde, composed solely of repugnant ogres and orc prisoners. Orgrim regards these individuals as expendable, constantly keeping watch over them. Gul'dan would undoubtedly not remain forever subservient to Ogrim. He is likely amassing strength, preparing to escape Ogrim's confinement. Jingyu spoke at length, striving to articulate the current perils facing the Horde. Aurelia furrowed her brow, contemplating the feasibility of the situation. In her view, even if Gul'dan and Ogrim were at odds, they remained adversaries. She pondered how to exploit one enemy to strike at another, yet found herself devoid of any clear strategy. Ultimately, she could only helplessly inquire, "Are you suggesting we reach out to Gul'dan and forge an agreement to aid his departure from the Horde?" Jingyu sighed silently, finding his regard for these high elves, who had lived for millennia, diminishing further. "Certainly not, Lady Aurelia. We can incite their mutual distrust through alternative means." "What methods?" she asked. "For instance, as you are all fluent in the troll tongue, you could fabricate intelligence about contact with Gul'dan, inadvertently revealing it to the trolls. They would undoubtedly relay this information to Zul'jin, and thus Ogrim would also become aware of it. Is it truly that simple? Ogrim is no fool. He would not be easily convinced. You are correct. Ogrim would not readily accept such claims. However, he also harbors mistrust towards Gul'dan, having already sown the seeds of suspicion in his heart. Our task is merely to nurture that seed, allowing it to flourish into a mighty tree that will ultimately consume Ogrim's reason. Aurelia frowned, seemingly discontent with such insidious methods, yet she inquired, "How do we nurture it?" Gul'dan and the Fell Horde have always been cannon fodder. This time, they will undoubtedly serve as the vanguard. You and your rangers must disregard the Fell Horde entirely, focusing your disturbances on the other orc clans. No matter how ripe for ambush they may be, do not direct your attention towards them, allowing Gul'dan and his wretched kin to traverse all obstacles unimpeded. Jingyu continued, "While you engage in fierce battles at Quel'Thalas, remain vigilant. When faced with the Fell Horde's assaults, adopt a defensive posture, unleashing your fiercest firepower upon the other clans. Thus, even if Ogrim remains passive, the fury of the other clan leaders will inevitably be redirected towards Gul'dan." Upon hearing these words, Aurelia fell into a contemplative silence. Jingyu stood anxiously by, uncertain if these stratagems derived from ancient historical tomes would garner the favor of this legendary ranger. "Very well, Major Jingyu. I must concede that your schemes may indeed prove useful," Aurelia declared, leaping down from the tree and promptly retrieving her weapon, the Sastora, from her back. Jingyu's heart raced. Could it be that she would bestow this artifact upon him? However, Aurelia then stowed Sastora into her magical satchel and drew forth another warbow. Quel'Thala's Golden Bow, epic weapon, superior piercing, enhanced armor penetration, extended range, enhanced critical strike. Jingyu felt little disappointment. He understood well that Sisraldo could not offer him anything. He joyfully accepted the magnificent epic weapon. "This weapon has accompanied me for many years. Now it belongs to you. I hope you can use it to slay more orcs. It is my duty, Lady Aurelia. Now, please accept the legacy of the ranger profession." Chapter 42. The combat of the challengers today. The common folk are truly elated. Jingyu hummed a cheerful tune as he leisurely exited the ranger encampment. Compared to his arrival, his steps were notably lighter, and the joy upon his face was impossible to conceal. His personal information panel had once again been enriched significantly. The new profession and skills rendered his entire professional overview somewhat dazzling. He ascended to the summit of Eagle's Nest Mountain, seeking a secluded spot. Slowly, he opened his profession panel, gazing at the abundant experience stored within, and began to allocate it among his 3 professions. The ranger profession, of course, was the first, soaring directly to level 10, reaching the initial trial threshold. The warrior profession advanced from level 20 to level 30. The assassin profession had already reached level 20, however. As the second trial threshold remained uncompleted, further advancement was not possible. After the allocation, over 20,000 experience points remained. Once again, Jingyu experienced the exhilarating sensation of a profound surge in power. Name: Jingyu. Race: mortal. Profession: warrior LV. 30 assassin, elite, LV. 20 ranger, elite, LV. 10. Professional skills: ranger, venomous sting, arcane shot, rapid fire, beast taming, flare, traps, warrior, punch, assassin, veil, sprint. General skills: critical strike, beginner. Mirror technique, intermediate, ranger's dance, child of the wilderness, passive, mountain guardian, passive, aiming, passive. Talents: sharpshooter, weapon master, agility. Shadow affinity, storage space, 1 cubic meter, novice. Stored experience, 27,000. Trial points, 67,000. Other information, not activated. Aurelia was quite generous, imparting all the ranger skills that could currently be mastered at this level to Jingyu. Upon acquiring the ranger profession and skills, he distinctly sensed a transformation in his understanding of archery. This change was not a forced imposition of memory, but rather an enhancement emerging from the depths of his soul and muscles. Both his spirit and body revisited the journey of his life with the bow, from the moment he first grasped an arrow, a progression from nothingness to mastery. From trepidation to fluidity, from intense focus on targeting enemies to effortlessly hitting his mark. The archery techniques within the ranger's path intertwined with his previous life as archery endeavors, forming a higher echelon of archery art. Indeed, Jingyu felt as though he had touched the very edge of the way, achieving a profound understanding of archery that transcended ordinary comprehension. It was clear that archery was the talent best suited to him. In addition to the enhancement of power brought about by his advanced profession, several skills proved to be exceedingly practical. The weapon master skill rendered him more adept in the use of cold weapons, elevating his cold weapon proficiency to a master level. The ranger's dance, akin to the light swordsmanship of Rapid Current City, belonged to melee skills, employing the combat bow and arrows for close quarters dispatching of foes. The children of the wilderness and mountain guardians are akin, classified as passive skills that enhance agility and endurance when situated in wild terrain. He contemplated the remaining experience and the over 60,000 trial points, envisioning how to utilize them after the war's conclusion and the trial's completion. The day following the meeting, as the Alliance forces prepared to split their troops, a daring infiltration by the Stormwind assassins into the tribe's rear delivered crucial intelligence. The elite forces of the Horde had commenced their advance northward. They circumvented the mountains, traversing the eastern coastline through the hills of Sindorii, comprised solely of the most formidable clans of the Horde: Blackrock, Warsong, Bloodring, Thunder King, and Gul'dan's Ravagers. Most alarming to the Alliance leaders was the inclusion of the Dragonmaw clan, wielding 3 colossal red dragons, within this northern contingent. This revelation silenced the previously ambivalent high-ranking officers of the Alliance, rendering the need for immediate support to the High Elves an urgent necessity. Aurelia had already taken the initiative. She dispatched Hagelin Brightwing back to Silvermoon City to report the situation to the Elven King, while personally leading a ranger unit to harass the Horde's advance. She adopted the strategy proposed by Jingyu, yet such tactics, though seemingly straightforward in theory, posed perilous challenges in practice. It remained uncertain how many from this ranger unit would return alive to Quel'Thalas. Turalyon, commanding the Northern Alliance forces, followed closely behind. Joining this reinforcement were the human coalition from various kingdoms, the Silver Hand Knights, Lady Shore's Stormwind assassins, and an elite Griffin Rider unit. Jingyu, the newly appointed major, remained in Sindorii, acutely aware of the ferocity characterizing the battles in Quel'Thalas. The Alliance suffered grievous losses under the flames of the Red Dragons. Had Silvermoon City not activated the magical barrier powered by the Sunwell, it would have surely succumbed. Despite Jinyu's burgeoning prowess, He could not assure his survival amidst the inferno of the red dragons. Moreover, as a major, he held a position of high rank within any army. Yet, being from Alterac, no force was willing to accept a senior officer from another kingdom. Consequently, Anduin Lothar granted Jinyu the autonomy to operate freely, permitting him to venture to any battlefield of his choosing. In the southeastern region of Sindorii, near the camp of the Mocking Skull Orcs, a group of several dozen human soldiers assembled amidst the thickets on the hillside under the scorching midday sun. The captain, tense and vigilant, scrutinized the orc encampment below, while the murmurs of discontent from his comrades echoed nearby. "Damn it, this wretched side quest has tasked our 50-man squad with clearing this valley. There are at least 100 orcs down there. Indeed, if we are surrounded, it would spell our doom. Perhaps we should withdraw. We could simply blend in with the native forces to complete the main quest without risking our lives here." The captain cast a cold glance at the few individuals who had spoken, scolding them with palpable frustration. "Damn it. It was you who clamored to venture forth and slay the orcs, seeking experience and trial points. After I painstakingly secured a mission from the commander, you falter before the battle has even commenced." One individual behind him attempted to protest. "It's not that we are afraid. There are simply too many orcs here. In the trial world, death is final. If you're scared, then go back." The captain retorted sharply. "We are all from the same fortress. Don't say I didn't warn you. Completing this task rewards each of us with 3,000 experience and 3,000 trial points." The captain disdainfully glanced at the man before turning away. The individual's face flushed crimson as he surveyed his teammates, searching for allies willing to follow him. However, those who had previously shared his sentiments now fell silent, their gazes fixated on the orcs descending the hillside. Clearly, they were reluctant to forego the bountiful rewards of the mission. With a resounding boom, the 50-member team, under the captain's command, launched the first strike. A dwarf cannon detonated accurately at the center of the camp, scattering blood and flesh from several orcs caught in the blast. "Ah, experience gained. How splendid!" exclaimed the team member responsible for firing, his face alight with exhilaration, evidently pleased with the experience and trial points earned from the orc kills. The other team members, upon witnessing this, felt their eyes gleam with ambition. They were all trialists, here for the very experience that would elevate their levels, and the trial points redeemable for various items within the trial tower. "Fire your rifles. Charge forth, brothers. The bountiful trial points are within our grasp." Under the captain's guidance, the 50-member company advanced steadily towards the orc camp. The composition of this team of trialists was notably strategic, with 10 shield-bearing defenders at the forefront, followed by nearly 20 weapon-wielding warriors, and a contingent of a dozen gunners, complemented by a dwarf cannon. Among them were even a mage and a priest. The orcs, now realizing the ambush, roared in anger and charged towards their human assailants. Regrettably for the orcs, the front line was composed of shield-bearers. Despite a hint of fear on their faces, they did not flee, bravely shielding their comrades. Meanwhile, teammates behind them began to fire in earnest. The sword-wielding warriors exploited every opening to attack the orcs attempting to breach their defensive line, while the gunners continuously unleashed a barrage of bullets. Before long, several taunting orcs had fallen. Remarkably, the trialist squad suffered no casualties, which significantly bolstered the confidence of all involved. As they witnessed the steady influx of experience and trial points, their morale soared, prompting them to transition from defense to offense, gradually pressuring the orcs, who began to retreat in disarray. Chapter 43, Celestial Warriors on the Opposite Hillside. Jingyu observed the fierce battles unfolding among the trial participants in the valley, his heart a tumult of emotions. Over the past 10 days, he had exerted every effort to strategize against the indigenous people, completing tasks as if he were a solitary player in a video game from his previous life. He had nearly forgotten that there were many other trial participants like himself in this world. The orcs were not particularly formidable. Had he known this earlier, they would have ventured out to slay the orcs sooner. Yes, indeed, they should quickly clear this camp of orcs and move on to the next. This valley harbored several such encampments. Initially, he believed that only by completing tasks could one ascend to level 10. But it now appeared that simply defeating enough orcs would suffice for experience points to achieve a level up. The captain, Observing the team members who had undergone a change in attitude, shook his head in quiet amusement. Indeed, no amount of motivational speeches was as effective as tangible rewards. However, despite the battle progressing smoothly, his expression remained tense. He sensed that the orcs should not be this weak. Be cautious. Do not let your guard down. He bellowed to the group, but his warning fell on deaf ears as the other members charged more fiercely into the depths of the valley. Their formation became somewhat disarrayed. Yet fortunately, the orcs, being rather straightforward in their approach, charged headlong without a commander, thus failing to breach the shield warriors' defenses for the time being. Suddenly, an unusual sound erupted from behind the orcs. The sole mage in the squad turned pale, sensing a surge of elemental energy emanating from the depths of the valley. He shouted a warning, "Be careful, something is amiss." The captain reacted swiftly, shouting, "Fall back. Do not charge forward." However, his command came too late. The ground beneath several shield warriors began to tremble violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the earth cracked and dust erupted, reminiscent of an earthquake. Two of the warriors, caught off guard, toppled to the ground. As they attempted to rise, the orcs descended upon them, wielding massive axes and warhammers. With a sickening crunch, one warrior's skull was shattered, while another narrowly evaded a fatal blow by raising his shield to protect his vital points, though his leg was severed. Fortunately, a fellow warrior quickly dragged him back into the throng. At last, casualties among the trial participants emerged, forcing the shield warriors to retreat and tighten their formation. Damn it. There are spellcasters among the orcs. It's a shaman. Stay alert, everyone. Remain in formation, or we shall all perish here. The captain's expression darkened, yet he remained composed, directing his comrades to fend off the orc onslaught while gradually retreating towards the valley's edge. However, the orcs had no intention of letting them escape easily. The elemental fluctuation surged once more, followed by a totem rising among the orc ranks. The warriors at the forefront of the trial participants suddenly experienced a wave of trepidation, their legs feeling heavy, rendering them unable to advance. Previously, there was an earthquake technique, and now another has emerged, the earth collapse totem. Among the Mocking Skull orcs is a shaman adept in the elemental forces of the earth. The captain feels a pang of regret. This task is indeed proving to be far from simple. He realizes that unless they eliminate the shaman, their escape from this dire situation is highly unlikely. Especially a shaman proficient in earth elements, whose methods of attack may not rival those of other elements, yet can play a pivotal role in large-scale battles. As the captain anticipated, the opposing shaman promptly summoned two more totems, the Stone Skin Totem and the Mighty Totem, one bolstering the defenses of the orc warriors, the other enhancing their offensive capabilities. With the continuous emergence of totems, the shield warriors' line of defense began to falter. Their shields were battered and dented. Nearing the point of failure, sharpshooters ascend the hillside and locate the shaman, eliminate him. The captain's composure remained intact as he issued this command. Several confident sharpshooters swiftly ascended the flanking hills, soon catching sight of the shaman concealed behind the orc infantry. However, the shaman was cunning, maintaining a considerable distance and shielded by several orc warriors. The sharpshooters fired several rounds, yet none found their mark. The shield warriors' defense was crumbling. If the orcs broke through, the rest would be unable to withstand the onslaught of so many orc infantry. As the situation grew increasingly dire, impatience welled within the captain, compelling him to urge more sharpshooters to ascend the slope in search of an opportunity to strike down the shaman. Just then, his gaze sharpened as he noticed an individual emerging halfway up the slope, facing the orcs. Though too far to discern their features, it was evident that this person was human, seemingly armed with a longbow. The captain's heart raced. Could it be reinforcements? Where was the main force? He hoped fervently that his assumption was correct and that the reinforcements would be numerous enough to obliterate the orcs in the valley. However, disappointment swiftly followed as he realized it was but a solitary figure, who showed no indication of rallying allies to charge, but rather methodically nocked an arrow and aimed at the rear of the skull orcs. The captain's heart skipped, instinctively. He surmised the individual intended to target the orc shaman. Yet, that position was far too distant. It was several times beyond the range of the sharpshooters. Yet, in the next moment, what transpired made his previous thoughts appear utterly ludicrous. A faint arrow silhouette shot forth from the individual, akin to lightning slicing through the daylight, striking precisely into the throng of orcs behind. The distance seemed inconsequential to the arrow as it soared towards its target. Had it hit? The captain could not see the situation behind the orcs and longed to inquire of the sharpshooters perched on the hill. However, in the next second, he realized there was no need to ask. As the totems they loathed vanished into oblivion, the orc infantry reverted to mere flesh and blood, and the shaman's totems became ineffective. The shaman was slain. Brothers, counterattack. The captain, astute and quick-witted, seized this opportunity to turn the tide, shouting to his comrades to bolster their spirits. The group of challengers, sensing a sudden alleviation of pressure, swiftly initiated their counteroffensive, rapidly gaining the upper hand, perhaps emboldened by the presence of a formidable ally. The challengers' assault grew fiercer as they pressed forward into the depths of the valley against the orcs. Kill. Charge forth, eradicate these green-skinned wretches. Some among them had already succumbed to the influence of the natives. For the points of trial, charge. Those still retaining their lucidity rallied forth. The captain, observing his comrades consumed by bloodlust, realized there was no calming them now and turned his gaze towards the distant figure of the celestial warrior. He hoped fervently that this individual would not depart, for the captain understood that without continued intervention, their hopes of annihilating all the orcs in the valley were futile. However, after dispatching the shaman, the figure did not retreat but continued onward, casting a fleeting glance at the captain before delving deeper into the valley. A chill ran through the captain. Although he could not discern the individual's features, he felt acutely that the stranger could see him clearly. Otherwise, such a precise shot from such a distance, targeting a shaman heavily encircled by orc infantry, would have been impossible. The captain pondered the direction in which the figure was heading. What could be their intention in entering the valley alone? Could it be an audacious attempt to eliminate the commander of this encampment single-handedly? The one assisting the challengers was Jingyu. His intervention stemmed from a shared allegiance to the Alliance and their common status as challengers. Most significantly, he recognized the captain's identity. It was none other than Shinbo, the man he had encountered in the military camp of Riptide City, hailing from Fortress No. 8. Their previous meeting had left a favorable impression on Jingyu, and encountering him here felt serendipitous. Yet, Jingyu had no time for pleasantries at the moment. An important task awaited completion. His objective for the Ranger-level trial lay ahead. The commander of the Taunting Skull Orc Encampment, a level 30 elite orc warrior. Chapter 44. The Art of Murder. Though the Mocking Skull Orcs may not constitute a formidable clan within the tribe, they certainly possess their own merits. For instance, their population is quite substantial. Despite their lackluster combat prowess, the sheer number of individuals can yield a few exceptional talents. Thus, while the dilapidated encampment nestled in the valley appears rather shabby, it houses several shamans. Besides the commander, an elite warrior of level 30, there are several elite infantrymen at around level 20. With great confidence, Jingyu strode into the camp. As this was a ranger's trial, he refrained from employing the combat techniques of an assassin and endeavored to avoid using any assassin skills, as such actions could jeopardize the mission as completion. However, he was free to utilize general skills. Upon noticing an intruder in their midst, the guards at the entrance were the first to spring into action. Yet, as mere ordinary orc infantrymen, they posed no threat to Jingyu. With a bow in his left hand and a sharp arrow in his right, he swiftly approached, moving as gracefully as a dancing sprite before the two infantrymen closed in. He deftly maneuvered his bow around one orc's neck, pulling it down to the ground. The string of the epic bow sang with a sharp, clear sound, and the orc's head rolled away. Meanwhile, his other hand was not idle as he spun around. The arrow found its home in the eye socket of another orc. The elegance of the ranger's dance was imbued with a brutal beauty. This was Jingyu's first experience using ranger skills to eliminate foes. The sight of their blood did not repulse or terrify him, but rather ignited a fervor within him. With a swift motion, he withdrew the arrow from the orc's eye and knocked it on the bowstring. With a whoosh, the deadly arrow pierced the throat of a shaman attempting to chant a spell from several meters away. His movements flowed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Thus began the true battle. Come forth, orcs. With agility and extraordinary speed, Jingyu entered a hunting mode, leaving the elite orc infantrymen trailing behind. unable to even graze his garments. Fortunately, a contingent of trial participants led by Chunbai had drawn a considerable number of orc infantrymen outside, providing substantial assistance to Jingyu. The ranger class fears not the strength of its enemies, but rather their overwhelming numbers. Without hundreds surrounding him, he could unleash the full potential of his skills in the open environment. Jingyu's total class levels reached 60, including 2 elite classes, endowing him with exceptional physical prowess and combat experience. Geolkosh, Kak, Garmak. As a lesser clan, the Mocking Skull Orcs were entirely ignorant of the human tongue, their roars resonating in a cacophony of Orcish language. They did not lack the courage of their tribe. Even when faced with this ghostly foe, they bravely charged forward. Jingyu, however, showed no mercy to these moths drawn to the flame, coldly harvesting their lives. After narrowly evading the lethal assault of a shaman warrior transformed into a wolf spirit, Jingyu swiftly leaped back, twisting his body to unleash another arrow. With a whoosh, a shaman priest fell to the ground, the healing totem it had just summoned dissipating into nothingness. This marked the third shaman priest ambushed and struck down. The remaining 2 dared not reveal themselves, leaving only the headstrong melee shaman warrior relentlessly pursuing Jingyu, realizing that he could not inflict harm upon his adversary. The wolf spirit shaman warrior emitted a furious howl, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve. Following this, a surge of elemental power erupted as a significant amount of earth began to coalesce on the ground, gradually forming into a towering stone giant. To Jingyu's astonishment, he had not anticipated that the shamans in this place could wield such formidable skills. The shaman warrior who summoned the earth element was not foolish. He understood that if he perished, the earth element would dissipate. Thus, he sought refuge behind the elite infantry, aided by the swiftness granted by the wolf spirit. Meanwhile, the towering earth element advanced menacingly towards Jingyu. This elemental creature harbored no fear of any attack. As long as it possessed sufficient mana, it could persist indefinitely, relentlessly assaulting its foes. A dozen elite orc infantrymen, now emboldened by the presence of the indefatigable and immortal elemental ally, surrounded Jingyu, intent on cleaving this intruder in half. Humph, a pack of foolish brutes, Jingyu scoffed coldly, recognizing their underestimation of his capabilities. Did they not ponder why he dared to infiltrate an encampment teeming with orcs if he were merely of such limited strength? Under the astonished gazes of the orcs, Jingyu's form flickered in the air, and then 3 identical figures materialized. The 3 figures swiftly dispersed, darting in 3 separate directions, their speed undiminished. The orcs were momentarily bewildered, uncertain of which figure to pursue. They could not fathom why this human was employing the Sword Saint's skill, Mirror Image. The earth element, however, lacked such complexities. It did not need to discern which was the true enemy and charged towards the nearest foe with singular focus. As the earth element trailed further away in pursuit of a mirror image, the shaman was left momentarily dumbfounded. Yet he dared not expose himself to regain control of the earth element, fearing that enemy arrows could pierce his skull at any moment. Observing the befuddled orcs, the remaining 2 mirror images ceased their flight, synchronously knocking their bows to release arrows, eliciting a flicker of fear from the elite orc infantrymen. They were not afraid of dying on the battlefield, but rather of succumbing to a death devoid of resistance. 2 arrows flew forth, one failed to inflict any harm, while the other, after piercing the neck of an elite orc, continued its powerful trajectory to embed itself in another orc's body. As the elite orc infantryman fell, a furious roar erupted from within the command tent, and at last, a speaking orc emerged. "Damn human, your foes are here." At last, the objective of Jingyu's expedition, the supreme leader of the Mockery Skull orc encampment, the head Severer Rovak, made his appearance. Bursting forth from the tent was a more robust and imposing orc. As the leader of the camp, the head Severer Rovak's equipment was evidently superior to that of the other orcs. He wielded a broad, double-edged battle axe, clad in heavy armor, exuding an aura of sheer terror. However, this was relative for the likes of Chinbai and his companions. The head Severer Rovak posed a formidable adversary. Yet, for Jingyu, he felt little threat. With a slight raise of his brow, both his true self and a mirror image initiated their actions simultaneously, unleashing a volley of arrows towards their target. The head Severer raised his massive axe to deflect the incoming projectiles, then let out a ferocious roar as he charged towards Jingyu. Unfazed, Jingyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his right hand, gripping an arrow, transformed into a phantom, while his left hand wielded the golden bow, quivering violently in preparation. Rapid fire, the hallmark skill of a hunter, enabled him to release a flurry of arrows in a brief span, rendering the enemy incapable of evasion. The arrows flew towards the head severer like bullets from a machine gun, effectively sealing off his escape routes. True to his elite status at level 30, the head severer adeptly shielded his vital points with the axe, continuing his advance through the rain of arrows. Fully aware that he could never vanquish this cunning ranger without engaging in close combat, his thighs and abdomen were struck by the sharp arrows. Yet the head severer remained fierce, his momentum unyielding. Well then, if he desired close-quarters combat, Jingyu was more than willing to oblige. He stowed away the epic golden bow, replacing it with the Heartseeker dagger and a finely crafted short sword, charging headlong into the fray. In the instant their forms were about to collide, Jingyu crouched low, sliding to the side and positioning himself behind the head severer, his dagger slicing through the outer muscle of the orc's thigh. The short sword followed suit, plunging into the lower abdomen, pulling free alongside the previous arrows. The lower half of the head severer was instantly drenched in blood. The robust orc staggered under the intense pain, nearly toppling to the ground. His massive axe yet to deliver a single blow, having sustained grievous wounds from Jingyu's assault. Jingyu's mastery of melee weapons had reached an extraordinary level, evident from the rapid succession of his two attacks. Of course, his agility and extraordinary speed were also pivotal. The head severer was not one to yield easily, struggling to turn his body in an attempt to retaliate, just as the remaining elite orc infantry and two shaman priests surged forward. Time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. Jingyu pressed the advantage, leaping once more to the head severer's rear, evading the axe aimed at his head while using the orc's bulk to shield himself from the shaman priest spells. As the head severer sought to pivot again, Jingyu denied him the opportunity. Like a nimble spider, he sprang onto the broad back of the orc, pressing close as the Heartseeker dagger plunged savagely into the orc's nape. With a sharp hiss, the icy blade plunged deeply into the nape of the skull cutter. A piercing wail of anguish escaped his lips, the fatal wound instantaneously robbing him of all strength, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 45. Awakening in the mortal realm. As Chinbai and his group of trial participants finally arrived at the entrance of the leader's encampment, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. The fearsome elite orc chieftain knelt upon the ground, his form drenched in blood, a dagger emanating a chilling glow embedded in the nape of his neck. Behind him stood a slender human figure, seemingly indifferent to the carnage. Jingyu, with an expression of cold detachment, withdrew the dagger and wiped it clean upon the chieftain's shoulder. The once ferocious warrior could do nothing but kneel in silence, his head bowed low. This striking visual onslaught rendered the trial participants breathless. Among them, Chinbai, the captain, was the most taken aback. He regarded the icy man, recognizing a familiarity that eluded him momentarily. Upon noticing the trial emblem adorning the man's wrist, realization struck him with fervor. This individual was indeed a trial participant. At that moment, others in the crowd also discerned the emblem on Jingyu's wrist, incredulously exclaiming, "Yes, it is the trial emblem. I recall now, just days ago, he entered the commander's tent in the military camp of Rapid Stream City and reportedly received numerous rewards." "Captain Chinbai, I believe you spoke with him." Another chimed in. "Indeed, you should approach him. Who knows what valuable information he might share." Several trial participants fixed their eager gazes upon Jingyu, their words urging Chinbai to engage in conversation. Establishing a connection with someone thriving in the trial world could yield significant advantages. Chinbai, recalling the encounter from his patrol that night with the self-identified Jingyu, realized he hailed from Fortress 72. He remembered how Jingyu had been invited by a powerful native female hero to join a critical mission. At the time, he surmised it must have been an extraordinary task, one that would surely enhance his prowess upon completion. Now, it appeared his suspicions had been validated. After a moment's hesitation, Chinbai refrained from approaching and instead barked at his companions. "Stop wasting time. Can't you see there are still orcs left to eliminate? Get to work. We can discuss this later." His admonition jolted the others into awareness of the remaining elite orc infantry and shamans that still needed to be dispatched. Each kill represented experience and trial points. Eagerly, the trial participants seized their weapons and charged toward the final quarry. Jingyu paid little heed to their frenzied actions, as he was currently allocating his newfound experience. Following the demise of the chieftain, a warm surge coursed through his being, breaking through the bottleneck of his ranger level. Without hesitation, he generously distributed the experience he had gained. Ranger, Elite, LV, 20. He reveled in the sensation. The acceleration of his power akin to quenching a parched thirst with sweet spring water, satisfying yet methodical. As he regained his focus, he noted that the orcs within the encampment had been completely vanquished. Before entering the camp, several members of the team led by Chenbo perished on the charge. Yet ultimately, they emerged victorious, having cleared the perimeter of orcs. However, without Jingyu's valiant efforts in holding back the elite infantry and shamans, their mission would have been insurmountable. The trialists recognized Jingyu's pivotal role in this battle, thus refraining from hastily scavenging the spoils. They remained in place, resting while observing this extraordinary trialist. This reflected the commendable quality of Chenbo's group, comprised entirely of neophytes, all experiencing the trial world for the first time. While they may have had a rudimentary understanding of the survival principles in this realm, they lacked the prowess to navigate it with such finesse. To them, Jingyu had become an enigma. Chenbo took a couple of steps forward, contemplating a greeting, but was momentarily daunted by Jingyu's formidable presence, hesitating to approach. "Oh, long time no see. You are Chenbo from Fortress 8, if I am not mistaken," Jingyu remarked, noticing the collective gaze of the others fixed upon him. Though he remained unfazed and approached Chenbo, with whom he had exchanged brief words in the past. "Indeed, it's been a while. I remember you too, Jingyu." From Fortress 72, Chenbo replied with a smile, feeling a sense of honor that Jingyu recalled him. Curiously, Jingyu asked, "What a coincidence. Did you come here for a mission?" "Indeed," Chenbo affirmed. "The commander of the garrison has begun issuing tasks to trialists, such as hunting orcs and gathering intelligence. However, undertaking missions to eradicate orc camps is perilous, and few trialists are willing to accept them. So, I gathered a few individuals to give it a try, but unfortunately, several have met their demise. Alas, this trial world is indeed treacherous." Chenbo, a gregarious individual, spoke candidly, as if conversing with an old friend. Sharing the purpose of their expedition, Jingyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these trialists hailed not only from Fortress 8, but from various others as well, all seeking experience and trial points by joining this group. It evoked a sense of nostalgia akin to forming parties for dungeon raids in his previous life. Moreover, the military camp had begun issuing tasks to trialists. It appeared that the trial world did not solely rely on trialists to seek out opportunities to trigger missions. At opportune moments, it would unveil tasks resembling bounties, granting trialists chances to enhance their capabilities. This was indeed advantageous, as it was far more efficient than merely slaying foes on the battlefield. "Are you here for a mission as well?" Chenbo inquired. "Sort of," Jingyu replied, neither confirming nor denying that he was engaged in a professional-level bottleneck trial. Chenbo nodded, recognizing Jingyu's desire for brevity, and shifted the conversation. "Let us clear the battlefield. The elite here were primarily vanquished by you, so please, take the lead." "Never mind, I just took a look. And there is nothing useful here. You all go ahead." Jingyu shook his head with an air of authority. Ever since he acquired 2 epic pieces of equipment, he regarded green gear with disdain. It seemed that his overwhelming strength had rendered the orcs incapable of dropping anything of value. He thought it better to do a favor for Chenbo, who had proven to be a pleasant companion. However, Jingyu's indifference did not extend to others. The nearby challengers, eager and impatient, cheered at his words and rushed toward the fallen bodies. Chenbo could only smile wryly, feeling embarrassed by his teammates' behavior. "You are quite impressive, managing to organize so many people." Jingyu praised him earnestly, without any sense of impropriety. Chenbo, slightly bashful, shook his head and replied, "These individuals were difficult to mobilize. Although various tasks have begun to be issued in the military camp, many challengers are reluctant to participate. They prefer to remain in the camp, methodically engaging in monotonous patrol duties, as that ensures their safety. Oh, why is that? Jingyu asked, puzzled. Did these individuals lack even a shred of crisis awareness? Chunbo sighed, and, accompanied by Jingyu, entered the tent of the camp leader. Finding a comfortable spot to sit down and converse. I am not particularly informed about the situation of other armies, but within the forces of Rapid Current City, there are some fortunate challengers who have completed the primary task of hunting 50 orcs merely by trailing behind the native soldiers and collecting their kills. Even those who have not completed the task are close enough, leading many to grow complacent. They prefer to coast through rather than undertake more perilous missions. Initially, this was only a fraction of the participants, but such sentiments are contagious. More and more individuals began to adopt a laid-back attitude, believing they could simply muddle through this trial and return to the real world as elite figures in the fortress. How utterly ridiculous! Hearing this, Jingyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a situation. The first primary task was to survive the war. Had they not read the mission brief? Shinbo smirked, saying, "Of course they read it and are aware of the task details, yet no one takes it to heart. Since the war commenced, challengers have engaged in numerous skirmishes with the tribal orcs of varying scales. They have grown accustomed to this intensity of conflict, while the orcs are fearsome. They are not yet invincible. Thus, many believe that as long as they remain vigilant, surviving until the end is a simple matter." Jingyu nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Chunbo and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this war?" Chunbo furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "I know many formidable guardians, all of whom have traversed multiple trial worlds. They have cautioned me not to be deceived by the facade of the tasks. Sometimes, the simplest sounding missions are the most challenging to accomplish. From the very beginning, I sensed that slaying 50 orcs was not the most formidable challenge. Rather, the true trial lay in the first quest, survival. Regrettably, many have succumbed to the allure of present comforts. This world is indeed enchanting, yet it is not our own. They would rather indulge in the transient tranquility it offers than risk their lives to become stronger." Chapter 46. The Idealist. After the battlefield was cleared, the challengers began to rest, each retrieving provisions from their storage spaces and settling in a comfortable spot to indulge. They engaged in light conversation while tallying their gains from the day. However, the majority of their attention was directed towards the leader's tent. Jingyu and Qinbai had been conversing inside the tent for quite some time, relishing the rare opportunity to connect with a like-minded companion in this trial-laden world. "I had always assumed that a formidable individual like yourself would have joined the reinforcements heading north," Qinbai remarked, taking a hearty swig from a flask he produced from his storage space. Jingyu paused, intrigued, and inquired, "Oh, have many challengers ventured north?" "Indeed." The commander randomly selected half to join the reinforcements, while the remainder remained in Zintalan. Challengers are, after all, quite different from the native soldiers. Qinbai replied with a wry smile. "I had initially requested to go, but my superior did not grant permission." Jingyu pondered silently. Relieved that Qinbai had not been sent, the battles up north were far more perilous than those in Zintalan. Those who had ventured north were uncertain of their chances of survival. Unaware of Jingyu's thoughts, Qinbai continued to drink and speak. "From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that you were unique. You do not hail from one of the noble families within the fortress." "Oh, how did you discern that?" Jingyu asked, amused. "I have encountered too many of such individuals. Among those outside, several are suffused with malice and aimlessness. They could never possess the calm yet vibrant gaze that you have," Qinbai explained. Jingyu found this amusing yet felt compelled to respond earnestly. "Well, I must say, you are also unlike those individuals outside." Qinbai shrugged dismissively. "Indeed. I aspire to be different from them, but it is challenging to achieve complete distinction." He paused, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow before continuing, "Truth be told, when I observe them, I am reminded of the corpulent rulers within the fortress who have long forgotten the territories beyond besieged by foes. They neglect their duty as guardians, and hardly anyone mentions the need to eradicate the beasts and reclaim our former homes." Before he could finish, Qinbai abruptly fell silent, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. Jingyu, taken aback, inquired, "I recall you mentioning your considerable influence in Fortress Number 8. Are you not one of the rulers?" Qinbai nodded. "Indeed, I am one of them. which allows me to witness their profound decay and ineptitude. Yet, I am unwilling to remain complacent. I yearn to effect change. But, do you find me ludicrous for this? At these words, Jingyu felt a subtle jolt within. This man was truly extraordinary. Chunbai appeared to be in his mid-20s, an age when most would have outgrown their youthful fervor, yet he still clung to his ideals and impetuosity. Growing in such an environment, not only did he not succumb, but he also maintained a clear mind, even harboring a compassionate heart filled with empathy. A person like Qinbo seemed to be a refreshing stream in the desolate world of the Guyuan star. At least this was how Jingyu perceived it. For thus far, among all the trialists he had encountered, few retained such a vigorous and positive outlook on life. Even Emma and her companions exhibited only a semblance of indignation, born from the extreme oppression of the nobility, in their eyes. Jingyu did not discern the same spirit of desire for change that he found in Qinbo. Those who held power within the fortresses, like Lin Rue and Monk, were even less inclined to concern themselves with humanity's lost treasures, devoting all their energy to solidifying their authority. For the sake of these interests, they would even obstruct any potential transformation of the world. As for the guardians endowed with extraordinary powers, they had also become part of the machinery of power for them. It was preferable to bask in the reverence and obedience of the masses than to risk their lives reclaiming lost lands and homes. The Guyuan star was vast, and the path to reclaiming humanity's homeland was undeniably arduous. Jingyu retrieved a cup of wine from his storage space and took a gentle sip. This was the wine he had stored during the hospitality extended to the scouting team by the townspeople at the tavern in Talonmere. Chunbo gazed at the translucent fruit wine in his hand, momentarily taken aback, before saying, "You are indeed a peculiar individual. I do not refer to the wine you hold, but rather to the fact that you do not mock me. Whenever I expressed such sentiments in the past, I was met with derision, labeled as arrogant, a pitiable idealist, even called a traitor for my thoughts threatened their comfortable existence. It is truly laughable that they cower within the fortress amidst dwindling resources and the daily struggle for survival faced by the elderly and children. They actually believe this life is beautiful." Jingyu replied, "Perhaps it is because they either do not see what you speak of, or perhaps they choose not to acknowledge it." Shinbo paused, then nodded. "You are correct. They do not wish to see. For they too are complicit in the creation of this reality." This statement was rather severe. If those of noble birth among the trialists were to hear it, it would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for Qinbo. Yet, it was evident that he remained unfazed, continuing to drink from his cup until it was empty. Qinbo himself felt somewhat perplexed, wondering why he had so readily divulged his innermost thoughts to someone he had only met twice. Perhaps it was due to Jingyu's temperament aligning with his own preferences, and certainly, the considerable distance between them played a role, one hailing from Fortress 72 and the other from Fortress 8. The two locations were not even on the same continent. Had they not crossed paths in the trial world, it was likely they would never have met in their lifetimes on Guyuan Star. As Jingyu observed the atmosphere grow tense, he retrieved a flask of fruit wine from his storage space and offered it to Qinbai. He then inquired, "What do you intend to do next?" With a cheerful grin, Qinbai accepted the flask and replied, "What else is there to do? I'll return and continue taking on tasks, striving to enhance my strength. Ideally, I hope to catch the eye of a notable figure on the battlefield ahead and secure an elite profession." Jingyu found this amusing and casually cast a reconnaissance spell. Qinbai, Warrior LV. 9, Gunslinger LV. 5. Talent, Tactical Master. Two ordinary professions, neither particularly high in level, yet boasting a commendable talent. Although the specifics of the talent were obscured, its name suggested it was beneficial within a team setting. "Hey, you can see my information. But why can't I see yours? What level are you?" Qinbai's voice brimmed with curiosity, evidently having used a reconnaissance spell on Jingyu as well. Such an act could not go unnoticed. It was a rather intrusive gesture unless a close rapport or prior agreement existed. Thus, Jingyu seldom employed it, especially around legendary figures he usually encountered. Jingyu refrained from answering Qinbai's question, instead lowering his gaze into contemplation. The moment he laid eyes on the tactical master, talent, a thought sparked in his mind. Currently, the battles in Synthral were nearing their conclusion. With the main battleground between the Alliance and the Horde situated in Quel'Thalas, where the conflict was notably fierce. In short, Jingyu had no intention of venturing there. At this juncture, those of them who had not joined the northern reinforcements found themselves in a rare moment of respite. However, Jingyu was acutely aware of the countless secrets and treasures hidden within this continent. If he could make the most of his time, he would reap significant rewards, experience, trial points, and perhaps even an elite profession. He aspired to uncover as many of these treasures as possible before the war's end, converting them into what he sought. Of course, these treasures represented both opportunity and peril. Most crucially, he felt uncertain about whether his profession would garner the favor of a certain individual. After conversing with Chunbai for a while, he found him likable. At least, no ill intentions were apparent at the moment. Moreover, his warrior profession and commendable talent suggested that bringing him along might increase their chances of triggering a quest. After pondering for a moment, Jingyu fixed his gaze on Chunbai's face and earnestly asked, "I have a task that requires a companion. Do you have time?" Chunbai's eyes lit up, and he replied without hesitation, "Of course, count me in." Jingyu chuckled, "You haven't even asked what the task entails, yet you're so eager to join. Aren't you afraid I might lead you astray? Well, if I'm led astray, so be it. I believe that by clinging to a strong ally, I might acquire what I desire." Chunbo is no fool, although he remains uncertain about Jingyu's true capabilities. The circumstances of their two encounters have sufficiently demonstrated that Jingyu undoubtedly ranks as the foremost among the current challengers. Clinging to such a powerful ally will surely expedite progress far more than pursuing the bounty tasks at the camp. However, I must caution you. Following me entails considerably greater peril than remaining here. Do you still wish to proceed? Of course, if you fear for your life. I could simply remain in the barracks and engage in patrol duties. Chapter 47. Forming a team. Very well, since that is the case. Let us return to Eagle's Nest Mountain to replenish our supplies before embarking on our journey. As Jingyu noticed Chunbai's eagerness, he decided to put an end to their conversation and prepare for the upcoming expedition. Wait, Chunbai suddenly called out to him, a look of hesitation crossing his face, as if he wished to articulate something but found himself at a loss for words. Jingyu, puzzled, inquired, "What is it? Are you having second thoughts?" "Not at all." Chunbai waved his hand dismissively and asked, "Are we going alone?" Jingyu paused in contemplation before responding. "Do you have reliable companions? Let us keep the numbers manageable." Chunbai chuckled, extending two fingers as he said, "I have two good friends here. Their character is beyond reproach. One is a mage, and the other is a priest. Very well, let us bring them along." After solidifying their plan, the two parted ways. Jingyu discreetly departed without bidding farewell to the others. Several trialists lamented Jingyu's exit, many of them harboring a desire to inquire about his intentions. However, Chunbai swiftly curtailed their inquiries, declaring the task accomplished, and led everyone back to the camp to submit their report. The completion of their mission was nothing short of exemplary, having not only eradicated all the orcs in the valley, but also returned with the head of the Skull Cleaver, all within a remarkably short span of time. Consequently, the rewards were doubled, much to the delight of all involved. Having tasted this success, many expressed their desire to continue accompanying Chunbai on future missions. However, to everyone's surprise, after submitting the task, Chunbai departed with his two friends. Chunbai's companions comprised a male and a female, both the only spellcasters within the trialist group. The male had advanced to the mage profession, while the female had embraced the role of a priest. "Hey, Chunbai, where are we headed? Are we not undertaking any tasks? Did you not declare that nothing could impede our pursuit of power?" The male mage, the eldest among the trio, appeared to sense Chunbai's unusual demeanor and teased him. He was aware that since the commander began issuing tasks, his friend had been fervently engaged in completing them. So why the sudden disinterest today? The female priest, a girl in her early 20s clad in standard priestly garb issued to her profession, exhibited a unique talent that allowed her to advance as a priest within this realm, despite the inherent limitations of her combat abilities. The sacred healing arts she practiced were indispensable in the military, earning her the respect of the soldiers. Without responding to his friend's query, Chunbai led them to a secluded location and stated, "I am about to undertake a perilous mission. Do you wish to join me?" Without a moment's hesitation, the male mage replied, "Of course." We agreed to share both fortune and adversity. You have received a significant task. Surely you do not intend to reap the rewards alone. The priestess nodded, her silence betraying a resolute determination in her gaze. Very well. Let us wait here at the camp for a while. A friend will come to fetch us shortly. Upon returning to Eagle's Nest Mountain, Jingyu sought out Darnassus Tolban. As Chinbai and his two companions were soldiers under the jurisdiction of Rapid Stream City, Jingyu understood that he needed the permission of the city's lord to form a team with them for their upcoming mission. In response to Jingyu's request, Darnassus Tolban was exceedingly generous, immediately granting his approval and composing a written order for him. Before Jingyu departed, the legendary warrior clapped him on the shoulder and remarked, "You continue to surprise us, lad. I hope this time will not disappoint." "I shall do my utmost, Lord Tolban," Jingyu replied. After leaving the commander's tent, he rubbed his shoulder and made his way toward the military camp of Rapid Stream City. Upon entering, he quickly spotted Chinbai standing in a conspicuous spot with two others, evidently having waited for some time. He approached them, and they exchanged greetings. Chinbai had already conferred with his two friends, so their reaction to Jingyu's arrival was one of curiosity rather than surprise. After a round of introductions, they became better acquainted. The male mage was named Rick, age 28, a level 5 warrior and level 6 mage. The priestess was named Zhu Xiaoyu, 20 years old, a level 3 warrior and level 5 priestess. Both hailed from Fortress Number 8 and were good friends of Chinbai. However, Jingyu keenly sensed an undertone of deference in the way these two interacted with Chinbai, suggesting a relationship that transcended mere friendship. It resembled a bond between a leader and subordinates. Considering Chinbai's status, Jingyu formed a conjecture but chose not to voice it. Furthermore, he observed that both individuals had amiable personalities. Rick was forthright, while Zhu Xiaoyu exhibited a degree of shyness. Once acquainted, the group began to deliberate on their forthcoming plans. "Captain, what should our next step be?" Chinbai eagerly conferred the title of captain upon Jingyu, brimming with anticipation for the mission they had longed to embark upon. Jingyu retorted, somewhat exasperated, "I am not the captain. That role should remain with you, so you can fully utilize your talents." "Very well, I shall defer to your judgment regardless," Chinbai readily agreed. "I must first present this order to your commanding officer. Otherwise, you might be deemed deserters for leaving the camp without permission." Having said this, Jingyu proceeded to the tent of the camp officer, clutching the handwritten order from Darnassus Tolban. Chinbai and the others exchanged glances before following at a distance, merely observing. Then, they witnessed a startling scene. The usually stern and imperious lieutenant commander, known for his unyielding demeanor towards any trial takers, unexpectedly rendered a formal military salute to Jingyu. It is quite evident that the subordinate is saluting the superior. Jingyu naturally returned the gesture and then handed over the transfer order. From a distance, Chinbai and the others were all astonished at the scene. Rick couldn't help but exclaim, "What rank does he hold that even a lieutenant salutes him first?" "I don't know. He must be of a higher rank than a lieutenant." "Stop with the nonsense. I can see that." After resolving the transfer order issue, Jingyu rejoined the trio and formally appointed Chinbai as the team leader. The rules for teams in the trial world were straightforward, albeit with certain distinctions from those in the game. A team comprises 2 to 10 members, while more than 10 constitutes a squad. Thus, with Chinbai as the captain, Jingyu, Rick, and Zhu Xiaoyu became team members, officially forming a quartet. "Jingyu, where shall we head next?" At this moment, Chinbai felt relieved as he reviewed the team regulations through the trial emblem, feeling increasingly at ease. Jingyu gazed at the task bulletin board in the distance and announced, "Let us tackle some quests. Level up." The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback. "Your levels are too low. Venturing out now would be perilous. We should first complete some quests, and once our levels are more comparable, we can leave." With that, Jingyu took the lead towards the bounty board for task postings, and Chinbai and the others promptly followed suit. There were numerous tribes in Sinterland, and the orc encampment they had previously cleared in the valley was merely a fraction of them. The trial tower had been subtly providing paths for challengers to grow stronger. Whether they joined the northern reinforcements or remained in Sinterland, all had opportunities to gain experience and trial points. Observing the tasks issued by the quartermaster, Jingyu did not hesitate and selected the top 3 quests with the highest difficulty. This action astonished the surrounding challengers, many of whom had just returned with Chun Bai. Some recognized Jingyu, and upon noticing Chun Bai's companions, they quickly grasped the situation. Hey, count me in for the quests. Master, I'm a level 10 shield warrior. I need to slay an elite to break through my level cap. Take me along. Bro, I'm a level 10 marksman, and my aim is precise. The chaotic scene left many other challengers bewildered, prompting one to ask, who is this person? Their gear seems impressive. Someone nearby replied, you know about the orc encampment task in the Northern Valley, right? Their leader was taken down single-handedly by him. Really? Is there such a powerful challenger at this stage? Why would I lie? I saw it with my own eyes. Finally, the quartet managed to squeeze out of the crowd, sharing a rueful smile. Jingyu felt an odd sensation, reminiscent of a group of lower-level players clamoring for assistance at the entrance of a dungeon in a game. All right, let us commence our leveling. Chapter 48. Target. The chieftain of the Shattered Skull, the verdant and jade-like mountains of Synthral should have been a place of tranquility. However, the arrival of the orcs has suffused the region with a malevolent atmosphere, saturating the ground with blood and corpses. At the heart of Synthral lies Lake Valoan, heavily garrisoned by numerous orcs, with the stronghold of the Shattered Skull clan situated on the western shore. As the orc horde advances northward, the clans deemed expendable have found themselves unable to launch proactive strikes, forced instead to entrench themselves in their conquered territories. Meanwhile, the Alliance forces remaining in Synthral are limited in number and, in an effort to conserve strength, have refrained from initiating large-scale offensives. As a result, a stalemate has ensued, affording the challengers an opportunity to bolster their prowess. Various military factions of the Alliance have begun issuing bounty tasks aimed at dismantling the strongholds and camps of the clans. However, the challengers, who were generally of lower levels, can only undertake relatively simple missions, such as ambushing isolated orcs or clearing minor encampments. Larger camps necessitate the organization of many individuals to accomplish their objectives, and few challengers dare to approach substantial strongholds. Today, however, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the typically placid Lake Valoan, not far from the northeastern edge of the stronghold. An elite orc squad found themselves ambushed at the fringe of a thicket. A wagon meant for transporting provisions lay mired in a mud pit. Alongside the bodies of 3 elite orc infantrymen, some with their skulls pierced by lead bullets, others with half-burned faces from searing flames, and still others with throats slit. Additionally, 5 orc soldiers fell on their charge into the jungle. Only 2 troll hunters and a shaman remained, huddled behind a wooden cart, engaging in a futile resistance. Soon, their soul shield was struck by a fireball, erupting into a conflagration. In that moment, 2 figures surged forward, one exuding an aura of ferocity, the other possessing an ethereal grace. The formidable human warrior charged in close quarters, reaching a troll hunter in an instant. The troll raised his arm, intending to hurl his spear, but in the next moment, a swift, lethal strike cleaved down upon him. The arm holding the spear fell to the ground, and the troll let out a mournful wail as the human warrior, undeterred, executed a graceful follow-up strike, ending the troll's life. The other confrontation concluded even more swiftly. The elusive ranger and assassin dispatched another troll with a mere shadow strike, plunging his dagger into the creature's heart. Only the shaman remained, attempting to conjure elemental spells to summon protective beings. Yet, a surge of arcane energy interrupted his incantation, rendering his mind momentarily dazed. This was the effect of a mage's arcane counter, a skill designed to disrupt the rhythm of spellcasting through manipulation of arcane energy. The human warrior advanced with a powerful blow, rendering the shaman unconscious, and together with the ranger, dragged him into the depths of the jungle. Zhu Xiaoyu glanced at the long sword handed to her, and then at the unconscious orc shaman on the ground. A flicker of reluctance crossed her face. After a moment's hesitation, she finally plunged the long sword into the shaman's heart. With a sigh of relief, the young girl displayed a hint of helplessness. This had been the umpteenth time she had resorted to such a method to slay her foes. Initially, she found this far more challenging than engaging in combat herself. However, the soul of the team, Jingyu, had consistently insisted that she refrain from perilous ventures, assuring her that a time would come for her to demonstrate her abilities. The rationale was simple. A priest ought to be safeguarded by all. Yet, this priest had not fulfilled her duties for several days. As Chun Bai and Reich's levels ascended, Their powers grew stronger and their combat experience deepened. They rarely sustained injuries anymore. Although Zhu Xiaoyu appeared delicate and often hid behind her companions, she couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, Jingyu had reassured her that her moment to shine would arrive, allowing the young girl to persevere. Who could have imagined that just a few days later, they would dare to ambush near the Orc chieftain's stronghold, managing to eliminate 11 elite foes in one fell swoop. Reich remarked with a smile, absent-mindedly caressing a staff he had recently acquired. Sacred staff, fine quality, enhances casting speed, increases range, ordinary elemental condensation. Let us not be complacent. No matter how formidable we may be, once ensnared in an ambush, we face certain doom, Qinbai cautioned, maintaining his clarity. Since the establishment of their team, the trio had been diligently undertaking quests under Jingyu's guidance. Indeed, they had spent 2 days completing the high-reward bounty tasks available in the military camp of Stonestream City. Subsequently, under Jingyu's command as a major, they entered the military encampment of Lord Darren to continue their questing. Today, they had also cleared the high-reward tasks from the Lord Darren army. At this moment, the 4 members of the team, akin to a group of audacious criminals reveling in their recent exploits, boisterously discussed their achievements a short distance from the scene. Qinbai turned to Jingyu and inquired, "When shall we depart for that significant mission?" Jingyu surveyed the direction of the Skull-Crush encampment, where nothing seemed to have changed. "I initially intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate the chieftain of the Skull-Crush clan before proceeding. However, it appears that for the time being, such an opportunity will elude us." Qinbai and Reich exchanged glances, the latter expressing surprise. "The chieftain of the Skull-Crush clan? Isn't that a legendary hero?" Jingyu shook his head. "No, merely a level 45 template boss, possessing strength inferior to that of an ordinary hero template." Upon hearing this, Qinbai and Reich's eyes glimmered with intrigue. They had witnessed Jingyu's prowess over the past few days. For him, a level 45 chieftain posed a manageable challenge, especially with their combined efforts, presenting a substantial chance for success. The sole obstacle remained. A clan chieftain rarely ventured from their stronghold without extraordinary circumstances. If the chieftain did not emerge, their chances would dwindle to nothing. Relying on 4 individuals to assault the Orc stronghold is akin to moths drawn to a flame. "You intend for us to ambush the Orc supply convoy to lure the chieftain out, do you not?" inquired Qinbai. "Indeed, that is the plan. However, it seems they are rather indifferent to our efforts. Time has elapsed, yet the stronghold remains eerily silent." Jingyu expressed a hint of disappointment as he gently polished his Quel'Thala's golden bell. "Perhaps we should attempt several more ambushes. I refuse to believe that every Orc is devoid of sustenance, and the chieftain won't emerge," Rick exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he clearly wished to seize this opportunity. Qinbai suggested, "Shall we return to the camp to muster more personnel? After all, we are merely 4, and the supply convoy comprises a greater number. We would not stand a chance." Jingyu pondered for a moment before nodding. "It is worth a try. The question remains, how many would dare to take this risk?" Qinbai chuckled, a touch of pride evident in his voice. "In recent days, we have tirelessly completed quests, elevating our levels and acquiring equipment that has surely made the trialists stationed at the military camp envious. I have heard that since a few days ago, there has been a noticeable increase in those venturing out on missions. Have you not observed? The solitary Orcs in the wild and the small outposts have all but vanished. It is as if those trialists have caught the scent of blood like sharks. If we return and elucidate the situation here, the commander will undoubtedly issue a series of bounty quests, attracting numerous trialists to this location. They may not dare to assault the Orc stronghold, but they will certainly be eager to participate in ambushing the supply convoy." Rick interjected, "Exactly. Based solely on this, I believe the commander should reward the 4 of us." Jingyu was taken aback, pleasantly surprised that their recent actions had such a catalytic effect. Indeed, previously, trialists relied on scavenging during battles or patrolling, resulting in minimal experience gains. Overall, the disparity among them was not significant, with most hovering around levels 7 to 10. In contrast, the transformations of Qinbai, Rick, and Zhu Xiaoyu over the past few days had not gone unnoticed. Each time they returned to submit quests, they were surrounded by curious onlookers seeking intelligence. Now, The majority had reached a level cap of 10 and required the defeat of an elite orc to advance further. However, elite orcs are not easily encountered, as they typically remain hidden within their encampments, seldom venturing out alone. Consequently, few trialists manage to break through their occupational levels. And even fewer, like Chun Bai and his companions, have ascended 2 levels. This quartet has now become a prominent force within the Syntheral Alliance, with all eyes upon them, some wishing to join their ranks, others eager to glean information. Nevertheless, Jingyu and his companions approach the integration of new members with great caution. Over the past few days, no one has yet earned their approval. Chapter 49. The lone hero. Upon finalizing the plan, Jingyu resolved to return alone to consult with the commanders of each military camp. As a major, he held a senior officer's rank, and his proposals would undoubtedly capture the attention of the indigenous people. Before departing, he advised Qinbo and his companions to establish their camp in a secure location, urging them to avoid provoking the elite orcs at the main base. Although the 3 of them were among the elite among the trialists, their strength was only marginally adequate in the realm of the natives. Jingyu hastened back to Eagle's Nest Mountain, arriving before nightfall. After briefing General Donis Torben on the situation, he found the commander intrigued. Successfully assassinating a chieftain of an orc clan using this method would indeed be a significant achievement. The legendary warrior promptly notified other camp commanders and consolidated opinions on the plan. Subsequently, various camps began issuing bounty missions to the trialists, including ambushes on supply convoys, patrols, and the pursuit of orc messengers, targets that were undoubtedly elite orcs. Once the missions were announced, the trialists erupted with excitement, eagerly forming teams and setting out en masse towards the Skull Mockery main base. At this moment, Jingyu's team of 4 received their mission notification. Team Elite Mission: Assassinate the Skull Mockery Chieftain, Crusher Haken. Completion reward: 30,000 experience, 35,000 trial points. Rank 3, 1 set of superior equipment and weapons. When Jingyu gathered with his companions, he was met with expressions of exhilaration on Chun Bo and the others' faces. The rewards for this task were exceedingly generous, surpassing all their previous gains combined. We must complete this mission. Let us go. Even the typically reserved Zhu Xiaoyu couldn't help but clench her fists in encouragement. Observing their excitement, Jingyu felt compelled to temper their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. High rewards equate to high risks. They must not let the allure of the bountiful rewards cloud their judgment. Their personal safety must take precedence, for they had an even more significant mission ahead. They needed to proceed with utmost caution in this operation. Upon hearing his words, the trio regained their composure. Many trialists would likely converge here, their targets being supply convoys, patrols, or solitary scouts and messengers. The ensuing chaos would be palpable, and to avoid drawing suspicion, they should refrain from taking action for the time being. Agreed. I concur. As events unfolded, they transpired just as Jingyu had anticipated. A multitude of trialists gathered near Lake Valoan, all seeking to undertake their missions. A scene reminiscent of a game world. However, ambushing elite orcs remained fraught with danger for the ordinary trialists. Fortunately, having tasted the sweetness of high rewards, the trialists remained undeterred by sporadic fatalities, continuing to revel in the experience. As the supply convoy of the Chao Skull clan faced a series of ambushes, the orcs within the camp began to sense something amiss. Soon, a significantly larger contingent emerged from the stronghold, comprising at least 200 orc warriors. Aside from those tasked with hauling the supply carts, the remainder were fully armed elite infantry, flanked by 2 squads of shamanic priests at the center. Such a formidable assembly indicated that the Chao Skull chieftain was indeed serious about the situation. With the risk of food supplies dwindling, chaos could ensue within the camp, prompting the dispatch of a substantial supply convoy, well guarded by formidable forces. The scale of this escort vastly exceeded the expectations of the challengers, who lay hidden amidst the foliage and hills, watching helplessly as the convoy moved further away, hesitant to strike. Meanwhile, a quartet of challengers concealed themselves in the northeastern valley's thicket, right along the path the Chao Skull orcs would traverse to transport their provisions. Jingyu, employing Eagle Eye, spotted the advancing orc battalion from afar, unable to suppress a quiet gasp of astonishment. Though the orc chieftain did not appear, A considerable elite force had been compelled to emerge. He shared this revelation with the others. It seemed these green-skinned rascals were ravenous. Rick, upon hearing this, felt somewhat disheartened. Fully aware that such an extensive and elite orc contingent would deter any challengers from engaging. Chunbai, however, furrowed his brow, glancing at Jingyu, and asked, "Are we to abandon this mission?" Jingyu, feeling conflicted, recognized the substantial rewards tied to this task and lamented the potential loss. After a moment's hesitation, he proposed, "In truth, if we could rally all the nearby challengers, taking down this elite force might be feasible." Chunbai grinned. "I know many individuals. I can reach out to those challengers. However, for them to muster the courage to confront this battalion, we need to instill some confidence." Rick looked puzzled. "What kind of confidence?" Jingyu raised an eyebrow, beginning to grasp Chunbai's intent. "You mean to say we should launch a surprise attack to demonstrate that these orcs are not as fearsome as they appear?" Chunbai affirmed, "Precisely. But not us, only you. We lack your speed." Jingyu paused, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he was the most suitable candidate for such an endeavor. "Very well. I shall perform before them while you handle the outreach." At that moment, Rick interjected anxiously, "You won't have time to contact anyone now. The orcs are advancing swiftly. Even if you were to harass them, it would only consume a little time. By the time you gather everyone, they will have moved far away." Yu Xiaoyu, concerned, gazed at Jingyu. Over the past few days, she had come to rely on him, viewing him as another pillar of support aside from Chunbai. The thought of him embarking on a perilous venture filled her with reluctance. Jingyu smiled reassuringly, while immediate action may be impractical. They will inevitably return after delivering the supplies. As I harass them along the way, it may lead them to believe that our forces are not substantial, potentially causing them to lower their guard. At that moment, we can ambush them upon their return." Chunbai added, "Indeed. As long as Jingyu can successfully slay a few orc elites before those trial takers, they will naturally acknowledge the strength of our team. We can then set traps at the valley below and capture this group of orcs in one fell swoop." Observing the confidence exuding from the two, Rick gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Only Zhu Xiaoyu wore a worried expression. She rarely voiced her opinions and now stood there, hesitating to speak. "Rest assured, such matters pose no challenge for me," Jingyu reassured her with a comforting smile. Although he was slightly younger than Zhu Xiaoyu, he consistently assumed the role of an older brother within the team. "All right, stay safe." Under the concerned gazes of the trio, the ranger and assassin swiftly darted into the jungle, racing towards the orc battalion. Just as Chunbai had predicted, the trial takers, although hesitant to confront the orc forces, were equally unwilling to simply depart. The orc elites, once objects of their dread, had now transformed into mere vessels of experience and trial points. They fixated on the battalion, calculating the potential experience and rewards they could harvest from defeating them. However, this remained mere daydreaming. As the onlookers lamented the loss of such an opportunity, some trial takers hidden above were astonished to notice a solitary figure appearing on the path ahead of the advancing orcs. This person exhibited no inclination to conceal their presence. Calmly seated atop a large stone, he gazed intently at the approaching orc battalion, his demeanor utterly relaxed. The concealed trial takers began to murmur amongst themselves. "What is that person doing? Are they a native? Or perhaps a trial taker? They must be a native, likely a hero. Otherwise, they would never dare to openly appear before the orcs. No, they are a trial taker. I can see their trial emblem." A marksman with exceptional eyesight suddenly exclaimed. "What? Has this individual lost their mind? Have they been blinded by dreams of experience and trial points?" Regardless, all eyes were drawn to Jingyu. He leisurely adjusted his gear, at which point the orc battalion had already taken notice of him. Orcs are not devoid of intellect. The series of ambushes they had faced compelled them to think critically. Upon spotting Jingyu, they immediately suspected him to be a decoy. Consequently, the vanguard signaled the battalion to halt, becoming alert to their surroundings. Yet, in the next moment, they realized their misjudgment. With a swift motion, Jingyu produced the Quell Salagold bow, accompanied by 2 sharp arrows. In a resounding crack, both arrows were released simultaneously, striking the throats of the foremost 2 orc elites with astonishing speed. With a bow and 2 arrows, this is a skill that Jingyu has only recently mastered. Although multi-shot techniques are considered fundamental skills within the realm of gaming, such abilities present a formidable challenge in reality. Jingyu has practiced diligently for an extended period to ensure a 100 accuracy rate with both arrows. Chapter 50. The Ambush Plan. Witnessing the spectacle, the challengers were swept by a surge of adrenaline. With a single bow and 2 arrows, 2 elite infantry were dispatched in an instant. Such prowess might seem trivial among the indigenous, yet executing such a feat marked him as a true challenger. Moreover, the weapon employed was an exceedingly rare bow and arrow. Could it be? Did I not misjudge? That individual just eliminated 2 orc elites. By the heavens, I too have witnessed this. How formidable! I recognize him. He once single-handedly confronted a level 30 elite boss. Unbeknownst to Jingyu, his brief display of might had stirred a commotion among the challengers. Before the orcs could regain their senses, he loosed another pair of arrows. This time, he aimed not for their throats, but targeted the calves of the orc infantry. He sought not to kill, but to inflict injury upon the troop. The orc battalion could not allow Jingyu to continue his distant assault unchallenged. Even before his third arrow took flight, a small squad of over 10 orcs broke from the ranks, charging towards him. Jingyu remained composed, unleashing another volley of dual arrows. He continued to fire until the orc elites were nearly upon him, at which point he executed a nimble retreat, darting into the depths of the jungle. The pursuing orcs, unwilling to relent, aimed to continue their chase. However, a commanding roar erupted from the ranks, emanating from a female orc, a shaman, presumably the highest authority of the troop. Reluctantly, the elite orc squad withdrew. In short order, the main contingent resumed its advance, quickening their pace under the shaman's guidance while maintaining vigilance. The challengers concealed in the surroundings lamented the lost opportunity. If only they could lure the small squads out one by one, it would not be impossible to erode this elite force. Yet, the orc commander exhibited discernment. Evading their traps, all they could do was watch helplessly as the orcs retreated. However, they soon noticed that the 4 injured orc elites had lagged behind the main force. Aware of the fate that awaited them if they fell behind, they desperately attempted to catch up. Yet, the arrows had struck at the bends of their legs, not lethal, but severely impairing their mobility. The orcs epitomized a ruthless survival of the fittest ethos. They revered the strong and scorned the weak. In the chaos of war, the wounded were often disregarded, even abandoned. Jingyu understood from the outset that these injured orcs would likely be left behind, providing the lurking challengers with an opportunity. This small advantage would undoubtedly ignite their avarice. His plan bore fruit, as the challengers closest to the scene eagerly drew their weapons, stealthily trailing the 4 injured orcs. Someone has taken the bait. I will contact them. Prepare yourselves. In the distance, Chinbai observed this unfolding scene, a smirk gracing his lips. He signaled to Rick and Zhu Xiaoyu before sprinting towards the jungle on the opposite slope. Be cautious. The 2 remaining individuals exchanged a brief remark before commencing the preparation of materials for their trap, which included poison, tar, gnome bombs, mountain patrol traps, and even a dwarven mortar. These items were exchanged at the supply officer's station, as the team had experienced a bountiful harvest in recent days, trading surplus equipment for these resources. Meanwhile, Jingyu did not relent in his harassment of the main force. Concealed within the thicket, he incessantly inflicted injuries upon the orcs. Throughout this endeavor, he maximized the efficacy of his mirror technique, deftly escaping whenever uncontrollable orcs attempted to pursue him into the jungle. Additionally, the mirror technique served to divert the orcs' attention. The shaman and the headhunter were the only types of troops posing a genuine threat to Jingyu, and the mirror could effectively disrupt their focus. Seizing fleeting opportunities, Jingyu could swiftly deliver lethal strikes. The orc forces were thoroughly vexed by his tactics, suffering numerous casualties before they had traversed even half the distance. However, Jingyu soon found himself at a disadvantage, as the latter portion of the route was predominantly open plains, devoid of the jungle's cover, thereby nullifying his ambush advantage. While he could still rely on his assassin's stealth to continue his harassment, the flat terrain was not conducive to escape. Moreover, should he inadvertently fall under the headhunter's mark, he could easily find himself in peril. Consequently, Jingyu abandoned his plan for further harassment and retraced his steps. On his return, he encountered an 8-member trialist team engaged in the slaughter of 2 elite orcs. precisely the two orc casualties he had previously ambushed. Jingyu had no intention of intervening. Instead, he stood at a distance, arms crossed, watching with an amused smile. The trialist team swiftly severed the orcs' heads and, just as they were about to cheer in celebration, turned to find Jingyu nearby. A sense of awkwardness immediately washed over them, for their recent bounty was a result of the man's earlier efforts technically. They had been robbing his kill. This man possessed formidable archery skills and agile prowess, and it was likely that even combined, the 8 of them would not be his match. The team leader steadied himself, noting that Jingyu seemed disinclined to pursue any grievances. Allowing a quiet sigh of relief to escape him, he took a couple of steps forward, intending to say something, but Jingyu spoke first. So, are you truly satisfied with merely slaying 2 orc foot soldiers? The team members were momentarily taken aback, and the leader hesitantly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" At the same time, Shinbai was also busy on his end. Having always enjoyed undertaking tasks, he was well acquainted with many trialists, most of whom held him in good regard. Thus, when Shinbai approached various teams to discuss the plan for ambushing the main force, most trialists expressed keen interest. Utilizing his talent as a tactical master, he provided a succinct and clear explanation, prompting these trialists to eagerly unveil their best resources: dwarven cannons, gnome landmines, gnome grenades, gnome firebombs, and more. Although the quantity of these armaments is limited, their variety is remarkable. They are either procured from the military supply officer or discovered in a gnome encampment. It appears that the challengers have come to recognize the significance of bounty tasks. When Jingyu returned to the valley with a dozen companions, nearly 300 challengers had already gathered there. While the individual combat prowess of most could not rival that of the orc elites, they held the advantage in numbers, coupled with various traps and the element of surprise. Their chances of victory were considerably high. The only concern was the potential for unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, confidence ran high among the group, stemming from Jingyu's formidable presence and the collective yearning for experience and trial points. Shinbo continued to orchestrate the details of the ambush while Rick led a few individuals in setting traps. Zhu Xiaoyu, as the sole priest, was inundated with attention. Numerous individuals approached her, bestowing gifts and showering her with flattering words, causing the bashful young girl to blush. Their intentions were straightforward. In a critical moment, a single healing spell could prove life-saving. Everyone executed their tasks in an orderly manner. Only Jingyu took care to find a secluded spot, where he began to polish his 2 epic weapons. The valley was occasionally graced by gentle breezes, offering a fleeting moment of tranquility to all. Observing the bustling crowd, he reflected that regardless of their real-life personas, here they were united as comrades with a shared goal. After idly admiring the scenery for a while, Jingyu suddenly recalled another matter. What was the current situation in Alterac? If all proceeded as expected, when the battle for Quel'Thal has reached a stalemate, the main forces of the Horde would resort to their final measures, launching a surprise attack on Lord Darren. At that juncture, it would also signal Alterac's betrayal of the Alliance. Although the ultimate reckoning would not fall upon every soldier, the stigma of being from a traitorous nation would linger. The soldiers of Alterac would likely become cannon fodder in the ensuing counteroffensive. Jingyu harbored no concern for Lin Rue and the others. Yet his feelings toward Roya were perplexing. Despite his evident disdain for her, he could not summon any hatred. She was the direct cause of the original owner's family's ruin. Yet the original owner was oblivious to this, and the memories he retained had, to some extent, influenced Jingyu's emotions toward Roya. Reflecting on this, Jingyu couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling quite unfortunate. Perhaps it would be more uplifting to examine his current achievements. Name: Jingyu. Class: Warrior LV. 30 Assassin, Elite. LV. 20 Ranger, Elite. LV. 20. Stored Experience: 10, 500. Trial Points: 71. 200. Other information, not activated. In recent days, aside from leveling his Ranger class to 20, he had not made any other significant gains. Chapter 51. The stunning arrow. Once all the traps were meticulously set, the trialists concealed themselves atop the elevated slopes, positioning the dwarven cannons and mortars with precision. They awaited in silence for the return of the orc supply convoy. By afternoon, the distinctive banner of the Skull Crusher orcs emerged, advancing slowly towards the valley. Compared to their earlier pace, The orcs moved with a slight increase in speed, even with their supply carts laden with provisions. This was due to the shaman summoning the wind totem on each cart, a skill that not only lightened the burdens of the heavy supply vehicles but also imbued the orcs with the essence of wind, hastening their march. However, the most concerning aspect was the additional 10 raider wolf riders accompanying them. Although several powerful clans had ventured northward, they had left a portion of their forces in Sinthurlan. These 10 wolf riders were evidently dispatched to assist the Skullcrusher orcs in safely transporting their supplies back to camp, indicating that Jingyu's previous disturbances had yielded counterproductive results. Qinbai and Jingyu exchanged glances, both recognizing the wry smiles mirrored in each other's eyes. At that moment, several captains of the Trialist squad stealthily approached the quartet, having observed the presence of the raiders and understanding the threat posed by the wolf riders. "What should we do? Should we continue the ambush?" one inquired. Qinbai retorted, "Of course we continue. Are we to be intimidated by a mere handful of wolf riders? Our traps are already set. We shall proceed as planned." The captains glanced at one another, finding no dissent in his words, unwilling to abandon their efforts after such extensive preparation. One captain cautioned, "These wolf riders possess remarkable mobility. They must be dealt with swiftly to prevent them from penetrating our ranks. The majority of trialists would be no match for the raiders." Jingyu assured them, "Rest assured. You shall proceed with the original plan. The raiders will be managed by our squad." Hearing this, the captains exchanged looks of reassurance before gradually returning to their positions. Qinbai and Rick simultaneously shook their heads slightly, not in opposition to Jingyu's decision, but rather expressing disappointment at the cautious demeanor of the other squads. Soon, under the expectant gazes of all, the orc forces entered the valley. Upon their entry, the orcs exhibited heightened vigilance. The female orc shaman uttered several phrases in Orcish, prompting the convoy to quicken its pace even further. Finally, the orc convoy reached the ambush zone meticulously laid out by the trialists. The first supply cart predictably became ensnared in a muddy pit, toppling and spilling its contents onto a few nearby orcs before they could regain their footing. Boom! A resounding explosion followed as an unfortunate orc infantryman triggered a gnome landmine, a testament to the reliability of gnome technology. The unfortunate orc was obliterated, along with several others nearby, as they met their ancestors. The resounding explosions heralded the commencement of an ambush, as several dwarf cannons and mortars positioned on the hillside unleashed their fury upon the valley below. Bombs detonated in rapid succession amidst the ranks of the orc forces, igniting several supply wagons with the fiery shrapnel. It became abundantly clear to the orcs that they were under siege. They hastily brandished their weapons, forming a defensive perimeter around the wagons, while shamans began to summon various totems. Soon, bolstered by elemental forces, the beleaguered orcs surged towards the flanking hills. As they advanced midway, a cacophony of explosions erupted once more. The gnome mines embedded on the hillside were strategically placed in a denser formation, and at that moment, the challengers began hurling gnome grenades down the slope. The valley reverberated with the sounds of detonation, and the orcs suffered significant casualties before they could even reach their adversaries. The challengers felt a surge of exhilaration, as the initial wave of assault had yielded substantial experience and trial points. Those who had previously felt anxious began to revel in excitement, their minds racing with visions of the bountiful rewards awaiting them after vanquishing the orcs. However, their spirits soon plummeted again. The power of the shamans manifested as the earth elemental forces began to coalesce on the slope, causing the ground to tremble. The remaining gnome mines were triggered by this seismic energy. Yet, the anticipated devastation did not materialize. The first line of traps was cleared, and the orc infantry pressed forward resolutely. "Do not panic. We have a second line of defense. Firearms, commence firing," Qinbai bellowed, noticing the rising anxiety among some challengers. The so-called second line of defense was, in truth, a tar trap, a brilliant idea conceived by Qinbai. Initially perceived as merely an experiment, it yielded unexpectedly effective results. Once triggered, the tar became an excellent lubricant, causing the unsuspecting orcs to become thoroughly coated and slip to the ground, tumbling down the hillside and inadvertently toppling several orcs behind them. Illumination flares. Qinbai's command rang out once more. The gunners began launching burning flares, typically utilized at night to illuminate foes or expose hidden adversaries, now employed in this dire scenario. It did not take long for everyone to comprehend the significance of combining tar with the illumination flares as the flaming projectiles landed upon the tar. They ignited the flammable substance with remarkable speed. A sea of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing the most unfortunate orcs who had been coated in tar, instantly shrouded in flames. The second wave of the orc charge was once again thwarted, and as the challengers felt a swell of triumph, an unforeseen development unfolded. All the burning flames seemed to be drawn together by an unseen force, coalescing in a singular direction. The gathering fire emitted an intense and volatile aura, signaling impending doom. Qinbai found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that the tar and flares would be utilized against them, as it appeared the enemy was conjuring an extraordinary spell. Caution! The shaman is summoning a fire elemental. Jing Yu's expression grew grave, fully aware that if the fire demon were summoned, the trial participants would likely suffer significant losses, potentially even failing the ambush. His gaze sharpened as he activated his eagle-eye technique, swiftly searching for the casting shaman. Summoning a fire demon was no feat for an ordinary shaman. It had to be an elite, perhaps even a leader. Indeed, his extraordinary vision allowed him to pinpoint the target in less than a second. It was the female orc shaman, who had been issuing commands. Clad in a crimson robe and surrounded by a swirling flame between her hands, she was the one summoning the fire demon. Cover me. Without hesitation, Jingyu stood, drawing his warbow taut. Qinbai promptly retrieved a shield from his storage space, positioning it before him, while Zhu Xiaoyu cast a word of shield. Jingyu assessed the distance. He was over 800 meters away from the female shaman, marking the farthest shot he had ever attempted, especially against a boss-level target. There was no time to ponder the likelihood of success. He could only strive with all his might. Arcane Shot was an attack that imbued arcane energy into the arrow, possessing both physical and magical effects. However, Jingyu was not particularly adept with arcane energy, although he had been endowed with elemental enlightenment by Khadgar. He felt more comfortable wielding shadow power. As a ranger and an elite assassin, he was most familiar with the shadows. He activated Shadow Dance, gathering a substantial amount of shadow energy around him, while simultaneously imbuing this shadow power onto his arrow using an arcane attachment method. The pure black arrow was enveloped in dark purple energy as Jingyu pulled the Quel'Thala's golden bow to its maximum tension. With a thunderous twang of the bowstring, the purple arrow shot forth. The shadow energy seemed to insulate the arrow from friction with the air, producing no whistling sound nor leaving any trace of light. Like a stealthy assassin moving through the shadows, the arrow reached the shaman leader before anyone could see it, as the female shaman prepared to taunt her enemies. Believing she was on the verge of summoning her fire demon, the sudden appearance of the purple shadow caused her expression to freeze in disbelief. In the next moment, the unassuming arrow pierced through her chest, the attached shadow power erupting and expanding the wound to the size of a bowl, revealing her bloodied organs within. Gasping, the female shaman fell to her knees, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Not only had she been harmed by the shadow arrow, but she also suffered the backlash of her failed summoning, leaving her face etched with incredulity. Kill level 35 elite boss, Fire Eater has gain. Jingyu exhaled with relief, astonished by the sheer power of his impulsive attempt. The trial participants erupted in cheers, marveling at who could possibly slay such a formidable boss in a single strike. This arrow invigorated their spirits, as victory in this ambush seemed assured with the demise of the enemy leader. However, in the next moment, their expressions shifted once more. Whoosh! Bang! A resounding explosion of flames erupted in the sky, its immense sound reverberating beyond the valley to the stronghold of the orcs. Chapter 52. The appearance of the mocking chief, the demise of their leader, plunged the orc forces into a momentary chaos. A decisive orc shaman swiftly released a distress signal flare. The valley was not too distant from their stronghold, and if they could hold out long enough, reinforcements would arrive. Orcs possessed an insatiable thirst for battle, and in the absence of their chief, they charged forward with reckless abandon. The true combat commenced as the orc infantry breached two lines of defense, engaging in close quarters with the challengers. Kill. The completion of our mission is within reach. Brothers, charged for experience and trial points. The challengers, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, bravely faced the elite orcs, utilizing their advantageous elevation. They positioned shield-bearers at the forefront while the marksmen above initiated a barrage of fire. The dwarven artillery had long ceased its thunderous bombardment, having exhausted its costly ammunition. Fortunately, the challengers outnumbered the orcs, quickly gaining the upper hand in the skirmish. Occasionally, a hapless challenger would fall victim to the thrown spears of the headhunters. Yet their morale remained unshaken. Meanwhile, the four-man squad found themselves in the most intense theater of battle. After Jingyu's stunning arrow struck down the female shaman leader, he inadvertently exposed himself to the orc ranks. The shamans and headhunters began to concentrate their attacks toward the four-man squad, while marauder cavalry charged in their direction. Had it been any other squad, they would have undoubtedly faltered against the first wave of marauder assaults. However, the combat prowess of the four-man squad far exceeded that of their fellow challengers. Jingyu unleashed a barrage of arrows like a torrential downpour. As 10 marauders ascended the slope, 2 fell lifeless, while 1 was injured and tumbled from his dire wolf. Rick's fireball incinerated half of another marauder's body, and Chunbai, wielding his shield, exemplified the valor of a warrior. Shield in his left hand and sword in his right, he heroically stood at the forefront. Yet, his role was not to absorb the marauders' charge, but to intercept the spears hurled by the headhunters. At last, several marauders climbed the slope, brandishing their broad-bladed knives as they charged toward the four. "Rick, stop them!" Chunbai bellowed. "They're coming!" Rick remained unperturbed as he raised his staff. An ice ring materialized beneath the direwolves, promptly exploding and freezing their feet in place. In the early stages of a mage's career, the damage of ice spells may appear modest, yet their controlling capabilities are unrivaled among the mage's disciplines. The immobilized wolf riders could only passively endure the onslaught of arrows. In the blink of an eye, 2 more wolf riders succumbed. The ice ring's effect quickly waned, leaving 5 marauders still standing, undeterred by the deaths of their comrades. They pressed on for one final charge against Jingyu and his companions, leading to a brutal melee. Jingyu was the first to leap into the fray, confronted by 3 wolf riders. Rather than evade their onslaught, he propelled himself forward, unexpectedly finding himself face-to-face with a marauder. Simultaneously, the battle bow in hand was nearly pressed against the chest of the marauder, and then it erupted with a deafening roar. A powerful force surged towards the marauder's torso, instantly propelling him away in a graceful arc, crashing down the hillside and toppling 2 headhunters. This was the impact effect of the explosive shot. The tremendous force of the explosion combined with the fall from a height transformed the marauder into a mere puddle of flesh. Having swiftly dispatched one enemy, Jingyu did not retreat. The battle bow and arrows vanished, replaced by a short sword and a dagger. The ranger's dance of war commenced, enveloped by the power of shadows, as he morphed into a dancer of death. Whether faced with marauders or mount wolves, the agile, leaping blades sliced through their bodies, sending sprays of blood that scattered among the leaves and grass, akin to a myriad of blooming red flowers. Among the remaining 2 marauders, one charged towards Chunbai, while the other lunged at Zhu Xiaoyu, who was shielded by Rick. Chunbai, now transformed and formidable, adopted a combat style akin to Jingyu's in response to the oncoming wolf cavalry. Instead of retreating, he advanced, first blocking the marauder's massive blade with his longsword, then delivering a powerful blow with his shield to the wolf's snout. The tremendous force disoriented the massive wolf, causing it to stagger and the marauder atop to struggle for balance. However, Chunbai afforded no opportunity. His short sword accurately pierced the marauder's thigh. The marauder let out a pained roar, spinning around to deliver a vicious overhead strike with his wide-bladed sword, a blow fierce enough to cleave Chunbai in 2. Yet, Chunbai reacted with swiftness, sidestepping to position himself behind the wolf, his blade slicing through the tendons of its hind leg. The wolf, deprived of support, faltered, causing the marauder on its back to tumble down, only to be met by an upward thrust of the sword, piercing through his ribs and exiting at the chest. Meanwhile, Rick and Zhu Xiaoyu also emerged victorious. Though both were spellcasters, they possessed the strength of warriors. Their physical prowess combined with spellcasting enabling them to successfully slay the marauder and the mount wolf. The battle concluded swiftly, and the quartet achieved an effortless victory. At this moment, The combat on the surrounding hillside was also reaching its denouement. The number of orc infantry had drastically diminished, with the remaining few subdued to the lower slope. The shamans and headhunters had become prime targets for the gunmen. However, the fight showed no signs of winding down, for these remaining foes proved the most formidable. Empowered by totems, the handful of infantry exhibited tenacious fighting spirit, with casualties already appearing among the challengers. Should we lend them a hand? Shinbai inquired, noticing the tense situation below. Rick, too, appeared eager. No, our target has emerged. Jingyu did not gaze at the battle within the valley, but instead focused on the distant expanse beyond it. Shinbai and the others straightened their expressions, following his gaze. On the road between the distant Varroan Lake and the valley, a group of figures raced towards them, though their faces remained obscured. Their imposing physiques unmistakably identified them as a cadre of orcs. Shinbo pondered aloud, is it reinforcements from the orcs? Their numbers seem rather scant. Indeed. The chieftain of the Skull Mockery has personally joined the fray. Our opportunity has arrived. The expressions of Chinbo and his companions momentarily faltered, soon transforming into a grave demeanor. Their primary objective was undeniably to rescue the encircled orc shaman below. They could orchestrate another ambush. Shinbo, observing the chaos of battle beneath, spoke coldly, clearly indicating his intention to use the challengers below as bait. Jingyu and Rick nodded in agreement. It was not mere cunning, but rather, the plan boasted the highest probability of success. I will take on the chieftain. You two engage as accompanying reinforcements. Understood. Before long, Chieftain Skull Mockery, accompanied by a dozen elite infantry, charged into the valley. Their arrival rendered the challengers visibly alarmed. The furious roar of Lok Regar Ogle, emanating from the clan chieftain, invigorated the beleaguered orcs still resisting. Many entered a berserk state, radiating a bloodthirsty crimson glow. The challengers felt an immediate surge in pressure, and casualties began to mount among the shield warriors at the front. Damn it! How could reinforcements arrive so swiftly? That heavily armored figure must be the chieftain. Only he would don such attire. As the orc reinforcements closed in, panic began to ripple through the challengers. Should we retreat? Some began to waver in resolve. At that moment, Chinbo, leading Rick and Zhu Xiaoyu, descended from the hillside. He surged to the forefront of the battle, delivering a powerful shield bash that felled an orc attempting to break free from the encirclement, swiftly following up with a sword strike against another. Simultaneously, Rick unleashed fireballs and ice arrows upon the orc ranks, incapacitating one shaman, while Zhu Xiaoyu's holy light mended the wounds of injured challengers. Stay composed. Victory is within our grasp. Fleeing now would only make us prey. Follow my lead. Gunners, divide your firepower and target the reinforcements. The arrival of Chinbo and his allies steadied the wavering spirits of the challengers. Yet, their greatest concern remained the chieftain of the Skull Mockery. Should this level 45 boss charge into their midst, no challenger would withstand his blow, not even the shield warriors. However, their anxiety eased somewhat when Jingyu's figure emerged atop a distant hillside, his Quellsala golden bow in hand, coldly surveying the advancing chieftain of the Skull Mockery. Chapter 53. A joyous reunion. Jingyu was the first to release an arrow, aimed directly at the chieftain of the Skull Crushers. The chieftain, Hakan the Skullbreaker, a level 45 berserker and a formidable boss, was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary elite foe. The berserker, an elite advancement of the typical warrior, wielded tremendous strength, allowing him to carry two massive weapons. Hakan possessed two spiked heavy hammers, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he deflected the swift arrow with ease. Jingyu's probing attack failed to capture Hakan's attention. His focus remained on the remaining challengers encircling the orc forces. With nearly 100 meters still separating him from the heart of the battle, Hakan stomped forcefully, propelling his enormous frame into the air. Upon landing, he created a deep crater in the soft earth. The valiant leap of a high-level warrior brought him instantly close to the center of the fray, startling all the challengers. Someone stop him. At this critical moment, it was Chinbai who stabilized the situation, swiftly retreating from the melee and leading two shield warriors to confront the chieftain. Simultaneously, the other orc reinforcements were thwarted by the separated squad of challengers. The scene became a tug-of-war. Despicable rats, your demise is imminent. Hakan regarded Chinbai and his companions with disdain, a furious battle spirit igniting in his eyes as he let out a thunderous roar towards his diminutive adversaries. Victory belongs to the tribe. You cowardly wretches deserve to cower in your holes. I shall make you understand that stepping outside only leads to death. With his warhammer firmly in hand, Hakan appeared even more imposing and tyrannical, launching an attack without hesitation. The tremendous hammer swung with force, producing a deafening whoosh as it struck, shattering a shield warrior's shield to splinters. The warrior's arm was broken by the overwhelming power, sending him crashing backward, blood spewing from his mouth. A chill of dread swept through the crowd. Such terrifying combat prowess was insurmountable. Recognizing the futility of a direct confrontation, Chunbai wisely retreated a few paces and produced 2 gnome grenades from his pocket, hurling them forth. Boom, boom. The explosive detonations interrupted Hakan's charge, forcing his colossal form to stagger backward several steps from the tremendous blast. At that moment, Jingyu dashed behind the Skullbreaker, his daggers and short sword dancing through the air, targeting the unprotected, exposed areas of Hakan's body. Blood sprayed, instantly staining the chieftain's towering frame crimson. Yet, the bloodshed did not weaken Hakan. Rather, it intensified his bloodthirsty frenzy. He twisted his body, raising his arms, and the heavy hammers in his grip swung down like feathers, aimed squarely at Jingyu. The ranger halted his assault, sidestepping with agility to reach the side of the Skullbreaker, plunging his short sword into Hakan's flank. The pain elicited a roar from Hakan. For all his terrifying strength, the dual hammers did somewhat hinder his speed. Jingyu possessed unparalleled speed, and his combat experience and skills were equally formidable, granting him an early advantage in the skirmish. However, the relentless setbacks only fueled the fury of the Skull Crusher, Hakan. He suddenly unleashed a deafening shriek. Jingyu, positioned closest, was struck by this sonic assault, momentarily losing his senses. The warrior's skill, terrifying roar, had taken effect. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, the Skull Crusher's heavy hammer came crashing down upon his head. "No, don't," exclaimed Zhu Xiaoyu, her face pale as she watched the battle unfold. The onlookers, witnesses to this scene, were incredulous. They could hardly fathom that such a powerful ranger could meet his demise at the hands of the taunting chieftain. Yet, contrary to their expectations of a shattered skull, the moment the hammer made contact with Jingyu's form, he dissipated into the air like a wisp of smoke. The Skull Crusher wore an expression of bewilderment, quickly shifting to realization. A mirror image. That cunning little rat has mastered the Fireblade Orc's technique. Who exactly are you? He bellowed, swinging his warhammer, scanning the surroundings in search of Jingyu's true form. After a prolonged observation, he found no trace of him. At that moment, a multitude of lead bullets erupted against his body. The gunners seized the opportunity to launch a concentrated assault. The Skull Crusher reacted swiftly, using his massive hammer to shield his vital areas and head. Nevertheless, the sheer density of the gunfire left him in a state of utter disarray, and the enraged chieftain felt a deep sense of humiliation. As he prepared to retaliate, an icy malice from behind instilled in him a true sense of life-threatening peril. To the astonished onlookers, Jingyu emerged from the shadows, enveloped by a swirling aura of purple shadow energy. An assassin empowered by Shadow Dance is the most terrifying and lethal of foes, especially when this assassin had closed in on the enemy's rear. Even the thickest armor could not withstand the assault emanating from the depths of the soul. Jingyu's hands transformed into lightning, executing attacks with breathtaking speed. Reminiscent of the legendary female assassin, Passonia Shore, when she struck down the sword saint, Darleth Triple Bloodblade. The Heartseeker dagger, like a venomous serpent, slithered into the crevices of the heavy armor, piercing through, then retreating only to strike again through another gap. The shadow energy coursed through the Skull Crusher's body, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. Unlike Darleth Triple Bloodblade, he lacked a legendary physique, and under such relentless assault, he emitted cries of agony. The Skull Crusher, unwilling to succumb to death, struggled in vain. Without the support of his frenzied power, his body grew feeble, revealing gaps in his neck armor. Such vulnerabilities were fatal, especially with a deadly assassin lurking behind him. Without hesitation, Jingyu thrust his right-hand dagger precisely into the opening. A sharp sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh and bone. Upon successfully vanquishing the chief of the Skull Crusher clan, Hakan, we gained experience and trial points. The slaying of a tribal chieftain also yielded additional experience and trial points. The elite squad mission to assassinate Hakan was accomplished, resulting in further rewards. Jingyu silently exhaled in relief. The encounter had been perilous. Had he not sensed the impending danger and employed a clever tactic, he might have met a grim fate beneath the giant hammer. He executed a strategic maneuver that seamlessly combined stealth with mirror image, leaving behind an illusion while entering concealment. This technique, which he had only recently devised, proved remarkably effective, even deceiving a formidable boss like Hakan, Shinbai, and the others. Upon receiving the battle results from the trial insignia, were relieved to see Jingyu standing unscathed. They had feared that the hammer had indeed struck him. The other trial participants shared in this relief. The demise of the chieftain signified that the battle had reached its inevitable conclusion, with victory assured. Soon, the morale of the orc forces plummeted, resulting in significant casualties. The battle in the valley drew to a close, with only sporadic resistance remaining. Finally, it was over. As Shinbai and his companions approached to check on Jingyu, they discovered he had already begun looting the fallen. They shook their heads in resignation and joined in the task. The repercussions of this ambush far exceeded anyone's expectations. Upon returning to the camp to submit their tasks, the trial participants found that all intermediate and higher-ranking officers were lined up to greet them. They barely had time to express their astonishment before realizing that the rewards far surpassed what was stated in the mission description. Besides the accolades for the ambush, the seized supplies also counted towards their accomplishments. Moreover, both Hakan and the elite shaman leader, Fire Caller had perished in the ambush, marking a significant victory in the campaign. All participants not only received substantial experience and trial points, but each individual's rank was elevated by one tier. Once the rewards were distributed, the camp erupted in jubilant cheers, as nearly every participant had surpassed their level cap, propelling their levels to 20. The trialists remaining in Sindorii experienced exponential growth in power. The quartet responsible for this triumphant campaign was soon to be personally received by the highest commander in Sindorii, Donna's Trollbane. You four have accomplished an extraordinary feat. I must apologize for my initial skepticism. I did not foresee this outcome. Yet, you have proven my ignorance through your actions. The legendary warrior appeared genuinely pleased, especially when casting a glance at Chunbai and his companions, unable to conceal his delight. In truth, Jingyu was the pivotal figure behind the success of this ambush, though he was not originally from the City of Tides. Although Chunbo and his companions are trial participants, they belong to the nation of Rapid Stream City. Subjects of Darnassus Torben, how could the king not feel a swell of pride for his people, so valiant and courageous? Chapter 54, The City of Magic at this moment. Chunbai was devoid of the calmness and composure he exhibited during battle. He scrutinized the king of the lordly city before him, striving to suppress his overwhelming emotions. He had no acquaintance with Darnassus Torben and did not idolize this monarch. His agitation stemmed entirely from the realization of a long-cherished aspiration. Back in the Hillsbrad foothills, Chunbai had exhausted every possible means to capture the king's attention, yearning for his favor. Despite numerous attempts, he had never succeeded, and this had become a deep-seated concern for him. To his astonishment, this once-forgotten desire had unexpectedly materialized. You flatter me, your majesty. This is what a citizen of Tithelo City ought to do. I cherish this land and once vowed to safeguard it at all costs. I have consistently adhered to your teachings, courageous and unyielding, Chunbai declared, standing tall with righteous fervor. Jingyu, observing from the side, could not help but roll his eyes at the young man's cunning. In just a few sentences, he had struck at the legendary warrior's vulnerable spot. As anticipated, the satisfaction on Darnassus Torben's face grew more pronounced. He nodded appreciatively, rising from his seat to stand before Chunbai, placing a heavy hand upon his shoulder. Excellent. Humility, guardianship, and fearlessness are essential qualities for a distinguished warrior. It appears you have grasped the essence of the warrior's path. It has been long since I have encountered a young man of such remarkable talent. Are you willing to accept my legacy of the warrior's way? Chunbai was momentarily taken aback, his body trembling uncontrollably, almost doubting his own ears. Jingyu, meanwhile, was left speechless. These natives were utterly shameless. I once provided you with vital information, yet received no acknowledgement. So, it seems I lack the talent for the warrior's path. This lad has been in your camp for days, and only today do you recognize his extraordinary gifts. I am willing, your majesty. At this juncture, Shinbai refrained from feigning modesty, having discerned the king's temperament. Disingenuousness would only provoke distaste. Excellent. Darnas Torben wasted no words. Drawing his sword with a gravity that surpassed the solemnity of his previous teachings to Jingyu, Shinbai knelt on one knee, resting his long sword upon his shoulder, beginning to accept the occupational legacy from the legendary battle warrior. Jingyu, watching with gritted teeth, realized that Torben was merely a self-serving individual, generous to his own citizens while offering him only a few skills and experiences. Meanwhile, Rick and Zhu Xiaoyu shared in Chunbai's joy. Soon, the transmission concluded, and Chunbai's aura underwent a profound transformation. His physique subtly appeared taller and sturdier, and it was evident from the excitement in his eyes that this young man had struck gold. Very well. Continue to uphold the warrior's path in your heart, and your future shall be boundless. The encouraging words of Darnassus Torben were laden with meaning, though Chinbai failed to comprehend them. However, Jingyu grasped their essence. Recognizing that Torben was subtly reminding Chunbai of his innate talent for achieving legendary status in his warrior profession, Jingyu chose not to elucidate this. Such realizations must come from within the individual. Next to receive accolades was Rick, a fellow citizen of Rapid Flow City, who also earned Torben's esteemed recognition. The legendary warrior bore no resentment toward Rick's choice of the magical path. After bestowing upon him generous experience points, he graciously penned a recommendation letter, enabling Rick to pursue his magical aspirations in the enchanted city of Dalaran. When it came to Zhu Xiaoyu's turn, the legendary warrior employed a similar tactic, presenting the young girl with a letter of recommendation from the Holy Light Church. Jingyu was the last to be addressed. The legendary warrior expressed his inability to offer further assistance, instead gifting him ample experience points and trial points before sending him on his way. Ultimately, among the four-member team, aside from the rewards for completing their mission, the other three attained additional gains, while Jingyu, the one who exerted the most effort, received no valuable reward. Afterward, the group bid farewell to Darnassus Torben and exited the command tent. They proceeded to the quartermaster's office to collect a set of fine equipment. Jingyu's short sword was on the verge of breaking, and he replaced it with a superior dagger. Gladiator's stiletto, fine quality, enhanced piercing, enhanced armor penetration, enhanced bleeding. The other worn-out components were also replaced, and Jingyu still had a high-quality military uniform set awaiting him in Lordaeron. So he opted for a few ordinary replacements instead. Meanwhile, the other three were unreserved, led by Chenbai, as they selected the finest equipment from the quartermaster's stock. Chenbai, Rick, and Zhu Xiaoyu had already reached level 20. This mission had propelled them past their level cap trials, allowing their strength to soar to new heights, with the generous experience promptly elevating their primary professions to level 30. Coupled with their top-tier fine equipment, the team's power distinctly set them apart from other trialists. Most notably, Chenbai reveled in his acquisition of the warrior's path imparted by Darnassus Torben. Not only had he mastered numerous combat techniques, but he had also advanced his warrior profession to the elite tier, Weapon Master. Weapon Master was not merely a talent skill. It represented the evolution of an ordinary warrior into an elite class, indicated by its name as a combat profession focused on technical prowess, contrasting sharply with the barbaric fury of the Crusher's Berserker. After replenishing their supplies, the four began to deliberate their next course of action. Initially, they had planned to head north to Lordaeron to undertake the task Jingyu had mentioned days prior. However, with Rick and Zhu Xiaoyu each possessing a letter of recommendation, they recognized the opportunity before them. After all, every bit of strength would provide greater assurance for their upcoming endeavors. Consequently, they decided that their next destination would be the magical city of Dalaran. All right, let us set forth. Let us ride. It will expedite our journey. As sergeants, we can procure a horse free of charge from the military camp. Riding is quite arduous. I wonder if Xiaoyu can endure it? Fear not. I have mastered the art of horsemanship. We shall not ride. Jingyu interjected with a cheerful smile, interrupting the trio's discourse. Then how shall we proceed? The three exchanged puzzled glances with him. We shall fly. 3 days later, two griffins soared through the skies above the northwestern expanse of Hillsbrad foothills, each carrying a pair of passengers. After days of flight, Zhu Xiaoyu had overcome her initial trepidation and now reveled in the excitement of the sprawling plains below. Seated behind her was Jingyu, whose focus remained steadfastly ahead, indifferent to the breathtaking scenery. On the back of the other griffin sat Chunbai and Rick, both experiencing the rapture of soaring through the sky for the first time, their faces alight with exhilaration. "We have arrived." Jingyu's voice roused the trio from their reverie. They lifted their gazes to the horizon, where a city imbued with an enchanting aura materialized. The majestic, arc-shaped edifices towered, each crowned with lofty spires from which floated clusters of purple crystals. The entire city radiated an air of majestic mystery. "I sense an unparalleled surge of magical energy," Rick exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he craned his neck in eager anticipation of entering the city. "How beautiful! Is this the city of magic?" The allure of Dalaran's mystique captivated Zhu Xiaoyu, just as it does any girl who cherishes beauty. Jingyu, too, was struck by a wave of nostalgia. He had traversed this place countless times in the game, yet witnessing the tangible city before him evoked a profound sense of awe. "Goodness! Is this the place where you intend to study? It surpasses the city of rapids by immeasurable degrees. Could it be that the mage profession is the true protagonist of this realm?" Shinbai conceded begrudgingly, a hint of envy creeping into his voice. As the griffins descended gracefully, the four entered the city suffused with mystical power. The experience deepened their appreciation for the city's grandeur and enigma. The streets of Dalaran were broad and luminous, adorned with unique purple hues, the very color of arcane energy. The thoroughfare bustled with individuals clad in purple mage robes, comprising apprentice mages, battle mages on patrol, and a multitude of ordinary folk, predominantly merchants and local residents. The arrival of Jingyu and his companions went largely unnoticed, for this mystical city of magic was the most welcoming among all human realms, inviting those with magical potential from every corner of the world to come and learn. Provided one passed the requisite assessments, they would become part of the illustrious Violet Citadel. Chapter 55, The Arcane Tempest as One of the Seven Nations of Humanity. Dalaran is devoid of royalty and nobility. It is governed by the Kirin Tor Council. This council comprises 6 high-ranking archmages who convene to deliberate on significant matters, resorting to voting when consensus proves elusive. Each archmage possesses distinct roles and responsibilities. However, most of them are rather headstrong individuals. A considerable number prefer to indulge in various magical pursuits rather than engage in mundane duties. Thus, beneath the surface of this seemingly tranquil city lies a shadowy realm of injustice and darkness. "Why must you bring us to reside here?" Chunbai inquired. Perplexed by the sign reading Arcane Inn, Jingyu chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I've heard the wine here is quite exceptional." With that, he stepped inside. Chunbai, Rick, and Zhu Xiaoyu exchanged bewildered glances before following him in. Inside the spacious hall of the Arcane Inn, several patrons were already partaking in drinks, representing nearly every race: high elves, dwarves, gnomes, and humans alike. The arrival of the four caught the attention of the crowd, as they bore the distinctive insignia of the Alliance Army. "Hey, we were just discussing the war at the front lines. Who would have thought soldiers would appear so promptly?" A gnome, clutching a wine glass, rose from his table, his voice sharp and tinged with the characteristic pitch of his kind. "By the way, humans, you hail from the front lines, correct?" The other patrons paused their revelry, their curious gazes fixed upon the newcomers. Among them were many clad in silk robes adorned with intricate magical patterns, signifying their esteemed status. Chunbai and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm, standing there at a loss for words. Jingyu, however, appeared unfazed. He strode further into the inn and responded boisterously, "Indeed, esteemed mage. We have just arrived from the front lines of Sindorii." The gnome mage's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's the spirit. Come, let us raise a toast to these brave warriors, who must have vanquished countless green-skinned wretches. Do not doubt it. I can smell the strong scent of blood upon them, definitely Orcish." The atmosphere shifted as the others grew animated, seizing upon this newfound reason to toast, raising their glasses toward Jingyu and his companions. "Indeed, a toast to the warriors. The bill is on me. Ha ha ha. Fill my glass again. Cheers." A cheerful waitress approached the group, balancing 4 glasses in her hands. Without hesitation, Jingyu seized a glass, raising it high and addressing everyone in the inn. Rather than toasting the warriors, I prefer to toast to fine wine, for it brings me true relaxation and joy. With that, he downed the drink in one go. Chinbai, Rick, and Zhu Xiaoyu exchanged glances, astonished by this unexpected facet of Jingyu. Haha. Indeed. I like you. My name is Millhouse Manastorm, a human. What is your name? A smile danced on Jingyu's lips, his expression radiating warmth. I am Jingyu. Your Excellency Manastorm, you must be a formidable sorcerer. Ah, indeed. I have a profound passion for the study of magic, delving into realms unlike those of others. The gnome mage, slightly inebriated, spoke without restraint. Your Excellency Manastorm, let us indulge in some drinks. Jingyu was not inclined to listen to his ramblings. For this gnome mage, with his vibrant personality, was not entirely a positive character. Indeed, let us drink, my friends. Let us not squander this rare afternoon. Cheers erupted within the tavern, a lively scene unfolding as Chinbai and his companions silently acknowledged Jingyu, who had seamlessly mingled with the crowd, and raised their glasses to join in the revelry. The arrival of Jingyu and his companions transformed the magic tavern into a miniature celebration. Among the patrons, aside from a few scholarly mages, were local merchants who had never seen the battlefield and rarely ventured beyond their town. Their curiosity about the front lines provided Jingyu and his friends the perfect opportunity to share amusing anecdotes, eliciting waves of astonishment and laughter from the audience. Millhouse Manastorm was the most exuberant of all. After everyone had just downed a drink, he mysteriously inquired, "Hey, friends. I've heard rumors of dragons aiding the orcs in their assaults on the human coalition. Is that true?" This question cast a pall of silence over the group. Many uninformed mages exchanging bewildered glances, while a few civilian merchants exhibited interest. Good heavens, dragons! Aren't they the guardians of peace? Why would they assist those dreadful orcs? Chunbai and his companions fell silent as well, equally in the dark. Information regarding dragons had long been a taboo among the Alliance's upper echelons, with only a select few privy to such knowledge. There was, in fact, another reason for this secrecy, thus far. Dragons had only intervened once on behalf of the Horde in the South Sea, when the Horde resolved to attack the 7 human kingdoms. Orgrim Doomhammer assembled a vast naval fleet, hoping to expedite their northern advance. However, they did not anticipate encountering a formidable adversary as soon as their fleet neared the shores of Zoldazer. Dylan Proudmoore's naval forces had been lying in wait. For a naval admiral who had navigated the endless seas for decades, the Horde's hastily assembled fleet appeared merely as children brandishing wooden swords. Under Dalen's command, the Alliance fleet dismantled the Horde forces with ease, leaving the endless sea littered with the wreckage of Horde ships and the orcs slowly succumbing to the waves. Had it not been for the emergence of 3 dragons, Orgrim Doomhammer along with the bulk of the Horde would have perished in the infinite depths, potentially bringing the Second War to an abrupt conclusion. Regrettably, these formidable guardians of Azeroth have turned their wrath upon humanity. No matter how powerful the fleet of the Admiral may be, it cannot withstand the inferno descending from the skies. Prince Drake has fallen, and the Alliance fleet has suffered tremendous losses, forcing Admiral Dallin to retreat in despair. This defeat has profoundly dampened the morale of the 7 kingdoms, leading to a continued state of blockade by the Alliance, though sporadic information has managed to seep through. Jingyu leisurely sipped his drink, observing the gnome whose eyes revealed little intoxication, and he speculated inwardly. Was this question merely a whimsical inquiry from the old fellow? Or was he inquiring on behalf of someone else? After a moment of faint contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, there are dragons aiding the Horde in battle. And they are none other than the fearsome red dragons, capable of unleashing unquenchable flames. Oh, what remarkable humans, to survive under the onslaught of dragon fire. Come, let us raise a toast to the brave warriors." Millhouse chuckled, lifting his cup in cheer before downing its contents, his visage of drunkenness suggesting that his earlier question was merely casual banter. The surrounding patrons, caught up in his exuberance, began to drink heartily alongside him. After finishing his drink, the gnome mage let out a hearty belch and continued, "Well then, the mighty Millhouse has duties to attend to, and I must return to the Violet Citadel. My friend, it has been a pleasure to meet you. if you are not in a hurry to leave. I shall return this evening for another round. Jingyu rose, feigning an escorting gesture, and replied, "It is my honor, Lord Millhouse. You are welcome to visit at any time. I shall be residing here for the next few days. However, might I request a small favor before your departure? Hey, lad, I just praised you. And friends should not be overly demanding. The formidable Millhouse detests such behavior. Well then, what is this favor? I merely wish for you to escort my friend to the Violet Citadel. He is a mage apprentice bearing a letter of recommendation from Darnassus Tolbane, here to further his studies in the arcane arts. This is our first visit to Dalaran." So Jingyu gestured towards Rick, providing clarification. "Ah, I see. Such a request I am more than willing to fulfill." Millhouse immediately adopted a jovial demeanor, seizing the still-dazed Rick and hoisting him onto his shoulder. The two appeared as a father carrying a mischievous child, with Millhouse's legs dangling from Rick's shoulders. Rick, with a face full of exasperation, dared not express his discontent, for he sensed the immense magical power surging within the diminutive figure perched atop him. Jingyu smiled and said, "Thank you immensely for your enthusiastic assistance. We are still friends. There is no need for formalities. This is but a trifling matter," Millhouse Stormwind declared, waving to those around him. With a flourish of his hands, an overwhelming surge of arcane energy enveloped him and Rick, and with a resounding pop, the two vanished from sight. Chenbai and Zhu Xiaoyu's expressions changed dramatically as they hurriedly rushed to seek Rick's whereabouts. Jingyu rubbed his temples and pulled the two back. "Do not fret. It is the teleportation spell of the high-ranking Archmage. They should now be in the Violet Castle." The two of them nodded in naive understanding, their hearts swelling with even greater reverence for the mage profession. Chapter 56. Uninvited Guests. After Rick followed Millhouse, Jingyu and his companions ceased their revelry and approached the innkeeper to procure 3 rooms. The trio retreated to their respective chambers to commence their periods of rest. Jingyu reclined on the plush bed, eyes closed, pondering the unexpected encounter with Millhouse Manastorm. He had felt a premonition of crossing paths with some renowned legendary figures. Considering the multitude of famous mages within the realm of World of Warcraft, most of whom were currently in their formative stages. However, he had not anticipated that his first encounter would be with this whimsical character, from the various signs in his previous life as gaming experience. It was evident that this eccentric gnome mage possessed truly legendary prowess, often proclaiming himself as the strongest mage in history. Initially, he regarded Millhouse as a mere eccentric, but as more events unfolded, he was astonished to discover that this seemingly madcap and unorthodox mage had accomplished feats that many legendary heroes could only dream of. From Outland to the Void, from the Burning Legion to the Shadowlands, there were scarcely any forbidden realms he could not traverse. And he even managed to liberate himself from the mental domination of the old gods. In light of these details, his self-proclamation as the strongest mage in history seemed wholly justified. Jingyu conceived a notion. If he could persuade this gnome mage to join their forthcoming endeavor, it would undoubtedly prove to be a significant asset. Just then, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening it, he found Chen Bo and Zhu Xiaoyu standing outside, their faces aglow with excitement. Jingyu, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" Chen Bo gestured outside and replied, "I heard that the magical marketplace here is brimming with enchanting artifacts. Shall we go explore?" Zhu Xiaoyu gazed at him with eager anticipation. Jingyu, somewhat exasperated, asked, "You wish to go shopping?" Indeed, it was so stifling at the fortress. It's rare to find such a delightful place in the trial world. "We simply wish to unwind," Chen Bo explained earnestly, to which Zhu Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Very well." The trio descended the stairs and inquired with the innkeeper about the direction to the marketplace before meandering leisurely in that direction. Along the way, the most exuberant of them all was the girl, Zhu Xiaoyu, who exhibited boundless curiosity towards everything she encountered, prompting the attention of passers-by with her inquisitive antics. Before long, they arrived at a square where the magical fountain in the center immediately captivated Zhu Xiaoyu. She jubilantly dashed towards it, circling the fountain repeatedly, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Jingyu watched this joyful young girl, unable to suppress a smile of understanding. Chen Bo regarded Zhu Xiaoyu with a tender expression, his eyes betraying a hint of melancholy and contentment. Observing this scene, Jingyu's curiosity surged once more. I've yet to inquire about your relationship with them, he asked. Chunbo paused, quickly realizing that Jingyu was referring to Rick and Zhu Xiaoyu. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly, they saved my life. Jingyu nodded in sudden realization. No wonder. I can sense that you genuinely regard them as friends, yet their demeanor towards you seems somewhat disparate. What distinguishes them? They have never opposed your views. Whatever you propose, they unconditionally agree, and their attitude towards you is rather peculiar. It feels more akin to that of your servants. Although I hesitate to employ such a term, it is indeed my honest impression. Shinbai, with a hint of resignation, nodded in acknowledgement. Your perception is accurate. Despite my numerous attempts to address this, they remain unchanged. Jingyu jested. It appears that you indeed hold considerable influence in Fortress Number 8. You even have 2 servants at your disposal. Shinbai shook his head, a touch of melancholy crossing his face. It is not as you envision. They certainly saved my life, and I merely provided them with an opportunity to survive. Before Jingyu could interject, he continued. Once, after a quarrel with my father, I stormed out of the fortress in a fit of rage. I expected to encounter monstrous beasts or terrifying creatures, yet to my astonishment, I found humans, many humans. They had constructed a vast shanty town outside the fortress, sheltering themselves from the elements with tattered tents and dilapidated wooden shacks. Their daily toil consisted of scavenging through the refuse discarded by the fortress for remnants of food, amidst a backdrop of filth and chaos. It was then that I realized. Beyond Fortress Number 8, lay the outer districts and the outcasts. Jingyu was momentarily struck dumb, as Chunbai's words evoked memories of his own conversations with Emma and others at the Talamir Inn. Slums and refugees, outer districts and outcasts. Though the nomenclature differed, the essence conveyed was identical. You, the wielders of power, truly excel at crafting euphemisms. This time, Jingyu's tone lacked jest, replaced instead with scorn. Chunbai did not take offense, nor did he defend himself, continuing to recount their intertwined fates. When I was discovered by the outcasts, the way they looked at me mirrored the gaze of those monstrous beasts, filled with bloodthirsty madness and malevolence. I could see that they intended to devour me. At this juncture, Chanbai appeared to recall that harrowing scene, a flicker of fear crossing his visage. Jingyu listened intently, his expression impassive, as both of them overlooked the jubilant atmosphere in the square. In the depths of my despair, Rick and Xiaoyu appeared. Aside from their eyes, they resembled those who sought to consume me, filthy, reeking, and swathed in tattered rags that clung to their emaciated forms. Rick dispatched the ringleader with a jagged stone, and together with Xiaoyu, they rescued me from the clutches of the outcasts, delivering me to the fortress guards. At this point, a semblance of relief graced Chenbai's countenance. Thus, it follows that Rick and Xiaoyu are also outcasts. They betrayed their kin to save you. Ahem. You have a way of cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Indeed, they did betray the outcasts. I am curious. What compelled them to rescue a stranger like you? Why else but to seek a different way of life? As Chunbai uttered these words, a flicker of anger crossed his face, not directed at Jingyu, but rather at the desolate environment surrounding them. Jingyu nodded. Finally grasping the dynamics among the individuals present, it appeared that Rick and Zhu Xiaoyu were not as straightforward as he had initially perceived. Shinbai seemed to sense his thoughts and interjected, Do not overthink it. Xiaoyu is quite innocent. This entire situation was Rick's idea. He did not wish to live like a specter in the outer districts, so he seized the opportunity to rescue me. Xiaoyu was merely swept along by him. It seems you do not harbor any disdain for Rick's actions. Shinbai continued, Of course not. After all, he saved my life. I not only bear no resentment but also hold him in high regard. In such an environment, his unwillingness to succumb to despair is truly admirable. As their conversation progressed, Jingyu's understanding of Chenbai and the other two deepened further. Since the formation of their quartet, they had been embroiled in relentless battles, executing missions without ever delving into each other's emotional struggles. For Jingyu, this was a significant revelation. For understanding what his companions desired often proved more crucial than mere abilities. The trio spent quite some time at the square before Zhu Xiaoyu reluctantly took her leave. They continued their journey towards the commercial district. Upon arrival, however, they were met not with the bustling vibrancy they had anticipated, but rather a sense of desolation. Many lavishly decorated shops stood closed. It seemed the war's impact extended beyond the front lines. A hint of disappointment flickered across Chinbai's face as they encountered only a handful of open stores selling items of little interest to them. "Ah, never mind. Let us return to the square for a while," he suggested. "All right," Zhu Xiaoyu replied, her expression one of deep despondency. Shopping seemed to be an innate trait among women, even in the midst of a ravaged world. Not wishing to witness her disappointment, Chinbai reassured her, "It's all right. We shall return once the war is over. By then, this place will surely be bustling with life." Zhu Xiaoyu blinked a few times, then looked up at Chinbai, ultimately directing her gaze towards Jingyu. Her tone now tinged with greater sorrow. "But when the war concludes, we will have to go back." Chinbai paused, realizing he had made a misstep. His intention to console the young girl had inadvertently deepened her sadness. Indeed, the end of the war signified the conclusion of their trials, and they would have to return to that cold bastion. While he could remain with Xiaoyu and Rick, Jingyu, as a resident of Bastion 72, might never have the chance to meet them again. Having spent these past few days together, it would be disingenuous to claim that no bonds had formed. Contemplating this, both Chinbai and Xiaoyu felt a profound sadness. Observing their demeanor, Jingyu intended to offer some comforting words. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled ahead, causing Jingyu's expression to shift. He looked up to see a tall, imposing high elf standing not far away, gazing intently at him. The unexpected visitor donned a crimson robe emblematic of the Kirin Tor Council, with flowing golden locks cascading down his shoulders. At his waist, he bore a long sword, exquisitely crafted with an ancient design. Though his gaze lacked sharpness, it imparted an air of condescension, as if he looked down upon all of existence. Chapter 57. The epic quest. Jingyu's heart began to race, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from the high elf before him. He felt as though he were an ant under the scrutiny of a giant, whose gaze was filled with both curiosity and compassion. Never before had he experienced such a sensation, not even in the presence of numerous legendary heroes. In an instant, he deduced the true identity of the visitor. Striving to compose himself, he gestured for the two companions beside him to remain calm, and then stepped forward, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Who are you?" The high elf smiled knowingly and replied candidly, "I was informed by Millhouse that a brave warrior from the front lines has arrived in the city. One who has even encountered the legendary dragons. I found this intriguing, so I came to seek you out." A cold sweat broke out on Jingyu's back. This individual was not as easily deceived as Millhouse. "I am but a humble ranger and assassin. How could I possibly know more than a powerful mage like yourself? My name is Krasis, a member of the Kirin Tor Council. If you have no objections, I would like to speak with you in private." Jingyu naturally had no objections. He turned to his still bewildered companions, Chunbo and Zhu Xiaoyu, and said, "I will have a conversation with this esteemed mage. You two should head back to the inn and regroup." Without waiting for their response, he turned his attention to the mage who introduced himself as Krasis and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Krasis." Krasis nodded, raising his right hand slightly, enveloping both of them in a similar arcane energy, and they vanished from the spot. Only Chinbo and Zhu Xiaoyu remained, staring at each other in confusion. Zhu Xiaoyu, feeling lost, asked, "Brother, what should we do?" Chinbo furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure, confident that Jingyu would be all right. "Don't worry, Jingyu will be fine. He must have triggered some kind of quest." Jingyu had not anticipated that he would soon follow Rick through a teleportation spell. When he regained his senses, the surroundings had changed, and he found himself in an obviously lavish reception room. The decor and furnishings reflected the owner's nobility and elegance. I had heard that high elves had trained human rangers, but I was initially skeptical. It seems they have indeed succeeded, and you, this human ranger, have even surpassed many high elf rangers. Humans are truly remarkable beings, Krasis remarked. Sitting on the cushioned floor, pouring a cup of tea at the table before him and pushing it across to Jingyu. Taking a deep breath, Jingyu sat down, astonished, and lifted the cup of tea to his lips, taking a delicate sip. The tea of Azeroth is rather unimpressive." He set the cup down and cautiously said, "You surely did not summon me just to discuss this, did you?" Krasis nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I have other matters to discuss with you. However, you may finish your tea first, and we shall converse further." Upon finishing his words, he gestured towards the teacup in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jingyu paused for a moment, as if struck by a thought, and then raised the teacup once more, draining its contents in a single gulp. The initially sour and bitter taste of the tea transformed into a warm current, coursing through his body from his mouth, swiftly flowing from his abdomen to the farthest reaches of his limbs. Where the warmth traveled, a comforting heat lingered, as if every cell within him had been awakened, bursting forth with boundless vitality. The trial emblem S prompt filled Jingyu with elation. This tea possessed such remarkable effects. Truly, it was worthy of the title Lifebinder. Krasis poured another cup and spoke. This tea has been brewed through special methods, possessing unique effects that I hope will assist you. By the way, you have yet to introduce yourself. A hint of bashfulness crept over Jingyu as he scratched his head, momentarily forgetting to express his gratitude, and instead introduced himself. I am Jingyu, a major in the Alliance of Lord Darren. Oh, how impressive, a major at such a young age. Krasis regarded Jingyu with approval, continuing, So, Major Jingyu, you must have heard of my name? Indeed, Lord Krasis. You are one of the members of the Kirin-Tor-S Council of Six and one of the most powerful mages in this world. Jingyu silently added in his mind. You are also one of the consorts of the Queen of the Red Dragons. Yes, I am a high-ranking archmage, and I have always been passionate about researching legendary creatures, including dragons. Krasis seemed quite pleased with Jingyu's words and further elaborated. I heard about you from Millhouse. Knowing you have just returned from the front lines and have encountered dragons, I am very interested in the information you possess, which is why I invited you here to learn more about the details of dragons. The affable high elf mage revealed his intentions. A dragon passionate about studying dragons. Is there anything more absurd than this? Jingyu thought to himself, while his mind raced. He did not fully believe the rationale Krasis had just provided, for he was acutely aware of this figure's true identity. This legendary mage, possessing the appearance of a high elf and named Krasis, was in truth called Corielstrass. He was not a mere mortal enamored with dragons, but rather a dragon intrigued by mortals. Indeed, he was a red dragon, a member of the Lifebind and one of the many consorts of the Red Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza. Jingyu was well aware of Krasis's true intentions for seeking him out, yet he could not articulate it. Thus, he tentatively inquired, What specific information would you like to know? To be honest, I have only seen dragons from a distance, so I fear I may not possess much valuable information to offer you. Krasis nodded and replied, Of course, I understand this. As a human, achieving this much is commendable. Do not worry, the information I seek does not pertain to the dragons themselves, but rather to the orc clan capable of taming them. Ah, if that is the case, I can elaborate further. Jingyu pondered momentarily before continuing. The clan responsible for taming dragons in battle is known as the Dragonmaw clan, led by a chieftain named Zul'jin, a formidable shaman and a staunch follower of the war chief or Grimdewhammer. Krasis listened intently, his demeanor suggesting a lack of interest in the prominent figures of the horde. Observing his expression, Jingyu pressed on. However, to my knowledge, the Dragonmaw clan's ability to control dragons primarily stems from the merit of an orc named Nekros, who was once a member of the Shadow Council and a follower of Gul'dan. After the demise of the Shadow Council, he not only escaped purging but also acquired a potent magical artifact. Thus, at this point, Krasis's expression finally shifted. The tranquility in his eyes gave way to gravity, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Jingyu's hair stood on end. The fury of a dragon is not something mere mortals can withstand. Even though Krasis was not directing his ire toward him, the elite ranger and assassin felt a lethal threat. Krasis's anger flared swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. Within a heartbeat, he regained his composure, refilling Jingyu's cup of tea as he said, Please, continue. Jingyu swallowed nervously and replied cautiously, That is all I know. This information was gleaned from scattered accounts of some orc prisoners, and its veracity remains to be verified. Krasis nodded in acknowledgement, rising to his feet and moving to the window, gazing down at the street below. Well done, Major Jingyu. I am quite pleased with your revelations. However, this does not satiate my curiosity. I desire further insight into the Dragonmaw clan. Can you assist me? Triggering Epic Quest, Secrets of the Dragonmaw clan. Secrets of the Dragonmaw clan. Provide Archmage Krasis with additional information regarding the Dragonmaw clan. Quest reward, unknown. Based on Krasus's level of satisfaction, upon hearing the notification of the trial emblem, Jingyu was so exhilarated that he nearly spilled his tea. Taking a deep breath, he rose and moved to a distance behind Krasus. It dawned upon him that they were situated in one of the highest chambers of Dalaran. I am more than willing to assist you, Lord Krasus. However, I would like to clarify what specific information you seek. I shall soon return to the front lines and can investigate further for you. Krasus turned to meet Jingyu's gaze, replying, all aspects, the more detail the better. Especially regarding the warlock named Nekros and the magical artifact he possesses. Naturally, if you could uncover the Dragonmaw clan's dragon-taming stronghold, that would be even better. Understood. Lord Krasus. Jingyu nodded solemnly in agreement. Chapter 58. Elemental Enlightenment and the Mage Profession. Jingyu was acutely aware that Kelesis sought knowledge of the hidden stronghold of the Dragonmaw clan. In truth, he had long been privy to the answer to this inquiry and had been tempted to divulge this information to Kelesis the moment he triggered the epic quest. However, he resisted the impulse, recognizing that now was not the time to speak, as he could not elucidate the source of his intelligence. Moreover, the adversaries entwined within this mission were exceedingly formidable, compelling Jingyu to exercise utmost caution and to proceed with measured inquiries. Unbeknownst to anyone, the individual destined to unleash apocalyptic calamities in the future was currently concealed, silently observing the machinations he had set in motion. This task, seemingly straightforward, was, in fact, perilously treacherous. Jingyu had to exercise double the caution and felt it unwise to confide in Shinbo and the others. This is my magical beacon, Kelesis remarked, presenting Jingyu with a palm-sized, stone-like artifact. It contains a communication spell. If you acquire the information I seek, you may use it to notify me. Jingyu received the object and examined it closely. It was lightweight and possessed a refined texture that brought to mind the mobile phones of his previous life. Simply hold it and channel arcane energy into it to activate it. As a ranger, you should be quite familiar with arcane energy. Kelesis mused before continuing. Very well. To facilitate your ease of use, I shall impart the mage profession to you. With that, Kelesis raised his right hand and gently brushed Jingyu's forehead, an indescribable energy flooding into his mind. Jingyu was momentarily disoriented by the sudden influx of information. After a considerable interval, he regained clarity. Profession unlocked, Mage LV. 1. Skills acquired. Blink, Arcane Intellect. Remove Curse, Arcane Missile, Mana Shield. Enchant, Arcane Doppelganger. Kelesis's generosity was astonishing. He bypassed the standard profession of Apprentice Mage, elevating Jingyu directly to the elite profession of Mage. Not only did he impart the profession, but he also bestowed a plethora of skills, many of which Jingyu's current magical capacity could not possibly harness. Eager to inspect his information panel, Jingyu was interrupted by Kelesis's exclamation, I am truly astounded. You possess elemental enlightenment. It seems that young Khadgar has a favorable relationship with you. Jingyu paused, recalling that Khadgar had rewarded him with this skill during their time at the Durnhold Keep, a boon he had previously dismissed as a trivial enhancement. Yet, he had not anticipated that elemental enlightenment would capture Kelesis's attention, suggesting that the skill was far from ordinary. Although Dalaran is renowned as the city of magic, it does not encompass the entirety of spell heritage. In the distant south lies a mysterious realm, possessing a trove of magical tomes that rivals Dalaran, where the most formidable sorcerer in the world resides. Krasus mused, the spell, Elemental Enlightenment, originates from that very place. This spell, which defies mainstream recognition and shatters the rules of innate talent, is deemed heretical by other council members. However, fret not, I harbor no such narrow-minded thoughts. Your acquisition of this spell is indeed fortuitous. Perhaps, in the near future, you shall achieve remarkable feats on your path as a mage. Thank you for your generosity. Lord Krasus. Jingyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude with a respectful bow to the Archmage. Do not mention it. I merely wish to assist you in fulfilling my task as best as I can. Additionally, I hope you will keep this matter confidential. Of course, I shall not speak of this to anyone. Upon hearing this response, a flicker of compassion crossed Krasus's eyes. He did not genuinely desire to thrust a human into such perilous endeavors, fully aware of the horrifying adversary concealed behind it. Yet, In his quest to save the beloved queen, he had to take this gamble. The human before him possessed extraordinary talent. Perhaps he could indeed procure the intelligence he sought. However, to succeed in this venture, one person alone would not suffice. Perceiving Krasus's contemplative state, Jingyu understood it was time for him to take his leave. Lord Krasus, I shall take my leave now. Upon returning to the front lines, I will endeavor to fulfill your instructions. I shall escort you out. Krasus, snapping back to attention, nodded and added, the magical beacon I provide will grant you free access to the Violet Citadel. You may wish to familiarize yourself with the path of the mage during these next few days. Understood. Jingyu requested Krasus to teleport him directly back to the magical inn. As night had fallen, Chunbai and Zhu Xiaoyu had yet to return. He returned to his room and began to organize the spoils of the day. Name, Jingyu. New profession acquired. Elite, Mage LV, 1. New skills acquired. Blink. Arcane missiles. New talent acquired. Arcane wisdom. The mage profession did not endow Jingyu with a palpable enhancement in physical attributes. However, his cognitive processes and mental fortitude underwent a transformative change. His thoughts became clearer and sharper, and his mental perception significantly strengthened. Coupled with the keen vision and hearing bestowed by Sharpshooter, his senses became remarkably acute, rendering any subtle changes within a 10-meter radius imperceptible to him. Even the scenarios lurking in his visual blind spots became vividly perceptible. Yet, Jingyu felt that this was not his greatest acquisition. The previously undervalued elemental enlightenment finally revealed its significance after his ascension to the mage profession. Jingyu could distinctly perceive the vibrant energies of various elemental forces in the surrounding air. The fiery element, exuberant and restless, the gentle and serene water element, the heavy and steadfast earth element, the playful and elusive wind element, and the enigmatic and forbidden arcane energy. All of these effects stemmed from the elemental enlightenment. However, Jingyu currently found himself at a low level. While he could sense the presence of these elements, interacting with them proved to be quite challenging. Thus, he unhesitatingly allocated his stored experience points towards his new profession. The elevation to Mage LV 10 brought with it enhancements in magical power, mental acuity, and elemental perception. As he attuned to these changes within himself, he began to contemplate his forthcoming path. He had now established his combat style, with the mage class serving primarily as a supportive role in the future. Fortunately, as a trialist, he was not constrained by innate talents. He could allocate experience and learn skills according to the demands of reality, thereby cultivating a more versatile combat style. Suddenly, a series of knocks disturbed Jingyu's musings. Irritated, he approached and opened the door, only to be greeted by two familiar faces. "Why are you back earlier than us?" Shinbai inquired as he entered, with Zhu Xiaoyu sticking her tongue out at Jingyu as she followed him inside. "I was about to ask you the same. Where have you two been? Returning so late?" "Just shopping." Shunbai shrugged, his expression one of helplessness. "It's not every day we find ourselves in such a beautiful place. I wanted to enjoy a bit more with Xiaoyu. Even though we couldn't buy anything, admiring the scenery was quite delightful." He continued, "On our way back, we ran into that gnome mage from earlier. He seemed to be waiting for you." "Oh." Jingyu paused, surprised that Millhouse had arrived so early. He truly was a punctual fellow. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to meet this eccentric gnome mage. However, Chunbai and Zhu Xiaoyu expressed their fatigue and desired to rest, so the three parted ways. When Jingyu descended the stairs, he found Millhouse Stormstout toasting with a nearby goblin merchant. Upon spotting Jingyu, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Hey, my friend. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Why have you arrived so late?" Jingyu blinked a few times and replied, "Didn't he, you know? A distinguished individual invited me to his residence, where he graciously treated me to some exceptionally rare magical tea. I apologize, but that tea was absolutely splendid. Its aftertaste still lingers." The gnome mage's expression faltered, revealing a hint of awkwardness as he realized Jingyu was hinting at his earlier betrayal by selling him out to Krasus. "Oh, I see, my friend. Isn't that a good thing?" Jingyu was not swayed by this line of reasoning. He needed to extract something valuable from this gnome. "Is it? That esteemed individual has assigned me a rather perilous task. As you can see, I am merely a humble ranger and assassin. My abilities are rather insufficient for undertaking such a daunting mission. The Archmage indignantly remarked, "Ah, my friend, you are still a sorcerer. I can sense it. Do not attempt to deceive the formidable Millhouse Manastorm." "Oh, do you truly believe that a novice mage like myself could undertake a task involving the powers of demigods?" The gnome mage's expression finally betrayed a hint of shame as he explained, "Well, my friend, I merely recounted the tale of a warrior returning from the battlefield to Krasis. I had no inkling he would send you to seek out those dragons. This is not my fault." Jingyu donned a face of utter dismay and exclaimed, "Indeed. You regard me as a friend, yet your tale has compelled your companion to embark upon a perilous quest." Chapter 59, Shadow Slime. Although Millhouse Manastorm exhibited eccentric behavior, he placed great importance on his reputation. Jingyu's words filled him with profound embarrassment. "Very well, my friend, this is my fault, and I am willing to make amends. Speak, what do you desire?" Jingyu feigned a look of helplessness and replied, "What I seek is power. I need to enhance my strength to survive the forthcoming tasks." "Very well, I can assist you, but I cannot impart my skills and experience without reason. You must do something in return." "What must I do?" The gnome mage furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. "Here's the deal. For the next few days, you shall serve as my assistant in the magical laboratory. I will assign you some simple tasks, and upon their completion, I shall reward you with ample experience. Moreover, within the laboratory, you will gain access to arcane knowledge not found in books." This proposition stirred something within Jingyu, yet he maintained an impassive facade. After a moment of feigned deliberation, he added, "Let my mage friend join as well." "Oh, the mighty Millhouse does not relish bargaining. Dear Archmage, my mage friend is an invaluable aid. I shall require his assistance in the tasks ahead." "Very well, you cunning rascal." The formidable Millhouse felt he had been outwitted. After acquiescing to the terms, the gnome mage gloomily poured himself a glass of wine. Jingyu, satisfied, poured himself a glass as well and downed it in one gulp. From the following day, Jingyu and Rick became the magical assistants in Millhouse's laboratory. Under the gnome mage's guidance, they embarked on various magical experiments. As novice mages, becoming assistants to a grand mage upon entering the Violet Castle naturally attracted much attention. Each time they entered or exited the castle, they garnered the gaze of magic apprentices and even magic mentors. To Jingyu's astonishment, he discovered that, apart from himself and Rick, there were indeed other trial takers within the Violet Castle, albeit a small number, totaling only a handful. The arrival of the two did not elicit goodwill from the other trial participants. Instead, they were met with disdain. These few trial takers were fortunate individuals who had earned recognition from the battle mages of Dalaran through their valor on the front lines, thus receiving the opportunity to pursue further studies at the Violet Castle. They all began their journey as magic apprentices. On his first day, Rick was treated no differently than the others and initially got along well with them. However, on the second day, Jingyu's arrival shattered the harmonious atmosphere. The two newcomers, who had accomplished nothing, had suddenly become assistants to the Grand Mage, inciting a wave of indignation among the others. They toiled daily under the weight of arduous apprentice tasks, making slow progress while enduring the harsh reprimands of the magic mentors. Initially, they all shared similar circumstances. Enduring some hardship was inconsequential, as long as they could acquire more magical knowledge and skills. However, in all matters, it is not scarcity that breeds discontent, but rather inequity. When two unexpected individuals effortlessly acquire what they have long coveted yet never attained, conflict and resentment arise. A dozen trial participants began to voice their grievances to the mentors, collectively turning their ire towards their fellow trialists, Jingyu and Rick. Nevertheless, their protests bore no fruit. The magical instructors of the Violet Castle paid little heed to the unreasonable outbursts of these apprentice mages. Jingyu and Rick, disinterested in the discord, devoted themselves to their magical studies. Days later, their efforts bore fruit, yielding substantial rewards. Jingyu amassed an impressive 100,000 experience points. He opted not to advance his mage profession further, choosing instead to enhance his ranger and assassin skills. Rick, though receiving a lesser bounty, still found his rewards far more bountiful than those of the struggling apprentices outside. He not only ascended from a magical apprentice to an elite mage, but also broke through the level 10 barrier, elevating his mage level directly to 20. beyond experience. Their greatest acquisition was the unique casting techniques imparted by Millhouse Manastorm. Rick mastered Mana Awakening and Mental Focus. The former activated his internal mana for rapid recovery, while the latter, a passive skill, allowed for enhanced calm and concentration during spellcasting, thereby improving the efficacy of his spells. Jingyu, on the other hand, learned Silent Casting, which mitigated mana fluctuations during spell execution, and Mana Surge, which accelerated mana condensation. Additionally, he focused on the craft of enchanting, a skill intrinsically linked to the mage profession. His primary means of attack now included arrows and daggers. Enchanting not only endowed his weapons with magical effects but also heightened their sharpness. Other equipment could also be enchanted, each yielding distinct effects. In summary, the power boost accompanying their advancement to elite mages far exceeded Jingyu's expectations. Upon returning to the magic and to reunite with Qinbai and Zhu Xiaoyu, the transformation in both Jingyu and Rick left Qinbai utterly astonished. He and Xiaoyu had thoroughly explored the entirety of Dalaran over the past few days, reveling in their adventures. Eager to share their experiences upon the return of Jingyu and Rick, they were taken aback by the remarkable changes in their companions. "You have become a trainee mentor at the Violet Castle? What can you possibly teach?" Qinbai exclaimed, incredulously examining the emblem of mentorship on Rick's robe. "Hee. This is the honorary medal awarded to us by the esteemed Millhouse Manastorm. It serves little purpose beyond allowing us to receive a weekly stipend of 10 gold coins. Borrow magical tomes from the library for free, access the mage trial grounds for training, and, well, enough about that," Rick replied, his words interrupted by Qinbai, who, with a hint of envy, poured himself a glass of wine and drank it down. Zhu Xiaoyu, meanwhile, watched the two with a smile. Jingyu chuckled as he poured himself a glass of fruit wine, then addressed the trio. "Let us rest well tonight. We shall embark on our journey tomorrow." The expressions of the three shifted, their playful demeanor fading as they nodded in understanding. They recognized that their tasks were about to commence. To the northwest of Dalaran, beyond towering mountains, lay a vast, nameless lake, untouched by human presence. However, this tranquil locale was soon to be graced by 4 unexpected visitors, or rather, for lost souls. Jingyu and his companions descended by 2 griffins to the lakeshore, alighting from their mounts to stretch and survey the surroundings. The nearby woods exuded a serene tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the melodious calls of birds. At this time, the Tirisful glades remained untainted by the scourge, teeming with vibrant life. The lush greenery of the forest was adorned with thorny bushes laden with various fruits. Qinbai unfolded a map he had painstakingly acquired from the innkeeper, puzzled as he noted the absence of such a large lake. "How peculiar that this expanse is unmarked on the map. Where have we flown to? Jingyu, why have you led us to this place? We shall rest here for a while and recalibrate our direction. We should be able to navigate out of this jungle soon." Jingyu replied, his gaze fixed on the lake, deliberately ignoring Qinbai. He had intentionally brought them to this spot, for it was here that an integral task lay within his plans. He had initially invited Qinbai and the others under the pretense of a mission, harboring personal motives. Unsure whether he, a primary practitioner of the ranger and assassin arts, could attract the attention of a certain spirit, he resolved to bring additional companions along. Qinbai fortuitously appeared at that moment, his character deemed worthy, prompting Jingyu to extend an invitation. Subsequently, Qinbai brought along Reich and Zhu Xiaoyu, and thus, the quartet found themselves where they were now. "What a splendid view!" exclaimed Zhu Xiaoyu, treating their misadventure as a delightful excursion. She skipped to the lakeside, scooping up the crystalline water for a sip. Jingyu hurriedly approached her, his vigilance heightened as he observed the lake's every movement. Though the scene appeared peaceful, it concealed some of Azeroth's most fearsome creatures. Noticing his unease, Qinbai and the others inquired, "What is it? Have you sensed something?" Jingyu shook his head, wishing he would detect something, yet the lake remained still, devoid of any sign of disturbance. Just as he contemplated wading into the water, an unexpected surge of energy rippled through the lake. As an assassin, Jingyu instantly recognized it as a shadowy energy. Yet this essence was distinct from the typical chill of an assassin. It reeked of malevolent incubation. The once tranquil surface of the lake began to churn violently, and the birds in the surrounding forest seemed to sense the ominous presence, chirping frantically as they darted through the thick foliage, hastily fleeing the area. Still standing by the lakeside, Zhu Xiaoyu was startled, and Jingyu swiftly pulled her behind him, drawing out his epic bow, ready for any eventuality. Chunbai and Rick soon rushed over, gazing in astonishment at the tumultuous surface of the lake, where it appeared that something was about to emerge. What could it be? In no time, a soft, black, oval-shaped creature surfaced from the water. It was a slime monster. Jingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, although this creature appeared fearsome. It possessed little offensive power, and its weaknesses were quite apparent. At the same time, a flicker of excitement surged within Jingyu. For the appearance of the slime monster confirmed that he had indeed found the right place. Chapter 60. The Elemental King Saladin and the corrupted slime creature Chinbai instinctively deployed a reconnaissance spell, quickly receiving feedback. Corrupted slime creature. Elemental being. Level 35 rare elite. Characteristics. Shadow absorption. Slime creatures are common elemental monsters in the world of Azeroth, transformed from the sediment of lakes contaminated by various elemental energies. They possess awareness but lack intellect, driven solely by the instinct to draw near to living beings and consume them. This particular corrupted slime appeared to sense the presence of Jingyu and the others as it emerged from the lake, immediately beginning to slither toward the shore where they stood. A level 35 rare elite no longer required the four to be on high alert. However, Rick was eager to showcase his recent progress and hastily stepped forward, unleashing arcane spells upon the squishy, grotesque creature. Arcane missiles struck the slime's form, causing chaotic elemental sparks to erupt as the arcane energy collided with the shadow energy. Remarkably, the slime's body began to diminish in size. Yet, the elemental energy dispersed from the impact swiftly coalesced on the lake's surface, forming new smaller slimes. These new slimes began to gather and merge with the larger one, which grew larger as if it had absorbed arcane energy, its black body now sparkling with purple spots. Damn it, this creature can absorb arcane energy, Rick exclaimed, halting his attacks, astonished by the monstrous entity in the water. Jingyu remarked, the nature of arcane energy is more neutral. Thus it can be absorbed and assimilated by shadow power. Upon finishing his statement, he raised his right hand and cast a fireball toward the newly formed larger slime. The fireball detonated upon contact, and indeed, the effect was significantly improved this time. Although the flames dissipated, no smaller slimes emerged, and the larger slime shrank slightly. Fire magic is effective, Chenbai and Zhu Xiaoyu said excitedly. Rick prepared to conjure an inferno spell, intending to obliterate the repulsive creature before them. Wait, Jingyu suddenly interrupted him. Let Xiaoyu give it a try. The power of holy light should yield better results. Zhu Xiaoyu hesitated, but I don't have offensive spells. My skills are all for healing. Jingyu replied, use your healing spells on the slime. His suggestion illuminated Chenbai and Rick's faces, and Zhu Xiaoyu soon grasped the plan. Thus, the young girl, for the first time, faced the enemy with determination, focusing intently on the creature before her as she began to cast her spell. Holy light healing descended upon the slime creature, sizzling as a large hole appeared in its form, illuminated by golden light. The slime seemed to sense the pain, hastening its movements toward the shore. Xiaoyu, unleash all your holy light spells against it, Jingyu commanded loudly. All right. Zhu Xiaoyu bit her lip tightly, accelerating her casting speed. Simultaneously, Jingyu and Rick commenced their assault with fire-based magic, leaving Chenbai, with nothing else to occupy his time, to stand protectively before them. The rare elite creature, a corrupted sludge, had just reached the shore when it succumbed entirely to their combined onslaught, leaving behind a puddle of muck. Corrupted sludge monster slain, gained. Chenbai lamented that this creature yielded nothing of value aside from experience. He prodded the muck with his longsword, finding nothing of use. Jingyu surveyed the lake's surface and remarked to the group, there must be shadow energy emanating from the lakebed, which has led to the emergence of such corrupted beings. Chenbai raised an eyebrow and queried, hey, you don't mean to dive in and investigate, do you? Jingyu nodded, retrieving a vial of breathing potion pilfered from Millhouse, preparing to consume it. What is that? Exclaimed Zhu Xiaoyu, her voice laced with alarm, pointing at the lake's surface with a visage of trepidation. The others turned to follow her gaze and were met with a spine-chilling sight. A towering, ethereal figure, radiating a soft blue glow, materialized above the lake. Standing silently before the four, the scene exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Is it a specter? Or a vengeful spirit? Shinbai inhaled sharply. The apparition reminiscent of some malevolent creature lurking beyond the fortress. Quickly, Xiaoyu, unleash a holy light attack. Even ghosts fear this. Rick suggested from the sidelines. Oh. Zhu Xiaoyu acquiesced, readying to chant the holy light spell. However, Jingyu grasped the young girl's hand firmly, saying, Do not act. This is not a vengeful spirit, but a heroic spirit. A heroic spirit? The three were momentarily taken aback. Just as they spoke, the blue specter drifted slowly closer to them, with a solemn countenance. It fixed its gaze upon Zhu Xiaoyu, its eyes brimming with scrutiny. Young girl, you possess the power of holy light. When did humanity come to wield such strength? Truly remarkable. Zhu Xiaoyu, flustered, glanced between Jingyu and Qinbai, uncertain of how to respond to this heroic spirit. Qinbai and Rick exchanged glances. Sensing that this heroic spirit bore no ill intent, yet equally bewildered, they turned their attention to Jingyu. At this moment, Jingyu stepped forward, standing before the heroic spirit, and inquired, May I ask your name? I am called Saladin. And what is your name? A ranger. How astonishing. Humanity has not only mastered holy light, but has also embraced the ranger profession inherited from the High Elves. Saladin? You are the former emperor of the Azeroth Empire. The legendary king of humanity, His Majesty Emperor Saladin. Jingyu's expression morphed into one of shock. Legends of your grandeur have echoed throughout the Seven Kingdoms. I never imagined you would meet your end in this place. Indeed, that is I, though I am no longer the king of humanity. I abdicated long before my demise. Regardless, you unified the human kingdoms a millennium ago and led humanity in alliance with the High Elves to vanquish the formidable Troll Empire. In this tranquil moment we now enjoy, all credit goes to your efforts. Jinyu's face was alight with excitement, as if he were in the presence of a revered idol. Qinbai and the others exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon witnessing Jinyu's exuberance. The former emperor, Saladin, found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon observing Jinyu's exaggerated demeanor. Your Majesty, how did you come to fall here? We have just sensed an emergence of shadow energy from the lake's depths. What does this signify? Fortunately, Jinyu swiftly redirected the conversation, alleviating some of the awkward tension. Your instincts are astute, Ranger. This place is known as Tyr's Fall. In ancient times, a dreadful battle unfolded here, leading to the demise of Tyr, the king of order among the Titans. In comparison, my own death is of little consequence. What? A Titan has perished here? Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape. Enough with the theatrics, Ranger. I know you must have researched this place before coming here. Do not attempt to deceive a soul that has existed for millennia. Saladin's tone grew more emphatic. Jinyu awkwardly closed his mouth. While Chunbai and the others stifled their laughter nearby, Jinyu had indeed grown somewhat impatient. Perhaps the smooth progression of their plans had caused him to momentarily lose his composure, forgetting the initial calm he had maintained while interacting with legendary heroes. Though I am uncertain how you discovered this location, your arrival has instilled in me a glimmer of hope for resolving our predicament. Saladin's expression turned grave as he looked at Zhu Xiaoyu. I can see that this young lady's command of the holy light is still nascent. Her power is insufficient. Therefore, I must inquire whether any among humanity has mastered a more potent path of the holy light. Chunbai and the others remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Jinyu. Clearing his throat, Jinyu stepped forward once more. I can address that question, Your Majesty Saladin. Saladin regarded the cunning ranger. Lord Alonso Fail of the Church of the Holy Light is a devout believer. He not only founded the church but also trained formidable paladins skilled in wielding the holy light in battle. I believe they could be of assistance to you. Jinyu paused, furrowing his brow as he posed another question. However, could you enlighten us about the dreadful creatures that lurk here? Saladin scrutinized Jinyu, his gaze filled with appraisal and inquiry, as if assessing the trustworthiness of the man before him. Jinyu cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Your Majesty Saladin, we have no affiliations with the church. A single statement may not suffice to capture their attention. So I propose that more intelligence could potentially compel Archbishop Alonso Fail himself to take an interest. Upon hearing this reasoning, Saladin appeared to grasp some sense in it. However, he still refrained from providing the answer that Jingyu sought. Instead, he elucidated, "It is not that I lack trust in you. Rather, the gravity of this matter weighs heavily upon me. I fear that it may incite panic within the realm of humanity. Currently, a multitude of humans inhabit the tranquil land of Tirisful, oblivious to the terrifying creatures that lie beneath this serene surface. I wish not to disturb their peaceful existence. If we could resolve the issues here quietly and discreetly, it would be most ideal." This former leader of the human race still harbored a compassionate heart. Yet, Jingyu was eager to convey to Saladin that this place was destined to descend into a veritable hell in the near future. Chapter 61. The Dark Empire and the Sword of the Human King. Your Majesty Saladin, humanity is currently engaged in battle against foreign races. Much like when you led humanity and the High Elves to resist the Troll Empire. The words of Jingyu resonated with urgency. Humanity and other races have united once more. Our enemies are no less formidable than the former Troll Empire, perhaps even more challenging to confront. We have already lost a significant portion of our lands, and the death toll is incalculable. Yet, we persist in our fight against the enemy. As he spoke, Jingyu brandished his weapon. Humanity is far more resilient than you might envision. We are willing to pay any price to defend our homeland. This, too, is the powerful spirit you have bequeathed to us. Saladin's expression grew solemn as he regarded Jingyu intently, then nodded in acknowledgement. "You speak the truth, Ranger. I shall enlighten you regarding the matters at hand." A sigh of relief escaped Jingyu as he exchanged a glance with Chun Bai and the others, only to find them still in a state of bewilderment. Epic quest triggered. Saladin's legacy. Saladin's legacy. Eliminate the dark forces concealed beneath the fall of Tyr, and return the sword of the human king Stromkar to the Alliance. Quest rewards. How unfortunate for Lord Darren, the leader of the Seven Kingdoms. Jingyu exclaimed as he descended rapidly on his griffin before the gates of the capital. He gazed up at the majestic city, unable to suppress a sense of awe. The guards atop the walls donned ornate armor, wielding exquisite weapons, their banners fluttering atop the towers, while the streets bustled with life. It seemed the war had not significantly marred the city's splendor. Yet, who could foresee that in a mere decade, this place would transform into the eerie, haunted realm of the undead, known as the Shadow City? We shall proceed directly to the cathedral. Jingyu entrusted his griffin to the stable master near the city gates and led Qinbai and the others into the heart of Lord Darren. This was their first visit to the most powerful capital among the Seven Kingdoms, yet they found little inclination to admire its grandeur. As the thrill of the epic quest pulsed through their veins, within the Church of the Holy Light, a selection of the finest talents from the Seven Kingdoms underwent rigorous training. The faint glow emanating from their weapons revealed that they were being molded into paladins. As Jingyu and Zhu Xiaoyu passed by, they felt the fervent devotion in the eyes of those around them. The young girl seemed to absorb the rich essence of the holy light, her face relaxing into an uncharacteristic expression of tranquility, even ecstasy. By the gods! The indoctrination of such spiritual forces is truly terrifying. The ranger mused inwardly, though his countenance betrayed a solemn reverence. Under the guidance of a senior priest, the two hastened toward the grand cathedral where the archbishop resided. Inside, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a gaunt visage stood at the pulpit, his red and white robes signifying his rank, quietly observing the arrival of the rangers. Beside him stood two imposing human figures. Both individuals donned heavy golden armor, each bearing a uniquely fashioned colossal sword upon their backs. They both gazed intently at Jingyu, yet the figure on the left exuded a demeanor of humility and warmth, while the one on the right emanated an air of solemn authority. The identity of the elder was unmistakable. He was none other than Archbishop Alonso's Fail. But who were the two companions by his side? Jingyu speculated discreetly, surmising that they must be Sidon de Seahin and the Grand Matriarch, for among the 5 original paladins, it appeared these two were the only ones wielding swords. Young Major, I have heard that you bear news of paramount importance concerning the fate of humanity and are eager to meet with me. The Archbishop's voice, though calm, resonated with penetrating clarity. Jingyu inhaled deeply before responding, "I beg your pardon, Your Excellency, but I must present an object imbued with malevolent power to substantiate the authenticity of my intelligence. To avert any misunderstandings, I felt it necessary to forewarn you." The archbishop and the two paladins exchanged a glance. Feel free to present the object. We shall not resort to extreme measures. Very well, Your Excellency. With the archbishop's assurance, Jingyu retrieved from his storage space a black, tentacle-like entity, which he brandished with a sharp arrow. This grotesque specimen was evidently alive, writhing and contorting as if it were a grotesque amalgamation of flesh resembling an octopus. Unlike the soft, oval slime creature, this entity exuded a far more sinister aura, sending chills down one's spine. This was a piece of corrupted flesh that Jingyu had acquired while submerged in water under the guidance of Saladin. A dark creature formed from fish tainted by shadowy energy. What is this abomination? Such a dreadful aura of corruption. How dare you bring such a vile entity here? Upon the first sight of it, the two paladins instinctively drew their weapons, regarding the unknown bloodied organism in Jingyu's grasp with caution. Even the typically serene archbishop's expression grew notably grave. This is an ordinary being tainted by dark forces. Young man, from whence did you procure such a thing? The atmosphere within the tranquil cathedral shifted to one of palpable tension as Zhu Xiaoyu instinctively clutched the hem of Jingyu's garment. Unperturbed, Jingyu tossed the blackened flesh to the ground, his tone heavy as he declared, Your Excellency the Archbishop, I have encountered the King of Humanity from a millennium ago. His Majesty Saladin, his spirit is imprisoned within the falling of Tirisful, nestled among the western mountains of Lordaeron. What? The spirit of King Saladin has manifested? Archbishop Alonso's fail. A figure of utmost reverence among humanity, trembled as he spoke. The two paladins, equally taken aback, fixed their gazes intently upon Jingyu, seeking to ascertain the veracity of his claims. At this juncture, Jingyu pointed towards Zhu Xiaoyu and stated, This girl is my companion and an apprentice priest. She too has witnessed the spirit of His Majesty Saladin. To assure you of our truthfulness, she is willing to swear an oath before the holy light, which can validate all of this. Furthermore, we both possess letters of recommendation from King Torbane and Paladin Turalian, which will also affirm our identities. The paladin on the left stepped forward to accept the two letters of recommendation from Jingyu's hands and handed them to the archbishop. Alonso Fail, with a grave expression, opened the letters and briefly scanned their contents before looking up and saying, There is no need for an oath. I trust your words, Ranger. We shall discuss the contents of the letters later. What is most crucial now is to inform us of what His Majesty Saladin intends to do. The archbishop regained his composure, using the holy light to purify the dark blood and flesh on the ground. A wrinkle appeared on his seemingly serene face. The sudden news of dark forces emerging amidst the fierce war between orcs and humans was indeed a bitter blow for an elderly man in his twilight years. Jingyu nodded and replied, His Majesty Saladin stated that buried beneath the falling of Tirisful lies the body of the Dark Empire's general, Zakas. He is not entirely dead, but is temporarily suppressed by the sword of the king, Stamka. However, Zakas' power is slowly recovering, and if we do not act swiftly to prevent it, he may one day awaken completely. Upon hearing the names of the Dark Empire and Zakas, the archbishop's expression grew exceedingly grave. It was only after Jingyu finished speaking that his demeanor relaxed slightly. The situation had not escalated beyond remedy, and there remained a chance for salvation. The archbishop quickly analyzed the situation. The war raged on, and this matter could not be allowed to spread. Since it could not be made public, it required a few powerful legendary heroes to resolve the issue. He turned to the two paladins beside him, saying, Sidan, Tyrion, you are to inform Gavinrad and Mograine. Remember, do not let anyone else know of this matter. Once you four have gathered, wait here with the two young warriors for my return. Master, what will you do? Sidan Dathrahan asked eagerly. The archbishop took a deep breath and explained. I must make a trip to the royal court. Uther is currently teaching Prince Arthas the ways of the Holy Light, and Antonidas, the leader of the Kirintor, is also in the royal court. I will fetch them both to join our efforts. Having meticulously arranged the tasks, the archbishop boarded a carriage and sped towards the castle of the Lordaeron royal court. Jingyu exhaled softly, finally recognizing the identities of the two paladins before him. On the left was Tyrion Fordring, and on the right was Sidan Dathrahan. Soon, he would also meet Gavinrad the Doomed and the Lightbringer Uther, alongside the valiant Turalian, who led the armies northward. He had encountered all 5 of the original paladins and had even convinced 4 of them to become his companions. Then there was Alexandros Mograine, the bearer of the Ashbringer. Though not one of the original 5 paladins, he was a formidable legendary hero in his own right. Oh, and let us not forget Antonidas, one of the most powerful mages in the history of the Kirin Tor. Jingyu's heart began to race. By the light, what a remarkable team have I assembled. Chapter 62. The Tomb of Tyr in the mountain ranges of Tirisfal, a millennium ago. The Order Guardian Tyr engaged in a fierce battle against 2 generals of the Dark Empire, Zakaz and Kixix. The struggle lasted for 6 days and nights, culminating in Tyr's sacrifice, while one dark general perished and the other sustained grave injuries. The immense energy unleashed during the conflict carved a vast pit in the earth, which ultimately gave rise to the Great Lake witnessed by Jingyu and his companions. Now, at the southern shore of the lake, a sudden surge of potent arcane energy disturbed the air, followed by the opening of a shimmering portal through which a dozen figures emerged. At the forefront stood 2 elderly men, their hair as white as snow and their faces lined with deep wrinkles. One was, of course, the Archbishop Alonsus Fail, while the other was the current leader of the Kirin Tor Council, the legendary Archmage Antonidas, the architect of this portal. In contrast to the flamboyant style of Millhouse Manastorm, this venerable mage's teleportation spell exuded an air of stability and precision. Jingyu even stepped back and forth through the portal, the shift in scenery reminiscent of a seamless transition in a video game. He resolved to delve into the study of the mage profession upon his return, particularly mastering the art of teleportation. The legendary Archmage's teleportation was remarkably accurate. They arrived not far from the area where Kael'thas had appeared. Thus, Jingyu led the group towards their intended destination. Along the way, he frequently cast furtive glances at his companions, his heart swelling with emotion. The legendary Archbishop Alonsus Fail and the renowned Archmage Antonidas, 2 titans of history, were now drawn into his endeavor. Furthermore, 5 paladins, all illustrious figures in the annals of Azeroth, accompanied them. Adding to this formidable assembly were 3 additional challengers. It was truly unimaginable that, amidst the fervent conflict between humans and orcs, a team of such elite caliber would convene in a remote mountain range. Without Jingyu's influence, such an occurrence would have likely remained a mere fantasy. In stark contrast to Jingyu's exhilaration, the trio at the rear, Chun Bo and his companions, were filled with trepidation. Since their encounter with Kael'thas, the group had been propelled forward by Jingyu's momentum. Although they had previously faced similar situations, they had at least possessed a clear mission objective at that time. Now, however, they were entirely oblivious to the nature of the adversaries that awaited them. And the fact that Jingyu had managed to rally such prominent figures left them feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to them, enlisting assistance was a crucial component of Jingyu's strategy. With only the 4 of them, vanquishing the corrupted flesh beasts and the dying demon below would have been an insurmountable challenge. A dying demon, after all, is still a demon? Who among them, lacking demigod strength, would dare confront such a terrifying entity alone? Moreover, without suitable allies, Kael'thas would never have entrusted them with this task. To put it succinctly, this operation involving a 4-member squad belongs to a marginalized group. When the true battle commences, their effectiveness will ultimately depend on their own skills and courage. As the 11-member team arrived at the designated location, it seemed that the spirit of Zoladin had anticipated their arrival, waiting for them on the surface of the lake. Beneath the holy light, what did I behold? Alonso Fail raised his trembling hands before the spirit, bowing deeply towards Zoladin as if in reverence to a divine light. Honorable Majesty, it is a privilege to witness your magnificent spirit in my lifetime. The elder mage Antonidas mirrored this expression, planting his staff into the soft earth, removing the ring that signified his Kirin Tor title, and bowing with utmost respect. The 5 paladins behind them stood tall, then knelt on one knee in homage. The 4 trialists exchanged glances, hesitating whether to kneel as well. At that moment, Zoladin approached them. Rise, for you are all distinguished human heroes. I can sense the immense power within you. It is truly remarkable. In the millennium since my death, the progress of humanity has far surpassed my expectations. Alonso Fail lifted himself, though traces of excitement lingered on his face. It is difficult to fathom that this weathered archbishop possesses such a side, evidently. The trialists had underestimated Zolodin's sacred status in the hearts of the indigenous humans. All the peace humanity enjoys today is your achievement. Antonidas interjected at an opportune moment. Jingyu discreetly smirked, noting how these legendary figures were unabashed in their flattery. As the paladins seemed eager to assert their presence before the king, Zolodin, however, grew somewhat impatient. Let us be brief. Beneath this lake, there exist vile creatures tainted by the ancient gods. They may not be powerful, yet they are exceedingly troublesome, as you have likely encountered. The archbishop, Sidon Dasahan, and Tyrion Fordring nodded in agreement. Only the three of them had witnessed the flesh beast brought by Jingyu. The expressions of the others turned serious, despite not having seen it. However, the most formidable foe was the terrifying demon from the Dark Empire, named Zakaz. A formidable adversary of the divine. The guardian of order, Tyr, had once severely injured it, yet for centuries, Zakaz had been slowly siphoning power from its surroundings, intent on awakening once more. Years ago, in my quest to trace the god's whereabouts, I followed various legends to this place, but, at this point, Zolodin's voice deepened with sorrow. My folly led to the demise of those loyal subordinates. Under my command, they breached the tomb beneath Tyr's fall, inadvertently shattering the seal's power. The awakened Zakaz swiftly annihilated all the soldiers, leaving only me. It is truly lamentable. I am not a match for this dying demon. In the final moments of its life, I could only pierce its skull with Stormcar, temporarily plunging the beast into slumber. As Zolodin recounted the tale, the expressions of those present turned somber and grave. They finally understood the reason behind the mysterious disappearance of the human king a millennium ago, while simultaneously feeling the weight and significance of the task before them. Not long ago, I sensed that Stormcar's power was waning, though it could endure for a while longer. The awakening of this beast was merely a matter of time. My own soul, cursed and unable to leave this place, filled me with trepidation about how to avert impending disaster, until these young warriors appeared. Zolodin's words drew the gaze of all legendary heroes toward Jingyu and her companions. The holy light emanating from the young girl ignited a flicker of hope within me. I had never imagined that humanity could one day wield the powers of the divine. Alonso's FAO nodded, addressing the four with a solemnity befitting the moment. History shall remember them. Now, the holy light will aid us in vanquishing this threat to humanity's existence. Your Majesty, we shall resolve this matter. As the archbishop's voice faded, the five paladins resolutely grasped their weapons, their vibrant and fervent auras coalescing into a force that astonished all present. Antonidas stroked his beard, furrowing his brow as he remarked, if necessary, I can return to the Kirin Tor Council to summon reinforcements. There are many legendary mages idling there, and I am certain they would gladly join this endeavor. It seemed that the venerable mage was reluctant to allow the Church of the Holy Light to monopolize the spotlight before the king. That will not be required. Your prowess has indeed impressed me. I believe that eliminating the beast will not pose a significant challenge. Follow me. I shall lead you into the tomb of Tyr. With that, the spirit of the king was the first to enter the lake. The others hesitated no longer, plunging into the water after him. The four-member squad exchanged silent glances before following suit. 11 humans, guided by a spirit, descended to the lake's deepest recesses, where a passage was revealed amidst a cluster of massive stones. Bearing the courage of the Holy Covenant, Tyrion Fordring surged to the forefront, followed closely by Uther. Then Kale that Sunstrider, Gavinrad the Dyer, and Old Mograine, who also entered the passage. Within, the influence of corruption manifested in the form of repugnant flesh beasts. Some tentacle-like entities clung to the walls, relentlessly attacking any foes that drew near. The combat prowess of the five paladins proved excessive for dealing with these creatures, and their advance remained unimpeded by the monsters. The passage was swiftly cleared. Upon traversing the corridor, they entered a grand hall, the antechamber to Tyr's sepulchre, now fully ensnared by the forces of corruption. The dense and intricate tendrils of sarcomas sprawled across every corner, and in the face of such a scene, all pretenses were abandoned as individuals began to unleash their prowess to purge the malevolent forces within the tomb. The quartet, eager not to forfeit this opportunity to amass experience, stealthily trailed behind the legendary figures to engage in combat. In the eyes of the two seasoned individuals, The unexpected discovery made by Jing Yu and his companions averted a catastrophe for humanity. Consequently, as they cast their spells, the two inadvertently imparted their techniques to the four.